long as they meet the rules. These cars look similar to full-blown 4400 cars because a lot of them used to race in that class. But one of the biggest class limitations is the requirement of a solid front axle. No IFS and no twin traction beam allowed. Has to have a front-mounted engine, but it has unlimited horsepower. Single shock per corner, meaning no additional bypass shocks are allowed, so the speed in the desert is limited even with good shock tuning. Each vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side in the cockpit, and finally the car is limited to a 37-inch tall DOT non-sticky compound tire. Some racers use the Legends class as a preparation class, testing and tuning newly built cars and themselves before moving up to the 4400 class and the big day of racing.
The thing about Turkey Claw is that it's right at the very beginning of the race, and we're going to do it every lap. So you're going to have a side-by-side start, you're dragging racing someone, and within 3 miles, you're going to be in Turkey Claw in front of thousands of people. Turkey Claw as a trail in itself isn't really tough. It has some obstacles, there's a little bit of a pinch point where you can go right or left, but really it's mostly Scrabble rock, and what that means is just kind of loose nuisance rock you got to make your way through. And yeah, there's a couple places you could diff, or a couple places if you had them. A couple places where you might have to redirect, but for the most part it's just a quick straightforward trail. But what's going to happen is the top group likely will have a good line through there, and then others that may not have pre-run will start bunching up in there, and that's going to make it more adventurous because as the lead cars come back around, maybe on lap 3, there might be trouble happening inside Turkey Claw, and I think it's going to be a great spectator place to watch the race.
Nightmare is an offshoot to Clawhammer. You can see Cameron in the Trent Fabrication car pre-running. This trail has never been in King of the Hammers before. This is our first time ever running the trail. As you can see, it's a tough trail. He's getting up at some loose rocks, some big boulders, and from here you go over the ridge to King's Veto on lap 3.
I haven't driven on Nightmare before. I've been on it on my bike like 5 or 6 times. The first time we went up, all the instincts were good. We cleaned it. The second time, we had to back up. And then this last time, we were trying to use all different lines. Like I told Wayne, let's try these different lines. And he's like, they're not going to work as good. But it was fun to try. It's a cool little trail. It's more like, as Wayne would say, a Scrabble, or Cody would say nuisance. But there are a couple cool little features on there. Nothing too gnarly though. Nightmare.
Cool. Hey, this is like one of my favorite trails. It's one of the longest trails at the Hammers. It's called Outer Limits, and every time you come out here you see the size of all the boulders and the rocks. And one of the coolest things about it is that there's so many options. It's a wide canyon, and so there's developed to be like 2 or 3 lines, and you have to choose between them, and every year rocks shift and move, vehicles change, stuff like that goes on. But this is going to be a tough trail because cars will break and clog a line, or cars will be stuck in winching, and so you might not get to take your preferred line. So you really do have to pre-run and check out all the options out there. I love this trail. I find it to be a challenge that's always drivable if you pick the right line, but it's definitely never going to be called an easy trail.
This is the trail. This is the first one the Victor Valley 4-Wheel Club broke and named here at the Hammers. This is Sledgehammer, and really the feature is the plaque line. When you come up to it coming down, there's a couple giant boulders you got to make your way through, and then there's a couple medium sized that are moving around. So you're gonna have to pick your line wisely. But no matter what you do, you're gonna have to come in sideways around the plaque, because that rock's not gonna move, and then throw yourself off the ledge. So it's a little bit tricky. Yes, there's some above it, Yes, there's some below it, but really when you're talking about Sledgehammer, you're talking about one particular feature, and that's the plaque line. Wrecking ball. This is a trail Dave talked about going up, and on the third lap he mentioned you're going to go through the gatekeeper, which is this section here. Conveniently, there have been bypasses put in all over the trail, and there's one just to the right, but we think that there's going to be a waypoint in here you have to hit. So we tried one way and got hung up, came back, tried to go around the traditional way. Now we're using the Warren to pull us through. Yee! The top of Wrecking Ball. This is where you have to make a decision. There's probably more than 2 ways to do it. Right now, Mitchell Alsop in his Can-Am is gonna do the waterfall line, and we'll take a look and see how that goes for him. Wrecking Ball! Ha 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 ha!
And they are going to be the hard hitters out there today. But we've also got 4500. Now 4500, they're allowed to have twin shock absorbers, no more than 14 inch. They have to be mounted on the axles. They're not allowed to be mounted on the sway bars, but they have to have a mechanical link on their steering. They're allowed a hydraulic assist, but there must be a mechanical link to a steering box. And that is the biggest single difference between those and the 4800s.
All right, but then as we go down, as we said, this started as an everyman challenge. Every car out here, I mean, I've seen some of the Jeeps, some of the Toyota Land Cruisers, everything. There's so many different vehicles out here, something for every man.
There is indeed, absolutely. Now the 4600 are the heroes of this. That is the stock class. So this is going to be really difficult for these guys. But the interesting thing out there today is the Ford Broncos. 3 of them racing, new generation stuff, getting involved with this sport, and they're incredible vehicles. It's going to be very exciting to see what they can do.
Well, and they've been out here. They've been testing. You know, Ford's been working really close with some people out here, making sure that they know what they're up against. It's not just going to be a shot in the wind. Let's take a stock vehicle and let's see how it goes. The Ford engineers have been out here. They're working hard. We're going to be starting the race here in a little bit. As you can see out here in Johnson Valley, it's not a lot of wind. Actually, not a lot of wind. There's 0 wind at this point. The valley is it looks like it's hazy and cloudy, but that's dust from last night from people driving in this morning. The crowd is unbelievable. I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 spectators out here today. And what I love about this, and Brian Deacon said it yesterday after his win, that you guys are not just fans, you are enthusiasts. Because if you drive your truck in here and you drive to Chocolate Thunder, you can't take a lowrider, you can't take a street racer, you're an off-roader. So if you're putting tires, if you're putting method wheels on there, BFG tires, whatever your combination is, if you're putting some Fox shocks in there, a lift kit, you are an enthusiast. So these are the people that really make this sport beautiful, because they're the ones that support all the racing. And here we're looking at our pole sitter.
Yes, it's the man himself. It's the 3-time king and last year's winner, Randy Slauson.
So the great part is last year, Randy was nowhere to be seen. Was in the back, qualified terrible. We weren't even talking about him. And all of a sudden we started seeing this. Next thing you know, we look on the score, he's right there.
Now this is really interesting because he qualified for both the EMC and for the main event itself, the 4400. But of course he's qualifying in different cars. Get your head around this. He's racing this car here, which is his 4800 class car, so a 37-inch tyre. Okay, he's got a smaller motor, sort of an LS3 base engine, and he actually went faster, 2 seconds faster in qualifying in this car than he did in his big 4400 class car. And that's something. It says a lot about the course out there and what we have. And that 37-inch tyre is able to hook up faster, pull him around those corners quicker. So expect to see Randy absolutely flying on course today.
Well, and he was typically comes from behind, so it's going to be great to see what he does out front. But he's one of those guys that does everything all the time, so I think he's just going to do his thing, and he does it so well.
Exactly, so they're lining up now. Randy Slauson on the inside line, and next to him, let's not forget Cody Young, who put in an absolutely blazing run on qualifying to be there in his Miller frame. So it's Randy Slauson, Cody Young going off on the first row of the grid. In the second row of the grid, it'll be Casey Gilbert, a previous winner, next to Sean Rasky. Behind him, another previous winner, Dan Fresh, who are lining up next to Chuck Crossland. All 4800 class cars. Then our very first of the 4500s will be Dwayne Garrettson in 7th position and Evan Jesse. So we're waiting for the flag any second now. And it's go, go, go here in Hammertown.
And we are racing Randy Slauson with the advantage on the inside as he comes out wide. Now it looks great. It's all nice and watered. Everything nice and smooth. But Randy goes a little bit wide, pushes a little bit in the mud. But he's got a clean run heading out into the desert where he's more comfortable.
Absolutely. Now he'll have a game plan. He'll know exactly what he wants to do here. And the course is different this year. Normally we fly out onto a big desert loop early on, but what we're actually doing this year is we're heading out to Turkey Claw. So we're in the rocks after only 3 miles.
Right, and we saw some difficulties, and we saw some bottlenecks at Turkey Claw yesterday with the UTVs, but these are a little bit bigger tires. They can also bridge the gap and stuff like that, but all it takes is one person to get a little bit off to the side, and we got a bottleneck.
Exactly. There's 2 cars leaving the line every 30 seconds. 104 runners and riders out there today.
So now we got Cody Young and Casey Gilbert are off the line.
Yeah, and there is our current race leader. And last year's previous king, Randy Slauson, heading out into the desert in his bomber frame.
Well, and I want to point out what you said about how he was faster in this with the 37s than he was with the 40s. And because the smaller, less rotating mass, he's able to squirt off the corners. But when it gets into the big rocks, the 40s are definitely the way to go. But Randy was able to put a quicker time down because he could get from point to point, but it was a short qualifying lap.
Yeah. But I'm really enjoying this, the fact that we're using the same courses for all of the classes racing this year. I think that's absolutely inspired.
So off the line with Sean Risky and Dan Fresh. So they're off the line and going. As you can see, the dust not moving as these guys start to move.
Yeah, look in the background there, Ricky. That dust is really hanging out the back. And when they break out of the first rock trails, they will be going into desert area, and that dust could have a massive part to play in this race.
Next off the line is Chuck Crossland and Dwayne Garrison.
Yeah, I think that might be Dwayne Garrettson, who is the first of our 4500 class cars. On the line now, that's got car 75. That's Scott Foley. Lining us to 4-5, that's John Matthews. So John Matthews also in 4500.
What I love about this is doesn't matter where you qualify, you don't have to start in your class. If you're starting in a 4500, as we saw.
Well, that's the same for 4500 and 4800. You qualify, wherever you qualify, you're going to be placed in there. 4600s, which is stock class, will be starting behind all the 45s and 48s. But they're still qualifying as well. As we watch the next lineup off the line, this is the man himself, Cameron Steele. Usually our good buddy up here, and he's going out alongside Derek Summers. It looks like Cameron might have got the whole shot there on Derek. As we watch him going into turn 2 in the Trent Fab car. Oh no, Derek gets him on the outside.
Gets him on the outside, but now we saw Phil Blurton take a really interesting line yesterday when he went into there, cut all the way over to the left. And I talked to Bo, his co-driver, and he said he walked it the morning of the race and said, we have this line, cut left, and they made the pass for the lead.
But it's all about, these races are made about those little moments in time, those little changes, those little differences.
We're watching our race leader, Randy Slauson, on the main screen. And below is Kyle Wickman and Rob Inglis.
Yeah, Carl Wickham and Jade Wickham, they'll be heading out now. Carl was on track yesterday with his good lady, Kaylee. Her first time in a race car, and she was out in the UTVs, and they did very well indeed. Bringing it home in the top 20. And still, the cars keep pouring off the line here in Hammertown. Now, say the leaders will be making their way out to Turkey Claw. And they should be there very soon indeed.
As we're watching the heli shot from the Method Race Wheels helicopter piloted by Stevie Wright, going to have some unbelievable views today. We're going to have stationary cameras, we're going to have drones, we're going to have the helicopters, and then we're also going to have some reports from Tiffany and Pam from Remote Pit 1 and 2. So a lot going on, as well as we're going to be hearing from Miles throughout the day. Every time they come through main pit, Miles always has something good to say.
Yeah, we're also going to have an EV class this year. So we do have an electric vehicle out there. Carl Stelvin again, once again.
Once again, we're watching our leader of the race, Randy Slauson, as he was a pole sitter. As he starts to move, missed the turn a little bit. So
now, if you're watching at home, you can go to ultra4racing.com.
So if you guys are watching, if you're just joining in, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I am Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. Also, we're going to have Pam, Tiffany, and Miles out in the pits, different pit areas, letting us know what's going on. We are just getting going. We're about 15 cars in. 137, basically 140 cars are racing today. An unbelievable field. Here we're watching Cameron Steele on the main screen. Cameron, we were surprised because Cameron has short course experience, but he got beat off the line, and now he's stuck in the dust. So we've seen a lot of bad things happen, but he's trying to stay as close as he can, so when he gets to the rocks, he can maybe make that pass.
Yeah, look at that sun low down in the ground there, but it's our leader, Randy Slauson, who's making his way up through Turkey Claw right now. Now this trail's got multiple lines running through it, hence it's called Turkey Claw. And it's interesting to watch. Just watch the flow of Randy as he makes his way through this course.
Well, one of the things, I'm going to be speaking to the people that are new to this. If you're just starting in four-wheeling, if you're experienced, turn your mute button on. But there's 3 rules that you need to always follow, and one is keep your momentum going. Just like if you're trying to bump start a car, it takes a lot of energy to get it rolling, but once it's going, one person can keep the thing going. The other thing is have your route planned out. Watch Randy as he moves around and he keeps constant movement. And the last thing is you have to use both feet. There's no way that you can drive one-footed like they taught you in driver's ed. You have to make sure that that left foot is active because you're using that the whole time. So keep those 3 rules. If you're a beginner, if you're a veteran, go ahead and turn your mute back off.
Yeah, and Randy's making quick work of Turkey Claw. Be interesting to see what the gap is going to be between him and the second place vehicle, who is Cody Young, but that's Casey Gilbert. So Casey Gilbert has managed to get his way past Cody Young. Casey Gilbert also running in a Miller Pro chassis, single shock absorber. But this car is a 4800, but look at the difference in driving style. Very different to Randy. You see Randy has that flow we were talking about. Yep. Just doesn't stutter, doesn't stop. We see Casey just picking his way through the rocks there. And this dust is going to play a massive part of this race today, Ricky.
And this other gentleman back in Uwari, he would tell me, Mo is your friend. I'm like, what? He's like, momentum. You got to make sure that you have Mo on your side. So you watch Randy just flows, not sudden bursts of speed, easy on the throttle, but just constant moving forward. You guys are out here in Hammertown, you're looking for a great cup of coffee, go right behind the monster thing, go to Racer Coffee. They want to thank them for hooking us up here in the booth. We'll be having some tea for Jim later. They got chamomile, they got a couple of black tea.
Chamomile.
So
okay, now our helicopter's right up there above Turkey Claw. You can see all the spectators down there waiting to see their heroes pouring through here today at the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. And still cars keep leaving the line. 104 runners and riders today in 3 separate classes. We've got the Brannick 4800 class, the Spider Trax 4600, and the four-wheel parts 4500. But this is the problem. We're just looking here at Turkey Claw. You see this car? It's a bomber frame, just getting hooked up there, having to change his line. That's damn fresh. He's a previous winner in the 4500. I think he might even be a previous winner in 4800, but I will need to check that.
Well, and Dan is one of the top drivers out here, and you can see how Randy was just so much smoother. Even though Dan was dealing with a little bit of dust, but he can still see very well. But now trying some different lines, getting up and up around the outside, that was where we had a bottleneck. And that's what I was saying, is that a lot of times when somebody has to make a new line, that becomes the race course.
It does. And we're still watching more action in the bottom right-hand side of our screen there as more cars keep pouring off the line here in Hammertown. I think that's Chuck Crossland there. Yeah, Chuck Crossland just picking his way through. Doing a great job. That's a nice flow there. You can see one of our course workers already set up with a winch point. So he's just above one of the bind points in Turkey Claw. So if anybody gets a problem, they can get a winch on straight away.
Well, they have a
and that's
winch
the
line,
114 there of Evan Jesse picking his way through.
So as Evan Jesse goes through, to explain the rules a little bit, when you see these people there, they're not to help a person when it comes to getting stuck. Go ahead.
That was Dwayne Garrettson. He is our leading. That was also Cameron Steele there, and that is just trying to get a number on him. But yeah, Dwayne Garrettson doing a great job there as we watch Scott Foley making his way through, and Dwayne Garrettson is the leading car in the 4500.
So back to the rules. They're there if there's a bottleneck to help them out, but they cannot help them when it comes to competition if they're still under their own power. But another driver in the race can help you out, so they can be assistance between each other.
Yeah, that we've got there is Derek Summers making his way through. Now, a different type of car there. Looks like a Jimmy's friend to me. Don't forget, all of these cars are running on 37-inch tyres in the 4500 and in the 4800 classes.
Now, looking from the heli shot from down, we're getting really tight. And kind of the general rule is if I can come up and give you a tap, but when it comes to this, you know there's really no way around. You just got to keep your momentum going, and the guys will just kind of keep everything straight. But if the guy feels like he's being held up, come up, give a little tap. Now, do we have the push to pass option? To let people know.
Yes, these guys they're all running the racetracks. So there's a little box inside their vehicle. It's a very clever piece of kit. So when they come up behind a car, if they've been told they've got to get up on the bumper of those vehicles, they can actually press a button that will sound an alarm in the car in front of them and say, "Hey, dude, I'm going faster than you. Step over so I can come past."
Here we go. We got a race down the lower right hand side.
Yeah, that looks like Cameron Steele there.
Yep, Cameron trying to make a pass. He's sticking a wheel in there.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful here. You know what it's like. As soon as you get offline, those rocks come out. They want to bite your tires and give you a flat.
Well, and this is when it goes to, okay, I've caught you. I stuck my nose up next to you. Now the next time, I imagine Cameron's going to give him a little horn from the rear. Now I don't mean honk horn. I mean he's going to have to give him a little tap to let him know that he means business.
Yeah, it's Greg Neef on the start line now, waiting to start, along with the 4819 of Jesse Lee. And they'll be leaving Hammertown very soon. Looks like we might have a problem on course there. They've just been shown a red flag, which probably means there's been a rollover on the infield or something that our course workers are working on. But this is Hammers, and we have the best volunteers and the best course workers in the world, and they'll be dealing with that situation. But don't fret, their time does not start until they cross the line, and this is an adjusted race time, so there's no issue for them. As we watch the 88.9 there, picking his way through. And that is Rob Ingalls, and next to the 4871 of Stephen Rose.
And on the main screen, we see Randy Slauson, clean air, everything's really nice. So Randy was about, I'm going to say, stretched out to a little over a minute.
I'm going to borrow one of Miles's phrases. He's hauling the mail.
How would you phrase that in your language?
We'd say he's going quite fast.
There we go.
But look at this shot here. I mean, this bomber is iconic Hammers stuff that we're seeing here. I mean, if you said to people, draw a picture of an Ultra 4 car, they would almost certainly draw a picture of a bomber.
But now, can you run... you can run independent front suspension on these, can you not?
No, not. He did build a bomber a few years back.
Not in the bomber, but in this class.
No. There's no independent front suspensions, unless the vehicle was actually factory built with
from there.
independent. So we're going to see, for example, in 4600 later on, Spider Track's 4600 class, we're going to see 3 Broncos, and they do have independent front suspension because that is the factory option.
I'm going to, watching this, you can see he's moving along. I'm going to say somewhere around 65, 70, and he probably gets up close to 100 miles when it's really, really fast on there. But these vehicles are meant to climb. I mean, that's the main function, and then the next is the bumps.
Yeah, it is indeed, but the car that's behind this one is Casey Gilbert, and he's got a serious horsepower motor in there, and he is capable of hitting speeds of over 110 mile an hour.
So we just got to know that Cody Young, that was started right next to Randy Slauson, is broken at the beginning of Turkey Claw. That might be our red flag. So
that's possible, but I wouldn't have thought so with it being so far around the course. Now, we've seen so many people having bad luck this weekend. We saw Cameron Steele in the T1s breaking down after only a couple of miles. My good friend Philon Parpotis, exactly the same thing, transmission after only 300 meters. You just never know what's going to happen in these races.
Bryce Benzie, the pole sitter, was out in front, having the best day of his life in clear air. Next thing you know, had an upper track link and a drive shaft brake on him, so that took him out as well. So many people, but Kyle Jurgensen was our champion.
Now, Kyle Jurgensen, that man is an absolute monster. Oh, it was such a pleasure to watch him racing. And that was Toby Stacey there, we see making his way through Turkey Claw.
So there's a situation, the top 10 guys are out and going, but now there's a gap. So if you're the 11th guy, that's a total blessing, because now you have clean air to make up that gap. We had a situation like that with BJ Baldwin, and we had with spectators getting onto the course, and they closed it. BJ said, "I'm going to hold up. I want 10-minute gap." And next thing you know, it was like he was the pole sitter.
Absolutely. And we're just watching the 48-17 there, Jason Fish. Jason's been racing with us for many years, but look at this. We've got a traffic jam passing on through here. And it looks like we've got somebody here who's going to be trying to make the pass. That's a 4500 class car there behind Jason. Just giving him a little bit of room. And you know yourself, if you get too close to these cars, it can cause you more problems, as we watch Cameron Steele in his native environment, the desert.
Yeah, Cameron Steele, a past Baja 1000 winner, was leading the 4400 class last year for quite a while. Him and Wayne Israelson were doing a great job, but then had a problem with that laser nut vehicle. But look for him today and tomorrow. But he's got a big task trying to catch Randy Slauson.
Yeah, no, Randy will be very pleased indeed. He's broken free of the pack. He's got clear air in front of him.
Well, and what I like about the desert here, because a lot of times when we go down to Mexico, there's only one route. Now, when we get to San Felipe, it opens up, but here you can see Cameron was off to the left, and because he's working with the wind. We have maybe about a mile-an-hour wind, very, very little as we're watching the feathers in the background.
Just look at the dust in Turkey Claw. Absolutely incredible dust in Turkey Claw. As we see all of these cars now piling their way through. That looks like Justin Hall down there picking the harder line.
So we are still holding, Jim. So this is a huge gap. This is going to completely change the race.
It is.
As well, when someone from this first group finishes, now the clock has to start ticking to see if they won on time as well.
Now, so Justin Hall, I've got to mention this. Justin Hall is absolutely moving. He's just passed Andrew Gorman, so he's just made up 11 places. So 11. 11 places for Justin Hall. So he is absolutely on a charge. As we watch the 48-37 there of Jeremy Jones. Now, if you're watching this at home and you're enjoying yourselves, there are multiple ways in which to interact with this race. Head on down to ultra4racing.com, look at the top of your screen, you'll find links to the live tracking. You'll be able to go into the live tracking there, pick up your tracking maps. You'll also be able to see the live scoring as well and get the track times as these guys cross over to come in for their first lap and head out on their second. So get on down to ultra4racing.com, pick up the live scoring at the top of the screen and enjoy and interact with our race today.
So we're still trying to find out why they're holding the race. We don't know. Obviously, the traffic jam or somebody's blocking the course, whatever it might be. We'll give you the information as soon as we find it.
Absolutely. But if you're Jeff Neef sitting on the start line waiting to go, Okay, sounds like we got there. We're just about to go again where it looks like we're going to get the green flag. But Jeff Neef, he's going to be sitting there frustrated. But he's got to clear his mind and think to himself, do you know what? I've just been given the best chance of my race ever.
Exactly.
I got that restart because I've got clear air in front of me.
This is what I was talking about. Having a dual lines definitely makes a big advantage. So we're back to racing, and now he is like the pole sitter. So all of that, hopefully everybody's out of Turkey Claw, and he can just run his whole first lap, basically dust-free. But there is going to be somebody limping and having trouble throughout the way because we have a lot of traffic in Turkey
That's the
Claw.
48-61 of Anti-Areola there making his way through. And you can see the multiple lines here that we have in Turkey Claw. So you can pick your lines and be a master of your own destiny. And that's Sean Rance Senior there, making his way through. Sean Rance in his Bronco, one of the very first Broncos to be racing out here at King of the Hammers. And look at the dust, you can barely see these racers. Fantastic shots here. Now we just saw these guys off the line a moment ago. That is Jesse Lee. And you can see how the dust has already cleared on the track.
Yep.
So Greg Neef and Jesse Lee there, they have clear air, as you were saying, Ricky.
But I could just hear him giggling, saying, "This is so awesome." Now I know what it feels like to start what Randy Slauson felt like this morning.
Yeah, Randy Swanson just making his way up through Turkey Claw there, and then look closely followed by ball. That's the 48.59 of Evan Sherman. So there's around about a 3 mile difference between Greg Neef here and Jesse Lee, who's following him, and the previous cars. So they've got about a 3 mile gap. That's really cool. That dust is going to clear, and as we were saying, Greg Neef's going to get a nice clean run working his way through Turkey Claw when he gets there.
And it's also going to throw a wrench in when it comes time to the end of the day to have to do all the math to figure out that gap. So we have to add that time together, put it all together, and then see who is going to be the Everyman Challenge today, champion today.
Indeed. About to leave the line now. It's the 45.61. That's Cody Sinclair heading on out onto track. Cody's been racing with us for a very long time. Great to see him back out here. And there's Sean Rance Senior just disappearing in the bottom of our screen. It's a beautiful day here in Hammertown. The sun is shining. The skies are blue. Although it's quite hard to see them with the dust. Let's hope we get a bit of wind come in later on. There's still more and more cars pour off the line here in Hammertown. That's the 45.04. We're not going to be far off now, sending off 4,600 cars into the desert. Now, in 4,600, you don't have to qualify if you don't want to. So you can actually choose whether you qualify or whether you don't qualify.
So that is Chase Holloman, as well as Michael Brzezinski. So now we are 56 cars into the start of the race out of 140.
There's over 68 cars in 4,800 alone, which is an absolutely incredible number. It's off the line now, it's the 48.44.
That is Dana Hale and Tim Vassis. 14 Tim Vassis.
Oh, we've got action down at the bottom there. Just they're working their way around Means Butte.
See some action in the...
That's Casey Gilbert in pit 1. So Casey Gilbert, that'll be an unscheduled stop for sure. Now Casey was running in second position. Now Casey has one of the best crews out there. They'll be working really hard to make sure they can get this fixed. Runs a big LS-based motor, TH400 gearbox, Atlas transfer case, Fox suspension, and Nitto tyres.
Off the line was 48.90 of Chris Berwick and also 54 of Chris Leager.
Now this is a great shot of the remote pit there. You'll see that all of the crews there have to lay down a sheet so that they don't have, so we don't get anything into the desert, and that's Dan Fresh. Now we'll be expecting Dan Fresh just to roll through the pits there as he heads out onto the desert loop.
So now Dan Fresh is running a bomber chassis, correct?
He is indeed, yes.
Now, is he running that in 4,400 as well?
I'm not sure, actually. I would have to double check that. But I think
you're my
he is.
guy. You're supposed to know these things.
Yeah.
The report is he's running the exact same car.
So he's going to have to look after that car today. That's brave. Now, Dan Fresh has actually stopped there, just briefly for a moment. Now, whether he's doing a slap and a splash and go, or whether he just needed to pull something out, it's cold out there today. So we've also got his Cameron Steele up on the top screen. But let's talk about this as well. It's really cold when you're in this desert. So you're going to want an extra coat on, or a few extra layers, maybe an extra pair of gloves. Maybe they're throwing that stuff out as they're passing through.
As you go through Turkey Claw, you're done with it. You're
I
like,
agree.
okay, I've had enough. I got this big ass heater right between, right in front of me that's warming up the chassis, getting heat soaked. Then also, you're working so hard physically.
Yeah. I have to say, when I come out here, I put a coat on backwards over my harness, and I pull that off as I'm going along. Because when you're out in there for these first few miles, it is freezing. And as we were working our way to the booth this morning, the desert floor was actually frozen. That gives you an idea how cold it is. But it will change, because this is Hammers, and by the midday, I'm expecting temperatures of around about 17 to 18 degrees.
Well, we had a situation in the UTV race, the off-road race last week. Kristen Matlock came out, they had water wetter and no antifreeze, and they froze their radiator, and it blew up. Randy Slauson has stopped right before remote pit 1, so we have a situation right now. So let's see what's happening as we were watching Dan Fresh.
That's Dan Fresh. Now, Dan Fresh has already passed through remote pit 1, and he's heading out onto the larger desert loop. Now, these guys are doing 2 laps today, but it's not as simple as 2 laps. What they're doing is going to be passing out through. They go out into a desert loop before making their way back into Hammertown, and then they head out into that main loop with the rock trails themselves. And that looks like, oh man, Cameron's still there working his way through remote pit 1.
No stops for Cameron Steele. So whatever.
So that's a brand new car there for Cameron Steele. Now, interesting, the time gap between him and Dan Fresh. It was around about 2 minutes, so it looks like he's not catching Dan, and Dan's staying ahead in that bomber chassis.
Well, and the thing is, once again, momentum, keeping your vehicle going. Every little bit is going to count at the end of the day. I always say that about a basketball game, that it doesn't matter if you make points at the beginning or the end.
I'm going to put this out there. Is Dan Fresh our current race leader? We're seeing him on the helicopter there. We saw Casey Gilbert stopped. We heard rumours that Randy Slauson is stopped on course as well. We know Cody Young has stopped. We haven't seen Sean Radsky. I've got a feeling that Dan Fresh, that man right there, could be our current physical race leader.
Well, but we saw Casey Gilbert was Cody Young was, or was it Casey? I'm sorry, Casey Gilbert was already out of remote pit 1, so I think he's the physical leader. But Dan Fresh is definitely, if you do corrected time between Cameron Steele, Dan Fresh, and Casey Gilbert, you can throw a blanket over them when it comes to time.
I think we can. We've got a real race on our hands. But that's why we always come back to Johnson Valley, and why we love King of the Hammers. As we watch their car 73, that's Greg Neef. Now look, clear air. We were speaking about this earlier. Greg, of course, got held up on the start line, around about 3 to 4 minutes, and look at the advantage he gains going out through Turkey Claw. Well, clear air, no dust.
I think what he wanted, he's got that racer coffee on the side of it. Maybe he wanted to finish his coffee before we go, so he said, you know what, can you give me a couple extra minutes? I need to finish my latte before we start, or actually my tea before I go.
My tea. If he had sense, he would be drinking tea. Now, we've got fantastic drone footage from all around the course today. And as we start to make our way around the desert loop, as they come back in, going out into those rock trails, we are going to see some fantastic racing for sure. But look at this in the bottom right, as we watch more cars going out of Hammertown. There's never been so many people here to watch this race. Estimated over 100,000 spectators here on the lake bed.
And the flow is unbelievable, people coming in. So if you're just joining us, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. We're watching Cameron Steele in the upper left-hand corner. He's got a good, right now it's a 3-way race. We got to find out about our pole sitter, Randy Slauson. They said that he has stopped. We'll find out some more information on that, but he has not made it through remote pit 1, and we've had, I think, 4 or 5 vehicles already through remote pit 1. So once again, we're watching Cameron Steele. Now remember, this is a single shot car, 37-inch tires, so slightly different than what he's used to, because in the desert truck he runs a 40-inch tire, a 40-inch BFG when he runs down in Mexico, and also some of the different races here in America. But now he's out of 37, needs to think about that, a little bit less ground clearance, but right now he has a great pace. You know, Cameron is signed up for 5 different events. So you have to think about that. How many races that he's looking to do. When they had King of the Motos, he ran that as well, but they didn't have King of the Motos this year. But he ran the Desert Challenge, the UTV. He also did the what I think it was the T2 class and the old Ranger that him and Heidi used to race back in the day. So Cameron has been out there time after time. He had some terrible luck when it came to the trophy truck, or the T1. He was running really strong, but then lost a transmission. So bad day for those two, him and Bobby Picoy, who were both so strong, and Bobby did an unbelievable job qualifying. Bobby had a steering issue. So right now, as we're going back to Turkey Claw, you can watch these drivers how they manipulate it through. Now this is the second batch, and notice the dust has had a chance to settle.
Yeah, we're just watching the 4561 of Cody Sinclair. Making his way through. Nice and smooth, good flow. Flags flying on the back.
Well, just like the manufacturers, I love the car manufacturers and UTV, how many there are out there. All the different tire brands are here. This is because they realize the truck market is the biggest market.
Absolutely.
And off-road is not a joke. It's not just a couple people out four-wheeling. It's a huge nationwide sensation. And so everybody's wanting to jump into this racing and also rock crawling.
Yeah, just up in the distance there a moment ago, we saw the 428 Carl Woodward stopped in Turkey Claw, so let's hope he can get going again. And look at this. Already we're starting to see traffic backing up in Turkey Claw as this second batch of races make their way through. You can see the dust coming off of the tyres. And I wonder if Mr. Greg Neef actually realises how lucky he was. Right, we're watching our trackers. Let's not forget there are multiple ways that you can interact with this race today. Head down to ultraford.com. Go to the live scoring tag at the top of the page, and you'll be able to pick up live scoring on trackers and also live scoring per lap.
Well, and we want to thank Four Wheel Parts. Four Wheel Parts was back with King of the Hammers from one of the very first sponsors. Four Wheel Parts is the official retailer for King of the Hammers. There's 3 ways to shop, 100 stores nationwide, online at 4wp.com, or by phone. So if you're looking for anything for your off-road vehicles, go to Four Wheel Parts. And once again, that's 4wp.com.
We're watching Tim Vast there making his way through. He had a very nice line on a good pace running up through Turkey Claw there. And then there is the 417.
Great helicopter shot. Now, when you watch, if you're watching today and you're watching tomorrow, that single shock versus having a spring carrier and a bypass shock is unbelievable, especially when it comes to the high-speed desert. So watch the difference in reaction of the vehicle, how much faster they can go over the bigger bumps. Now this, it's not so much the comfort, but so much the speed that you can go and how much oil is flowing and using that bypass shock. So here we're seeing that vehicle has two a bypass shock and a spring carrier, but that's in the 4500 class.
Yeah, 4500 there. That is Jesse Oliver making his way through. Another firm favourite, but we've got a stop car there on track. That looks like a 4562. Just having a very quick look. Trying to get confirmation on who that might be. 4562, I think that's Gary Henderson, who we just saw stop there. So a tough break for him. But more action back in Turkey Claw on the bottom right of your screen. Now, if you're not watching on the premium feed at home, please sign up for the premium feed. It's a all interactive, action-packed show. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. When we cut off to the adverts, you'll still stay with the action here live in Johnson Valley.
So I need to do a little translation there. So what he meant to say was, when we go to commercial, we are not going to stop the action if you have the premium channel, as we see some of the drivers went for a light fuel load to get to Turkey Claw and take out some fuel, because they're going to have different pit strategies, because there's 3 pits throughout the course.
Okay, that was Kenneth Goodall there, just having a splash and go. But these are our Broncos, the first of our 4600 class, making their way out onto the track. Great to see a major manufacturer like Ford supporting the racing here at Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers.
So we're watching Brad Level as he starts to work his way in one of the new Broncos. So Brad has won this race so many times in his own vehicle. I mean, how many years did that vehicle win this race? I mean, I don't know. We'll have to get. You're the statistician here.
I'll have to get the stats and figures myself, but I think he's won it a minimum of 4 times.
So he's
and he's
very
podiumed at least the same amount of times again.
So he's more comfortable on the podium than he is in his camp when it comes to being a King of the Hammers. But Brad is also one of those drivers that's been with Amblin for many years, short course champion in Pro Light. He's a standout guy in Pro 2. So we'll keep an eye on him in that Bronco today. So Brad is one of those guys that never gives up.
Yeah, these Broncos are running a 2.7 litre twin turbo V6 with a 10-speed automatic transmission, Atlas 2-speed case, and Fox suspension.
Now we still have
serious bits of kit.
We have still not seen Randy Slauson come through the pit, so something major has happened as far as something might have broke. We don't know what. We're trying to find out that information, but he is still not moving.
And that's Bailey Cole in the bottom right-hand side of our screen. Now Bailey had a fantastic day yesterday, coming home first in class in the normally aspirated stock UTVs, and then pushed that little vehicle, unbelievable, to 7th in the $10,000 grudge match. Incredible driving there from Bailey. So let's see what he can do here today in his stock Bronco.
Well, and when you jump from vehicle to vehicle to vehicle, how the wheelbase, the wheel, you know, the track of it, everything, the power, the throttle response, the brake response, that's what they call a driver, a guy that can get in anything and go. And Bailey, you know, was not sponsored, you know, was not a spoiled little kid when he started. I remember his little Toyota that he ran here year after year in this race. And then I had the pleasure of racing against him in the spec class a few years back, and the kid was always there.
He's serious.
Every
Bailey's raced with us in Europe as well, and he really knows his game. He's got an incredibly experienced head on young shoulders. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. And let's be honest, he's racing with the best here today, along with teammate Brad Lovell. More cars leaving the line here. It's the 4600 class now. It's a very, very popular class.
What I love about this is I got a couple of Jeep Cherokees like that, the XJs, and you can do anything with them. The straight six, the balanced. I call Rusty at Rusty's Off-Road. I say, what do I need to put on here? What bumper? Whatever I need. I hit him. He's a one-stop shop for me. So I know he's watching and listening. Rusty's, been around this for years and years. So if you have a Jeep, check out Rusty's Off-Road. That's for me, people. I love that place.
So we have 138 runners and riders out there going onto course today. Over 30 cars in our stock class.
So for our American listeners, Jim.
Yeah, we just saw Dawson Allington going through on the bottom left there, or the bottom right hand side of our screen. Now Dawson had a massive accident in qualifying earlier, so it's great to see that he's got his car back together and heading on through. But that there is the 45-42.
So real quick, Jim, for our American listeners, what is the off-road vehicle of choice over in Great Britain? Range Rover?
Land Rover, definitely, yes.
So that's your personal wheeler?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, if it's just for general steep running or just general messing around in the dirt, Land Rover every day of the week.
And so, and are there any of the other brands? Are there any of the Jeeps over there?
Oh, absolutely. We have Ford. We also have Toyota, Nissan, Suzuki, many different brands of four-wheel drive. The only thing that really frustrates us is that we cannot get the new Bronco, in Europe.
Not yet.
Not yet. I hope they change that. I really do. Because the new Bronco, I have to say, is very exciting. But look how difficult it is to see these vehicles in the dust. Now these new smart boxes, these new trackers we have, they actually emit a beacon. So if you're coming across a stationary car, it will actually point an arrow in the direction that the car is stationary and give you a countdown towards it so that you don't have a problem. But it looks like this guy's lost either front wheel drive or rear wheel drive.
Yeah, he's definitely lost front wheel drive because he should just crawl right up there. So
he
should not even think about hitting Turkey Claw because he's not going to make it up there.
Oh, look at this battle we've got going on down here in Turkey Claw. Fantastic stuff here. Cars going in all directions, picking lines. Now this is a proper battle we've got here. All kinds of different chassis as well. Oh. Look at that bomber. Now who is that? We'll try and get some confirmation. He's not hanging around. He's already looking for a fresh line. Now the trouble with this is, as you know, there are good lines and there are bad lines. And if you get very, very easy, it's obviously a Yokohama supposed to sponsor driver there, just trying to get a number. No, I missed it, unfortunately.
Well, and you know what constitutes a bad line? Somebody else in it. So when you sit there, you saw that driver came up, backed up, says I got to get around. Sure enough, as soon as he makes a new line around the outside, the other driver clears. So sometimes you need to be a little bit more patient and think about it, but you also don't want to lose spaces. So if you see something like that, that was a great move by him to take that other line and hopefully take that guy, because it is a race. It's not just a rock crawl.
Yeah. So Amber Turner leading the line now in the Samurai. Everyone loves a Suzuki. How many of us started off-roading in a little Suzuki Samurai? Lots of us, I know. And we're back and the action still continues. Now that's Michael Henn that we see there in the shop. Michael Henn comes all the way over from Israel to race with us. And it looks like he might have a problem. Looks like he's exiting, or the co-driver's exiting the vehicle. Michael, a firm crowd favourite from back home in Israel.
Well, and when a driver gets stuck like that, if you get permission from the driver in the vehicle, a lot of times you're running over their wheel or their tire. Now, you don't go directly over the top of them, but if you need to get around, they give you a thumbs up. Now we see already a traffic jam down here. Now, with 4 vehicles tied like that, there's a good chance that we're going to see everybody behind them just stack up and stack up and stack up. That's why you want to qualify so well.
Yeah, qualifying is a major part. Now we see the 4807 there. That's Don Stein. Now he looks like he's got the winch out, so I'm guessing that he's broken something. So rather unfortunate, unless he's high centered. But you see, there's not much to winch to there in Turkey Claw, and he's got vehicles trying to go every single direction around him. So his co-driver's got to take great care there. It's also easy for these vehicles to flick up a rock.
The very first time I came out here, and I drove with Dave Cole. And listening to the vehicles bouncing off the rocks and everything.
Now this is our physical race leader. That is Dan Fresh in his bomber, making his way out to Cougar Buttes. So Dan Fresh is our physical leader here at the 2022 Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge.
So if you're from Southern California or anywhere around and you want to learn how to wheel, Cougar Buttes is, I think, the best place to learn, because you have hard surface, you have bedrock that you can really work and gain your skills. Now, you can make it as difficult as you want or as easy as you want. When we watch Dan Fresh as he goes through, when these drivers go through at this pace, it becomes hairy. Just like a flat oval becomes spooky if you run it right at the edge.
Indeed. Now, there are many ways to interact with this race. We've spoken about it already. Get over to ultraford.com. But you can also go on to Facebook, Instagram, and many other things. Send us some questions. We've just had a fantastic question come in this morning on social media. Can somebody build a 4600 class Land Rover? Of course you can. If it's a 4-wheel drive, you can bring it out here. So long as it conforms to our safety rule book and conforms to the class rules, you can come out here and be a superhero like this man here, Dan Fresh.
You can also make a Cadillac limousine if you want, but I don't know how far it's going to go. I mean, as we said, we've seen. So we've got the Suzuki Samurai out here. It's giving it a go. So if you want to make a wheel, you can bring it out. Indeed.
There's been a few Land Rovers racing over here over the years. We brought one back out in 2013, raced the Everyman Challenge and raced in 4400. And there's been a couple of Range Rovers over the years as well, but we don't have any Land Rover products racing with us this weekend. Some say that's just because they didn't make it here. But it's Dan Fresh now, picking his way through Cougar Buttes. Now we've been looking, there's been some drama behind Dan Fresh. Dan Fresh, of course, left the line in 5th position this morning. And we saw Randy Slauson heading out into an early lead, but it does look, we can only surmise at the moment, but it does look like Randy Slauson is stopped somewhere on course. We also saw Casey Gilbert as he was passing through the pits, stopping. We can only guess that it was an unscheduled stop, but this is working well for Dan Fresh.
Well, and we've watched Cameron Steele, who's actually running very well. He's passed a lot of people. He was in the top 5 when we came through remote pit 1, and Cameron started in 12th position. So on corrected time, we don't have that yet. We are going to look at a map here in a little bit, but remember, this is not the first person to cross the line wins the race. It goes by corrected time, and now we had a pause in the race about 10 minutes or so that gap has to be figured out as well. So we have to do the math at the end of the race. So just because you cross the line first, you have to wait and see.
So this looks like this is our physical 2nd place. That looks like Casey Gilbert there, and it is Casey Gilbert.
So we saw Casey Gilbert stopped in remote pit 1. Looked like he changed the left front tire, so he lost that position to Dan Fresh, and now he's trying to work his way back. But he has to pass Dan and then put that time on it.
Now there's Vaughn Gittins Jr. in the bottom of our screen in the first of the Broncos. Just look at that vehicle. How cool is that? 35-inch DOT tyre, single shock absorber, and he's going to make his way around here, make the pass on the Samurai.
And what I love about Vaughn is for one, he's running the Crazy Kart last night at the Optima Batteries Crazy Trailer Park Go-Kart race. The electric vehicle is where we're looking. So he's out there, keep moving. We had he had to change batteries a lot last year. So it's awesome to see the EV electric vehicle out here. We're going to see more and more of that in the future. So we're showing the one electric vehicle now. So we're talking to Miles, and Miles says that he has to complete 2 laps to be a finisher. But right now, he's the winner, regardless, because the winner is who goes the furthest, and he's the only electric vehicle.
Well, it's great. I mean, technology's changing. Things are moving on, that's for sure. And that's our physical 3rd place vehicle in the bottom right of our screen. That is Evan Jesse. But Carl Staven here, the wonderful thing about this is a low-budget team grasping new technology and making it work. So this is the old 4Runner that we've seen on this lake bed for so many years. And what they're using is a Nissan Leaf power system. They're using a Nissan Leaf power system and battery setup. And you'll see this rig on the back, the roll cage there. That roll cage there is to assist them getting the battery packs in and out of the vehicle.
Because that took them a lot of time last year, was changing those batteries. They made it to remote pit 1, and then it took so much time to move all those batteries back and forth. So they definitely streamlined it, and their pace is going quite a bit faster, which people might go, oh, look how slow they're going compared to the other vehicles. I'm going to say he's about 100% faster than he was last year.
Yeah. Last year, they only had to complete 1 lap in the EV class. This year, they've got to complete 2 laps. So this is going to be a long day at the office for Carl.
In lower right in Cougar Buttes, once again is Evan Jesse as he works his way through there. He is sitting, I think, physically 3rd place at this
Physically
moment.
in 3rd position at the moment. Now, Evan Jesse started behind Dan Fresh, but even on adjusted time, he will be in 3rd position, I think. But this race has still got a very long way to run yet. We are only just started. We've got 156 brutal miles, and they're around about race mile 35 at the moment.
If you guys have off-road parts or you're looking for off-road parts, the 23rd annual Kurt LeDuc Swap Meet is going to be Saturday, March 5th. So if you get a chance, you can go check that out. You can get an email to them at KIMMY Ace, it's Kimmy Ace, at live.com. To reserve where you want to go. This is going to be up at the Saboba Casino in San Joaquinto. So basically right up there by Hemet. Come check out the 23rd annual Kurt LeDuc Swap Meet, Saturday, March 5th. A great shot of Cougar Buttes. Once again, you can see nothing change. Not really anything changes there because it is so much bedrock that you can really, when it comes to training and learning how to wheel, that's the place to go. Two different shots of Cougar Buttes, one with the drone and the other with the helicopter.
Yeah, so we keep the action coming on here. Let's not forget we've got 3 classes racing today. We've got the Bottlenecks 4800, the Spider Tracks 4600, and the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500. Got to say a massive shout out to our sponsors and supporters here at King of the Hammers. Without them, we can't make this happen. And this year we've got over 100 different vendors here on the lake bed. So head on out there, have a chat to them, buy their merchandise, and support the people who support our sport. Look at this view, Ricky. This is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
Well, and that's the thing. We're still not getting much air. It's kind of gone away. We have maybe about 1 or 2 mile an hour. So the guys are looking. Oh, the guys in the old Ford, they did not make it far off the start.
And that is the 4609 there. Proper classic bit of kit, if ever I saw one. That's a beautiful car. Just getting confirmation there of his number. And there's always these things. That's Thomas Cornelius there. Stunning looking vehicle as our drone just pops in to have a chat and see how he's getting on. And the answer is not so good at the moment.
But that is a beautiful truck.
That is, isn't it? Yeah, so that's Thomas Cornelius there.
Traffic jam down up in Turkey Claw. You can see everyone kind of patiently waiting because with these vehicles, you got to pretty much stay on the main trail. You don't want to be braking too much. You're a little bit too exposed, and that could end your race right there. We're seeing 4907 stopped to the left. Looks like he's pulled off.
Yeah, I think it's a 4507. Just getting confirmation on his number. But we saw him winching earlier on, so it looks like that he is broken, which is nobody wants to see that this early in the race. But look at this traffic jam of cars there as you're making your way back through. But they're just picking their way through. Now we knew this. We want to change this up every year. Do something a little bit different. And this year it was rocks after 3 miles. Have some of that, guys, and deal with it. And that's what they're doing. And they're just making their way through this trail. They know they've got 156 brutal miles to go yet.
But well, there's pros and cons because they say, the rocks separate everybody. When I had the opportunity to race against Jessie Combs, she says the race doesn't start until we get to the rocks. But having rocks early, it creates a gap. So when those guys get to the other side, now you start to see some separation between everybody. So that helps. But when you're stuck in the back, losing that much time, it gets really frustrating because all you picture is that your competitor is having the best day of his life and running perfectly flawless. But everybody's going to have a situation here.
But we know one thing you can never do in off-road racing is surrender. It's a never surrender race. You have to keep pushing. No matter how bad you think you are doing, keep going, because you'll always be surprised at the result when you get to the end.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. We're watching Cougar Buttes as they start to work through, and we see Cameron Steele out of the car. So bad. So far, this is not a good day for Cameron. So Cameron worked his way up. I think it was from 16th where he started, and now he's off to the side with his helmet off. So tough luck for Cameron Steele.
Yeah, some days you just can't buy luck, and he just looks like he's having a bad day at the office there. We saw the 889 a moment ago of Rolf Ingalls. There he is, just passing his way through. Now who's this stop down the bottom here? That's car number 56.
That is Brett Harrell. So Brett Harrell, both driver and co-driver out of the car. So it's amazing. You can work on your car, do everything, but there's so much intensity in these first couple miles. The problems are going to rear their ugly head.
Yeah, Brett doesn't even look he's very far out of Hammertown, and there's another crew walking over to see him by the looks of it. So at least he's got some friends with him.
So if we say, well, I use your part, you use my part, can we get the hell out of here?
Absolutely.
Well, once again, your crew cannot drive in to help you, but your competitors can help you. We've seen many times with Lauren Healy carrying a steering box running through the desert. We saw Terry Madden yesterday with gas with the UTVs for Brian Deegan. They miscalculated, so they put he was like, could you give me a 1 gallon can? Instead, no, they gave him a 10 gallon can with a red head. It's bouncing off the top of his head. But Terry Madden always putting in 100%. As we see a lot of traffic up in Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, the traffic jams are starting to move into slightly different situations now. Our physical race leader is at the moment Dan Fresh, but there's a whole pack of cars trying to catch him, and it looks like that is Sean and Brian McNarana down there in the bottom with their Jeep Cherokee, and I love the fact they have a roof tent. Now, chatting to the crews
come in
yesterday.
handy.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, yesterday, we were talking to the crews from the UTV. We said, you know, what's the navigation like out there? And they said, you've got to be so careful. There are so many tracks that interact with other tracks, and you've got to make sure you hit that right one. Because out there on the track, we have a hidden VCPs. VCPs are virtual checkpoints. They're digital zones. They don't physically exist, but you have to pass near them to prove that you've been on the correct track.
When a lot of these vehicles will have two GPSs, one that you zoom in so you're really tight, the other one that you can zoom out so you can kind of see what's coming up. You know, you got your rights and your lefts and stuff like that. But as you said, there's so many trails that veer slightly to the left or slightly to the right. You got to make sure that you stay on course.
Now, Brian and Sean McNamara here picking their way through Claw. Now, I'm wondering, is that a better line through there, or maybe? Yeah,
Wow.
It looks like he is still moving. Oh, now look at this, up the top there. Sean Rant Sr. in the pits, and also the 4894.
Alrighty, Jim, I'm going to leave you over to, as I've said multiple times this weekend, I'm going to say it again tomorrow, my brother from another mother with the better hair, Ian Johnson. He's going to take my spot. I'll see you back in an hour. So, Ian, good luck, and see if you can translate Jim any better than I can.
Thank you very much, Ricky. It's been a pleasure to work with you this morning. And welcome to the booth. Ian Johnson, how are you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm doing great, Jim. You know, it's been a great race so far. We've seen lots of action. Some good news and some bad news out on course right now, right?
Absolutely. I mean, who would have written this script? You can't write this. Randy Slauson stopped on course this early. This man is the consummate professional. His preparation is second to none. And also Cameron Steele stopped on course as well. But that's why we come racing, isn't it? That's why we keep coming back to King of the Hammers and Johnson Valley.
There's always lots of action. 3 classes racing today. But while we speculate on that, let's talk a little bit about who we need to watch in each class. So we got a bunch of drivers out there. I would have said keep an eye on Randy Slauson, of course. But as you said, he stopped on course. Modified class. Personally, I think we should be keeping a good eye on John Matthews in that class.
Yeah, John Matthews. I mean, Dwayne Garrettson qualified first in the 4500, an absolute flyer. But let's not forget, he had a damaged engine, or a damaged motor, should I say. So he was looking for a new motor. I don't know if he managed to get one. He obviously left the line here today, so that could have its part to play during this as well.
Yeah, John Matthews always consummate in the hunt. And then in the stock class, there's a lot of names in that class. Obviously, the crowd favorite would probably be Amber Turner and her little Samurai. And then we have all the Broncos in that class as well. There's also a sleeper in that class that we haven't been talking about a lot, and that is it's the rock crawler entry. It's Jeremy Purick, but he's not behind the wheel. Apparently he's injured. He's handed it off. But I think Eric Miller's in the passenger seat of that car.
I think he is, yes. Now, I was chatting to Eric last night, and he's really excited to get on course. Now, oh, look at this. We're looking at a car here that looks like the spare tyre's broken free. Now, they can feel something, but they won't know what it is they're feeling, and they won't be wanting to stop. So let's hope that holds together when they get to pits. But look at this. Full of action here as he tries to make the pass.
Yeah, looks like he got shut down early on that move. Lots of traffic out there. A lot of this desert course is single track when you're out there. There's not a lot of options out there. You're kind of stuck behind until we get a little bit further into the race, getting those wide open desert sections.
So we're well into lap 1 now here at the 2022 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. So we got 3 classes racing for you today. We got the Brannick 4800, the Spider-Trax 4600, and the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 as we cut back to Turkey Claw and watch the 4600s doing battle. The 4600 class has really grown over the years. And I don't know if there's ever been this many entries. Over 30 entries this year. It's astonishing.
It's a huge class. It's one of the greatest classes to watch, to be honest with you, because these guys really are just doing battle in vehicles that you literally could drive here.
Yes, and some of them do, unbelievably.
Now, the stock class cars are offered a few bypasses on a few of these rock trails, but they're going to be tackling essentially the same course as everyone else that we see out here.
Yeah, and that was it. We just saw in the 4-wheel parts vehicle. That was actually Sean and Brian McNamara there. Okie dokie, while the racing continues here at Johnson Valley at the 2022 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge, we're going to pop out to a quick commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll stay with the action. Otherwise, we'll see you back very soon.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are deep into racing, well, lap one of racing of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. All the cars have left the line. I'm Ian Johnson in the booth with Jim Marsden. Jim, we've got lots of action. We've got 3 different classes out there racing today.
We have indeed the 3 different classes. We've got racing, we've got the Spider Tracks 4600, we've got the Brannick Motorsports 4800, and of course the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500. And we're getting fantastic shots here. That's Jason Fish making his way up through Cougar Buttes.
Course a little bit different this year. They left Hammertown. They were into rocks really early into Turkey Claw. I don't think it came into play a lot with the 4500s and the 4800s, but as we saw, the stock class just left the line. And for those of you who had the premium package, you got to see our stock cars had just started to make their way into Turkey Claw and working their way through that section, but that might be a little bit more work for those stock class guys.
Yeah, and that's the 4833 there of Stephen Hastings as he makes his way through.
As we drop down into our picture-in-picture, it's exactly what I was talking about. That's Turkey Claw right there. Got a couple different stock cars trying a couple different lines.
Yeah, it's hard work for these stock class guys. Let's not forget they're only 3 miles into the race in Turkey Claw. They still have 150 plus miles to go. So it's going to be a long day at the office for many of these guys. And in the background there, it's the 46-45. That's Sidney Stevenson picking his way through. Co-driver's already out of the car trying to give him some advice. And the thing to remember about the 4600 class is they're fighting their own battle. But when it comes to lap 2, they become lap traffic. And that also plays into the 4800 and the 4500 race.
Yeah, the one benefit the 45s and the 4800s have is they do have a little bit more optional lines on a few of the trails. not all the trails, but on a few of the trails, and also on some of the more difficult obstacles, the stock cars will be taking a bypass to get around them. So we hopefully won't see them clogging up the race course too bad. But as Jim said, all that lap traffic comes into play because this is a 2-lap race today. 2 laps, 156 miles in total.
And that's our physical race leader in the bottom of the screen at the moment. That is Dan Fresh in his bomber, picking his way through the desert. Now, if you'd said to me earlier on today what car's going to be leading, I would have said to you it would be a bomber. But I didn't expect it to be this one. I thought it would be Randy Slawson, but it's all about this man here, Dan Fresh.
Yeah, Dan Fresh normally raced the 4500 class, moved over to the 4800 class this year in that bomber chassis. Certainly a well-proven chassis for this class.
Yeah, a bit of overtaking there. We just see another car going past Jason Fish. Now, I'm surprised at that, so I'm wondering if Jason's running a problem there, because that's the second car we've seen going past him, and normally he's really quick on track, so looks like Jason might be nursing a problem. And look at that as that car just plows into the dirt.
And this is not a difficult part of the course. Cougar Buttes has kind of just always been a run out, run it, and get back in. So if you're having difficulty in Cougar Buttes, it's obviously, as Jim said, we expect he has a problem. And in our in screen, we've got a Turkey Claw right inside here.
Yeah, and that's Sidney Stevenson still making his way through there.
This is the exact spot up in Cougar Buttes where we saw a lot of traffic yesterday when we had a broken car come. This is one little squeeze point that you have to get through.
Okay,
looks like we got some winch lines coming out here for some possible recovery assistance in Turkey Claw.
I think this might be for the yellow car, which we'll see in a moment. I'll grab a number and find out who he is. Is it? No, it's not. It's for another 4600 class vehicle. That's the 4695.
Oh, looks like we got one of our stock class Broncos up into remote pit 1 already. Let's take a quick look at that number.
That's Bailey Cole. Car 13, and he's just rolling on through. Now there's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in these pit zones, and this is remote pit 1. So when they leave remote pit 1, they'll go out on a desert loop and they'll come back through remote pit 1 and then back out onto the rest of the lap, heading back for Hammertown.
Once they get into Hammertown, we'll be able to get some actual split times when they come to the start finish. We'll be able to look at that compared to their adjusted time and see where everyone's sitting in each respective class. Once again, 3 different classes racing today. The 4800 Legends class, the 4500 Modified class, and the 4600 Stock class.
Yeah, we can see one of the 4600 at the moment in the bottom of our screen. That's Jesse Bennett picking his way through in his Jeep Cherokee.
Oh, looks like we got some more vehicles coming through remote pit 1. Another
and
Bronco.
More Broncos. Now, who's this?
That looks like the Lovels.
That's the Lovell, and it looks like Brad's stopping. Now, is this a scheduled stop? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, they're reaching under the hood. Or the bonnet, as we like to call it in Europe.
No, it's the hood, Jim.
So this is an unscheduled stop. Now you'll see that the crew are already jumping under the back of the vehicle, having a good look around, just making sure that everything's okay. Maybe he has a problem with the aircon.
As we're watching George Schooley make his way through Cougar Buttes. That would be the one. Well, not the air conditioning today, but the heater would be nice today.
Absolutely, probably is. Yeah. I mean, possibly the Bluetooth not working, or.
But Jim and I we were just talking about this off camera. You know, if you're going to put a car in anyone's hands, a stock vehicle, and expect a good finish, it would definitely be the Lovels. These guys are just great ambassadors of the sport. They've been out here forever, racing everything.
Yeah, and that's a Toro Soria there. Now, this is the car we saw a minute ago with the spare wheel hanging off the back of the vehicle. He's completely unaware that has broken loose.
Well, it still has a strap on it, Jim, so
it's kind of there, but you can bet your life that it's not going to be there forever. So let's hope that someone points it out to him. Although you know what it's like. You're running through these trails and there's loads of spectators screaming and shouting at you. You tend to ignore them.
Absolutely. You can't, I don't even hear them in the helmet. I know the year that we raced, we had a bad habit of ejecting our spare occasionally on the back of our car.
Now, this is great news. In the bottom here, we can see Brent Harrell making his way through. He was broken on track just outside of Hammertown. So he's obviously got his rig repaired and he's back on track.
Into the big screen, that's Sean McNamara.
Yeah, Brent Harrell, who we saw going through there, his father races in 4400 in our good friend Ben Napier's old Pennell car. And that's the thing with all of this racing that we see here at King of the Hammers. It's so often a family affair.
Yeah, we see it through all the families. You know, the Campbells have certainly embraced that. Every single member of the Campbell family's out here racing. A lot of families bring their kids out, and then before you know it, they want into a UTV and then into a big car, and next thing you know, you're racing against your kid who's passing you.
Yep, Shannon's experienced that over the years as we watched the 4598. Still lots of action here. We look down there and see the first of our stock class vehicles making their way through remote pit 1.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the Broncos come through. I don't know if the Lovels are still in the pit. We saw them stop in their Bronco. We saw Bailey roll through in his Bronco. Haven't seen Amber Turner yet. Crowd favorite in her little Suzuki Samurai.
There's more cars rolling through pit 1 here. There's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit as they make their way through the pits.
And speaking of Amber, we caught up with her earlier in the week, and we're going to show you that now.
My name's Amber Hannah Turner. I'm driving the number 468 Suzuki Samurai in the 4600 class in the Everyman Challenge. Actually great to be out at King of the Hammers again. This is my favorite event of the year. I love coming out. This is my 8th or 9th year, and ever since the first one, I told myself I'd never miss another one. Before, when I was just doing it on weekends and recreationally, it was just me by myself, and I had to wrench on my rig and do all this prep by myself. And then when I started racing, it was this whole group of people came out of the woodwork and started helping, and it really does take a village. And it's not just me in the car anymore, it's me in the car and my whole team. So it's a big group effort. All the fans behind me too. So everyone wants to see me succeed, and that's been a huge pushing factor. Even before I started racing and my rig was completely unnoticeable, I would run up Chocolate Thunder in the middle of the week and people would turn around and start cheering and be like, oh, it's a Samurai 31, go! And I kind of like being the underdog on one token, and I think it's a lot more fun. So working for Randy Slauson Bomber Fabrication and being fully immersed in having my work life and my race life merged together, I've learned a lot, and it goes along the lines of my whole idea of full immersion. I really love this sport, and I wanted to morph my life around it.
Amber started with me in the spring. She came in as a welder, and she's got a good work ethic, and it's been a pleasure working with her. Wheeling with her is hilarious. She just pushes that little Samurai to the max. Like, you could put anybody else in that car and it wouldn't work as well as what she makes it work.
The course actually looks great, and I've done a couple of the harder trails so far. My co-driver has already pre-run all the rock trails and all the desert section. And now that my car is at the point where it's at, I feel like this thing's unstoppable. I think everything's falling into line, and we're really hoping for a finish.
Great to see a piece like that on Amber out there tackling this hardest one-day race in the world in that Suzuki Samurai. Jim, would you drive a Samurai out there on these rocks?
I wouldn't drive a Samurai out there. I'd take a Land Rover Defender through there every day of the week, though. But that's a 4572 of Robert Davis making his way up through Turkey Claw. And surmise that he's had a problem somewhere earlier on today. But it's great to see him back on track and picking his way through. Now, earlier on there, if you're on the premium package, you would have been still watching. Oh, look at this. This is great news. That's Cameron Steele back on track.
Yeah,
so that means he's got fixed.
Saw him stopped on course earlier, but obviously he's back moving again. But in remote pit 1, we still see the Lovell in their Bronco. They've been in that pit for a long time, Jim.
They have indeed. Lots of bodies underneath the hood. Trying to work out what's going on, so let's hope they can get that fixed. We can only surmise as to what it might be, whether it's a suspension turret issue or whether it is actually a motor issue. But if there's a crew out here who can get it fixed, it is the Lovell crew.
No stranger to getting cars to the finish line here in Johnson Valley, California. As we watch Cameron Seal, I actually caught up to Cameron a little bit right before he left today, and I asked him, I said, so how are things going? Are you ready for the race? And he said, we're putting the homework in. He said he counted 35 days of pre-running here on the lake bed between Thanksgiving and now.
That's incredible, isn't it?
And it looks like we got more stock vehicles showing up into remote pit 1.
Yeah, it looks like a Toyota there and a Grand Cherokee. You see he's coming through, just checking his steering. He'll be doing that so his pit crew can see and have a visual check. You'll see all the radio masts on top of the pit crews there. And that's so they can work with their VHF radios and stay in contact with their crews as they make their way around this course. And that's Jesse Bolter there. This is one of my favourite cars, Ian. Just check this out. It's just pure classic.
Well, I actually stopped and talked to him a little bit when he was going through tech. You know, I'm sort of drawn to that Willys pickup truck because I have a Willys wagon myself. We talked a little bit about old iron. And he told me they were burning the midnight oil trying to get that vehicle ready for the race. Got it here, had a problem with the steering, had to get it fixed right away. Basically just everything they could throw at this car they did to get it ready to leave the line here on race day at King of the Hammers. And that's just what it's all about for these guys, you know, getting the car done, getting it out here, and getting racing.
Look at the crowds out there. As you see so many more vehicles just picking their way through Cougar Buttes. Now tomorrow this is a potential bottleneck during our main race. And you'll see some absolutely crazy passing. Our EMC cars are just taking it nice and gentle. They know they've got a very long race ahead of them still. We watched the 45-17 there of Jesse Oliver. Waiting patiently in line.
Yeah, it gets a little tricky out here in Cougar Buttes. There are multiple lines, but when you're running on this 37-inch tall DOT tire, it can get a little bit sketchy when you're out there. It looks a lot easier than it is when you're looking at it on camera.
Well, everything always looks easier on camera for me. It's the 4504.
So we'll see that line of cars is now moving along.
I'm just trying to surmise on how long it's going to be until we see our lead vehicles making their way back through to remote pit 1 for the second time.
Yeah, as Jim said, they'll go through remote pit 1, go out and do a big desert loop, and then come back through remote pit 1 again.
Now I'm looking on my tracker here, and my tracker is saying that it's possible that Casey Gilbert has made the pass on Dan Fresh, but we have to wait for these trackers to refresh. There's a refresh rate, and just as I say that, Dan Fresh pings in front of Casey Gilbert again. So it does look like our current race leader is still Dan Fresh.
Yeah, speaking of that, let's bring in the map and let's take a quick look at this, Jim. We'll be able to see where everyone is on course. All of those drivers in orange, you can see those guys are in on that first lap. And as Jim said, there's Dan Fresh, we're assuming is our physical race leader.
Yeah, he's making his way around now. It's showing at 27.3 mile an hour at Casey Gilbert, who looks like he's very close to him indeed.
That big straight line there, Jim, is that power line road. That's a speed limited zone. They can only go a certain speed in that zone. That's why they weren't driving that fast.
And Evan Jesse there looking like our third place vehicle. In fourth, it's Matt Trevino, so great run here from Matt.
Scott Foley behind him. Oh, or right by him.
You can go to ultra4racing.com and see this for yourself. At the top of the screen, you'll see the score, the tag for the live scoring. Get on there, pick up the tracker, or pick up the live scoring sheet as well. And you'll be able to interact. If you go to the top left of your map screen, you'll also be able to pull down a tab there, and you'll be able to pick the classes that you want to see.
Yeah, as we said before, all these cars in orange, they're still on their first lap. You can see this loop. That's that big desert loop that we were talking about. Loops back around through that remote pit 1, and then they make the long drive, well, not that long, honestly, drive back into Hammertown, where they'll come through main pit. We'll get some actual split times on them before they head out into the Hammer Trails, and that's Caleb.
Yeah, Caleb Baxey there making his way through. Looks like he's got a nice pace that we're working out as he carries on through Cougar Buttes.
Oh, and we still see the levels in the pit with that car, and in front of them is...
That's 4802, which I'm just getting confirmation on. That's Ross Clave, but it looks like Ross is just having a bit of a splash and a dash there. Fuel cans are out. There's a bit of head scratching going on here in the Lovell pit, but it's worth noting that Brad, I'm guessing he's with Roger, is he?
I'm assuming, yes.
Yeah. So the co-driver and driver are still inside the car, so that's good news. That means that they're hopeful that they can still get him back onto track.
Yeah, if we see them get out, take their helmets off, we know that it might be done. But if there's... The Lovells aren't going to give up. That's one thing about them as a race team. They never, ever stop trying. As we're looking... That looks like another stock class vehicle
pulling out. It is. That looks like another 4600. We'll just get a number. That's for the 4628.
Alex Fleming leaving the pits right now.
So our leaders have just made their way through the speed zone. This is something we see a lot in racing in Europe. We have speed controlled zones where we have to go past houses or residences or something like this. And it's important that we obey these things so we can carry on racing. So Ross Clave there still taking on fuel. And the 4802. And still the work continues there on Brad Lovell's car. Looks like we've got two people underneath and someone on the top. So I'm wondering if this is a belt issue.
Well, the other thing it could be, you know, the one downfall, I say it, of the modern vehicle is there's a lot of things it could be, Jim. You know, those Broncos are running, you know, a very modern engine, so it could be a computer issue, it could be a airflow issue, there could be 1,000 things that could be wrong with that car. And when it comes to diagnosing a vehicle like that, if you drive a brand new Bronco, drive into the dealer, it's no big deal, you know, plug it in and away you go. Out here in the middle of the desert, it's a completely different story.
And that's why we have race tape and cable ties.
Exactly.
So if you're just joining us from home, welcome to the 2022 Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley. It's been an awesome day of racing so far, but it's only just started. And we're just watching there as our recovery crews are removing a vehicle at the bottom of Turkey Claw.
I don't know if they're removing it or if they... I think we may have missed a rollover there, Jim.
No, it's not a rollover. Unfortunately, this is the 4807. Unfortunately, he had some issues earlier on.
So you think they're just pulling him off course at this point?
I think they're going to probably be taking him out the bottom.
Looks like there might be somebody coming into Turkey Claw right now.
That looks like that might be number 28 making his way in. And that might be James Panzella. So again, it looks like he probably had a problem earlier on. Now, there's a bonus to having a problem early on, because you can still sprint back to Hammertown and get your parts.
You could if you had to. We saw that yesterday. We saw some people running fuel out to vehicles from the remote pits, but we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. This is the Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, part of the Progressive King of the Hammers Race Week, powered by Optima Batteries.
really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4-Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley. We are bringing you live footage of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. We're going to try and get a hold of Pam up in Remote Pit 1 right now because she's got maybe some information about what's going on with the levels.
I am out here in Remote Pit 1, and behind me I have Brad Lovell. He is having an issue with the turbo line. It sounds like they just got it fixed, so he's been in the pits for quite a minute, but he's having a decent day, ready to get back out on course. But we've had all kinds of action out here this morning in Remote Pit 1 for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and all the pit crews have been set up for quite a while. We have the 1311 headed back out right now to finish out the lap, but it's been super exciting out here this morning, and I'm hoping you guys are enjoying the footage as much as we are. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. Absolutely fantastic. One of our roving reporters out there in the pits for us today, bringing us the action as it comes in. Now, Brad Lovell, apparently he's had a problem with the turbo, so I'm guessing it's going to be a turbo hose that's blowing off or something like this.
Well, or it could be something more seriously. We were talking about that earlier, Jim. The problem with these vehicles is there's so much modern technology in that vehicle. Those Ford vehicles at variable geometry or VGT turbo, it could be an electronic issue. The turbo could not be spooling, not be building boost. And if that doesn't happen in those cars, it's not like the old days where you could just be like, well, I'll just push through the turbo and keep driving. If the turbo's not working, you're not moving.
Absolutely, as Ryan Peretti there making his way up through Cougar Buttes. Now, most of our runners and riders have already made their way through here, and they're on their main desert loop, working their way back towards the Remote Pit 1. Earlier on, we saw Dan Fresh in the physical lead after Randy Slauson, our pole setter, was parked on the side of the track. So it's just drama, drama, drama.
Yeah, and then we saw Cameron Steele sitting still for a little while, but then we saw him moving again, which is great news for him.
Yeah, still a very long way to go in this race. They're still only opening first lap. They have 156 miles, and let's not forget they have all of those fabled hammer trails later on today.
Three classes on course today. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Tracks Stock class. So different vehicles on course. The only vehicles allowed to bypass the harder, I'm using air quotes in that, the harder sections, are the stock class vehicles.
And the EV class. Let's not forget Carl Stagel, who's out there in our only EV entry today. Last year he had to complete one lap. This year he's in with the big dogs, and he's got to do a full 2 laps of this course with his all-electric vehicle.
Yeah, he has to do that. Very interesting vehicle. You know, I've been following that build. Big fan of the EV program. Leaf power plant into an old-school Toyota 4Runner that was an actual race car out here. Actually, one of Dave Cole's old race cars. Basically took it, pulled the Leaf power plant out, put it in. The hardest part of the EV class is dealing with the battery swaps and what type of range you get with the vehicle.
Now, we're going to have more vehicles racing in EV next year, aren't we? I believe we've got a stock, or how should I put this?
Spec class.
A spec class for EV for next year.
Yeah, we had an announcement yesterday.
Look at this.
And here we have another Bronco.
That looks like it could be Vaughn Gittins Jr. there, and it is Vaughn Gittins Jr. making his way through in his stock class Bronco. Vaughn's going to be racing tomorrow. Didn't get the qualifying session that he hoped for, had some problems in his big race car, and I know that they were working hard yesterday to get that fixed.
But if we're talking about qualifying in Broncos, there's only one thing to talk about, and that's Lauren Healy, the only one to take the big drop off that qualifying course.
I keep saying that Lauren Healy's driving a spaceship, and he was trying to prove it to us the other day as he launched it into space, quite literally.
It was an absolutely amazing, and if you didn't see it, then you don't have the internet on your phone right now.
Yeah, he did break the internet quite literally the other day.
But we're watching Vaughn make his way through Cougar Buttes in that stock class Bronco.
It's a great looking vehicle, isn't it? I love the fact that Ford have actually launched a vehicle that can be fitted with 35-inch tyres as standard.
Well, and I always sort of say this, I think it was good that Bronco came out with that. They really sort of pushed other manufacturers as well. We saw Jeep immediately turn around and offer the same thing after years of saying they never could.
We saw the 951 there, just in front of Vaughn Gittins Jr. of Jess Hatamaki.
This is the exact spot we saw yesterday. A lot of traffic get caught at this. This is the one squeeze out of Cougar Buttes when you're leaving Cougar Buttes that everyone has to go through. We see a little bit of traffic every year here.
Now, yesterday we saw an incredible UTV race, and it was simply unbelievable. But there was the one man, Carl Cheney, who brought it in 4 hours and 26 minutes.
Incredibly fast. The question will be, do our Legends class come at the same time? Because the course is virtually identical.
Absolutely. Now, this is what I'm putting to you. So what do you reckon? We've got cases. Now, things are changing, because if you're at the front and you're not having to race Randy Slauson anymore, and Cameron Steele's a little bit further back, are you going to lift off the throttle a little bit, or are you going to keep smashing in hard?
Oh, we've just heard through our PCI race radios that no, we are wrong. Randy Slauson is back moving on course.
That's great news.
So whatever the issue was, fixed and moving along.
Well, that's great news, and that's just set this race alight. Let's see what kind of pace he can put up.
And there's another one of our stock class Broncos. That's Bailey.
That is Bailey Cole.
I have to pause because there's too many Baileys. With Jason Shearer riding shotgun. Talk about a dream team in a truck.
Absolutely. Well, they are Rock Royalty Racing. And they've been working together now for the last couple of years. But that's a great co-driver, isn't it? That's also a line drop when you're in the bar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my co-driver's Jason Shearer.
Jason Shearer, yep. It's funny, we talked about this yesterday, Jim. We had mentioned that Randy runs a 4L80E transmission, but keeps it full electronic. And you said, well, why would you not want to do that? Maybe this is exactly why. That transmission may have stopped working because of maybe an electronic issue, and that's what put him on the side of the course.
It is possible, but the electronics in these vehicles are getting better and better. And when we hark back to Lauren Healy's new vehicle, it's absolutely jam-packed with new technology and new electronics. It's going to be interesting to see how it behaves out there on the main race day tomorrow. But it's still about this young man here, Bailey Cole, who was so impressive yesterday in his stock NA, or normally aspirated, we say, UTV, bringing it across the line for the class win, and then coming 7th in the $10,000 shootout, which I thought was incredibly impressive.
No, that wasn't a shootout. That was a grudge match.
Grudge match.
Good job. You're getting there. We'll get you. I couldn't get John to do it yesterday. He would not jump in. He would not jump into that.
Hey, we're here for a good time, not for a long time. Let's crack on with it.
Well, speaking of good times, myself and Ricky Johnson actually spent last night over in the Optima pits at probably the craziest thing I've ever seen happen in Hammertown. Optima has built a crazy kart drift track over in front of it, and we had Tanner Faust out here and some of the biggest names in drifting driving around in crazy kart drift battle last night, and Ricky and I got to announce that's all for a great charity. Raised a bunch of money for the Little Warrior Foundation.
Fantastic.
But it was cold out. It was very cold out last night. But we're watching Bailey Cole drive that stock class Bronco through Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, just picking his lines nice and carefully, looking after his tyres. See the Dynatrack rear axle there. Running an Atlas transfer case attached to the standard and stock 10-speed automatic transmission. which is powered by the 2.7 twin-turbo V6.
IFS in the front of this vehicle because it is a stock class car, and that's what it left the factory with. So it must have an independent front suspension under the front. But I believe this one also running the portal boxes at the out of the wheels, like all of them are. Takes a lot of strain off the drivetrain.
Good looking vehicle, aren't they? They really are. It's great to see these manufacturers bringing their vehicles to Hammers, testing them on these fabled trails.
Well, we saw them out here last year offering ride and drives all week long out here. Unveiled this stock class Bronco, didn't race it last year, but said they were going to come back this year in force, and they did, with multiple vehicles out on the race course.
Fantastic images coming here from Cougar Buttes. And it's not going to be very long now. It's not going to be very long now until we see our leaders coming back through remote pit 1. We've got a little piece now with Justin Reese we're going to cut to, and we'll be back with you very soon.
I'm a wildland firefighter. So I was on a hotshot crew. Another crew lost 19 members, and I wanted to build another truck. So that's how we got the number 4619 to honor those 19 guys that died on Yarnell Hill. It might not look like it, but every nut and bolt comes off of that truck. Stuff gets replaced. I mean, it's dialed in, and it is a lot of work. We spent probably about 250, 300 hours prepping it for this race. It's still based off of an 85 Toyota truck. It's still leaf sprung, 14-inch shocks. It does have, you know, bigger axles under it, but it's all still, everything's Toyota still on it. And it's a 22RE motor, 5-speed stick transmission that's probably got 300,000 miles on it. I think patience is a big thing in 4600, and then teamwork, because you're fighting from the back of the pack in the most limited vehicles out here. So I mean, you got to be patient, and then when you run into a bottleneck or problems, you got to get out and solve those problems. And it doesn't matter if it's your problem or somebody else that's stuck in front of you. You make their problem your problem, and you get them out of the way. Even during the race, I mean, you see the fans, people cheering you on in the canyons, like, wow, that's really cool that they appreciate a little beat-up Toyota out here running the toughest one-day off-road race in the world.
Okay, here we are back in Johnson Valley, California for the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and we're looking now down across Remote Pit 1, and our leaders are going to be completing this first desert loop and heading back through there very soon.
Yeah, we also have lots of vehicles out through Cougar Buttes right now. We just saw the stock class Bronco of Bailey Cole roll through there.
Well, that's Kim Matson there. We're just making his way through Cougar Buttes.
I believe that's Amber Turner up in Remote Pit 1. Let's see, she's stopping into her pit. Hopefully everything's okay. Watched a little piece on her earlier. She's tackling this race in that Samurai. Completely rebuilt it this year. Stepped up to a 35-inch tall tire.
Is she running stock axles on that Samurai?
She's running a Samurai race axle, also known as a Toyota axle. That's what you do with a Samurai if you want to beef up the axles. So, no, Toyota axles underneath it. Still leaf springs, front and rear. This is the first year she's ever been on a 35-inch tall tire. She used to run a 33. And she's looking for a finish. Oh, and there's we were talking about this earlier, Jim, there's our EV car coming in.
Now, this is interesting. I want to see if Carl's going to change battery packs here or whether he's going to go back out into the desert again.
Well, last year he talked about this. They went up and they were really focused more on just proof of concept.
Yep.
So they spent a lot of time in the pit making sure their battery pack swap was safe and how they would do it. And he thought they didn't even really need to swap them when they did. He was getting such good range on that battery pack. And we're just going to keep an eye on him and see if he actually does stop.
Just looks like he's making his way across there, or is he going to go for the exit?
It looks like he is stopping.
He is stopping, yep. We're just watching more action in Cougar Buttes. There was Kim Matson at the back of the pack a minute ago, and he'll be passing through underneath our drone. Now, if he is changing batteries, I hope we can get a drone footage of that, because he actually has an incredible rig that he sets up to slide the battery packs in and out.
Yeah, it's almost like a little crane that basically slides into the back, and he has different battery packs. He's got a couple small and one large battery pack. And that's the cool thing about the EV, all that EV stuff. It basically boils down to how you wire up those batteries. You can get range or power, and it's just finding that fine line between the two.
Now, Ian, I know you do a lot of work with EVs. Are you not tempted to have a go?
As much as I would like to, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go out and race one.
That's Henry Lucci there, making his way out through Turkey Claw.
Another stock class vehicle. Looks like either a JK or a JL out there.
And that's the 4699.
And that's the car that I was...
Jeremy Purick.
Yeah, Jeremy's not behind the wheel. He actually injured himself in pre-running. So, yeah, I don't know who the driver is, but I do know that Eric Miller, I believe, is in the passenger seat. And that's the sleeper in the stock class, because that is a 392 Hemi Jeep, because it's in the rules. Now that Jeep put that Hemi in there, now you can have a Hemi in your stock class race car.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was talking to Eric about that yesterday. I was talking about Eric about this yesterday. He said when they get out on the straight and onto the desert, that they can hit that throttle and away they go.
Apparently, Eric Miller is actually driving it now.
Oh, really? Being very patient. We can just see their car staggle. Then in the bottom corner of our screen, I believe that our roving reporter Pam is down there in the pits with Carl. Hopefully we might be able to get an interview down there. It staggers me that we're able to... This is the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, and we're still able to bring interviews and footage like this back for the race, for the people watching at home.
Yeah, it'll be great to see what Pam's got out there for us.
Out here at Remote Pit 1, in the background here, we have Kyle Seglin. He's in here doing his battery change. Last year, he did the same thing for the race. He changed up his pit strategy a little bit different because those batteries are not light. So it looks like he backed up to another truck and they're going to lift those batteries in over to change them out. But he came through with, it looked like a thumbs up to all of us, and here he is, battery change, and he'll get on his way. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Yeah, that's Kyle Seglin. Now, the important thing to remember when we talk about battery change these EV vehicles, it's not as simply as like swapping out a car battery. These are huge batteries. They weigh a lot, as Pam said, but also they have integrated cooling that flows through them to keep the batteries cool, as well as multiple temperature sensors, because the batteries themselves are very susceptible to burn down or cell failure. And so they actually, every cell has a little sensor that'll determine how hot the battery's getting, and it will shut that cell off. So there's a lot of connections inside that car when you just slide a new battery pack in. It's not just like positive, negative, let's go racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's remarkable that Carl Seglin there is actually making the effort to bring EV here to Johnson Valley. I love the fact that he's just a small independent, just doing it from the love of wanting to make an EV that can complete this course.
Yeah, and there's a lot of technology, and the irony is last year what the problem he had with the race had nothing to do with the EV. It was the steering was the issue, and it was a rag joint in the steering that had failed on him. It had nothing to do with the EV pack at all. All right, and in the background we can see our leaders coming back into Remote Pit 1.
That is Dan Fresh. So Dan Fresh is still our physical leader here at the 2022 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. He's won in the 4500 class before. I don't know if he's won in 4800 before.
I don't believe he has, Jim. No, I think he was always in that 4500 class car for so long.
So this is Dan Fresh. He's making a pit stop. This will almost certainly be a scheduled stop.
Looks like a right rear flat. I don't know if that was scheduled or not,
I'm not
Jim.
sure
But
that is, no.
Certainly better to change that, faster to change that in the pit than out on course. So they made the right decision. He probably felt it going down and just got it back into the pit.
And Casey Gilbert coming in now as well.
Right behind him, and if Casey doesn't have to stop, he'll be able to make a quick pass here.
He will, and he'll be in clean air, which makes all the difference.
Especially since we have no wind here in Hammertown, and so if it looks like he may be able to pull it off. See if he stops or just rolls through.
To see.
Oh, I see his pit guys out. It looks like they're bringing him in.
Yeah, they're bringing him in as well. So
now it's a race of the pit crews.
Let's see what happens there. We want to keep an eye on this. This is a race for the physical lead here at the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge.
And that physical lead incredibly important, as both Jim and I had said. We have we have almost no wind today, and we saw it off the starting line. When you get out in front, kicking up all that dust, it slows down the person behind you. Yeah, both leaders have stopped in the pits, but it looks like it's just fuel. Whereas Dan was changing a tire and possibly fuel
as well. I mean, if they've got an awful long way to get back to main pit, so if they can splash and go here, it makes all the difference. And in the bottom right of our scene, we can see Denzel Krentz there, picking his way through in that really rather beautiful Jeep. Okay, while we're seeing all the action down in remote pit 1, we've got Pam, our girl on the ground. She's got some news for us. Take it away, Pam.
So right now we have Dan Fresh out here at Remote Pit 1. He just came in and had his right rear flat changed out. He is physically first on course. Casey Gilbert is now exiting pit. Earlier, when they came through on the first lap through here, Casey Gilbert was physically in first place when they hit Remote Pit 1. He had a flat, had to stop. Dan Fresh, he did a little bit of a shock adjustment, but now he's back out in front. And so there's a super exciting race going on right here between Dan Fresh and Casey Gilbert. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to get that information from way out there in remote pit 1. We had both our leaders stop in that pit, but it looks like Dan Fresh may have got out first.
Yeah, it does indeed, but Casey Gilbert looked like he was hot on his tail. So we've got a battle royale now, and it's all about them making their way back towards Hammertown. Now, there's a joker line here. We've got the back door joker line. Now, for people who don't know at home, these guys are going to be coming back down towards Hammertown. They're going to come down the fabled Resolution Trail, and then they have a choice. They can either break left, go up over the sand hill, slightly longer, and take the safe route back down towards Hammertown, or they can come down Resolution, turn right, and take on the suicide drop that is back door.
Well, I don't know if it's a suicide drop in these cars.
Have you seen it this year?
I've driven up it before, and I've been over and looked at it this year. Every year it gets dug out a little bit more.
It is dug out
but
very
this
badly.
year it's actually called the Method Race Wheels back door obstacle. And if you can come down it clean, it's definitely faster. The nice thing is, in the 4800 car, I think it's definitely a very doable obstacle going down. The 4500 is a little bit more difficult because their bumper is out in front of the tire.
Indeed, I think we might see some of the 4800s vying for positions, certainly if not on the first lap, certainly on second lap, that's for sure.
As we're still watching Kyle work through his battery swap on our only EV entry.
Yeah, it's certainly not like changing the batteries on your drill, is it?
No.
But you'll see that rig on the back there, what looks like a roll cage, this is actually all part of the battery changing setup that he has. He literally jacks them out of the car, slides them out, and then slides the new pack back in. But as Ian was saying earlier, it's not a simple case of just connecting two cables.
Yeah, there's multiple connections in that battery pack. There's sensors that need to be wired in and hooked up. There's also cooling that has to go through that battery to make sure the battery stays good and cool while it's basically generating electricity. Still lots of action out in Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, that's the 903 of Derek Miller there. 4600 class car just picking his way through.
Seen quite a few of the stock class cars go through Cougar Buttes.
That's the 4619 there. Justin Reese, last year's king, of course, in the 4600. Yeah, and he's been racing with us for ages. We saw a little piece on him earlier on today. Great shots here from our drones. They really do get into the bottom of the action.
These stock class cars started behind our other two classes today. Those two classes are the Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class. This is the Spider Trax Axle stock class vehicles making their way through Cougar Buttes.
And the wonderful thing about the stock class is that what you can do is you can, this is such an accessible route into this style of racing. You can literally go and buy a wagon off the street, bring it back, strip it down, take all the bits off it that you don't need, and then take it onto the race course, so long as you hit those safety factors.
it is one of the most difficult classes to participate in, and that's why these guys are such a close-knit group of guys. Guys and girls are always talking to each other online. And we did get confirmation that the Lovels did leave the pits approximately 5 minutes ago in their stock class Bronco. So whatever their issue was with their turbo, it sounds like they got it figured out.
That's great news for them. And that's John Schaefer now making his way through the desert. John was qualifying well earlier this week, so it's great to see him just flying through there. And that is the 48.77 of Rob Graham. As we cut back to John Schiffer again, and still there's more action coming here from Cougar Buttes. And that's Justin Reese there, we can see behind in his really rather famous Toyota. That thing's been out here so many years.
Well, whenever you come to the Hammers to go wreck wheeling, you'll always see Toyotas. They work great out here. It's a great package to have out here. So it's awesome to see him racing that Toyota out here in the stock class.
We see the cars there cutting their way across the desert. Now the dust doesn't seem to be hanging quite as badly as it was earlier today. Are we starting to see the wind picking up, do you think?
I don't know if we're seeing the wind pick up or we're just seeing this different class of vehicles. You know, the reality is the UTVs kicked up a lot of dust being wide open. When you have 4 tires sticking outside of your chassis, that throws up a lot of dust. A lot of these stock class cars and even these modified cars, they're almost a full-bodied vehicle, so they have good tire coverage. It can keep the dust down a little bit. Also, traveling at a slower rate of speed, that also keeps the dust down too.
Chatting to Carl Cheney yesterday, and I was saying, what's the sort of top speed? Oh, there's Brad Lovell there out and running, so that's great to see. Good news there for Brad.
Good to see them in Cougar Buttes. As we got information from Pam, it sounded like they had a problem with the turbos in that stock class Bronco.
So I was chatting yesterday to our winner of the UTV class, Carl Cheney, and saying, what was the top speed of your vehicle out there? He said, we hit about 90 mile an hour, which surprised me. I thought he was going to say that they're stretching that up a bit. He said, no. He said 90 mile an hour is a really comfortable speed, particularly when you're running a big tyre like a 35 on these vehicles. So that's interesting for me, because we know that cars like Randy Slauson in his 4800 Bomber and Casey Gilbert are capable of hitting speeds of over 100 mile an hour.
Yeah, some of those Can-Am UTVs are going to line up tomorrow for the big 4400 race. I know Paul Wolf, I talked to him, and he said he was going to step up to even a bigger tire at 37.
Yeah. Carl Cheney as well is also stepping up to a 37-inch. It'll be interesting to see if those drive lines can cope with that.
Yeah, the drive lines are always the one weak link. Also, the actual unit bearings, the bearings themselves, you're putting a lot of pressure on the ball joints, the bearings, the A-arms, when you put such a large tire on those vehicles. But the technology in that sport has come so far.
It has indeed, in a very short space of time. And speaking of technology, just check this out. This is the latest technology. This is Brad Lovell in the all-new Bronco, picking his way through Cougar Buttes. Now he's got some traffic to pass.
Yeah, but we say it every year. We used to say it when we saw them in the little Ford Ranger. If you look in your rearview mirror, which all of these stock class cars probably have mirrors, heaters, air conditioning, everything, and you see Lovell, you don't want to see that because you know he's going to pass you. You might as well just let him pass.
Now he tried to take that alternate line here, which makes life a little bit more awkward. These don't have the suspension travel of the 4800 class cars.
Right there, that is more a story of the tire they have to run right there. That's a sticky tire. Sticky compound tire would have crawled right up that. They're not allowed to run a sticky compound tire. They have to run a DOT non-sticky tire. So they take an extra shot at that hill.
So Bailey Cole out in the desert now on the bottom right. So 2 Broncos on our screen. Brad Lovell to the left and Bailey Cole to the right. Now Brady Cole is having a very tidy race here.
Yeah, he's made quick work through Cougar Buttes. He obviously has no issues so far. We've had a question come through on social. We've told you all week, if you have any questions, go ahead and throw them up on social media. They'll toss them up to us in the booth here, and we'll answer them if we can. One of the questions was, how many Samurais are competing in the stock class this year? And I believe it's at least 2.
Yeah, we're just watching there the 46.76 of Dean Aitken, closely followed by Brad Lovell, and in fact it looks like Brad's might be making the pass. He is making the pass.
Yeah, we saw Brad try to take an alternative line a little bit earlier to get around. It did not work. It looks like he pulled off to the side to let him by. As I said, if I looked in my right rearview mirror and saw levels in the rocks, you just let him by. He's going to pass you eventually.
Cougar Buttes is one of those trails you really do need to pre-run. There are so many little routes and nooks and crannies. You need to be sure and absolutely certain of where you're going to be putting that vehicle before you get there.
But this is the exact spot where we saw a lot of traffic yesterday with our UTVs. So the question will be, how long does Brad wait before he tries to find a different way through that section?
Yeah, it's hard to see what's actually holding that car up in front. Maybe there's a breakage. No, we did see this car earlier pulled off to the side of the track. I'm not sure of the number, but I think they might have already had a problem before they got to this area.
Yeah, it looked like it was co-driver was out. Oh, it looks like they're moving again.
46.79 there, and that is Daniel May Applegate.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving again. That's good news. Keep that traffic jam from piling up.
Absolutely. Co-driver spotting him there out the front. And this looks like it's third and fourth position vehicles. They're moving on in. That is Jesse Owens, I think. Now, are they going to blow through this pit? See, I was surprised to see our leaders stop here. I would have thought they'd try to get back to Hammertown.
Well, the assumption is that Dan's stop wasn't planned.
Yeah.
He had a flat, stopped in pits to change it. So maybe while he was there, they threw fuel in to maybe lighten the load on main pit when he comes through, get through this pit faster.
Exactly. That looked like Jesse Owens is just blowing through that pit there and got straight back on the throttle, but it did look like the fourth position car there has stopped in pits as well. But that's why we have pits here. So if you have got a problem, if you do pick up a flat tyre or there's just a small niggle, you can get back in here, get it fixed, and get back out there and complete and carry on with your race.
This looks like physical fifth coming into.
So this is Dwayne Garrettson. He is the first in our 4500 Yukon class. Now, before qualifying, Dwayne had a massive problem with his motor. When he turned up on the line, you could hear it. It was going tink, 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 tink. We didn't think he would be able to qualify, but he qualified and qualified first.
Yeah, and then I was down in the Yukon pits while they were swapping the motor. They had a spare motor in the trailer, but they pulled it out, and they said, well, this has been in here for 7 years. So they weren't sure if that was the right motor. They actually made a few phone calls. They found a factory GM Performance crate motor in stock. They went and bought it, brought in, and then installed it.
Okay, and our hero shot in the top left of our screen now, that is our physical race leader, Dan Fresh, in his bomber, making his way back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, once he's back through that start-finish, we'll be able to get some spec time and in our inset screen. That's Vaughn Gittin Jr. and that other stock class Bronco. 3 stock class Broncos racing today.
And just look at how that Bronco's covering that ground. It's got an IFS front end on there. Just rolling through those whoops, nice. Looking very composed indeed. He's got to be pushing 55, 60 mile an hour there. But in the top left of our screen is the man of the moment. Is our current race leader, Dan Fresh, leading in 4800 and leading overall.
Yeah, he has a little bit of desert to get through. Obviously, this is a checkpoint right here he has to come through. So we're going to stop in the checkpoint. But we should expect to see him back into Hammertown shortly.
You might be wondering why we have these checkpoints. It's just to make sure our races stay on course. Do not deviate.
Well, we actually set up a lot of the checkpoints on some important turns. Like there, we see that. The driver came down and made that right-hand turn. That could be easy to miss if you were just flying through the desert. Blow that turn and then either get off course or possibly have to circle all the way back around.
And it also stops them cutting the corner.
Also stops them from Jim thinking like a racer, planning how to cheat.
Not thinking how to cheat. Drives me nuts when people do that. So Dan Fresh, now be interesting to get a time split on Casey Gilbert and see how far behind Casey Gilbert is. Let's not forget that Dan has the advantage on time and on physical place over Casey. So Casey needs to get past Dan and pull out around about 1.5 minutes if he wants to beat him today.
Yeah, and we say it over and over again every year. This is just the beginning of this race. This is just lap 1 of 2. This is the first lap they have to go out. This lap does not have, it has a couple rock trails in it, but nothing that is incredibly difficult.
This is the 46.22. A Twitchy McGee. making his way through Cougar Buttes. Twitch viewers in our power hour the other day. Laid down a fantastic time in his class.
Yeah, it was interesting to see a bunch of those stock class cars show up in Power Hour, considering that they had to start behind everybody else. I think I would have just left my car in the trailer and not even qualified, saved it. But here, we saw this play out in the UTV class just like this. There's our EV car right there, stuck. The one good thing about the EV car is not burning any energy, sitting right there. And the levels have been stuck in this traffic for a while now.
They have.
Oh, it looks like this car.
Yeah, we called it earlier. We said, look, we think he might have a problem. That's Daniel May Applegate. So we saw him earlier struggling, and it looks like his struggles still are continuing. In the meantime, it's starting to look like the parking lot down the mall. So I believe we've got 3 new Broncos racing. We've had a question coming on social media asking us what we've got, how many we've... I'll start again. We've had a question coming from social media asking how many new Broncos we've got racing on course today. And I believe the answer is 3.
Yeah,
we've got 1 with Brad Lovell, 1 with Brady Cole, and 1 with Vaughan Gissing Jr.
Yeah, 3 brand new stock class Broncos. They unveiled it last year.
And there is one of our Broncos. That was Brad Lovell we just passed over the top of.
Yeah, and we've watched him get... He's just been stuck in that traffic for so long. I'm actually surprised he hasn't tried to find a way around. Of course, honestly, in that section, there really isn't a way around.
To be honest, the great news about having a stock class car is you have room for a cooler in the back. So you can break out the sandwiches.
You can. Yep, you have room for a cooler. And as we said, you have air conditioning and a heater.
All the creature comforts. And here we go. We've got more great images coming in from the desert now. Now, who is this? Now we have a problem, Houston.
Well, Jim, you've said it every year we have this conversation about it's Cougar Buttes and it's not that hard. But there are some gotchas out there. If you end up with a bad line, it could end badly. And that's exactly what happened. I think that's one of our Samurais.
Yeah, it is. It looks that way. That's the 4672, I believe. Just trying to get...
I think it's 4657.
Yeah, that's Chad Hadsell there. Now, I can't see any crew around, so does that mean they're out of the vehicle or they're still in the vehicle? Oh, we've got a course worker coming in from the side there.
Coming to right them as we see a mad pass go on right there with the 4653.
Filthy Motorsports just picking their way by.
The Samurais are great vehicles, but the wheelbase is incredibly short.
Yeah,
when you get into situations like that, it can be, it can get a little sketchy. And there's another Samurai right behind him.
I think that might be Amber, I think.
I don't think that's Amber's. It didn't look like Amber's. It didn't have the... I could be wrong, but...
That's Tom Biddle just making his way past there in the 4653. As we watch Anthony Hadsell being recovered. Now, he won't be penalised for this. Our course workers are quite happy to pull the vehicles back up on their wheels to keep the course flowing and moving. But they're not allowed to give any assistance, so they're not allowed to give spare tyres, parts, or any fuel.
I was wrong. I thought that we had seen our EV car out in the out in Cougar Buttes, but it is still up in remote pit 1.
Yeah, let's hope they haven't got a problem and they can get rolling again. Right, now back out into the desert.
And that may have been Dan Fresh on screen. We're just looking for a clarification on that. But we should expect to see our leaders back here in about 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes back into Hammertown. So watching more cars. It looks like this is another vehicle through remote, a couple vehicles coming back through remote pit 1.
Now, is this Cody Young making his way back through here? That certainly looked like a Miller chassis. Now, he was on the front row of the grid earlier today, but he stopped early on.
Look at that left. Look at the left front tire of that vehicle coming into the pit, coming into remote pit 1. So that's
the 889. That's Rob Ingalls there coming in. Yeah, so he's going to have to come into pits now and get that changed. He'll be so pleased to see his pit crew. Let's hope he hasn't done any damage to the brakes.
And right behind him, we have 2 more vehicles.
Now, I want to see if this is Cody Young. I just didn't quite see the colour. Hopefully we'll find out who that was and we'll get back to you very shortly. That did look like a Miller frame. So we get more superb shots here. Now we're expecting to see our lead vehicles coming back through Hammertown in about 10 minutes. Our physical race leader at the moment is Dan Fresh, and hot on his heels is that man, Casey Gilbert.
Yeah, once they get back through Hammertown, through that start-finish arch, we'll see what type of time they're clicking off. We'll be able to take some adjustments for the adjusted time, and it looks like the levels have maybe moved through this traffic jam section out in Cougar Buttes. I don't see them stuck there anymore.
No, it does look like they have been moving forward. That's great news. Well, there's still a large line of traffic there.
Jim, I'm just getting clarification through the wonderful world of text message that yes, that was Cody Young that you saw go through that pit.
Nailed it. Lots of our stock class runners here, waiting patiently in line, waiting their turn to pick their way through.
Yeah, that's the one squeeze section we see all the time through that one section out in Cougar Buttes. We see a lot of traffic through there.
Fantastic image here from Remote Pit 1. You can see all the crews lined out there. They would have had to have been out there super early this morning, waiting for their teams to pass through.
Yeah, we've seen it. Obviously saw our leaders come through here a little while ago in both of our classes. Still have not seen a stock vehicle come back from the Big Desert Loop yet.
Not yet. But
we expect to see that probably, if I was to assume, I believe it might be Bailey Cole.
I think it is Bailey Cole leading at the moment. But we still know to wait for this race to pan out a little bit, as we watch there, as that is the 4890. That's Chris Borowick. And we're back in Cougar Buttes now. And it looks like Hadsel's back on his wheels.
And that is our EV leaving Remote Pit 1.
Feel like you should put a soundtrack to it, didn't you? You're like,
No, the soundtrack for that is always...
Sounds like the Jetsons.
That's exactly what that sounds like. In a flurry of electrons, it leaves Remote Pit. All right, looks like we had our Samurai that flopped earlier, has been righted, and it's back on track. And these are 2 of, I believe, the 3 Samurais that have out racing today.
We were saying earlier, how many people started their off-road career driving Samurais? So many of us did so. Great little vehicles. But they're very small to be racing in Cougar Buttes. Such small wheelbase, so narrow.
Well, and it's important to remember that in a stock class, you know, if you build a wheel in Samurai, there's no rules, right? You stretch that wheelbase out as far as you want and build it till it works. But in a stock class vehicle, that wheelbase can't move within 3 inches of stock. So, as Jim said, incredibly short wheelbase.
And you see they try to bounce traction, and up it goes. Only allowed to run a 35-inch tyre.
And leaf springs all the way around on the Samurais. Whatever in the stock class, whatever suspension was underneath the vehicle from the factory must be the suspension that you run, which is why the Broncos definitely have an edge out here with that IFS front end and solid axle rear.
Just looking at the 4834 there of Michael Radinsky.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find some alternate lines to make some passes out there in Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, it looks like we can only guess, of course, but it would look like he's had some problems out on course, so maybe a flat tyre, maybe a technical. As our drone just pops back for a spare battery pack. Aren't they incredible?
Looks like we got a couple more cars coming back into remote pit 1. All right, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Once again, if you're watching from home, remember, if you subscribe to the premium feed, you will not miss any of the action on race day live here from Johnson Valley. Right now, we're going to take a quick break from the action. We'll be back shortly for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Away we go! What are the judges gonna do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was just made!
And welcome back to the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm down here with our race leader, Dan Fresh, getting ready to head out. It was just a quick fuel and go. Big thumbs up. He said, this is what we're doing, the Adventure Off-Road Bomber heading back out. He didn't, I thought he was getting out of the car. He pulls in, pulls down the window net, unbuckles. He's starting to get out, but no, he was taking off a jacket. It's getting a little warm out there. It was cold this morning, but he is going. And I said, how you doing, Dan? He's like, this is what it's all about. I'm having fun. This was a very quick fuel. And like I said, he just kind of took a drink. He took a quick snack. He looked very calm and collected. He said, where are we at on track? I said, you are first on the road and you're looking good. He said, that's what it's all about. So Dan Fresh in a good, smooth run. He raced earlier this week in the T2. He'll be racing this same exact car tomorrow during the Nitto Race of Kings. So it's Dan's got a good week going for him, and he's having fun. So we'll see how this shakes out. So Dan came in, everything looked like it went smooth and quick, right? How many are you pitting down here at BFG?
I think we got, maybe 11 today?
So you're going to have a fun day, aren't you?
Yeah, should. Some are just fuel, quick service. So we got some emergency, so should be good.
So Dan came in here, he basically just wanted fuel, it looked like. Everything looked good. I saw you guys shaking down the car, and for my vantage point, it looked great.
Yeah, everything was good. Just looked it over real quick, and then we swapped one of the tires on the rack, just had a sidewall, and good to go.
So did they have to change a tire out on course, or it looked like they changed it in remote pit 1, if I'm not mistaken?
Pit 1, yeah, they changed it out there.
So they had to take that spare. They didn't have a spare out there. They had to use the spare on the car.
Right, exactly.
Okay, well, good job, and we'll see what happens, and we should have Casey Gilbert in here shortly, but I appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, well, we'll send it back to you guys, Jim and Ian.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Now, this is interesting stuff. We've just seen Dan Fresh obviously passing through the main pit here back in Hammertown. But the big story is, where's Casey Gilbert?
Yeah, they left remote pit 1. He was literally on his bumper as they pulled out of that pit. We expected to see him at least through the Bronco arch within 20, 30 seconds. He can't be laying up that far just because of dust. There's no dust out there anymore. So where's Casey Gilbert on course? We don't know, but we do expect to see him in here shortly. But I thought he'd be right behind our current race leader.
Yeah, and we're seeing some action here up on the top of the ridge. Just trying to work out who these guys are, but they're flying along. But the big news again also is that Randy Slauson's back up and running, and so is Cody Young. So there's some big hitters back out on this course. But you spoke earlier while we were at commercial break. We saw somebody sitting in remote pit 1 that we didn't expect to see, and that was John Matthews.
Yeah, John Matthews has always been out there in the battle for that in that modified class, and this year he felt was his year. And I'm trying to get Pam to find out what's going on with that car right now. Oh, we do have Pam, but she's with Randy Slauson.
We do, right. Okay, we're going to go to Pam now, who's in remote pit 1 with Randy Slauson.
Pam Hall here at Remote Pit 1, and I am standing here with Mr. Randy Slauson, our #1 qualifier for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge race, and he is also our current king. I don't like seeing him standing here with me. What happened today?
Well, we were taking it really easy and just trying to make dust, and made it to about race mile 12, and the motor said, "See you later. Knock, knock, bang."
Well, it's unfortunate that happened. It is called racing, but you're ready for tomorrow, correct?
We hope so.
Well, I hope that your car gets recovered here shortly, and tomorrow you'll have better luck.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Right. Wow.
Terrible news.
That's terrible news. Nobody wants to see that.
What's super bad about that is earlier in the week, he talked about it when he was qualifying. He literally broke the axle in half in that car, before qualifying, welded it back together, went out and qualified. He also had the transmission go out on that car, I believe, while pre-running. So this is just bad news to hear that the motor went out. We were hoping to see Randy, after laying down that fast qualifying time, to come in and at least lead this race. But, that's just bad luck for him. But we are still waiting to see. I don't think we've seen Casey back in town yet.
No, we haven't. So Dan Fresh is driving out a huge lead over the rest of the field.
And there's Cameron going through remote pit. When we saw him stopped earlier, but they've obviously solved that problem and he's back moving.
Yeah, Trent Fab vehicle here, and he's stopping in pits here. Let's see what's happened.
I talked to Cameron before he left. I said, everything good? And he said, well, the car has 3 miles on it, including the qualifying, so I hope it's good.
It looks like Cameron might be getting out of the vehicle. Nobody wants to see that. Now, here we go. This is down at our checkpoint before they come back towards town. That looks like that is Cody Young. Now, we haven't seen Casey Gilbert past this point.
No, now he may have slipped through there. We may have missed it on camera,
absolutely.
But we didn't get to catch it, and we haven't seen him come back through Hammertown. Can we pull it up on the tracker, Jim, and see what's going on?
Yeah, we're just having a look at the tracker at the moment, but like all of these things, it's never quite telling you the story that you want it to tell you. But as soon as I've got anything, I will bring it to you as soon as possible. Showing Evan Jesse just about to make his way into town. Matt Trevino following. And then Casey Gilbert. Now, Casey Gilbert is showing as moving at 42 mile an hour. Let's say these trackers, they do ping every few minutes, so they don't give us an accurate, up-to-date picture. They just give us an overall view. But as soon as we've got any information, and I'm sure that we'll be getting some images from around Resolution just as soon as we can get them to you.
Yeah, and as Jim said before, the big question about that move at Resolution, they do have the option to run the Method Race Wheels backdoor, I guess we'll call it the Method Race Wheels backdoor death drop.
Okay, now it looks like we've got a car here. This is definitely one of our runners. We just need to see who it is. Is that Casey Gilbert or is that Evan Jesse? Yeah, I got a feeling that is Evan Jesse. They're looking at the green number on the roof.
I believe you're right. We'll see him come through. Drop into that section of our qualifying course that we saw before. That's that turn that they were making.
Yeah,
and here's Dan Fresh out in Turkey Claw in our picture-in-picture.
So he's got a huge lead now. I'll be able to give you accurate timing once these guys cross their timing loops. Now, did you hear Miles talking to Dan Fresh down there? He said he actually stopped, and one of the things they were doing while he was taking off fuel was taking off clothing. Because when they started first thing this morning, the desert floor was frozen solid.
It was cold.
Absolutely freezing.
Yes, it was very cold this morning, but obviously as the sun's come up, he started to warm up. Just want to lose that jacket and get out there and keep racing. And that's Dan Fresh, our current race leader in Turkey Claw.
Yeah, once you get into these rock trails, it starts to get very warm inside the car indeed. But that first desert loop is freezing. You've got big, thick gloves on. You chuck a jacket on over the top. But you have to put the jacket on. What I like to do is I put the jacket on over the top of my race suit with my harness on so that I can actually flick it back off again. So it's like back to front, like a straight jacket style.
That's probably what Dan did.
You look crazy, but you stay warm. Okay, right, in the main pits now. That is the 114. That is Evan Jesse. So, Evan Jesse here, he's just doing his pit stop. They would have been planning this. You can see fuel going in the side of the vehicle. And you'll see that this year, all the fuelers, they have to wear fuel aprons and helmets. Safety first here. And this in the bottom of our screen, that does look like Cody Young. Yep, that is Cody Young. Miller chassis. Cody qualified in second position. He had a problem out on course earlier on, but he's obviously overcome that problem, and it looks like he's charging hard.
Yeah, he's made up a lot of time, even though he had that issue. Pushed hard. He's back in the desert. Only 2 cars back into Hammertown so far.
And still no sign of that man, Casey Gilbert.
No, and we expected to see him back here by now, but we have not.
Yeah, he's a previous winner, of course, in this event. As soon as we have any news, we will bring it to you. We are showing him as moving on the tracker. And according to my tracker, he is not far behind Cody Young. So we'll see. We can only guess or surmise, but if he's about 5 minutes down, that would suggest that he's had a flat tire out there on track.
It could be something as simple as that, but we should see him back in Hammertown right here. In our picture-in-picture is one of our stock class Broncos.
That's Vaughn Gittins Jr. cruising through the desert.
I wonder if they left the radio in the stock class car. I would request that.
I do hope so.
I would say leave the radio in.
Be playing some badass rock and roll and having some fun. But it looks like Vaughn is actually being caught. Now, is that Bailey Cole behind him? I think that is. Now, is there team orders? Because if I was Bailey Cole, I'd be wanting to get past Vaughn. That's for certain.
I don't know if that would be Bailey Cole. I thought Bailey Cole was actually ahead of Vaughn.
That's what I thought, but that looks like a Bronco. And I can't believe that it can be... it can't be Brad Lovell, surely.
I think Brad Lovell wouldn't have made up that much time. But I think we've got a car coming in Hammertown.
Yep. Now, I'm guessing this is going to be Cody Young. And we'll see now as he's just making his way onto our qualifying course. And he'll be coming up through the Bronco Arch very soon. Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. We've got 2 helicopters in the sky for you today. We've got over 20 drones out on course, plus static cameras.
If that is the same 2 Broncos we saw, that is Bailey behind Vaughn.
That is Bailey. So maybe, again, we can only surmise that maybe he's had a flat or something's happened. But here we go. Look at this. Coming into turn 19. So named after the 19 Herbst car rolled on there twice.
Hopefully we have no victims of turn 19 today. That would be an awful scenario.
We really do hope there are no victims. But racing is a cruel mistress and you never know what's going to happen.
All right, he's going to come down, go over the Yukon launch.
And that's not Cody Young, so we'll try and get eyeballs on who that is. As soon as we can get in close enough. And I can hear engines from where we are in our booth, and it looks like whoever that is going straight through main pit and going back out into the desert. That is Matt Trevino.
That is Matt Trevino, yes it is. And it looks like that you called it, Jim. He's not even going to stop in Hammertown. He just headed back out.
Straight back out. So Dan Fresh crossed the line in a 2:10.59, and Matt Trevino, our physical second place in the line, just crossed the line in a 2:15. So Dan Fresh has a 5-minute lead over Matt Trevino.
But once again, this race is on corrected time. So we'll have to wait and see where they get when they actually finish the race. They'll be adjusted from when they started.
That is corrected time we're on now.
I terribly apologize. Yeah, that is corrected time. So as they come through the timers, we're actually got the corrected time as they come through. As we're watching two of our stock class Broncos battle it out in the desert, Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Bailey Cole.
Just trying to see if I can find out where Matt Trevino left the line this morning.
There's Gilbert in the pits. We were wondering where he was.
Okay,
Jim.
let's have a look. Right, oh, they're going to take a tire. Right. It looks like he's getting out the car. Steering wheel's off, and Casey is out of the car. So this could be a bigger problem. We saw them. Don't forget, we saw them working on the front of the car earlier on at Remote Pit 1 when he first went through. So
I believe Miles is down there with an update for us.
So I got Evan Jesse down here just a minute ago, and they did a quick fuel and go, but he broke off a header, so he's running an open front, right front header on that thing. But I'm in the pits here with Casey Gilbert. You're running strong out front. Give us a rundown of what's going on right now.
We got past Dan Fresh leaving pit 1, and we were running real hard through the whoops and broke the carrier shaft coming out of the front of the T-case. It ended up breaking the front of the T-case off. Transmission shifter, all sorts of problems, but we'll get it.
So it's hurt, but you're gonna be able to get back out and going?
Yeah, we should be able to get going. We broke this around mile 70, so we've been in two-wheel drive since then.
I hate to hear that, buddy. You were running so strong this morning, but hey, that's part of racing, and like you said, you'll get it going and go back out there.
Yes, sir.
We saw Matt Trevino just a little bit ago head through. He was running strong. Then we saw Dwayne Garrettson. I believe he's first in class in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. So lots of people running strong. Lots of people having fun, and there's already attrition starting to set in. I believe Cody Young will be coming in here very shortly, so I'll run back down to him, so I'll throw it back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Bad news there for Casey Gilbert. I hate to see things like this happen. These guys come here to, this is a once-in-a-year experience, King of the Hammers, and they prep, and then bad luck just plagues you.
Yeah, but certainly not going to give up. You see they dropped the belly pan off that car. They're going to get in there and deal with that issue, fix it, and he said to hopefully get back out and keep on racing. It's still a long day of racing here in Johnson Valley, California.
It is, but we've already got 4 cars that have crossed the line and heading out onto their second lap. First across the line was Dan Fresh in 2:10. Second across the line, Matt Trevino in Legends, also 2:15. Evan Jesse at 2:20. And then the first of our 4500 modifieds, Dwayne Garrettson with 2:22. We've got a race on our hands, Ian.
We do. We still haven't seen a stock class vehicle back through here, but I'm assuming it's going to be our 2 Broncos that we were following with the helicopter earlier. And speaking of which, I think that's the shot that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, keep getting fantastic images here from our 2022 4-wheel parts everyman challenge here at King of the Hammers. And there is the man, Vaughn Gittin Jr. in his Bronco.
Being chased by Bailey Cole in the exact same car. We assume that'll be one of the first stock class vehicles to make it all the way back into Hammertown.
I'm just looking out of the booth here. Look at how the dust is coming down across the tops. Can't even see the mountains in the background anymore.
No wind, or very little wind, I should say, here in Hammertown today. So the dust is just hanging in the air. That makes it hard for these racers when they're out on course. You get behind somebody, you end up having to drop back a little bit, stay out of that dust cloud so you can still see where you're going.
So a quick race recap. Dan Fresh is our current leader. Started earlier today. I believe he was on the second row of the grid. But the big story for me is Matt Trevino. Where did Matt come from? He started 34th today, and he's made his way all the way up to second position. That's a fantastic run for Matt Trevino.
It is. He's picked off a lot of cars in the desert. Probably also made some good passes out in the Cougar Buttes in the rock section. But yes, as Jim said, that's a big move from 34th up to second spot.
Indeed. Dan Fresh started off the line in 5th position today. But there's still an awfully long way to go in this race, that's for sure. Right, so as the racing continues here in Johnson Valley, California, at the 2022 Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, I'm going to step out the booth for a while, and my great friend and Antipodean Wonder Man, Ben Napier, is going to pop in. So, enjoy the racing, and we'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon, Jim. All right, Ben, welcome to the booth. I know you've been keeping track of the action back there in the production trailer. So, we've got lots of action out on course, seen lots of lead changes, few breaks, a little bit of attrition playing in, but an excellent race so far.
Absolutely, we've got a great race on our hands here. The leaders back out on lap 2, running up Turkey Claw, making their way out to the rock lap, and it's going to be an amazing lap this lap. They've got all those rock trails to do. They've got to battle all their way around to get back for the win back at Hammertown. So really exciting, great show coming up, and stoked to see these guys get out on the rocks again.
Now, we saw our UTVs finish these races right around the 12:30 mark. John called it perfectly. They came in at 12:30. The big question will be, do our Legends cars come in about the same time, maybe a little bit longer? They are running a very similar course, if not identical course, to the UTVs. Just a couple extra obstacles in there for them.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a little bit slower. If I had to have a guess, probably 20-25 minutes slower. I've been looking at some of the scores. If you guys haven't seen it at home, you can go on the Racing Tracks website where we have our map and our tracker, and you can actually see the obstacle scores of how long it takes each car to get up the obstacles. And going up Turkey Claw and going up the notches, the top 10 side-by-sides were, reasonably faster than the top 10 Legends and modified cars. So they're moving up the rocks a little bit slower than they did yesterday. However, the Legends and modified cars probably have a higher top end when they get out in the desert than the side-by-sides go. They top out 80, 90, 95 mile an hour. Running over 100 mile an hour in a side-by-side is pretty cool. These guys in the Legends cars, they'll be pushing 110 in some of the more open spots, getting a bit more flat-out speed. So it might even out a little bit, but I think we're going to have just a slightly longer race than yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right. And once again, we're 3 different classes racing today. We have our Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, our Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class, and our Spider Tracks 4600 Stock class. And just a great mix of cars out there. We've in the stock class, we've got everything from, we talk about them, these super, literally brand new factory-built Broncos being driven by some of the heroes in the sport, down to Suzuki Samurais and Toyota pickup trucks out there.
Absolutely. Those stock guys, they're going to be in for a long day.
They are. They always are.
They get to skip a few of the rock trails later on. They do the stock bypasses, but it's still going to be a really long day for those guys, and we probably won't see them back till closer to 3 o'clock for their finish, in my mind.
But we're in Hammertown right now. We're still waiting for more cars to come through. We've only had a few. Looks like there's another one coming through right now, 4853.
Yes, that's Andrew Gorman in the Legends class. And we've got Dwayne Garrettson clearing in Turkey Claw. He's just come to a stop there. Didn't quite catch what brought him to the stop. He's
and it looks like he just took a bad bounce there and just sort of got a little bit offline.
And it's really starting to get torn up in there, isn't it?
It is, and we'll probably see it even more tomorrow with our 4400 class. But as more vehicles go through that trail, we haven't run Turkey Claw, and we basically have been beating it to death for the past few days. And so for these guys to get into this one trail so early, there's a lot of rocks to move around in there.
Absolutely, and yesterday we saw the side-by-sides, they're running about 200 horsepower with a 33-inch tyre. When they get stuck, they dig a little bit. These guys can be running 500-600 horsepower with a 37-inch tyre. They are going to dig some holes.
Yeah, and we're watching it right now as he's obviously belly panned up. Course workers moving in to give him a little bit of a hand. Make sure we keep that race course clear for the rest of the traffic that's going to come through.
And this is our leader in the modified class, so devastating for him. He's held up. We've had one more modified through the start-finish, Kenneth Goodall. So he'll be chasing down Dwayne, but tough break for him. Looks like something's reasonably seriously there.
Yeah, that's Michael Henn. That's let her sit. I think he's just belly panned out. I think he'll be okay once he gets it. Looked like all 4 tires were spinning when he was stuck there. The big news in the modified class, though, is when we went up to remote pit 1, it looked like John Matthews wasn't moving at all. Certainly a crowd favorite. He's raced every single, he's always out racing all the races he can. National champion, I believe.
Yeah, tough break for those guys, and they'll probably battle to try and get back in. It's still a long day.
It is a long day.
Anything can happen when you're racing at the Hammers.
Yeah, John's got a great crew with him up there in remote pit 1. Oh, it looks like we have a car making its way through.
Coming down Resolution?
Yeah, right down Resolution. And this is where they have the optional line. They can take the long way around, or they're going to come down back door, the Method Race Wheels backdoor challenge.
Absolutely. Dave Cole's made it a really interesting course this year, and he's given the guys a bit of a strategic option. All the vehicles have to come down Resolution, which we're watching right now. Then they get a choice. They can either go up the bailout hill, which is a very sandy, loose climb, or they can drop down the double stepper back door and through the valley that way. Now, so far, we've seen every vehicle use the sand hill and go around. But if you're limping, if you're damaged, sometimes getting up that sand hill is very difficult, and especially some of these stock cars, they might not actually have the horsepower to make it out of the valley that way.
It's also a lot longer a way around. If you can drop down through back door, it is an actual shortcut around that mountain. It gets you back into Hammertown a little bit faster as well.
Absolutely. We saw the leaders, Dan Fresh and Matt Tribino, they both went the sand hill and went round. But I think tomorrow in Ultra 4, we'll be seeing a lot more cars dropping down off back door. This is the junction right here. You can see the tracks running off to bottom right of the top screen. That's the sand hill. Back door runs to the left of the top screen.
Yeah, this would be a great place for someone to make up a little bit of time.
And a great spot for a pass as well.
Absolutely.
If you're in traffic coming down Resolution and the guy in front of you runs up the sand hill, do you back yourself, turn right, head down the canyon, drop off the ledge? There's the sand hill we were talking about. He's up and over the crest as Dan Fresh is just letting that bomber eat in the desert out there, isn't he?
Yeah, there's one thing that's always a staple at a King of the Hammers race, and that is a bomber chassis flying through the desert.
But we did just see there are 2 people quite close behind him in that helicopter shot. We saw 2 cars in his dust, so maybe he's got some competition. We'll have to wait and see. Great shots here from our helicopter and drone pilots. Phenomenal.
But it does look like, I was going to say, it looks like both vehicles made the decision to take the sandhill. That Ben was talking about, the 2 optional ways. The sandhill up and over, or down back door. Yes, looks like they both took that sandhill and they're back on the desert floor.
I think this early in the race, Ian, the smart driver's decision is to take the sandhill, play it safe, get back into Hammertown, and then maybe at the end of the second lap when you're racing for position, you're almost at the finish, well, you can Lauren Healy it off that backdoor drop-off and just see whether you can get that pass.
Actually, I think that's exactly what just happened. We actually did have a car do exactly that. That the car that we were watching on screen actually did take the backdoor shortcut to make a pass.
Great. Yeah, we'll see a car running around the bypass there. So, passing for position, it's much easier if you don't have to actually work in the dust. Doing it in the bypass is great.
Yeah, it was Chase Petrara took the backdoor drop off and actually was able to make a pass in there.
So Chase is in another bomber, and he's raced the Legends class this year and done very well. I think Randy even co-drove with him at the San Felipe event.
Yeah, so that little part of the race course played out exactly like Ben and I were just talking about. You come into that section down Resolution, you take the sand hill or you take backdoor drop, and Chase took the backdoor drop off and was able to pick up a little bit of time.
And as Chase comes into town, we've got Miles in the pits. Let's go down and hear what's happening with Miles.
So I'm down in the pits with Chase Caprara. He's pulling off the pits as we speak. He was a little confused on where to go, but now they've got him flagged down. He's coming in, going to do a quick splash in fuel. He just got done dropping down the Method Race Wheels back door. And I was talking to Johnny Rocha, his crew chief. I said, is anybody going to drop it down? He said he just did. He's like, it's faster. They got a spotter up there to make sure if it's clear or not. They got the car turned off, checking everything out. Thumbs up from Chase Caprara. Car's looking good. This bomber chassis is looking great. He won this race last year. And remember, this race is on adjusted time. He started, I believe, back in about 104th position, and he's already up in the top 15. He is doing a great job. But he shut off the car. I'm not sure exactly what they're looking at, but the rest of this bomber chassis looks like it's in great shape. Just doing a quick fuel and go. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, how's it going?
So why'd you shut the car off?
Just since we're fueling to be safer for the team.
Awesome. Okay, I was wondering if there's something wrong. So safety first. I like your style, buddy. But everything's looking good. Everything seems to be pretty calm right now. So Chase, how is the course out there right now?
This is the roughest course I've seen out there. It's bad.
So you won this race last year. How excited are you to get back out there in the rocks and let this bomber chassis shine?
I'm pretty excited. That desert lap was pretty rough, so hopefully it's a little smoother out there in the rocks.
Well, you can't call these rock trails smooth by no means.
They're a little better in this thing, though.
All right, well, I'm going to let you get in your zone. Everything's looking good down here for Chase Caprara, last year's winner of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. There's been lots of cars coming through here. Everything's gone pretty smooth except for poor Casey Gilbert having all those issues. He's still down in the pits, but like I said, it's going good. It looks like we got more cars coming in. And again, this is finishing lap 2. They're heading out for their second lap. That's going to be a rock lap, so it's going to be a little slower on this lap, but they're going to be pushing hard, having fun. I expect to see the winners in here right around 1 o'clock or so. We'll see what happens. But again, so far so good down here in the pits with my Boxo wrench, so we'll send it back to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Miles. And as we're watching here right now, we're watching another car come in to do the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop-off. Didn't get a quick look at who it was, but as Miles says, Chase Caprara had spotters out there letting them know that whether it was clear or not, and if it was clear, they were going to take it because they believe it's faster.
Yes, Ian, a lot of the top teams, and we'll see it a lot tomorrow, will have spotters, and they'll send them out to the rock canyons, and they'll get them to watch some of the cars in front go through and give their drivers advice on maybe the left-hand side of the trail is easier, the right-hand side of the trail, where the blockages are. And it's a really smart tactic to use as a race team because giving your driver as much information as they can get, it helps them be successful in this race.
Yeah, and as we watch this car drop in off that Method Race Wheels backdoor drop, as Chase said, it was faster. He proved it. He got back into Hammertowns quicker, was able to get fueled, get his pit taken care of, and then get headed back out.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of lap 1 finishes coming in and making the refuel stop in Hammertown. Interesting, Chase turned his car off for safety, and it is all about safety. Those guys are dumping 10 gallons of fuel in those jugs and putting 2 or 3 jugs in at a pit stop to get them through the next lap. So there's a lot of fuel moving around, and it's important that our crews do it safely.
Yeah, a lot of rules in place to keep those pit crews safe, and that's important. Still have not seen a stock class vehicle make its way back into Hammertown yet.
Will it be one of our Broncos or will it be one of our other competitors?
I think it's going to be a Bronco. It's going to be one of the first ones back. We saw a little bit of action earlier between Vaughn and Bailey Cole out there on course, but I do believe that one of those Broncos will come back. Unfortunately, Lovell's had a little bit of problem early on. We were stopped in remote pit for quite some time.
And Bailey Cole has Jason Shearer sitting next to him in the co-driver's seat. If you wanted to have someone with experience, I couldn't think of anyone more experienced than Jason Shearer.
Well, especially when you're going to head out on that rock lap as well with Jason Shearer in there, that's an excellent option to have. Because I think even with the stock class vehicles, as we said before, they do get some bypasses, but there is a good chance that they are going to have to do some winching out there if some of those bypasses get clogged up.
Absolutely. We saw how difficult Outer Limits was yesterday, and the stock cars still need to run that, I believe, so that's going to be very difficult for them. They do get to skip Sledge and Jackhammer, but Spooners and Outer Limits will be a nice test for them. The 105 Trent Fab car coming up Turkey Claw on its way out on its second lap.
That's Toby Stacey headed out.
Now all of these guys are in a really solid position to challenge Dan Fresh and keep him honest. He's got a nice early lead, but as we know, anything can happen. A flat tire or something small and you lose 6-7 minutes, and these guys will be right on Dan.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of racing to do. We just did their one little first lap in the desert. We're calling it the desert lap because that's what it's mostly made up of. And then they have to head out and go and do all the serious rock trails for these Legends cars and these 4500 modified cars. So there's a lot of time that can be made up in those rock trails.
Absolutely, there's still a lot of racing to go today. Now these Legends cars, even though they can have unlimited horsepower essentially, the biggest limitation that we see is the single shock per corner. And it's really evident in some of these high-speed desert photos as we see one of the cars making the turn at remote pit 1, that they're just not quite as balanced as some of the Ultra 4s that we'll see tomorrow.
No, I do think the reason we see the Bomber chassis so popular in the Legends class, though, is that car from the very beginning, when it was built by Randy Slauson at Bomber Fab, was originally designed around a single shock per corner. He's evolved into a multiple shock per corner with his 4400s, but the 4800, that chassis, it really hasn't changed that much, and so to see those Bomber cars be so competitive, I think that's why we see so many of them in this class.
Absolutely. I had the honor of owning the very first Bomber 1 for several years and racing it out here, and won the Legends class here in 2015. And that car really was what the Legends class was built for. And now we see brand new vehicles built to meet the rules and race Legends, and the Bombers are a great choice. I believe we've got Miles down in the pit with another update for us. Come in, Miles.
So I'm down here in the pits. We have Michael London and Terry Madden with Warrior built as John Matthews just smokes the Yukon launch, coming through hot. But Michael London, they pulled the hood off, not exactly sure what they're looking for. Oh, they're checking the temperature on all the headers. We've got Nick Nelson on board and David Hartman checking everything out, getting ready to do some fuel. They're crawling all over the front engine compartment. So I think they're wondering, they're worried they're down a cylinder. They're checking the temperature of the headers. So they may have a miss on the engine. Not sure if it's injector or what's going on there.
Yeah, the earbuds are in. I can't hear you.
So I've got Terry Madden down here. How's it going, buddy?
It's just car feels great, but here about 10 miles ago we lost a cylinder or something. If it's not a plug wire or something simple, we're going to call it just so we don't spend money on a motor.
Well, I hate to hear that, but I hope they can figure it out quick and easy and get you back out there. But thanks again for that, Terry. So like I said, they're hoping it's something simple, but if it's not, he said he's going to call the race. Not worth blowing up the motor. So tough break for Michael London and Terry Madden, but they're still running. They're still very hopeful to get it figured out. So it looks like they may be here in the pits for just a little bit. But other than that, the car looks great. So that's a tough break if it's something simple. So again, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge here in Johnson Valley, California. And it doesn't look like they're getting in too much of a hurry, so I'm going to throw it back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Miles. Some action that happened while Miles was down in the pits. We saw earlier John Matthews' car up in remote pit 1 with both driver and co-driver out. We weren't sure what was going on, but while Miles was down on pits, we saw John Matthews' car actually come back through, finish that first lap, and now he's, I believe, the third modified car through.
Absolutely, third modified and back in the race, chasing down the other guys who came through a little bit earlier. Also, whilst Miles was on his update, we had Scott Foley come through in his 4800 Legends Bomber, and Woody Rose as well in 4871, and Rob Inglis in the 889, all coming through start-finish.
As we're watching Derek Summers here in Turkey Claw.
So let's recap our first five through lap 1. We had Dan Fresh come through in the number 8. Followed by, actually Chase Cabrera has jumped right up to number 2. He's only just come through, but on corrected time, he's not far behind Dan. Then we had Matt Trabino, Evan Jesse, and the first of our 4500 mod class, Dwayne Garrettson, has also come through in 5th place.
All right, and while we go through that update, I'm going to pass the mic back over to Ricky Johnson, my fellow drift cart co-host from last night's Optima drift cart shenanigans. We had tons of fun. Ricky, I'm going to hand it off to you and have fun here in the booth with Ben.
And as Ricky thank you, Ian. So Ben, we've heard a couple people might have lost some trackers, and so we're losing track of that kind of stuff. But not a lot. There's so much going on, so you're going to have to catch me back up because I've been running around the pit watching, trying to find information.
Absolutely. We've the trackers are brilliant. They really give us a great view on what the cars are doing. Sometimes they're a little delayed and can set us back a little bit with confusion, but Dan Fresh is out front, absolutely smashing it. That bomber is working phenomenally.
As we're watching right now, that is Dan Fresh, and watching the different speeds, because these are not, we've been watching desert trucks in the past couple days, and also the side-by-sides, which are actually built a little bit more for straight line speed. But these have to do everything. They have to be able to go fast through the desert because they don't want to lose time there. But the most important thing is they have to get through the technical sections.
Absolutely. But some of these Legends classes, they're running 500-600 horsepower, so they're not lacking in horsepower. They're definitely not like our desert T1 trucks that we saw earlier in the week. And some of the guys aren't putting as big a motors as we're seeing in the Ultra 4 4400 class tomorrow, but still very healthy motors. These guys are really the most limited by their shock absorbers in the desert, and the fact that they've got a front solid axle and full hydraulic steering, just doesn't quite give them the feel of, say, the side-by-sides or the desert trucks with the independent front end and a more direct steering box.
Well, and we were watching that Randy Slauson actually qualified quicker in this class with the 37s because he's able to squirt from corner to corner on that short qualifying section. So there's always a plus and a minus. And when you watch Supercross, a lot of times you'll see a 250, a lighter deal. They have enough torque with the EF, fuel injected and all that, so they're able to get into the corner. It's not as hard to stop, and also to race harder around the corner. So there's some advantages to it, but nothing substitutes for big horsepower.
Absolutely, and whilst the 37 might be really fun and snappy out of the corners, you really notice it in the rocks. That lack of diff clearance compared to a 40-inch tyre that the bigger cars will run really punishes you in the rocks.
Well, and for the people that haven't done this, it's amazing the noise when you start smacking the differential off and you're hitting the lower, you're afraid to rip your drive shaft out. And what a driver is going through as we're watching Dan Fresh as he works his way through the desert section. And there's no guarantees here. We still have a lot more racing to go, so we don't want to get too excited about this. We've seen this happen multiple times where somebody's out front, but Dan is doing everything right. But to finish my thought on that is that when you're going up these rocks and you're just smacking on the differential, and you're thinking if it was a trophy truck that I just ripped the rear end out of it. But these things are built with bigger skid plates, and you have to use the skid plates and actually bounce off the drive shaft, not the drive shaft, but the bunkin every now and then, because you have to, or you're never going to make it up the hill.
Absolutely correct. You can't be nice to these cars if you want to be competitive in Ultra 4 racing. It really is a demolition derby of sorts in the rocks, and just
a one-man demolition.
A one-man demolition derby, absolutely.
That's the best. I'm going to steal that. But and when you watch, the guys in the single seaters like the Gomez brothers, they charge sections so hard, and they'll come up to, whether it be Turkey Claw or one of the other ones, and there'll be people when they're pre-running and practicing, and they're just going to go, I'm going to shoot to the right or to the left, and I'm going to try it, go for it. That's the one thing I love about watching JP and Raul and the whole family. They do not hesitate at all.
No, absolutely not.
So you are watching the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm with Ben. This is Ricky Johnson, and we're going to step out to a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
Heading into State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm Miles. I'm down in the pits. We got Cameron Steele in here. The reason he pulled off earlier today was he had a tranny line come apart and they had to figure out where it was leaking at. They got it figured out, but then they got a power steering issue. We saw Ryan Taylor come back. We saw Joe Gatlin in here with steering issues as well, maybe a tire. So there's action everywhere, but it sounds like we may have Dan Fresh out on course. So take it away, guys.
Alrighty, we are watching Dan Fresh in Spooners as he starts to work his way up. So Ben, right now, there's a race coming on behind him that I don't know if he knows about it because he's not in radio contact with his team at this point. So give us a little bit of insight of what's happening.
Absolutely, Ricky. One of the really cool things about Ultra 4 racing is that we have corrected time. Now, Chase Caprera he had an issue in qualifying, and he started pretty much dead last of all of our 4800 Legends and 4500 mod cars. Remember, we merged those two classes together for starting order. He's currently almost half an hour behind Dan Fresh on course. But on corrected time, he's actually only 40 seconds behind, 38 seconds. So Dan's going to have to be really careful, because Chase does not have to catch Dan to win.
No.
He just has to make up another 38 seconds or 39 seconds. So we have a really interesting race where we may have a winner across the line. We may have to wait 30 minutes to see, did he actually have the fastest time of the day? And that's what keeps this really interesting. You can have an issue in qualifying, and it doesn't completely ruin your event.
Well, and we had, when we ran, I mean, this doesn't pertain to this course, but when we were running the truck race, the T1 truck race, we had a speed zone. And a lot of guys were getting penalties for that. So there's a lot of things to factor and a lot of things that we don't see. Also in the UTV race, we saw Brock Hager took a wrong line, but then some things were adjusted and figured out. Always Dave Cole is started as a racer, and he wants to always try to be, to give everybody the best shot when it comes to that. But as you're saying, when you're out front, like Dan Fresh, you think everything is good, there's no dust behind you, you got all the different stuff, but his pit crew has to be able to talk to him. And when you're in these canyons, it's complete radio silence. Some people have repeaters and stuff like that, but you have to get that information from your pit. And so if I was Dan Fresh's pit, I would be timing where Chase Cabrera is and figure out how far back he started.
Absolutely. He can't just rest on where he is right now. He needs to keep pushing, because the others are definitely coming for him.
Well, and we saw last year in the 4400 race where Randy Slauson was kind of invisible the whole time, didn't qualify that well, and all of a sudden he comes up on the radar and he's right there pressing everybody. Now, it wasn't because the other people had problems. He was actually ahead of them on time. So once again, you got to wait until after the race and do all the corrected math.
Absolutely, and that's how Randy likes to race. To have him on the pole for this race today was quite unusual. And for those following at home who might have just joined us, Randy Slauson, our pole sitter, he unfortunately blew a motor coming into pit 1. Cody Young, who was next to Randy on the pole, he's had some issues today. I believe he's now navigating down Resolution backdoor. He's way back in the pack. Casey Gilbert, who was on the second row, he's sitting in our main pits here. I've seen him walk past a couple of times. Obviously, they're trying to solve a few more problems with that car. And Dan Fresh has been the one that's come to the front.
Yeah, Dan was kind of sat back, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Then all of a sudden, we were watching the start of the race. Next thing you know, bam, he's the first one. No, he was the second one through the first remote pit.
Yes.
Next thing you know, then he was out in front when he passed Cody Gilbert, and then he hasn't looked back yet. But once again, he cannot relax. He's got to just get in his own head and hit every hill as quick as he can.
Absolutely. He's just got to stay mistake-free, keep that car moving. He's in Spooners. He'll be coming down out of limits pretty soon, and he's just got to keep on trucking.
So, and that's the thing, some people think that this is a desert race, and they look at the mileage and they're like, it's 158 miles, big deal. But you have no concept. When I came into this race, and I've referenced it, the mind games that I had to play with myself when I'm like, I just got to do this little 3-mile loop, and I'm almost home. That took me 2 hours. You know what I mean? Because I was backing up. I broke my winch line. I had my friend Brian Trotter in there. He had to winch me off so many rocks that broke my line. He had to retie it. Good thing he was a Navy SEAL and he knew how to tie knots to get to the finish line. And when I got to the finish line, it was the first time I've ever gotten to the finish line and didn't care if I won, because I was like, I finished. I was just so excited to have that. And for so many racers, you have that. That's the goal, is to finish.
Well, they don't call this the toughest one-day race in the world for nothing. It really is the most taxing event you can go in as a driver. We've got Justin Hall coming back into town to finish his first lap. Climbing up towards the Bronco Arch. He'll be coming through our short course shortly.
Well, we have a lot of different pit strategies. You might see Justin bypass the pit and keep going. He might have his fuel set up to fuel at remote pit 1 or remote pit 2 as they're coming through. So everybody's got a little different strategy, and also I always am ready to change if I need to. Like if I'm out of sequence or something and I want to take some quick fuel, I might do it. If I got to change a flat tire or something, like re-rack a tire, be ready to adjust at any time.
it's vital in this sport to have a really smart thinking crew chief who's doing those numbers for you, who's looking at it. You know, track position is key. You know, we know all about the dust. We've been watching that all morning. But it's also about not getting stuck behind someone in the rock trails. So if you can go a little bit further on a tank of gas, get to the next pit, get in front of people, put a gap on them, fuel up at that pit and keep going and keep that track position, you know, that's a huge advantage. So having someone in your corner doing that maths and going, yes, we can get back out to remote pit 1 instead of stopping in main and dropping back into the traffic jam. You know, you need to be looking at those and making those decisions.
So I'm gonna round up some numbers. So a trophy truck or a T2, a trophy truck spec or a T2 is about 600 horsepower, and then you have the trophy truck unlimited about 1,000, give or take. Now, Luke McMillan was not able to catch Christopher Pafardi because in the dust you cannot bridge that gap. Even though you have all that horsepower, you can't break through the dust to get to him. So that's the thing. If you have to change your pitch strategy a little bit to, if you get by somebody that maybe they're changing a tire or something like that, you don't want to give that position back because you know you need to make that time up. So you better be willing to sacrifice that pit and move on to the next one. And as you say, the crew chief has to have that in place.
Correct. That track position is key, and getting it any way you can as a driver or a team, that's the key there. We've got Sean Rance coming into the pits for end of lap 1 for him. And Matt Tribino in the desert. He's out on our high-speed desert section, chasing down Dan Fresh. I believe he is the second car on course behind Dan Fresh.
And in Turkey Claw, we have Cameron Steele that's back out there because he was out of the car for a while. So whatever the problem was, he's gotten it righted. And now you can see he's on pretty much a tear trying to get back to the front of the pack.
It's really cool watching those tires move through those rocks. He's really given it to it. He's obviously got a decent gap to catch up, and he's not resting at all, is he?
Well, and he's also, this is a high-speed pre-run for him for getting ready for tomorrow. But once again, like we've talked, and we see Dan Fresh back it up, back and forth. So remember, you said that that he was 40 seconds ahead of Cabrera, correct?
Absolutely.
Roughly. So now, every time that he goes forward and goes back and stops, there's a second, there's a second, there's a second. In one of these rock sections, we see him in Spooners. If Cabrera has a clean run, that 40 seconds is gone.
Absolutely, but Cabrera is also running about 10th on course. So if some of those cars in between Dan Fresh and him slow him up, there's just so many variables in this, Ricky, and that's why we've got a great race unfolding in front of us.
Well, and I love the fact that they're running the same course, so it's going to get more beat up, it's going to get more seasoned. Some of the rocks are going to get moved out of the way, some of the rocks are going to get moved into the way. It's just such a different course, and so even though you've pre-ran this, I think the guys that run today, even though it's going to be physically taxing on them, have an advantage for getting more rock time.
This is an amazing pre-run for the guys racing tomorrow, and I know you mentioned Cameron earlier. He is so committed to this race this week. He's done so much homework, and this is the ultimate homework, racing the day before the race, seeing it. And you know, you're racing a less capable vehicle today as well, so you battle through today, you learn all the lines, and then you jump in your 4400 car that's just a floating couch and rip through these rocks at twice the speed that these guys are running today. And you know, it's a great homework session for them.
Well, and this started as rock crawling, okay? That's how this whole thing got started. Then when Dave Cole started King of the Hammers, now we're throwing the desert into it. Cars have evolved so much with transmissions, axles, shocks, the list goes on. And the footage of Lauren Healy jumping off back door was just, that was backdoor, correct?
No, he jumped off the qualifying ledge that we also used
ledge,
for our shootout where the rock bouncers were trying to drive up it.
So when he came off of that, and I went and talked to him, I'm like, was that an accident? He says, no, I've practiced it a bunch of times, but I actually cleaned it better in qualifying. So he goes off, and he has to pop the front, and then the back wheels have to hit, and he has to shoot off. So it's very similar to how you wheel tap a motocross bike or a supercross bike. So that's the level of commitment and the level of energy that these guys are driving all day long. You can't just drive and hope for everyone to fall out, because there's going to be 3 or 4 guys that are going to clean this.
Yes, I must have watched that Lauren clip about 100 times, and I'm not sure if he's just amazingly good or amazingly lucky, but he made that look so easy jumping down there, and that new Bronco of his just handled it brilliantly. So I can't wait to see those guys race tomorrow. We've got a bit of a traffic jam in Turkey Claw. These guys are running nose to tail, pushing each other up the hill. And this is where you've just got to keep your calm, not let the other cars around you get to you. Make sure you're making smart decisions, holding your line, and that you don't let someone else ruin your race just because they're right next to you.
What numbers?
They're scrabbling in Turkey Claw, trying to find a line around each other. It's a great battle here. As we see Dan Fresh out of Spooners, he's running across the top ridge, then he'll be coming down out of limits. And Ricky, I think out of limits is really that quintessential Ultra 4 track that actually started King of the Hammers. It's probably the furthest from the lake bed that you can get, the longest time to actually get out there, but one of the coolest trails at the Hammers. And these guys that used to turn up here 15 years ago with air shocks and Suzuki Samurais on leaf springs, it would take them half the day just to drive all the way out to outer limits to then drive the trail. So getting out there faster, changing their rock crawlers, adapting their rock crawlers to get them out to the trail faster is actually what gave birth to this whole sport that is now so huge.
Well, I remember the first time I was at Barstow doing some desert testing, and I saw Greg Adler show up with one of the first King of the Hammers vehicles, and the thing scared me to death because I was looking how awkward it was and how short the wheelbase was compared to trophy trucks. It scared me a bunch. But I want to throw a shout out to Jason Fish. We were watching his truck as it was going through there. He recently lost his father. Just want to wish that family all well. I know that he's got an able hand in there that has never driven desert or off-road rock crawl before. So like I said, our well wishes go to you, and our thoughts and our condolences go to you. Wish you were out here, bud.
We've got Dan Fresh still running along that ridge, still trying to put time on the rest of the field.
And so now coming into Spooners, we see second place. That is second place physical.
Yes, second place on course. That should be Matt Tribino.
So Matt is running his own race. He's out of Dan Fresh's dust, and that can be a little bit confusing when it comes to driving, because you're like, normally you're chasing the dust and you say, okay, I'm that far back, but when someone drives away from you, you sometimes start to play games with your head, and you sometimes push a little too hard.
Absolutely, and we are still very early in this race, so these guys are still trying to drive smart, still trying to look after these cars. They've got a long afternoon still to go, a long morning still to go.
I'll be honest with you, he's got a much stronger pace than Dan coming up Spooners. Dan was a little bit more cautious in that, but Matt seems to be running a little bit harder pace. But once again, you got to save that equipment.
Yes, and you've been running at significant speeds across the desert for the last hour, really pushing the car, going fast, and then all of a sudden you've got to change mindset. You've got to think differently. You get in these rock trails and you've got to slow down everything and drive cleanly in the rocks so you don't just destroy the vehicle and lose a tire. So it's really important that you can shift as a driver and have that sort of agile mindset to switch between the high-speed desert and the rocks.
Well, and that's the thing that I've noticed when I'm teaching guys when it comes to, so in the bottom right, the leader Dan Fresh working his way into outer limits, which is pretty crazy as you come down. I don't know what scares me more, going uphill or going downhill, because when you're looking up, you're climbing and it's like, oh, if I get to there, I'll be safe. I get there, I'll be safe. When you're going down, you think, if I start falling, I'm not going to stop until I get all the way down there.
Yeah, when you're climbing, you've actually got a lot more car control because you have to move the car. When you're descending a trail like Dan's doing here, you often can't actually control which way the car falls and slides. This is the area that we saw a lot of side-by-sides get stuck yesterday, and it's one of the most tricky parts of the trail. Dan's, making his way through there pretty nicely, but you can see how much that car is articulating, how much that front axle's moving around. He's using that hydraulic steering to push the car from side to side. picking the high lines, getting the tyres some good traction, trying not to diff out, and just keep himself moving, because momentum is key here. If you get stopped, sometimes it's really difficult to get it moving again.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. This is Ricky Johnson and Ben. So as we're watching the two different, this is first and second, one coming down outer limits, the other one going up spooners. Looking at the driving styles, very similar, but to me it looks like Dan Fresh is being a little bit more cautious, saving his equipment, kind of just a very similar style to Randy Slauson. Just nothing too spectacular, not bouncing the wheels around, kind of keeping everything well attached.
And I think this video that we're watching now actually shows you how differently different car setups and designs work. The bombers and what Dan Fresh is riding in tend to be quite slinky and flexy. They work really well in the desert because they have that articulation and that movement. But in the rocks, you've just got to slow down a little bit in a way. Whereas that other car was a lot more rigid, a lot more planted, but not as flexible and not as competitive in that way. So different ideas, different designs. Really cool to see them all working out here today.
Well, and that's what I love about it. This is truly an unlimited class. Looking at what the Gomez brothers have done, look at what Lauren Healy's done. I love that Randy Slauson has stuck to his philosophy with the straight axle car. Also Eric Miller, both very effective. And they say in the big rocks like this, you get a little bit more reach with the straight axle in the front than you do the IF front. Independent front suspended cars, but in the desert, that bounce, that big heavy front axle up and down definitely does not work as well. But if you watch these bomber cars as they go through the desert, very, very balanced, and Randy's done a great job designing them.
Absolutely. As we've got Evan Jesse top left coming through our hero shot. He's running third on track, I believe, at the moment. Dan Fresh making his way down the bottom half of outer limits. So we've got the 73 of Greg Neff from the Racer Coffee Company. Definitely a popular spot this morning, that coffee shop, Ricky.
It has not, that line has not stopped. I was talking to the guys, and they've been helping us out, bringing Jim tea, even myself. Jim laughed at me when I said I had some chamomile tea last night, but helping them with, they got snacks, they got everything, so it has been a constant flow. So the guys from Racer Coffee, if you want to support people that support racers, run over, grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself a tea, grab yourself something to eat. They're right next to the Monster booth, right behind the stage, but we want to thank those guys for all the support that they put into the sport as well. We'd like to take a moment and throw a shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima batteries. They had that crazy car last night. If you want to see the trailer park race online, you can check that out. Also 4-Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive Insurance, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators. Once again, want to thank them for their support.
Now we've got a competitor in Turkey Claw that we were watching just then who I think doesn't have front-wheel drive. We've got another one coming through in a Bronco. I think that is Sean Rance. We might have Dustin Sexton and Sean Rance in Turkey Claw at the moment, but one of them has a serious issue with their front axle by the look of it.
So Ben, if you could explain to the people when they go to, if you're watching this on YouTube or on Facebook, you can go to ultra4racing.com and navigate around to find some different things. So if you could kind of explain to people, go to the upper left-hand corner, they can watch section times and kind of watch their favorite drivers.
Absolutely. So in the banner at the top of the website, there's a bunch of links. It'll take you to all of the tracking and information areas. We've got maps, we've got leaderboards, we've got obstacle time leaderboards, we've got the timing, the official race timing, everything you can access from the Ultra 4 Racing website. And so speaking of maps,
I'm going to go ahead and let you explain what the different colors mean, what the red at the bottom. I know a lot of people know what this is, but we want to educate as many people as possible. So Ben?
So we have a huge number of cars racing today. I think it's 138 cars. And the ones that are still orange, they're the ones on their first lap. The ones that have turned yellow, they're on their second lap. But you can see Dan Fresh and Matt Trabino are out the front. They've got a huge lead on the field. And then Dwayne Garrettson is our physical third on course. And then we've got Toby Stacey chasing him down, and Evan Jesse. So there's a huge number of competitors out there today. We're getting into the rock trails. We're well into lap 2 here. We've got a lot of competitors on lap 2. Still got a lot of guys out there on lap 1 who are going to have a long day.
And when you look, make sure that you look over to the right where it says 11:16 or 11:10. You got to make sure that the timestamp is at the right time, because even though someone's in front and back and forth, they jump. They do not ping at the same time. But if you want to look for your favorite driver, you can find that. But there's also other things. As you navigate around, you can get times through spooners, through turkey claw. There's all these different things that you can compare what the different drivers do and how quick they make it through those different sections.
And we've got a car stopped out on course here, being passed by the 105.
That looks like more than just, they were looking inside, so it could be a tie rod, could be something that does. I don't think it was just a flat tire, but it could be. It could be the co-driver. One of the driver or co-driver is jacking it while the other one's getting the tire. Oh,
we've got some carnage in turkey claw.
So it looks like Evan Sherman and Arturo Soria.
Trying to sort themselves out. Sometimes it's a bit of a case of you go, no, you go.
No,
be a bit chaotic in the rocks.
A little bit of Austin Powers here, trying to back up, forward, back up, go forward.
Yeah.
But it looks like...
I think Arturo's trying to pull up that hill to get out of the way.
Or he might have a problem with reverse. Oh, no, they're reverse.
And that was the worst timing, wasn't it? And the thing is, you know, with a car stuck like that, yeah, you can push them around a little bit if it's safe and all good. But you don't want to damage your own car. You don't want to put a bumper through a radiator or a cooler, or, you know, damage some steering on your car. So you've got to be smart. It's not a demolition derby between the cars. To use the phrase we had earlier, you've still got to be smart when you're moving in the rocks.
Well, and in the rocks, you're in a constant state of correcting mistakes. You know, even the best out there. When I tell people, when I'm teaching beginners, if you back up, that doesn't mean you fail. That means you're taking another look at it. When you have to get out and winch, or you get stuck and you have to have your friend come help you, that's a failure. But you're going to watch the best in the world. Everybody tomorrow, that they're going to be going forward and back like this. When you come up to something, sometimes you can power through it, but that is right there, that changes the course when you see these guys just hammer down and try to power their way through.
For sure, and a good driver knows how to not make a bad situation worse. So a lot of the time, as you said, it's better to take that quick reverse, get a better view of what you're dealing with, get a new line, reset, and go again.
We don't know who that was through the backside of Spooners. It's unbelievable the shots that we've had from here and the technology. And everybody says, you know, we're kind of filling in, giving you as much information as possible. But the real star, I think, is the production crew that has the stationary cameras, the drones, the helicopters, the in-car cameras, everything that we got going on. And we're able to show everybody around the world what's happening live as it's going on right now. This isn't a delay. This wasn't happening earlier. You're seeing live shots from today. And to be out here in the middle of the desert, I think is pretty cool. And to be a part of it, you know, as I said, I'm just kind of talking and explaining what I think is happening on the screen, but the true star is the production crew that's made this happen.
Yes, I'm honoured to be part of it this year, and it's really cool to have seen the effort that goes on, and to bring the world these shots, because, you know, we're right out in the middle of nowhere. Outer Limits is a long way from where we are in Hammertown. They're beaming this signal over the mountain to us. They're beaming it from helicopters, from drones, and we're sending it around the world live so that you guys can enjoy this race at home.
Well, as we're watching the weather right now, we're seeing the flags outside here at Hammertown starting to blow a little bit, and that is going to definitely help the drivers out. This morning, every morning, it's been pretty much as still as it can be, and so on the start of the race, it makes it very difficult for passing, and also that creates a lot of bottlenecks. But right now, we're seeing some wind. Now we're able to see all the way across the valley over to Chocolate Thunder, so it's clearing that dust out and making it better for the racers.
For sure. If you come out here to recreate at Johnson Valley, the wind, or the W word as people refer to it, is something you don't want. But if you're a driver and you get up and there's, you know, a nice 10-knot breeze on race morning, you get excited because you're not going to be sitting in the dust all day. So seeing a little flutter come through, that'll be great for those guys.
And in the lower right, we see Dan Fresh, your current race leader. As far as physically, he's the first vehicle on the course. He's in that bomber chassis. He worked his way up. When he started the race, he was started in 5th place. Now he's first physically. We had a problem with Randy Slauson. Some of the other guys, I think Casey Gilbert. A lot of guys fell out from the front 5. But right now, Dan Fresh is showing everybody the way around King of the Hammers, the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge.
It's absolutely been a race of attrition this morning already. We've seen several of the top guys drop out, and we've really got a race on our hands here.
We'd like to throw it out there that 4-wheel parts is going to have a 4-wheel parts Boxo toolbox giveaway for a lucky fan. So if all you need to do is run over, who is it? It's a giveaway to all the fans of 4-wheel parts custom in attendance. Win a free $5,000 value custom 54-inch 12-drawer toolbox fully loaded with tools. When? It is going to be, you enter all week long during King of the Hammers. Winner will be contacted at the conclusion of King of the Hammers. Where do you sign up? Over at the 4-wheel parts booth, which is right across from our booth in the front stage. No purchase necessary. See the 4-wheel parts booth for details. Make a purchase at 4-wheel parts booth and get automatically entered. So if you guys want a chance at a Boxo toolbox from 4-wheel parts, go over and sign up.
And Ricky, while you were giving us that great information on Boxo, we saw Dan Fresh moving really fast down the bottom of the outer limits rock canyon. But the drama now is we've got Matt Trabino at the top of outer limits, getting out of the car. We saw the co-driver jump out. We saw the driver's got his net down. The recovery crew has a winch out. This could be a big change for our leaders here, because Matt's run really strongly all morning and looks like he's come to a complete stop.
And when you look at the size of these rocks, Ben, this is where the bottlenecks happen, because you cannot drive up and over an 8-foot rock. It's just not possible. You got to either get to the left or the right, and Matt is pretty much right in the center. It looks like he's left a little bit of room one way or the other, but you can see they're trying to. Matt's got his helmet off. They're taking the hood off. So he has bigger problems. So something's happened, overheating. Who knows? We're just completely speculating. But Matt Trabino is stuck, coming down outer limits. Both him and co-driver are out. They're out, obviously taking the spare off, not to change a tire, but they probably have the toolkit underneath.
Yeah, I think they're looking for tools as he does a bit of a pirouette off there. The really technical section is just below them, where we saw a lot of the UTVs get stuck earlier, and Dan Fresh, worked his way gingerly through. So maybe they've had an issue with the car and they're not quite confident with it. And rather than drop down and get completely stuck, they've just stopped where there's a nice little flat area for them, and they're just trying to look into whatever they're dealing with. Hopefully someone can get around them when our next competitors come through. The biggest thing with racing this type of race is you need to adapt. When you get to a roadblock like this, you throw your co-driver out, you have them walk around, find a way around you. There's always a way. People will say the trail's blocked, but there's always a way around. So you just need to get creative, and we saw that in the UTV race yesterday, where some guys drove some really impressive lines.
As we're watching Toby Stacey as he works his way up Spooners, you're exactly right. You have to, as we're watching, go ahead, Ben, take it away on who's on the infield.
So on our bottom screen, we're seeing 2 of the Broncos come in. I believe that's Bailey Cole in the one in the front. I'm not sure who's in the middle, but we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming in as well. So those Broncos are almost running nose to tail, coming back into the main pits.
And I talked to Lauren Healy, and he says that everybody's doing a driver change. So he's jumping in for Vaughn Gittin. He's changing driver and co-driver. So Lauren Healy is going to run the second half in that Bronco, which will help him for tomorrow, checking out the course before he goes.
Yeah, so Lauren was really excited about jumping in there. He was looking forward to jumping behind the wheel of that brand new Bronco.
Well, and we got to give it to Ford. They're not sitting on their laurels and just trying to sell pickup trucks. They're coming out here, they're testing the vehicles, they're beating them up, and they're trying to make a better vehicle for the consumer so that they can enjoy a little bit more robust off-road vehicle right when you buy it off the showroom.
It's pretty cool to see a OEM manufacturer out here developing their products in the toughest race in the world.
So let's throw it out there to Ram, Chevrolet, GMC, Nissan, everybody. We need to see those manufacturers out here as well.
That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Be like it was back in the 90s when you had the Ford Rough Riders, Chevy Thunder, Toyota. You had Walker Evans with Ram. You had Roger Mears with Nissan. It was a battle of manufacturers, and they all took their teams. So there was probably about 8 or 10 teams going that were between the different manufacturers.
Now we're still watching Matt Trabino making repairs. We've got another competitor coming up, Spooners, at the moment. So they're moving in pretty quickly into that first big rock trail of the race.
Yeah, and that was Toby Stacy going up Spooners.
So on the tracker I show about 4 vehicles in Spooners. We've got Chase Cabrera right behind Toby Stacy. Dwayne Garrettson is also in Spooners. And at the very bottom of the Spooners Canyon, he's probably not quite in it yet, is Evan Jesse. Now I'm still showing Dan Fresh in the canyon. We're waiting for that to update. That was about 5 minutes ago, so he should be pretty close to the bottom of that canyon. So once they clear outer limits, they've got a really high-speed run across Emerson Dry Lake Bed near the Marine Base, and then they're back into the rock trails on the front side of the mountain.
So I'm going to take this from Bob Bowers and strictly off the record, and I'm assuming. So we've got from race operations that our leader, Dan Fresh, is possibly broken down. We'll try to get some more information on that. Once again, all this information, we're going to feed you as much as possible. But we're watching Matt as they're going in there. I think they might have lost a belt or something because they brought in a breaker bar and they're going to work towards the front of the motor. So that could be something. He lost power steering or lost oil pressure. That's why he had to stop immediately and not just drive it further down to make that change. So I saw them have a breaker bar. They got the hood off and they're working towards the front of the motor. Once again, speculation on my part.
And this is where, when you're competing in this event, you can't just be a driver. You've actually got to be your own pit crew, your own mechanic. You've got to fix your own stuff.
So we just got a report. We're pretty sure that is Dan Fresh out on the dry lake bed, broken down and not moving. So I'll have Ben take a look at the map and see if when his tracker pings. But here we're looking at another one of the Broncos. Awesome to get them out there. As I said.
So this is the Lovell brothers.
This is the Lovell brothers. So, which, you know, Brad has won. They've won so much in this race. And now with them in the Broncos, I think it's very cool that Ford realizes the kind of spokesperson that he is and driver first. You know, you can be a sweetheart on the mic, but if you're not a driver behind the wheel, which he definitely is, and so those guys are charging hard.
For sure, Brad's one of our most accomplished drivers in this sport. He has done everything from short course to desert racing, but his roots are in rock crawling. This is his event. He's been out here since the beginning and has dominated the Legends class for many years, several wins. Now he's in the Bronco in the stock class and going for a win there. So that's Justin Hall coming through remote pit 1. Now, so in the first desert lap, Ricky, these guys use remote pit 1 in both directions. When they come back out on their second lap, they actually turn right at the top of our screen, and they don't come through remote pit 1, but they can still use it if they need to. So we may see some more pitting later in the race, but most guys would have just stopped in the main pit.
Well, then you saw him come up and just do a quick U-turn in the pit to come back out. So he's coming in, using the pit, and stepping back out.
And I believe, to make it fair, if they do use remote pit 1, they have to drive from the start of the pit all the way up.
Yep.
Turn around the barrel and come back down, so it doesn't advantage any teams that are close to the beginning.
I think we're seeing either an alternator or something. It looks like they're working on something. So to me, it's about the size of an alternator. They're working on the front of the motor. So at that point, once again, speculation on my part. But Matt Trabino is actively trying to fix that vehicle up on the trail.
So this could be a huge change for us. We've got Dan Fresh out on the Emerson Dry Lake Bed, possibly stopped. We've got Matt Trabino in outer limits. Again, he's definitely stopped. We've got 4 cars in Spooners, actually 6 now, 6 in Spooners, all chasing these guys down. And we'll be seeing some of them in outer limits very shortly.
Well, and when the guys are in the canyons and racing back and forth, you don't get that information. You don't get the information, oh, Dan Fresh is broken out here. When you get to a certain spot, you can get real quick information on your on your radio, but you're not in constant radio contact because you can't be with all these canyons.
Absolutely, and I've actually noticed a couple of the teams here have spotters watching our broadcast because we're better to understand what's happening in the race than watching us. So they're standing in Hammertown with their radios, talking to their teams, watching all of our screens here.
Don't listen to me. I'm shooting a educated guess, as they might say.
There's our hard-working recovery crews in Turkey Claw. They haven't had to do too much today, a couple of little things, but it's been reasonably straightforward for most of the teams.
I hate that look. Sit there, look at the motor and go, how can we fix this? How can we get this out of here? We've seen in the past, we saw, as we said, in the UTV race, we saw Terry Madden grab 2 gallons of gas in a 10-gallon gas can with a red head on the end and everything and start running across the desert to get Brian Deegan some fuel. We've seen Lauren Healy also run across. So then we just got report that Dan Fresh was a tire change, and so he's back underway. So Dan is definitely on track, still currently physically leading. We'll have to do some math because we have some people chasing him down.
Yeah, and hopefully that was a pretty straightforward tire change for him. Out where he was in that Emerson dry lake bed, those guys are running triple figures. These guys will be running 105, 108, 110 mile an hour at least out on that lake bed. And to have a tyre go at speed, it can be really interesting in these cars.
Well, a lot of times when it goes flat there, it delaminates. And when it does, it can rip brake lines off. It slaps everything all over the place because when you're running at that high speed, all of a sudden the tire, the tread comes off because you're smashing.
Just to try and move the car a little bit more, jiggle it around, get some traction. And there really isn't much going on for those guys, so disaster for them.
Well, right before the commercial break, we saw when he got on top of that rock, all 4 wheels were turning and his front wheels were up against that. So it's a difficult angle how he's got to try to get off there. I'm thinking you got to winch it to the side, try to pull it over, but now he's going to try to pull him back. You just got to get creative. That's one thing you got to think about safety first. I was talking to the guys that over at Warren about that, is that you don't want to be completely cowboy and take a chance on hurting yourself, but you got to be quick when it comes to winching here at King of the Hammers.
And it's interesting, we've got, Warren and all their amazing recovery gear out here in Factor 55, and I watch some of these guys and they don't take a basic piece of equipment, which would be what we'd call a tree trunk strap or some kind of strap to wrap around these rocks. And in the heat of racing battle, they're just wrapping the rope around the rocks, and that's what causes the most of these breakages. The pure friction of that rope on the sharp rocks out there. The ropes just don't last, no matter what brand, no matter how good they are.
Well, and you have to, ideally, as you said, you're better off. So let's go back to the action. Who is that taking over in 48.53? That is Andrew Gorman as he works his way out of outer limits, and we're going to be moving over to remote pit 2.
At first, when I had a chance to talk to Dan's pit crew, they said he wasn't going to stop, but he did have that flat just a few miles out. Now, he did come into the pit. He's heading to his pit right now. We're going to catch up with them in just a little bit and see what they're actually going to do. Now, with Dan being the first one that's coming through here, we're going to start seeing a lot more action. I'm going to be here at remote pit all day long to give you guys all the action that's happening. Stay tuned.
Well, that was Tiffany. We had a little bit of an audio thing. She's been out there every day collecting information, trying to get as much as we can, but obviously it's a little bit of a challenge getting some of that information back. We're sending the information, but we didn't quite get what she had to say, but keep up the good work, Tiff. We're using your information as much as possible.
We should be seeing Dan Fresh up into that pit pretty soon. He's a fair way up Aftershock, but this is Scott Foley on screen in another bomber running down, running up Spooners, and again making it look pretty easy. Just working through there. You can just see how much dry dirt there is amongst these rocks. These canyons are just absolutely torn up.
Well, when I first started, doing some of the rock crawling and stuff like that, I would always see a big rock, and the first thing you think is I need to go around it. But in so many cases, you got to put that wheel up and over the top, and not try to change your direction too much, because as we saw earlier, you get high centered, or you get stuck on the side of a rock in between, so it'll get you on the way out. So how you look at these rocks, and the things what Dave Cole was teaching me, and after listening to the guys like Lauren Healy and the different guys, and they were helping me out, Eric Miller were kind of educating me on what to look at, because what they see is a completely different thing. It's kind of like they can see the metrics of working up these rocks and say, I'm going to drive over that rock instead of going around it. So when you start, what you see is not what you always get.
Sounds like you were definitely learning from the best there.
Well, no, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to take somebody else's moves or listen to them when it came to tire pressures. Lauren told me when we were running up at Reno, this isn't a rock crawling race. We're bouncing through these sections. Bring your tire pressure up and just hang on to it when you go through it. So was always open for advice. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I don't believe in that. I'm 57 and I'm learning every day.
So Scott's working his way up towards the top of Spooners. We've got a lot of cars out here now in the Spooners and Outer Limits area.
Tiffany.
So Scott making nice work of that climb. Now, Spooners a couple of years ago was one of the hardest trails at the Hammers. With the amount of cars that we've run through this in the racing the last few years, it really is more of a dirt track, but it can still really bring you unstuck if you're not careful and you don't give it the respect it needs.
Alrighty, Ben, we're going to go out to remote pit 2. Tiffany has got some information for us. She's been running around all day. What do you got, Tiff?
All right, Doug. When we had a chance to talk earlier, I was talking to Jesse and Wes, and they said that Dan wasn't going to stop. He was just going to make us a flyby. What exactly happened to make that change to have him come in here?
About 5 minutes, 5 miles before this pit, he got a flat. They changed it, on the side of the trail there, and then they just came in for a quick flat, spare swap, I guess. Also, at one of the previous pits, they had complained about a the gas filler tube being loose. So we just kind of tightened that up, threw a zip tie on it, and hope that it holds.
All right. Did Dan give you any insight on how he's feeling? Obviously, he's heading into the rock section right now. He's got clean air. We actually haven't seen a second vehicle come through yet, so that means he's putting some good times out there. How's he feeling overall right now inside?
From the radio, it sounds like he's doing a good job. I think they struggled a little bit with that tire change, but back and running. I think now they're at like almost a 3-minute lead, so that's pretty good.
And here at Hammers, 3 minutes is a long time, especially going into the rock section. Dan is a winner before, so he kind of knows this. Did he also mention anything else for the rock section that might give him a little bit of difficulties?
No, he had kind of mentioned something about one of the other spots, but I think now that he's got clean air, no one's in front of him, I think he's going to just fly through it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the update.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Watching the number 896 coming down Outer Limits. That's Brian Tremp in the Legends class. He's going to have to pick his way through all these broken cars that we're starting to collect in Outer Limits. It's going to get trickier and trickier as the day goes on. We know we've got the Goodalls winching. Kenneth Goodall, he's probably still there. He is. No, that's the 4871. We're not quite to Kenneth yet, but we're starting to collect a couple of cars in Outer Limits that the teams are going to have to navigate around.
In this race, as a driver, you start off, I was just talking with Jim about how we were talking on top of each other. There was so much action. This guy's going here and that guy's going there. Now there's so much happening, and we still see the driver stuck there. That rope has been broken, I think, 3 or 4 times. They didn't have a strap to get around the rocks.
They are in a very difficult spot, and these guys have broken a rear drive shaft as well. So we've got another broken car here. We saw Woody Rose a minute ago in the Trent Fab car. That was the car that the 896 drove past. but we're really starting to collect a couple of cars right here. I really don't think those Goodalls are going anywhere fast at the moment.
You got to give credit where credit's due. Jim Marsden's coming in the booth and he points and he says, look down there, and you can see the drive shaft flapping around. So now that vehicle is stuck with just front drive. So can they even get out of there without changing the drive shaft? And a lot of these guys do carry a rear drive shaft because so many times it happened. It happened to Luke McMillan, got stuck on a rock and ground down his rear drive shaft. So it happens all the time. So that is one of the pieces of equipment that they will put on there. But now you got to take that time and do that.
So this is Chance Holloman coming up, Turkey Claw. And Ricky, to that, firstly, Outer Limits is somewhere I would never want to be without rear-wheel drive. It's one of the toughest trails on course. And then I think one of the big differences between the T1 guys that we saw earlier in the week and all of these Ultra 4 competitors is a lot of these guys may not actually carry a spare drive shaft, because on a T1 you've just got one drive shaft to carry.
Yeah.
You're just carrying your rear drive shaft and you're good to go. You change that out, you hit it on a rock. Our Ultra 4 guys, they'll have a front drive shaft, a rear drive shaft, and some of them will have a mid drive shaft. So do you carry all three of them? Do you just carry a rear? You know, how heavy are you going to make your car carrying all these extra spares? Or do you just run it light and hope that you don't have the issue?
It's like, you want to carry water? Well, yeah, but I'm going to get thirsty. It goes back and forth. As we were watching Cameron Steele, but let's talk a little bit about low range, high range. When do these guys, I know, but I want to get your opinion on it. When do they shift into low? How long do they carry low? What is top speed in low range? And that's the thing. When are you going to take that time? Because it takes a second. You got to stop, switch the transmission, and then go. So give us a little education on low range, high range.
Sure. So most of these guys will be running an Atlas T-case or very similar, and it does take a little bit of time to shift it. You can shift it on the fly from low to high, but from high to low, you have to pretty much come to a stop to shift it. So you give up a little bit of time there. But I used to like shifting it right at the beginning of the rock trail. If I knew that rock trail was hard enough, and from pre-running I would know which trails I was going to run all the way up in high range and which trails I was going to run in low range. Because if you shift at the beginning, you've got a nice steady control of the gears throughout the rock trail. When it gets a bit more open, you can come up through second, third gear, and if you've got a 4-speed gearbox, even fourth gear, which will get you about 50, 55 mile an hour flat out in low range. But the biggest thing is you do not want to be grabbing low range when you're stuck. When you're all bound up, when the car's all twisted in and you can't actually release that front drive, the last thing you want to be doing is trying to get it out of high range and into low range. Because sometimes you just physically can't do it if there's enough weight on the car.
In the bottom right is Justin Reese, last year's king, as he works his way into the stock class. So having a great run, keeping it moving forward. But let's finish that thought. Now you were saying some of the guys, and this is a little bit of preview for tomorrow, that everything is so strong, they're just going to run it because they have the horsepower, the torque. They're going to just run it in high range almost 90% of the time.
Yeah, so especially with a 4-speed gearbox, and if you get a really low custom first gear in that gearbox, they'll actually use first gear as their rock crawling gear in high range. And Randy Slauson does that. Several of the other top competitors do that. They may use an underdrive or some other sort of planetary sort of contraption to get them that gearing that they want. But the one thing you've got to remember, when you're running 600-700 horsepower and you've got a really low first gear in high range, you don't have a low reverse. Your reverse is still quite a high gear. So if you get stuck, you shift to reverse, you give it 700 horsepower, quite likely those clutches are going to be goodbye and you won't have reverse for the rest of the race.
Something's going to give, and it's going to be something internal. And that's an interesting thing about the Mason all-wheel drive, is that it is not four-wheel drive in reverse.
And we have some chaos in Outer Limits now. We've got Woody Rose from Trent Fab. He is stuck in the middle of those other two competitors that we saw. And down the bottom, we've got Chase Cabrera. He's on the top of the Emerson Hill after the lake bed. He seems to be stopped, though, or maybe just trying to get something sorted on his car. So we've got drama all around. To continue with this, I'm going to hand over to Jim Marsden. Ricky, it's been great working with you. Be back later. I've been Ben Napier. Please enjoy this show. We've got a great one for you.
Well, Ben, it's been awesome. I know that Anthony Areola up in the top level. Ben, it's been great. I know you're going to be in the booth straightening us out, letting us know what's going on. But Chase Cabrera, who's started so far back, past all those vehicles, was leading, I think, on physical, not physically, but on corrected time, has now stopped at the top of Emerson Hill. So We obviously can't see what's going on. He started to turn to the left, and then all of a sudden he went over to the right, and he has come to a standstill. So that was our race between first and second. Chase Cabrera was second physically, but we think was leading overall. So Jim, did you find anything while you're out there, or did you just take a little bit of a break? I want you to know that I'm having some black tea on just so that you and I are on the same page.
Fantastic. It's great to be back in the booth again, and good to see that you're drinking tea, a civilized drink there, Ricky, as we're watching Antti Arola there up in the top view in Hidden Valley and Spooners. Now, it's hard to tell. It looks like he might have some kind of locker issue here. We're seeing the drive flowing backwards and forwards on that front axle. But we've got a real race on our hands here. Chase Cabrera, where has he come from? Over 100th, he started over 100th position earlier today, 104, and he's made his way up all the way to the front on adjusted time. Quite incredible stuff as we watch the 48.61 there of Antti Arola, but I think he's got a front axle drive problem. That front end just doesn't seem to be working the way it should be.
John Matthews on Yukon Cliff looks like he's trying to find an alternate way around, getting over to that other trail. And that's the thing, you lose one wheel, you need everything pulling through as these drivers start to go through. So it looks like all four wheels are pulling, but
yeah, John Matthews is going to have to be creative here and try and work a way around that high line. When it's on camera, it never looks as tough as it actually is when you're in these places. And Ben was saying it earlier, Spooners and Outer Limits are evil trails. These are trails of the stuff of legend. The rocks there are absolutely enormous. But John Matthews has made a great job there, and he makes the pass on Antti Arola.
I think this is Dan Fresh, our leader.
That does look like Dan Fresh
Emerson.
there.
No, I don't think
No,
so,
it can't
because
be.
he's the front vehicle, so he's definitely not coming on. So that is a missed call on my part.
Did look like a bomber there, so I'll give you that.
There's a lot of bomber chassis out there. I think that is the chassis of choice in this class. Right at this point, first and second, physically and corrected, are both bombers. But we got to see what's happening with Chase Cabrera, if he is moving or if he's standing still.
Now, the interesting thing for me here is the lead two cars in 4,500 are Dwayne Garrettson and Kenneth Goodall. Now, we've seen both of them stuck further on in Outer Limits. In fact, here we are now. So Kenneth Goodall is still stuck there. He's got some real issues. We saw them struggling with the Wintrope earlier. Didn't seem to have a correct strap. So let's hope he's borrowed one from one of his friends so that he can continue. Got Stephen Rose in there in the centre in the Nexon tyre car. And then we've got there right next to him.
Derek Summers.
That's Derek Summers. Now Derek is making a couple of passes here. We can see.
That is Dave Hartman's old car. We just got that information. But that's the thing about this. You have to completely slow yourself down and be calm. You can't get all excited and go, I'm just going to bomb up this side or that side. Because if you look, these rocks are in some cases 6 to 8 feet tall. And you watch his co-driver says, you know what, better to keep myself moving. That's why you got to have a driver that's in great shape. I was fortunate enough when I was here to have Brian Trotter. I think I about killed him, and and he was a Navy SEAL. So that just tells you that I was hard on him. He retied the rope probably 8 times and got me out of a lot of situations.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic here now in Outer Limits. So we have another bomber coming into the frame.
A little more
Looks like
traffic
car
in the
75
Spooners.
there, which is Scott Foley. And then we have the 105 of Toby Stacey picking his way through Aftershock. So he's doing great guns there. But there's so much action on this course, Ricky. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. And you were talking about transfer cases earlier. There is also, most of these vehicles will be running a 2-speed transfer case. But tomorrow, we're going to see guys that are running single-speed transfer cases. Things like the SCS, very, very big gears. They can swap the gears out to change the gearing. And that is becoming quite popular in 4400.
So, yes, so as we're watching in Spooners, we got Tony Howard as he's trying to work his way, but he got a little bit of a traffic jam behind him. Now, I'm surprised none of the drivers are going around to the left trying to find an alternate line, just because you don't want to take that chance of them stalling and then getting stuck again. So it looks like once I think it's 45,
yeah,
18
looks like he's high centered there. When we say high-centered, that means they've stuck on a rock and the wheels are just flapping in the air and not doing a great deal. As Cameron Steele starts to make his way through. And good news, Kenneth Goodall was broken free. Hopefully he can be back moving again. Cameron trying to take that harder right-hand upper line. But Cameron's been out here pre-running for months. He's been testing all of these lines. He should know which way to go, which rock to put those wheels on. And he's just backing up so he can readjust.
So Brian Wood is Cameron's co-driver. He knows these canyons, he knows these rocks, and that's the thing. Is like a lot of times when I came out here, I just ran whatever line. I wasn't looking for alternate. I was just trying to survive any line.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing is that Dave Cole was very skeptical because a lot of the crossover guys don't finish. But it was awesome because now you're seeing a lot of these guys, like as we said, Brian Deegan, you see Jeremy McGrath, you see Vaughn Ginn Jr. All these guys are, and Cameron Steele that we're watching right now on the main screen on Upper Limits, that they take it very serious. They come out here, they listen to the Dave Coles, they listen to the Terry Maddens, they listen to the different guys to understand the trails and where to go if this situation, that situation happens, as Cameron Steele makes his way up Outer Limits.
I was very impressed yesterday with some of our crossover athletes. Obviously, Brian Deegan winning the grudge match yesterday, taking home the $10,000, but also CJ Greaves we had there, Jeremy McGrath as well. These aren't people who are known for racing in rock sports. So, as you say, to come out here and do what they did was incredible. But let's not forget about those UTVs. Those UTVs had to come through these same trials, running 33 and 35-inch tyres. And I have to say, they did an amazing job.
And you have to think about that that the Can-Ams are still running a belt.
Yes.
So on top of all that, so they have a high and a low range, so they can go into low range when they come through here, but they still have to work with that belt. So the belt technology, the guys from Gates, there's a lot of different aftermarket companies, but they've melted the belt technology that's been around in snowmobiles for so many years and that, but that's a different environment. You're in a cold environment. It keeps the belt cool. Out here, everything is so hot. Now they have sensors with a laser that picks up the temperature so that if you start to get a little bit hot, you can start to back it down to keep that thing in a safe range.
Absolutely. The technology just keeps moving on. And here we are. We've got a vehicle coming down. That looks like John Schaefer coming down through to back door. Now we've got options here at the Method back door. As he picks his way through, there is an option. They could have gone down through the easier line at Resolution, or they can try and save time by coming down through the Method race wheels back door.
Well, and there's no guarantees because you notice none of the side-by-sides did because there's such a long gap and you have to fall and you see the little holes where everyone's come, when people are out there during the week doing the backdoor challenge and all the different stuff, they're tearing it up going up, where these guys have to come down and they have to drop off that waterfall. So I don't know about you, but I think in some cases it's scarier to go down these cliffs than it is to go up.
Well, I was out there the other night watching some people running it, notably Nick Nelson, and the whole of the bottom of this hole is completely dug out, creating a berm on the far side. So you've got to get your nose in, then the nose has got to rise up over the berm as John just drops in now, and we'll see how he copes with this. The main part of the hole is in deep shadow. It should be no problem for a vehicle of this length, but there's always a worry. Drive it out, John.
There you go.
Drive it out. That's Eric Miller driving there. I've got that wrong. I do apologise. Yep, he's driving here for Rock Crawler Suspension. Jeremy Pirrick was the driver of record, but Eric Miller has stepped in. So he's using all of his experience here.
Awesome job. Then he does a little roost to try to fill it up for tomorrow's race. But that's the thing. Eric is going to be racing tomorrow. He's a multi-time king. He's pre-running back door, so now he has a better idea and he can compare the 37. He knows what he's going to have when he comes down there with a 40-inch tire. So great. It was great to see somebody like Eric Miller run that. And you also saw him teeter-totter a little bit. That was not a gimme.
I was chatting to Raul Gomez the other day at the fire pit, and he was saying, hey, Jim, he said, if I'm coming around there, third lap, I'm going to send it. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm going to hold him to it.
Which Gomez or all three?
Oh, no, that's Raul.
Oh, Raul?
But if one of them does, all of them will.
Oh, yeah. Which I got to throw it out. Those two guys, JP and Roll, did phenomenal in the T1 class, especially JP. He's just starting in that. He had a phenomenal job all day long. So my hat's off to those guys, and I love watching them. And I don't know if I'd like more, watching them drive or their interviews on the podium. But they are a piece of work, and I love the commitment that the Gomez family has for out here.
And at the top now in Turkey Claw, we have got Trent Roberts starting his second lap. And he's putting that car to work. There is nothing worse as a driver than you can feel you're high-centered. There's dust everywhere. You can't see what's happening. So they'll be having a conversation inside the vehicle now. Do you want me to get out? Well, I'm not sure. Shall I try again? Well, maybe.
I imagine they're a little bit more keyed up. They're not being quite as polite as you're talking right now. What the blank were you thinking? Blah, 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 blah.
My grandmother can drive better.
Yeah. Well, my co-driver had a few words for me during the race. And as we see Eric Miller as he works his way back into the main pit, as he came down the back door, which was actually the first truck that we've seen do it. So actually for Eric, that gives him a chance to repeat what you said, to pre-run back door for tomorrow's main King of the Hammers 4400 race.
Absolutely. In the top screen now, that looks like it's Diesel Krentz making his way through outer limits.
Oh, turn into it. John Matthews.
That is John Matthews. I do apologise.
So
he's actually going to be catching those forward guys. So he's going to be catching Kenneth Goodall and Dwayne Garrettson. So John Matthews is currently third in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class.
And this is another new tire company. It's an American brand, Milestar. I just learned about it last night. It's great to see all these different cars. We've Nexon in there, but to see this company, all American made, Milestar. A good friend of mine that used to work at Oakley is now working there. And as I said, I didn't know anything about it, but it's great to see them on these different vehicles. But a great job saving that as he turned into it.
Yeah, and Jason Fish down the bottom there in Spooners and Hidden Valley. I thought he had a problem earlier. He was letting a few cars go by, but he's back on track and he's doing well. So this is all good for Jason Fish. The thing is, we have to remember this is a long race. There's still an awful lot of action out there. We saw Casey Gilbert coming in earlier having to swap a transfer case. And I'm looking forward to finding out how he's working his way through the pack, because he will be a man on a mission. And this looks like this is the bottom of Resolution here. Yeah, and Daniel Applegate. Now, it looked like he had a problem earlier on in the day, but it seems that he's going okay. Now, this is the difficult part for these 4600 class vehicles. They don't have the power of the other classes, and they've got to try and make their way up through this sand track. And the fear was for a few of these guys that they wouldn't have the power to make it up the hill, and they would have to take the option line down through the Method Race Wheels back door.
Well, and that's the thing, because we talked about momentum as your friend, so you have to get every foot counts and to roll into, because if you're going to try to clear something in the sand, you can't just go 100% throttle because you dig. You got to roll and roll into it quick to carry that momentum up. But if you don't have the horsepower to carry you up the hill, you're going to get part way and then bog out or dig a hole.
Exactly. So John Matthews is just stopping there. He's talking to another co-driver, and that looks like that was our Brian Trent, who obviously has broken a rear drive line, and it looks like he's going to get spotted through. And Anthony Areola there. That is the original bomber chassis. That is number one. So much history on that car. And I think he must be the third or possibly even the fourth owner of that frame.
Well, and as we're looking here, Axial RC Cars is one of our sponsors for the event, and there is a drawing for that. As you can see, it's got the King of the Hammers logos and everything on it. So make sure that you guys sign up for that. Their pre-orders, there's 1,000, only 1,000 of these RC Axial cars that are the bomber chassis. Pre-order starting on February 3rd. They're $519.99. All you need to do is just add a battery and a charger.
I really hope that my young man sitting at home doesn't see that, because I'm going to get that text message saying, "Dad, can you bring one home?" Jason Fish now in Hidden Valley and Spooners, picking his way through. He's just backing up here, just trying to find a better line. And it always looks so easy when you're sat here in the booth trying to work out what to do. We've got Sean Rance there. Now, Sean Rance is one of the original Broncos that was racing on the lake bed. So it's so good to see Sean still out here racing now. So Sean Rance Senior there making his way up behind the car of Jason Fish. Now we're just hearing that it might not be Jason actually driving on this vehicle. It's his vehicle, but it might not be actually Jason in the car. So we're going to try and find out some more information on that. Sean Raz Senior there in Spooners. Now these trails are so difficult, incredibly complex. And just see him picking his way through. And when you're looking on the TV, on the screen here, it looks like the right-hand line is the easier line. But as soon as that drone changes, you see that big rock sticking out the bluff, and you realise why Sean went round to the left. And that's the 4811 there of Trent Roberts. He's just winching his way through Turkey Claw, and just behind him is Justin Reese. Last year's Spider Tracks 4600 class winner. Great to see him picking his way through. That old Yota just never dies. It just keeps on giving. A firm crowd favourite. When you come out here in the evenings, particularly up at up at Chocolate Thunder, you'll see so many Yotas up there racing. It's unreal. And we think that's Josh Atterbury on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side there, going down through back door. Now, we saw him at the bottom of Resolution a moment ago, and he just didn't have the horsepower to make the climb from Resolution up the sandbank. So he's had to commit to the Method Race Wheels back door section. And you can see how his nose is buried in the dirt that's been dug out as people have tried to drive it in the other direction. Now, can Josh make this car work? You can see here the rear wheels are starting to smoke up, and he's stuck on the nose of this vehicle, and that's always the fear for all of these guys. Lots of cars coming down through Spooners, and we'll just keep an eye on Josh there and see what he can do. But I've got a feeling he's going to have to try and find a winch point to try and drag the front and nose of that car up. But this is what worried me earlier, and this is what we were talking about.
So we were talking about Jason Fish. His father passed away, so he's here. He's watching. He had to take care of the family. That is Mikey Childers. So Mikey was one of the standouts when it came to motorcycle racing down in Baja. Also trophy truck racer. I saw him this morning, and he said, "I've never done this before. I have no idea."
Well, that would explain why he was being so polite on track, because we saw him earlier letting cars drive past, and I'm thinking, that's not Jason Fish.
No.
Oh, that's why I thought he might have a problem, because Jason is usually a really fast and quite an aggressive driver. He certainly doesn't usually let people just drive by him, so we were, guessing that maybe he had a problem, but that all makes sense now. So thank you for that info, Ricky.
And Mikey, they were talking about, well, hey, Mikey, you run the desert sections, this and that, and unfortunately for Jason Fish, he lost his father, so our hearts and our thoughts and our condolences go out to the whole Fish family. That's a, you never want that to happen, but hopefully his father's smiling down, watching his truck run around. But Jason, take care of that family.
And that's Daniel May at Applegate, just making his way through. I'm very, very happy that you see him running, because he had problems earlier on. And there's the Atterburys trying to work their way through back door. Now, talking about back door.
All right, so now we are looking at the Method back door, Method Race Wheels back doors. We see the drivers trying to get unstuck. We have a certain piece that Miles did. So Miles, tell me a little bit more about back door.
What's up? It's Miles. I'm here at the Method Race Wheels back door, and this is one of the most iconic trails here in the Hammers. We're just about a mile away from Hammertown, and this is always a fun obstacle to watch. Sometimes we go up, sometimes we go down. Going up, there's multiple lines. You can drive the left, you can winch the right. Anything can happen here. This could be a make or break race, but this year we are going down, so it's about finesse. You got to be really careful, because this is at the end of your day. You've been in your car for 6 to 8 hours, and it comes down to this one final moment. It's going to be super exciting to see, because when you're coming down, it's a big drop, and then there's a huge hole. This is the most dug out I have ever seen it, and then it ramps back up. Again, I'm 6 foot tall, so it's at least an 8-foot drop right up to a 4-foot ramp. So it's going to be exciting to see. Can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Alrighty, that is your Method Race Wheels back door with Miles. And Jim and I are here, with our armchair quarterback, what I would do if I was there. We're seeing the vehicle coming up behind, and Jim says, you know what, I would just go for it, because I can't roll into the hole because there's a vehicle there. So a little bit of rubbing and racing. I didn't mean to hit you, but I pretty much had a good idea that you were going to save me from going over.
You can guarantee if this was a 4400 race tomorrow, that's exactly what would happen.
Well, the Gomez brothers, as they said, they're just going to, and I'm pointing to the screen as if everybody can see it. So as you see that vehicle come up right about the same level as you see the sign on the right that says the Method Race Wheels back door, I think they're just going to pin it, clear the hole, because that's actually smaller than what we saw Lauren Healy do yesterday. As we see Fish stopped our leader out of the vehicle.
Yeah, that's big news there. Very big news indeed. That is Dan Fresh. And it looks like he was just getting back into the vehicle there. Our helicopters found him out on the tracks. It looks like he's just coming up the top there of Chocolate Thunder. Just looking at all the vehicles.
So he's gotten through Chocolate Thunder, but now he's in kind of the easier part of it. So he's done all the hard work, which we saw Kyle Cheney fly up backdoor yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredible.
he paused for 1/10 of a second. But I'm going to pass it over to my man Ian Johnson. He's going to take over at this point. But you are watching the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. This is Ricky Johnson. I will be back. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Always a pleasure to have you up here with us. And Ian's going to be joining us now, and still the action keeps on coming. These images are just incredible as we're back down in Aftershock. And that's the 48.53 of Andrew Gorman. Good afternoon, Ian Johnson.
Hello, Jim. How are you?
I'm fantastic. All the better for seeing you, sir. Welcome to some great racing.
It's some great racing. Yeah, we got a lot unfolding in this race today.
So we need to give Andrew Gorman a big shout out. We got him live on screen here. He's been helping us with the printing for this Hammer King production. So thank you, Andrew, as we watch him making his way through Aftershock. Now, Aftershock is one of those strange trails. It's lots of rocks, but there's lots of sand as well. And this trail is getting more and more torn out with every day. That sand is being dug out from the base of the rocks, and finding traction here can be very difficult.
Yeah, and Ben and I were talking about this earlier. When you have a vehicle in there that has a couple hundred horsepower, digs out a little bit of sand, man, it's not a big deal. You throw some of these cars in there with high horsepower engines, they start digging some big holes really quick.
Yeah, and let's not forget we saw over nearly 150 vehicles passing through there yesterday that were all digging these sand trails out. We're running the same course for UTV, for the EMC, and for 4400 this year.
Our big fear all week has been that we'd have a lot of action at Turkey Claw, which actually hasn't unfolded like we thought. Turkey Claw's actually been a pretty smooth trail.
It's been really cool. I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we're going to be having over 100 plus 4400 class cars in there going absolutely hammer and nail. We saw the dust earlier today. That could have something, have its part to play tomorrow. But then they've got 40-inch tyres and they've got higher horsepower normally. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, we finally have a little bit of wind today, which is nice. So now that dust is cleaning out in those big, wide desert sections. We saw it earlier today where cars were having to drop back a little bit just to sort of keep up.
Yeah, Andrew Gorman there just getting high-centered. And I look out across through Hammertown up towards Chocolate Thunder. How many cars are up there, Ian? I mean, we couldn't even see up there. Oh, I'll hold that thought. That there, it looks like it is Dan Fresh making his way up there in the bomber. And he is our physical first place car at this moment in time. But he looked like he was...
Yeah, now he's up on the big screen. That is our physical leader on course.
Just watch the attitude of the car, though. Is it struggling? Is he... Oh, wow, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. 2 different shots of the same vehicle making its way up across Emerson.
Yeah, I don't think it was struggling, Jim. I think the issue there is that's just really, really loose, sandy.
Gnarly.
It's a lot steeper climb than you'd think. There's only one line up there. Yeah, Dan comes out the top.
Now, Dan Fresh has a commanding physical lead, but there is a young man who's chasing him down, and that is Chase Capera. Started over 104th this morning. And he was physically up to, on adjusted time, 2nd position as they started lap 2.
This is the section in Outer Limits yesterday where we saw a lot of traffic get caught up, and you can see we're having the same issue today.
Okay, right, as we carry on to watch Andrew Gorman here, I've got a special guest in the booth, a guest that I didn't actually want to see for at least another couple of hours, and that's my man, Terry Madden. Terry, how are we doing?
I really didn't want to see you either today, Jim.
I know, the feeling is mutual. That means that you've had a problem on track. Now, tell us about the vehicle that you've been racing with today, and tell us what's going on. Why are you back in Hammertown?
I was out with the Warrior Built group today. We do that charity ride every year. trying to raise money by the mile when we really let them down this year. But car felt perfect, first lap felt perfect, and we lost a valve in the motor.
Oh.
Just one of them deals.
It's one of those deals. Now tell us a little bit about the vehicle itself and a little bit about the charity.
That vehicle's a Jimmy's car. Mike London built it. He donates it to the group every year. Warrior Built, everybody's pretty well familiar with now, but just amazing Veterans Foundation that does rehabilitation through recreation. They helped me a lot in the past. They have a Tuesday night group, and it's just, I used to go to that group religiously weekly, and it's like-minded guys that help you get through your past.
Yeah, understood, mate, understood. So whereabouts were you on course when this when the engine let go, or the motor let go?
About 10 miles out. We limped it in.
Okay.
But there was no point in
going
back out.
I was going to say, you didn't fancy Iron Manning it back again after you were running through the desert yesterday?
It's still kind of running, but at this point, there's no point in going up being a trail plug and messing up somebody else's race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wise words indeed there. So now, you're racing again tomorrow, I believe?
Yeah, we're playing 4400 tomorrow in the Can-Am with Kyle Cheney.
Wow, now that's going to be something special. Kyle Cheney, you're going to be stepping up to a 37-inch tyre for this race, if I'm...
You know, I haven't even been over to the pit. We finished the UTV race last night. I went and jumped in the 4800 this morning, and Kyle said he'd have the car ready, so I don't honestly know.
Right, just take a look at here. We've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. in one of the new Broncos. What do you think of these cars? They're absolutely incredible, aren't they?
I was fortunate enough about a month ago when they were out here playing to get in one and play with it a little bit and look at them, and the technology that Ford put into them is absolutely amazing.
What I love is the fact that they actually came to King of the Hammers. They looked at King of the Hammers and said, let's build a car for that. And the new version of the Bronco was born. I think that's incredibly special.
I was fortunate enough to be part of that as well. Brad Lovell actually recommended me, and they hired me, and I got to do some of the endurance testing on it for a couple years ago before it was even out. And we abused that thing fiercely in the desert out here, and did break things. But they updated them, and they listened, and they changed, and I think their final product is a result of that, and King of the Hammers contributed to it.
Yeah, but King of the Hammers is such an amazing race. We say it time and time again. It's not just the people, it's the engineering that comes in through here. It's just absolutely remarkable. As we watched Sean Rat Sr. there down in Outer Limits. Now, we saw yesterday, Luis Gonzalez caught up on exactly the same spot as this other car is trying to break through on the right-hand side. So they've got to take great care. But let's not forget, these cars are running 37-inch tyres, whereas those little UTVs were running 33s and 35s. And that looks like the 4809 there, or is that the 4509? I'll catch that number in a minute. It is the 4859.
I really think that trail's easier, Jim, in a UTV on 32s
That's
than
Evan
it is
Sherman there.
Than it is in a 48 on 37.
Now, why do you say that? Is that because of the belly plates underneath?
It's the track width. You're so much narrower. You squeeze between a lot of things. And the belly, you don't have diffs hanging down. You can just slide over things.
Now, is that going to play a part tomorrow? We've got 3 IFS, IRS, so independent front suspension, independent rear suspension cars with flat bellies like a UTV. Do you think they're going to have an advantage here in Outer Limits?
Absolutely. You get that diff out of the way, and it makes a difference, especially going downhill. You can carry your momentum, slide over stuff. Going uphill, solid axle still crawls better in a lot of spots.
Yeah, Justin Hall making his way through Outer Limits. This is a car I really like. So we're just carrying on here. Terry, as I say, thank you so much for coming out to the booth today, but I'm gutted to be seeing you. It's, I was really hoping we'd be bringing you across the line in a few hours' time.
No,
but
me too.
Not to be. Best of luck for tomorrow with Carl, and we hope to see you at the finish tomorrow.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to go take a break and actually get a little rest.
Fantastic. Right, thank you very much there to Terry Madden, the man himself, superhero of all things King of the Hammers. And there, in the top of our screen, is Dan Fresh, our physical leader in this 2022 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. And we're just hearing on our PCI race radios that we're going to be seeing second place come through. There's some big changes happening on course, Ian.
It changes all the time in this race, and we see it unfold every year, and we act like we're surprised, but by now we should probably have figured it out, that this race is never actually over until the finishers cross the finish line. Terry actually handed me one little sheet of paper here. He forgot to mention one thing. They're a little concerned because they went out so early in the race that their pledges are going to be down on that Warrior Built. So he asked everyone, if you want to just go in, help them out, you can go to pledgeit.com/warriorbuilt1. And don't pledge for a mile, just throw a little bit of money in the hat, help those guys out. It is a great organization.
Yeah, it's a fantastic organisation, and he worked so hard for it. And so many people have benefited from their hard work. So thank you very much, Terry, and thank you very much, Warrior Bill. But here now, that is our physical race leader. That is Dan Fresh in his bomber, making his way round to complete lap 2. I don't think he can be that far out now, can he? He's obviously been up through Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jim. I think we just got a little bit of desert section to go through here, and then he'll get back through Resolution. And then he has to make the decision. Does he go down back door or does he go around? But if you're in first place, I think that decision's pretty simple.
Well, now this is interesting because when you're actually physically in first, it's very hard for you to judge your pace and very, very hard to judge your track position, particularly when there's 100 and something cars behind you. And does he know that Chase Capera is absolutely flying?
Well, and you were mentioning that Chase started so far back, the corrected time is going to come into play in this race.
Absolutely. I mean, we see it year after year after year. We saw Randy Slauson nearly come from the back 2 years ago to win 4,400. Last year, we saw Marquez Gomez take second from the back of the pack. So anything is possible here.
And that year, Marcus was on pace to win it.
Yes.
And broke his front trailing arm, or front upper A-arm, about 5 miles outside of town.
Yeah, how he got that across the line is still a mystery to me. You can see the frustration. We had the helicopter looking through the window. He was beating on the steering wheel with his fists. So upset.
Now, there's one thing we talk about this all the time, and it's good to remember. There's 3 different classes racing today. Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class, and the Spider Tracks 4600 Stock class. And our leaders we're watching right now are all 4800 cars.
They are indeed. Although not that far behind, we do have the lead cars in 4500, who are Dwayne Garrettson, Kenneth Goodall, and John Matthews. Now, I think that was Carl Wickham just coming through into start his second lap. Oh, we've got smoke. Lots of smoke.
Yeah, that looked like that was that section we were just talking about, come down Resolution, and you can either go up the bypass, take the sandhill out, or you can take the drop down back door.
Yeah, that looks like one of our Spider Tracks. Oh, I think that might actually be not the Adabreeze, that's the McNamara's, I think. The 4-wheel parts. Yeah, that looks to me like that could be the brothers, the McNamara brothers there in the 4-wheel parts. 4600 entry.
I think you might. How many stock cars have we finished our lap so far?
That's a very good question. I'll come back to you.
Okay, Jim's headed to the computer. I think it's only the 2 Broncos, but I'm not 100% certain. We did see the 2 Broncos come in with both Bailey Cole driving. And speaking of the devil, there he is.
We've actually had 3 Broncos cross the line.
Oh.
Yes, because the Lovels have also come across the line.
Okay.
So,
and speaking of him, there he is. There's Bailey Cole right there in Hidden Valley. In Spooners.
Now, I'm excited to see this. See a standard class Bronco on 35-inch tyres making its way through Spooners. It's a full-bodied vehicle. This is not going to be easy. But if there was a young man that can do this, it is Bailey Cole. And we're just looking there at Scott Foley in the top of our image, making his way through Aftershock.
It's more interesting to me, Jim, that it looks like Bailey is pretty much in here alone. I expected to see Lauren Healy right behind him.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. There's actually more cars. We actually have 9 vehicles from the Spider Track stock class that are on their second lap.
That's very impressive.
That is very impressive indeed. And leading that pack was Bailey Cole. In fact, he came in second place behind Vaughn Gittins Jr., but he actually passed him in the pits.
He did head out ahead of him, but just ahead of him, which is why I'm surprised that we're only seeing him in this camera shot. I thought we'd see who was Vaughn is now Lauren in that truck. I thought we'd see Lauren right behind him in this rock trail.
Right, just going to do a quick run through of the top 10 when they crossed the line earlier, going out to start their second lap. In first across the line, it was Dan Fresh. In second was Chase Capera. In third, it was Matt Trabino. In fourth, it was Evan Jesse. In fifth, it was Dwayne Garrettson. And in sixth, it was Kenneth Goodall. Seventh, Andrew Gorman. And then eighth, it was Toby Stacey. Ninth, Derek Summers. And in 10th, it was Tony Howard. But that has all changed. That was at the end of lap 1.
In our small business, Dwayne Garrettson, he's got a left rear flat. We saw them dragging it up onto that rock Probably looking for a flatter place and harder place to jack the vehicle up.
Well, Dwayne Garrison was our 4,500 class leader as we cut back to Bailey Cole, but in the top left of our screen there,
that's Dan Fresh.
That's Dan Fresh. And every second that passes by, he's getting closer and closer to coming back into Hammertown. Dan Fresh has been out there for a long time now. It's 153 miles of racing today, over 2 laps.
Yeah, lap 1 is 86 miles, and then lap 2 is 70 miles long.
And Bailey Cole is still not. He's going very smoothly through Spooners. This is great to see. Got to put a massive shout out to our production crew. Over 20 drones on course, plus lots of static cameras, 2 helicopters, just bringing you all the action from here live at the 2022 King of the Hammers EMC. Now look at this. This is Chocolate Thunder.
This is Chocolate Thunder.
This is Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, the bottom of Chocolate Thunder.
We thought that he'd already been through Chocolate Thunder because we saw the cars in the background, but that must have been the crossover point where you come back round, kiss Thunder, and then go back down through the other trails. So here we go. Let's see what kind of pace he can put up through here.
Oh, it'll be a blistering pace. Look at all those fans up there watching him.
And look at the flags as well. Italian flags there. This really is an international race.
That's Mexican flags.
Is it a Mexican?
That's a Mexican flag.
You sure? You flicked it the other way.
Look at how fast he went through Chocolate Thunder.
Good grief, that was amazing.
Dan definitely putting a big gap on himself and the rest. Not just second place, but he needs to. He has to put a gap on our second car.
Yeah. He's working hard. He will have radio comms with his crew who will be keeping an eye on Chase Capera. Now, we haven't seen Chase in the camera for quite some time. So hopefully we'll get a visual on him fairly soon.
I've started my unofficial stopwatch timer. So when we see Chase, we'll be able to get an idea of exactly how far behind Dan he is.
Yeah, and that there is Chris Borowick, just picking his way up into Spooners. 4800 class car. So Dan Fresh started in 5th position this morning on the 3rd row of the grid.
Currently leading the race, both, well, on position. As once again, this is a corrected time race. We only know corrected times as they've come back through Hammertown and went through the start-finish arch. But when he did, he was still winning on corrected time out on his second lap.
Absolutely. Just trying to get a confirmation here on when Chase Capera actually started in 95th position this morning. So it's a real battle going on here. And interestingly, both of them driving Bombers.
Well, Ben and I talked about this, and we've talked about how competitive that Bomber chassis is in the Legends class, and I feel it's because that chassis, when Randy first built it, was a single-shock car. And he said it wasn't because he didn't think bypasses were good, it's because he couldn't afford them. And so when he first built that car, he built that car completely around a single shock. And the chassis itself really hasn't changed over the years.
Yeah, it's 53 Ryan Taylor there, working his way through Aftershock. And there's another car up in front, in fact another 2 cars up in front. So he'll be just looking to try and get up on top of them and pick his way past. Now these cars have trackers in there. They also have push to pass buttons. So they can hit a button and say, hey dude, I'm coming by. And that's exactly what he does as he passes the 4871, which is Stephen Rose.
I think that button should be correctly named push to speed up, because normally when you push that button, the person in front of you just speeds up and jackrabbits away on you.
Yeah, we call that jackrabbiting, and if you're listening out there, people, please don't do that. That's the 872 of Kimberly Sparrow. One of the few female riders out there today. In fact, have we actually seen the Samurai?
We saw it in Remote Pit 1.
Yep.
But I haven't seen it on screen since then.
Okay, here we go. Jack North. And is that the front nose of a Bomber?
It looks like it might be. This would be where we'd expect to see him.
Yep. rear slung tire. Looks like it could be a bomber.
Yeah, I believe that is Dan Fresh in Jack North.
Oh, and look at the bottom here. This is Chase Capera. And it looks behind him like that might be Matt Trevino.
And if Chase is... No, he's not pulling. He's just picking a different line.
Well, that means that he is, if I'm not mistaken, the way Matt Trevino was racing, I think Chase could be physically second on track.
I believe you could be right, yes.
Good grief.
As we're watching Dan Fresh in Jack North.
So we're just watching here Chase Capera. Fantastic images from our helicopter. Just picking his lines out. A hugely talented young man. Very unfortunate in qualifying. Took a tumble. But when you're pushing the limits, these things happen.
Well, and he also has corrected time on his side now. So now when he's out on course, he does have to catch him, but he doesn't have to pass him. He just has to stay within that margin of corrected time.
Yeah, this looks like our leader now making his way out through Wrecking Ball. And this looks like he's just about to approach the waterfall. No, I think that's just before the waterfall, in fact. So many changes here. It's hard to keep a track on it. But that is Dan Fresh, our physical race leader. Pushing his bomber through Wrecking Ball. And there on the top of our screen is our physical second place car, we believe, and that is Chase Capera. But it's all down to that adjusted time, Ian, as you say. It's going to be a very tense moment for both of these crews when they cross the lines.
Yeah, there's still lots of racing to happen today, too. We still have a lot of rock trails to knock off. I still have an unofficial stopwatch running here from when we saw Dan go through Chocolate Thunder. We'll see when Chase goes in. Then we can have an estimated idea of how far off leader pace he is. But at this point, just comparatively, Dan is well out in front of this race.
Indeed. Chase is stopping at a VC here. Well, actually, it's at just a CP rather than a VCP.
Yep, just one of the checkpoints that you have to go through.
So when they stop, they get a sticker applied to their card, and on the way they go. Now, I'm just trying to work out where actually Chase is at the moment. And if you're watching at home, don't forget you can interact in so many ways with this race. Go to ultra4racing.com. Top of the page, you'll find a link to the live scoring and live tracking. Check it out there and find all your favourite racers. You can expand or contract on the screens and see where your favourite guys are.
Also, don't forget to throw out your questions on social. They'll throw them up to us here in the booth. Jim and I will answer what we can and make up what we can't.
Absolutely. But Dan is closing in the top part of Wrecking Ball now. Every minute, just getting a little bit closer to home. But
all right, well, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the action here at the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Don't forget, if you've subscribed to that premium feed, you won't miss any of the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley. So if you haven't done that yet, that's something you should definitely think about doing.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
always be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Away we go! What are the judges gonna do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was just made!
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo tires. Go your own way.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge at King of the Hammers 2022. Absolutely fantastic scenes here as we just cut back to car 105, which is Toby Stacey. Now, I want to talk about Toby Stacey here because Toby Stacey's just popped up on my radar, and he is actually the second car physically on course right now.
Yeah, you mentioned that. He's snuck in ahead of Chase. He's behind Dan. Obviously, there's a lot of corrected time at play there we're going to have to look at.
So we've got Dan Fresh. He's our physical current leader at the moment, started in 5th position. And then this guy here, Toby Stacey, who started in 26th position.
And so he's behind him. And then behind him is Chase, who started in
95th position.
95th position.
Now, we also have to remember with Chase is that about mid-pack on the start line, we did have a hold-up of about 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, so there's going to be, it's not just a simple calculation of, it's every 30 seconds. There's going to be that extra 3 to 4 minute window that Chase has as well.
Which we don't even know how long that is, so we can't even guesstimate. But also playing out in our picture-in-picture screen is something that we didn't expect to see happen. We're seeing Bailey Cole in his stock class Bronco, Jason Scherer out front, guiding him through that rock and outer limits. But behind him, one car behind him, the Lovels.
Where did they come from?
Nowhere. But you know what? If you're out here rock crawling, that's how it works with the levels. You just look in your rearview mirror, all of a sudden, there's Brad Lovell.
There's Brad Lovell. Yep, I've been there myself. But that's the incredible thing about the Lovells. Now, we saw them earlier today. They were stopped in remote pit 1. They probably had approximately 10 to 15 minutes of downtime as they were trying to fix a problem. But their crew is complete quality. They've obviously fixed the problem, got them back on track, and look at this. They're slotting themselves straight back into contention. This is Bailey Cole is our current physical Spider Tracks 4600 class leader.
The bigger question here is, where's the other Bronco? We saw Vaughn get out of it in main pit. We saw Lauren get into it after that, but we don't know where it is.
So as we're watching here now as Bailey Cole makes his way down through. Just a quick update. Our physical first place is Dan Fresh. In physical second, it is Toby Stacey. And in physical third, it is Chase Capera.
Those are all of our Legends class cars. We would expect them to see them out front. We also have our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. And
now the lead in there is changing constantly. We saw Dwayne Garrettson leading it out. We also then saw John Matthews also going incredibly well, but it's all changing that class, and we're trying to keep a track of that, so we'll come back to you as soon as we have more information. But at the moment, those are your physical first leaders on track at the moment. Dan Fresh in the top left of your screen, and in second, down at the bottom right, that is Toby Stacey.
Yeah, I stopped into the Matthews pit to find out exactly what was going on. We saw them out of the car up in remote pit 1. They had an issue with the axle flange in the right rear. They had to find some bolts to put in the axle flange. Then when they came into main pit, they had a problem with the skid plate on their steering gear. It had actually been folded over and was rubbing on the drag links. They had to get that bent back out. They tried to bend it, couldn't bend it, ended up just having to cut it off and head back out on course.
Okay, I'm getting some very sad news just coming through. It sounds like Casey Gilbert's woes are still continuing. But a rumour coming through that he has actually called it quits at remote pit 1. The second transfer case that they fitted this morning, as sadly it sounds like that has also decided to die on course.
It's terrible news for him.
Yeah, he was one of our favourites, of course. But this is King of the Hammers. This is what happens. We saw our race leader and pole setter, Randy Slauson, blazing out into the desert early on today, only for a motor for it to fail and causing him to retire. Then Cody Young had problems before he got into Turkey Claw. Looked like he was going well again, but then sadly he's dropped away once again.
But right now on our main screen, we're watching our physical leader, Dan Fresh, make his way through Clawhammer. Dan in that bomber fab car. Dan normally would be racing in the 4500 class. This year he stepped up into the 4800 to a different vehicle. Oh, looks like we might have a little bit of action over on back door.
Now, Miles called this the other day, and so did Ben, in fact. He was saying these stock class vehicles, so the vehicles racing in the Spider Tracks 4600, they might not have the power to come out of the bottom of Resolution and be able to get to the top of the sandhill. And that's exactly what we're seeing playing out here. So we're getting the stock class vehicles having to make their way down into the Method Racing Wheels backdoor section so they can do the suicide drop off the back of backdoor.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a little bit of traffic backed up in there as well.
Yeah, and in the back there, that looks like that. No, that can't be who I think it is. I think that is John Schaffer at the back there. Very similar vehicle to the one that Eric Miller is driving. As we watch now, that's the 896 of Brian Tremp. And alongside him is Bailey Cole.
Yeah, it looks like Bailey's winching through this one section here, which you would expect for a stock class vehicle to have to winch somewhere out there.
Well, I still find it absolutely incredible that we are putting stock class vehicles through outer limits and spooners. I mean, these trails were the stopper trails only a few short years ago for the 4400 class.
Yeah, it is amazing the technology that's come along so far. Now, in the defense of every other stock class vehicle out there, that stock class Ford Bronco, it's stock class, but it's heavily modified.
It is indeed. It's running a Dynatrack rear axle, an Atlas 2-speed transfer case, Fox suspension, and a whole load of other lovelies under the hood.
But as we said before, there's the Lovels just peeked in right behind him.
Now, Vaughan Gittin Jr., who was driving earlier on, he came into pit 1 and he actually swapped out with his teammate and fun haver partner, Lauren Healy, who took over the wheel to take it through the rocks. But we haven't seen Vaughan's car for some time now, so we can only guess that Lauren's having some problems out on track.
Yeah, we would expect to see him right behind Bailey because that's how they left main pit. But for some reason, we don't see Vaughn out there Lauren, or as I'm told the Ford engineers call him, Voren.
Okay, this is Toby Stacey, our physical second place car, just come out the bottom of her problem. So he's just about to make his way up into Chocolate Thunder, but I think he's dropped off the bottom of the course. I think it actually says that you're not allowed to go into the sand wash. You have to stay in the rocks.
In the rocks,
so
yes,
he's just spinning it round and getting it back up into the rocks.
Yep. And so this is him coming into Chocolate Thunder. As soon as I can stop my unofficial stopwatch here in a minute or two, once we see him actually get into Chocolate Thunder, then we'll have a rough idea of how far Dan Fresh is ahead of Toby Stacey.
Most importantly, just behind Toby Stacey is Chase Capera, and that's going to be the time that's really important. That young man is on a massive charge.
Well, he's made up so much space from the start today to start 94th to be up, and we're talking about him with the top 3 cars. That's a lot of vehicles to pass, whether it's in the desert or in the rocks.
It is. Toby Stacey driving this Trent Fab car. We don't know much about Toby. We heard that he might be part of the Brett and Brent Harrell crew. If we've got that wrong, we do apologise. But we try and get you as much information as we can. Look how soft this sand is, Ian. You see the wheels chattering away there as he puts the power down.
Well, and that goes back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago. That sandhill climb coming out of Resolution. When you just think, oh, it's just some sand, they'll climb right up it. But you can't. The sand is so soft. It just basically sucks the tire in. If you don't have the horsepower to get up it, the only option you have, like you said, is to go down, drop down back door.
It's one of my favourite trails, her problem. I'm going to say it because I'm going to say it loads tomorrow. At the moment, it's his problem.
Looks like we still have all that traffic backed up at the Method Race Wheels backdoor obstacle.
Yeah, now this is very interesting. We have to remember that Dan Fresh is making his way down towards backdoor and Resolution. Is he going to get somebody on the radio? Is someone going to say to him, hey Dan, take it easy. Go over the top of the sand hill, work your way back around the bottom edge and come back to town? Or is Dan going to got a radio message saying, hey, Chase is catching you, and he's going to think, I want every second and dive into back door and find this lot?
I think it's going to be the other way around. I think it's going to be Dan's going to take the big sand hill climb out and get out because I think he's got a commanding lead. I think it's going to be Toby and Chase who are going to get radio saying, you're so close. You're so close. You need a minute. You need 1 minute. Where can we get a minute on this course?
Look at this shot here as Toby Stacey makes his way up through the top of her problem. And look at all the cars and spectators lining up near Chocolate Thunder. Absolutely incredible to see. Over 100,000 spectators out here this weekend already, and we haven't even got to the main race yet.
Yeah, we're watching Toby Stacey drop down into this bottom, and then he'll take a right, and that'll put him into Chocolate Thunder. And as Jim said, all those cars lined up, all those spectators. Amazing places to watch the race this year. I really like how everyone at Hammers got together with BFG, BF Goodrich Tires, put out that on-trail map. You can download it onto your phone. Gave you not only the map of Hammertown, all the vendors that are here, also gave you a map of the race course, and also where to go to watch the race. Amazing spectator spots put up out there in the middle of the desert.
So our physical second place car here, Toby Stacey, working his way around to the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. We're just trying to work out who this is in the bottom of our screens, but I've got a feeling that could be our race leader, Dan Fresh.
I believe you're right, Jim. I think it is Dan Fresh.
And to borrow a phrase from our good friend Miles, he's hauling the mail.
He's hauling mail, yes.
Okay, going to be really interesting to see how Toby Stacey picks his way up through Chocolate Thunder here.
We saw how fast Dan went up there.
Incredible.
He didn't even check up. It was in and out. It took me a couple seconds to get my stopwatch started.
So have we got our stopwatch? Are we ready?
I'm going to stop. I do have a stopwatch, and I'll stop it as soon as he gets. I have the one spot where I started it. As soon as he gets into Chocolate Thunder and over this one little obstacle that's sort of midway that we all kind of use as our unofficial split time every year.
I drove this trail a few years ago and I cannot believe the difference. It always used to be take the right-hand line and then spin round on what we used to call the pivot rock. And today we take the left-hand line and we fly up there in less than 20 seconds. Incredible stuff here from Toby Stacey.
And that's my unofficial clipping point right there. So right there, Dan Fresh is 24 minutes ahead.
Okay.
Now I'll resume our stopwatch for our next car.
Absolutely. So we need to make a note of that somewhere. Because we're getting old, Ian, and we can't remember these things.
It's true.
That's the 48.61 there. Of Anthony Arola. Oh, that's tough luck there for Anthony. That is the original bomber. And sadly, it looks like it's bombed. We've got lots of action here continuing to come in. That looks like Cody Sinclair. High centered as he makes his way through outer limits.
We saw this play out yesterday. There's so much traffic in some of these rock trails at certain squeeze points. There's certain points where you just don't get an option to go around. And if someone gets stuck up in there, you're just waiting for them to move along.
Now we're just getting some news come through from Ops about the timings for Dan Fresh and for Toby Stacey. Dan Fresh actually managed to clear the whole back door, the whole Chocolate Thunder section around about 40 seconds faster than Toby Stacey. So Dan Fresh is still dominating the pace.
Yeah, that's all part of that.
Oh, look at this in back door. This is incredible. So we're at the Method Racing Wheels back door, and it looks like, I think that's John Schaffer. He's managed to find a line and pick his way past all of those other 4600 class cars. Look at that.
That is impressive. We saw him sitting behind them all that time
but
ago.
Look at this traffic jam now.
All the way around it.
There's 7 cars we can see there in back door. Are they going to have their part to play in this story as this race comes to a conclusion?
We really won't know. And as we said, is it going to affect our current leader, Dan Fresh, or is it going to be Toby Stacey that it affects, or is it going to be our third place car? We're uncertain at this point. But we do know there will be spotters out there, or at least people watching this live stream saying, hey, stay out of back door. It is a parking lot in there.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the joys of having PCI race radios. You have communications with your pits. And they can help you pass on the information. So many of the crews, in fact, watch the live show that we're putting out right now to get the most up-to-date information they can, because nobody else has access to all of the trails like we do.
No, they don't. It is a great way to keep track of what's happening out there on the race course. Exactly what we're watching here is we're watching.
That's a great shot we're seeing there at Emerson, because I believe that is Vaughan Gittins Jr. Bronco, and that means that is Lauren Healy.
That's Lauren Healy driving. Yes, that means that vehicle is still under power, still moving.
That's great news and fantastic to see. So all 3 Ford Broncos are still driving. And we're watching the co-driver here trying to find a winch point. For all the rocks that you see there, it is so difficult to find a rock that will actually work for you.
Yeah, and it looks like he's basically hung up pretty good on that front axle. So it looks like that right front just maybe wedged in.
Anthony Arola there. Being passed by traffic. Making their way up through Aftershock.
And I believe in the bottom right of our screen is our current race leader, Dan Fresh.
Now, it looks like he's just made a quick turn on course, so perhaps his navigation got wrong. As again, chatting to the UTV guys yesterday, said navigation on this course is very difficult this year. And quite often you'll go past your mark before the GPS will say, hey dude, you're supposed to be going the other way.
Well, and for the past few years, we've kind of had a lot of courses laid out that were very similar. We knew where we were running. We did that big desert loop, turn right. If you've been racing this same race course for the same few years, now that Dave's completely changed it up, now it's a completely new course everywhere you go, it can be confusing when you're out there.
But that's great. It's the evolution of hammers, and we love that. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2022 Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. We've been racing now for a little over 4 and a bit hours. Oh, there's a story that's worth talking about. What time is Dan Fresh going to come in today? We saw the Kyle Cheney, the lead UTV, coming in 4 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're going to be a little bit slower than the UTVs, to be honest with you. I think it's going to, but not much. I think Dan's definitely putting on a clinic out there in the rocks and really laying down fast speeds with that bomber chassis in the desert. I think he's probably going to come in maybe 130-ish would be my guess. I'm going to say 125 to 130. That's where I put my money.
And we're seeing very, very soon. But that bomber still looks absolutely fantastic. Almost factory fresh. You can still see he has the spare and the rig on the back. Hasn't been touching those all day.
Remember, we have 3 different classes out racing on course today. The Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, and that's the class that our leader is in. We have the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class, and the Spider Tracks 4600 Stock class.
Indeed, and at the moment we're looking at a 4800 class car. That is Paul Tyler, making his way through outer limits. And still our race leader is pounding towards the finish line. Dan Fresh in his bomber.
And Jim, I think you'd approve of this particular car because the steering wheel appears to be on the incorrect side.
I was looking at that and thinking, wow.
And this is our leader in our big shot right now. Once again, that is Dan Fresh. Flying to the desert in that bomber fab car. As we said before, that is Dan Fresh in that bomber car. Our current race leader, physically first on course. And as Jim said earlier, with corrected time, we also have a time gap because during our cars leaving town today, it wasn't just 30 seconds, there was also a slight time gap there where we had to clean up some stuff on course. So we'll also have to factor that in. So when the cars come in, we'll let all the timing officials adjust for all those times, and then we'll know exactly who our winners are. But right now, physically on course, and the first car that we expect to see come back into Hammertown is Dan Fresh in that bomber fab car.
Yeah, and this race keeps unfolding, and we'll look at these images here now coming in from outer limits. Got a car at its side there. There's another Trent Fab car passes its way through, trying not to get hung up.
Yeah, I think that car has actually been on its side for a little while. I've seen multiple cars take that long way around.
Yeah, and you can see they're actually backing up there into the distance. Another co-driver running round.
Yeah, I don't think that's an easy recovery, and I think they've just decided that everyone's just going to have to go around. You can see it's wedged right down in that hole.
It is, yeah. Now we believe in the top left-hand corner of the screen there that is our race leader, Dan Fresh, making his way back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, he shouldn't be too far out at this point. We're just after the 1 o'clock race hour.
Yeah, that's not Justin Reese.
That is not. I made that same mistake earlier. It almost looks exactly like our single EV entry. but it's not. You can tell because of the giant fuel filler hose on the back. I figured that out a few minutes ago. Oh! Oh! No problem. No problem at all. On its wheels. Life is good.
Ready to go. It comes back to that old saying, Ian. Spectacular failure is better than dismal success.
I think he ended up on a better line.
I think he did. Possibly played for. Okay, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The bottom right-hand side of our screen now, that is Dan Fresh. He's really been putting that bomber chassis to work all day. Randy Slawson was our early race leader, but suffered from mechanical failure. And Dan Fresh took hold of the chalice and roared into the front.
And I still have our unofficial stopwatch going for our third place car as it gets into Chalk and Thunder. We haven't even seen it yet.
It's possible that he's already rolled through. We've had so much fantastic action in other places that we don't always cut back to these things.
It could be.
And let's be honest, that just adds to the drama.
Oh, it makes it more exciting. Still lots of action in the Method Race Wheels backdoor challenge because of all those stock class cars in that section of the trail trying to get down that waterfall ledge.
I'm just waiting for my tracker to refresh, but it does look like Chase Capera has been stuck in one place for a little bit of a time now. So I'll just keep an eye on that unfolding story.
Yeah, as we've said before, when you watch that tracker, if you see the little red line on underneath the little bubble with their number on it, it just means that when the tracker refreshed, they weren't moving for at least 2 cycles of the refresh. But when you're in these rock trails, it's hard to tell because they could have stopped, back up, get a different line on the obstacle. You never know exactly why they're not moving. So it's best just to let it be and see what happens. And I believe this is our leader in Scream.
It is indeed. Toby Stacey is our physical second place on track. And it does look like Chase has dropped back a fraction. I'll keep an eye on that story and bring you more as we get it.
But this is Dan as he makes his way through the desert. Dan Fresh, 4800 car.
Both helicopters following him alongside. And that's a very refreshing feeling when you are a race car driver. When you have a helicopter one side and a helicopter the other side, that's God telling you that you are leading this race.
Yeah, that lets you know that you're in first place.
It's a fantastic feeling. Okay, now we like to get in close with the action. We really like to bring you the very best of the shots. And in Aftershock right now, there is one of our drones upside down on one of the race cars. We can't get it any closer than that.
In America, Jim, we say he was inverted.
Inverted. Good. And a man that isn't inverted, and a man who's absolutely hauling. Look at this. Dan Fresh is absolutely sending it through the desert. Amazing shots here. It's like a scene from Airwolf.
He's that dated you right there. It was an Airwolf reference. But yeah, he knows he's in the lead, and he knows he's just putting time between him and everyone else behind him.
Have you also noticed dust? And there's dust in front of him. He's actually looks like he's going to be catching one of the 4500 class vehicles. And there is lap traffic between here and Hammertown.
Whoa, did you see that? That got a little bit scary right there.
He's a desert racer. He doesn't mind that. He would have been looking, picking his line. You can guarantee that when he saw it, he wouldn't have taken his foot off. Oh, look at that. Blazing past.
Yep. You can see he went by that. 40. I'm assuming they were standing on the push to pass button at that point.
But that's why we have push to pass, for exactly these reasons. I mean, he's really hauling there. He's pushing the best part of 100 mile an hour.
And right over here in our inset screen, that is our second physical car on course. That's Toby Stacey in Clawhammer.
Yeah, Toby Stacey doing a great job here, just picking his way through. Not trying to be a superhero as we cut back to the Method Racing Wheels backdoor section.
Looks like we have a Samurai, assuming its most natural position. That's on its side.
Sideways.
Yep.
And that looks like Bailey Cole.
Bailey Cole right there.
Making his way over the top of Emerson. And you see the R44, or yeah, it's an R44 there, helicopter in the background. Bringing you these amazing images. I wonder if they've got our drone back yet. Excuse me, mister, can we have our drone back?
Oh, we got it back up here.
We've heard we got it back up. That probably cost a few beer tokens. Our drone pilot there just checking in. Massive thank you to the 280 volunteers that are helping run this race today. And we'll be doing again tomorrow. If you want the best seat in the house, if you want to come and watch King of the Hammer and its rawest form, get to the volunteer tent, sign up for next year, and come and be part of this amazing race.
Yeah, you'll never get a better seat in the house than being volunteer. The places you get to go out on course, running a checkpoint, or ferrying camera crews around. It's a great way to spend the week.
Indeed, and you also get a chance to win some incredible prizes donated by the teams and by the vendors. So if you're thinking of doing something a little bit different next year, come and volunteer at King of the Hammers and be part of this incredible action.
Again, that is our second place car. Toby Stacey making his way through Clawhammer as we're watching more action unfold at the Method Race Wheels backdoor obstacle.
Yeah, it looks like they cleared the problem. And they are now making their way down towards the waterfall. Now, over the years, many people consider backdoor to be one of the simpler trials, but let's be honest, it's not. It's quite technical. We saw Josh Byler 2 years ago roll, even before the big step, on his way before he took the crown.
Yeah, this is definitely a race where you never want to just switch off your brain. That's got to be the hardest part.
Okay, we've got some passing going on now. Right now, at the Method Race Wheels backdoor section. Is that Dan Fresh?
That could be Dan Fresh.
I think that's Dan Fresh.
Yes, that's Dan Fresh.
We've got our race leader picking his way down through backdoor. Now, I called it.
I'm surprised he did that. But yes, you called it. You said this is a great place for him to get some extra time.
He's taken that line. He's got to be so careful on these pinch points. Now, the cars in front of him do not know that Dan Fresh is race leader.
Well, but I think based on the number of co-drivers that are out, they know that they'll recognize the car. Yeah. They know that he's obviously probably leading. As you can see, they're just scattering off
I'm playing
to either
devil's
side.
advocate, Ian. But Dan makes short work of that. The champion that he is. And can he add another championship win to his list of so many titles? He's coming up to the main waterfall now. Goes past another choke point. Yet another car. Past the course workers. And there's our second place car. Toby Stacey, still in Clawhammer.
Yeah, Dan making quick work of that rock trail. And he's out of it. Very, very fast through that trail.
Incredible. Now, Dan Fresh is going to be joining us back in town any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to bring our first place car home into Hammertown?
Just has a short desert section left to go. He has to come across the bottom of the lake bed, up through the Bronco Arch, and then in through our short course.
Turn 19.
I didn't want to jinx him by saying it.
Someone had to say it. Turn 19.
He'll come through.
So this is Dan Fresh. Dan Fresh left the line in 5th position this morning. He's been putting his bomber to work all day. Took the lead on the desert loop early on, and that's where he's been ever since.
And you called it, Jim. I didn't expect him to come and take that shortcut through back door. I thought he would have played it safe.
It's all to do with radio communications. Where was it the last time he was able to talk to his crew? Where was the last time that they could actually say to him, hey, he doesn't know probably that Chase Caperas looks like he might be slowing down on course. So he's got to get in there. He knows Chase is coming from 95th position and he started in 5th. That's a huge amount of time. He's got to get out there and put it all on the line, and that's what Dan is doing right now as he makes his way around the qualifying course, coming on into Hammertown.
He's about 40 seconds out. Now that he's done that little jump, he's going to come up, drop in through the Bronco arch. And because he made that decision to come through the Method Race Wheels backdoor obstacle, he's pretty much closed the door on anyone on corrected time.
Absolutely. It's only turn 19 now, and here we are at the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. And our race leader, Dan Fresh, only has the Talladega Bend to go. Only a few moments before he makes history. 4,400 class comp winner in the past, or 4,500. Here he comes.
Let's give it to Miles down there to call it. Miles, let's hear it.
Dan Fresh launches the Yukon launch as he brings that bomber chassis in. The VP checkered flag is waving, and Dan Fresh is excited. So Dan Fresh brings that bomber chassis in here. Lots of action. He's been racing all day long, and he is here in Hammertown. Dave's having a little chat with him, making sure everything's going smooth. But the car looks like it's in great shape. He's been racing this thing for 6+ hours, and he brings it all the way in here into Hammertown. And this car looks like it's in great shape so far. It's ready to run again, and remember, it will be running again tomorrow. I assume he'll be putting a couple extra shocks on it, putting some bigger tires on it, and Dan Fresh will be running once again tomorrow. He has won the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class multiple times. This is his first time running in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and it's looking like, it's unofficial for sure, but it's looking good for old Dan Fresh. Huge excitement from Dan. His smile is as big as it can get. But remember, Chase Caprara, in my opinion, is the one to watch. I think Dan's got it, but if anybody could knock him off on adjusted time, it's going to be Chase Caprara. But Toby Stacy's still in the mix. He's physically in second, so where's it all going to shake up? It's going to be very, very interesting. So Dan Fresh is getting his helmet off, but again, the bomber chassis looks like it's in great shape, so they got their work cut out of them for tonight. But everything is so far so good for Mr. Dan Fresh, number 8, and he is stoked. Giving her a little rev tune here at the end. Let him get his helmet off real quick, and we'll just have a quick little chat with him. Way to go, Dan. So Dan Fresh, unofficial first. You've won the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class a few times. If you can lock down the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, you're going to be excited, aren't you?
I'm going to be over the top, Miles. I'll tell you what, the crew worked hard to get us here today. I couldn't have done it with all these people. These people, they put in a lot of time. We weren't ready for this race, quite honestly. We started working on the car about 2 weeks ago. Mike Johnson, and they were, he was putting in late nights every night. And I just can't believe the car's even here. There's nothing left of her, let me tell you. This thing is used up. We're supposed to race this thing again tomorrow, but Adventure Off-Road, can't say enough about all my people at Adventure Off-Road. That's a company that I have, and we have 4 locations across the Southland, and they helped a lot getting this car ready as well. So my hat's off to them.
So I want to, ask how you're feeling right now, because obviously you're across the line first, but adjusted time is going to be close. Chase Caprara started in a 104th position, and he's pushing hard. So I'm glad you ran that pace all the way to the end, because it's going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, that's. They kept telling us we were down about 30 miles. Now about 20 miles out, they said we were down by 1:09, and we gave it everything this thing had the last 20 miles. You know, at heart, you know me, Miles. I'm a desert racer, and when we get to lay it down in the desert, this thing, this bomber chassis is just unbelievable. Fox did an amazing job with the shocks. I mean, they got to tune the shocks for about 15 minutes. That was about all we got, and. Mike, of course, worked some magic with it. Jack, yesterday, threw a few shims at it as well. And, yeah, BFG tires. We got a couple of flats out there today, but they were well-deserved flats. I mean, the pace we ran today is not like I used to run in the 88 car. It was go get 'em, never let off, and we bounced off some rocks real hard. Vision wheels, they held up awesome. I can't believe the drive shafts. JE Real, huh? I mean, what a drive shaft. So hats off to those guys.
Well, Dan, I'm going to kind of let you just kind of sit there and get excited because the anticipation is going to build. Like I said, adjusted time, it's going to be exciting to see. But we'll get you your proper interview up top. But I'm going to let you just kind of sit here and stew on it for a little bit. But again, unofficially, across the line first, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you so much, Miles. Means a lot.
So while it builds up there on the here in the pits, I'm going to throw it back up to the Jumbotron. You guys take it away.
Thank you very much, Miles. Great to get that information from our first official finisher here at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Now, Jim, the question is, Dan Fresh finishing, obviously, we're going to assume first place, 4,800, but there may be a little bit of history being made here.
There could be a little bit of history being made here. Dan Fresh, let's not forget, has won this before in the 4,500 class, but we don't believe that anybody else has actually won 4,500 and 4,800. So this is what King of the Hammers is all about, and it looks like there's a possibility that Dan could be going down into the history books today.
And now all he has to decide is, does he go back down and try to get a stock class win, or go up to 44 and get the 4,400 class win?
If it was me, I'd want both.
Why not do it? He has the ability to do it next year.
Absolutely. So if you're looking to sponsor, but now this is important because that was Chase Capera, and that is Chase Capera coming round the bottom of her problem, making his way to Chocolate Thunder. Now, we've been doing some calculations. We reckon that Chase Capera has around about 29 minutes on adjusted time. However, if he's coming through Chocolate Thunder now, we think he is off pace. But let's just see what happens.
Yeah, I had my unofficial stopwatch going. We watched when Toby Stacy came through. We clicked off the stopwatch there, and now we've stopped it again. Now that we've seen Chase come through Chocolate Thunder, and he's about 50 minutes behind when Dan went through Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, so it's looking like Dan will be our official winner, but this is all unofficial at the moment, and that is Chase Capera, who started 95th today and is currently third on course, which is a remarkable feat in itself.
Well, and the other mystery that we don't know about here, Jim, is we're just assuming corrected time on the 30-second start interval today, but we did have that one, and it was a fairly long break between starters, so we don't know how that's going to play in as well. So really, even with an unofficial stopwatch going, we don't know how long that gap is, and 95 starters, that's a half hour.
It is indeed, yeah. So we're going to see how that plays out. Now, something I do want to talk about is a few years ago, UTVs started to appear on the scene, and they were a little bit of a joke. Nobody really took them seriously. Well, take this seriously, ladies and gentlemen, because yesterday Carl Cheney did this exact same course in 4 hours and 26 minutes. Dan Fresh is our fastest 4,800 class car, and he's just completed course in 5 hours, 26 minutes. Hats off to Carl Cheney.
Yeah, we called that this morning. We said how much faster they're slower they're going to be. Ben had mentioned that the UTVs are actually a little bit faster in some of the rock sections.
Well, you called it. You said 130, and we're looking here at the moment, and it's just gone 130.
There we go.
Well done, Ian.
Yeah, we kind of took a wild guess at that. I had some rather smart people share their information with me on that to help me with that guess, but
hey, never give away your trade secrets. But this is Chase Capera now, making his way down towards the Chocolate Thunder area. He'll be making a turn at the bottom shortly and heading up that fabled trail.
Chocolate Thunder.
There are so many people watching there. It's incredible.
And as he makes that turn and go up, it's important to remember that is our physical third 4800 series car on course. We still have a whole other race. We have a whole other class out there racing.
Two other classes. So let's not forget, it's the Brannick Motorsports 4800 class. We then have the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class and the Spider Tracks 4600 class, often referred to as stock.
Yeah, the big story in the stock class this year is the number of, quote, stock Broncos that are out there racing.
That's Matt Trabino, so this is actually going to be racing for physical position, although Matt is behind Chase on adjusted time.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's third and fourth on course. But as you said, Chase has more corrected time at his advantage.
He does indeed. We saw Matt Trabino stuck on course earlier on, or stopped on course, should I say.
So Matt not only has to get around him, he's got to get around him and put a gap in him.
He is. But Matt's a racer. He's been here for many years. He knows exactly what's needed of him.
He's going to have to get in front of him and take him to, here's a little term you can learn, take him to Gapplebee's.
Every day's a school day. Now, Matt's putting together a very good race here. The tragic thing is, at the moment, he is fighting for a fourth position that it doesn't look like he can fight back from.
Well, we may see
Or
this
a third
unfold.
position, should I
This
say.
may where we see something unfold at the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop-off.
Absolutely.
We've been speculating all day who's going to take that. We saw, surprisingly, I was surprised to see Dan Fresh take it, but by doing so, basically close the door on anyone getting him on corrected time. But this is a perfect example of where we can watch Matt, if Matt chooses to get through backdoor quickly, and Chase doesn't, takes the roundabout way, he could get a little bit of time on him there.
So I'm doing some calculations here in my head, which is never a great place to be.
I understand.
But I'm looking at this at the moment, and I'm thinking, I think Dan Fresh has got this. I'll be honest with you. And I think the actual race we're looking at here is Chase Capera and Toby Stacey.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot at play there because Chase, even though he's a little bit further back from Toby Stacey, he...
Just here in there, the Matt Trabino and Chase Capera are actually teammates. So they're not going to be going side by side and hitting each other. They're going to be helping each other out there on this course.
Well, you think that, but you put a race car driver in a race car and that ends.
This is very true.
But I do think you're right, Jim. I think Dan pretty much has first place sewn up. I think the race we're looking at right now is for second. And there's a lot at play there. We've got adjusted time, corrected time.
Look at this, wonderful shots here from Chocolate Thunder. Hundreds of spectators lining the course. Give us a wave, Chocolate Thunder, if you can hear us. So good to see. This whole lake bed, when you step outside of Hammertown for a moment and you just look around, it is phenomenal, the number of people here.
The best time to do it is at night.
This is interesting because he's stepping outside of the rocks here. He's not allowed to do that. There could be course infringements here. And that's Cameron Steele, and Cameron is not going to be amused. But he also knows that he'll get his time back, or this other chap will lose his time. It's just whether he hangs up or holds up Cameron.
Yeah, you can see Cameron not carrying a spare at this point.
Oh, this is not what we wanted to see for Cameron Steele. So this...
You can see Cameron getting the car. You can see that backing up. He's getting the car obviously into low range. And it looks like he's
that
got
might
it
have
now.
been the 48-19 of Jesse Lee, I think. Going to get confirmation of that. He's out. Okay, in that case, we think it might be Andrew Gorman in that case.
Thank you. As we're watching Cameron Steele make his way through the rock trails, going through her problem. They'll drop down through this section, take a right, and then head up into Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, so there's the 48.53 there of Andrew Gorman that we saw. Now, as I say, we'll have to see what Race Ops has to say about that, but I believe that it's quite clearly marked on the map that you need to stay in the rocks at the bottom of her problem. We saw Cameron Steele there. Now, he had problems out in coils earlier on today. He started in 12th position. So he's not playing for a podium, but he'll be certainly playing for a top 10.
Yeah, Cameron's certainly out here doing the work in Johnson Valley. I talked to him before the race. He said he's put in over 35 days of steady pre-running since Thanksgiving.
Which is astonishing. That's over a month.
It's a long time, yep. In multiple classes as well, multiple vehicles. He absolutely loves everything about this race. He says he loves coming here. So it's one of his favorite races on the planet. Loves everything about King of the Hammers, Johnson Valley.
And he is one of the finest ambassadors for off-road dirt sports. Whether it be motorcycles, T1 trucks, or rock racing. Now, Andrew Gorman here is really laying it down.
He's making some serious moves here, trying to keep Cameron behind him as they move their way into Chocolate Thunder.
And here goes Cam. Cam's throwing it up the right-hand side. Making the move.
There we go.
Fantastic.
Good job, Cameron, shutting that down. And that's important because this is a trail where there is a couple little squeeze sections in it. So, and it's not, we talk about the dust in the desert, but it also comes into play in a trail like Chocolate Thunder. Because you'll watch when they hit these ledges, they'll give it a little bit of throttle, kick it up a little bit. Sometimes it throws a lot of dust around. You can't see. Example right there. I can't see where the rocks are. I'm not ready to crawl up it yet.
Yeah, Cameron pulls out straight away on 70 to 80 yard lead. And Andrew Gorman wonders if he's going to get a penalty.
Oh, it looks like we got some action in backdoor. Oh, and that is a rollover at the Method Race Wheels backdoor obstacle. That is the main waterfall. And the question there is, how will that play out for our next group of cars? Do they make the decision to head down through backdoor, or do they go up?
Indeed, as we watch Chance Holloman there. Chance just picking his way through Hidden Valley and Spooners. Guessing he's probably had some problems on track. We'd normally expect to see him further up the leaderboard than that. But that's the thing with this type of racing. Everybody has a story. Everybody has a tale of what it could have been. I was winning and then.
Well, you're always winning right up until.
Summers. So it's Derek Hartman's old car there. Sorry, David Hartman's old car there, being driven now by Derek Summers. And here we are in backdoor.
It looks like they're making quick work of trying to get that vehicle back over. Looks like it might be another one of our... well, I can't see who it is.
Doing a very good turtle impression at present. So throw some dirt over the top and drive over it.
That would be one option, yep.
But you get an idea of how big the hole is actually in backdoor now. It's incredibly deep.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from the action here at the Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, part of the Progressive King of the Hammers Race Week, powered by Optima Batteries.
all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Away we go. What are the judges going to do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was just made.
And welcome back to Hammertown. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley, and we are here for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. And there's just more and more action everywhere we look, and we're live now up on Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, that's Matt Tremino getting ready to run his winch out there. We've only had one vehicle back into Hammertown today, and that is Dan Fresh. Commanding lead Dan has on the rest of the pack, so he's obviously back in Hammertown. We'll have to wait till we get official results before we can officially call this race.
But that looks like that might be Bailey Cole.
No, I believe that's the Levels. Is
that the Levels?
Yep.
Yes, you called it right. That is correct.
Saw the big AMSOIL on the side quickly before it got out of focus, but yes, that is Brad Lovell. And the big story there is we saw him kind of just come out of nowhere and sneak up on Bailey Cole.
This looks like it's remote pit 2.
It does. And so, and obviously Bailey's already in remote pit 2, so Bailey is still ahead of him.
Or, if it depends if Brad's going to be stopping or not. Let's have a look. This is looking like Brad is actually going clean out through remote pit 2. So it looks like we might have a new physical race leader in the stock class. Looks like Brad Lovell might have taken the lead in the Spider Tracks 4600.
No,
he is stopping. He is stopping.
His pit was set up after the spin around.
Now, just to let people know, just to let you know what you've got to do with this pit. You have to, if you're going into the pit, you have to drive down round the cone, and come back to it. That's to stop anybody having an advantage. And this is our physical second place vehicle on course at the moment. This is Chase Capera.
I'm just hearing through my PCI race radio that the Gittin Bronco is actually ahead of both of those stock class Broncos, but I don't know if that's true. So that tells me that Lauren might not have stopped at remote pit 2, because remote pit 2 you only have to stop there if you need to stop.
Absolutely. Now we were wondering where Lauren was. So it's Vaughn Gittins Jr. started the race today in the Vaughn Gittins Jr. Bronco. However, Lauren Healy jumped in when they came through main pit back here in Hammertown at the end of lap 1. So it sounds like Lauren Healy is really laying down the pace in the Bronco.
I'm just going to make this easier for both of us, Jim. We're just going to say that it's Vaughn in the Bronco. It's that simple. Vaughn and Lauren.
Vaughn Healy.
Vaughn Healy. Oh, that's great, Nit. There we go.
We know
Vaughn Healy. I like that better than Vaughn, to be honest with you. That is our second place vehicle on course. That's Toby Stacy.
No, that's not. That's Chase Caprera.
I'm sorry. That's Chase Caprera. My mistake.
Who's our physical third.
Third vehicle, yes.
That there is Cameron Steele down in Wrecking Ball.
We saw him make an amazing pass earlier in Chocolate Thunder.
Now, interestingly, we've just seen Matt Trevino winching in Wrecking Ball. So is Cameron Steele going to be able to catch Matt?
I think that was actually him driving over Matt's winch cable in that shot. So he did just pass Matt in that one section where you said he was winching.
So we have a physical change in, looks like our 5th position.
Yes. All right, we caught up to Cameron earlier this week. Let's just take a look at that, and we'll see what he has to say about everything King of the Hammers.
Well, it would certainly seem like we stepped in poop last year in King's Graveyard, wouldn't it? I mean, a stellar race, a great effort, stopping to help a friend, having fun, laughing, high-fiving. But truthfully, it was a cavalcade of errors along the way, starting with the broken limit strap, which led to a broken CV, which led to trouble with the front diff, which means we couldn't rotate the corner. King's Graveyard, which led to blowing the power steering seals out of it. Circus. But that's what Hammers is all about, and you got to keep coming back. I want to make the effort to win. I want to win every class. You know, we've got enough experience now where I feel like we could be on the podium every single time, whether it's in the T3 or the T1 or the Ultra 4 car or even the Can-Am. I think we're in a good position. The biggest thing is going from differentials to no differentials. And when you go consecutive days of racing the Can-Am, you can slide everything, right? And then the next day I'm in something with double diffs. And then the next day, no diffs. There's two things that really take me a second. First of all is getting used to having the diffs in the Trent car and the MC car. A couple of those, your teeth wanting to pop out, that'll teach you a lesson. And then the Ultra 4 car actually has a low front. And that thing, if you hit, it'll blow your brains apart. It's crazy. The challenge of Hammers is massive. The desert race, the challenge is to get your car to the finish line. But at Hammers, no matter what you're racing, there's a little bit extra challenge all the way around. Especially when you start getting to the rocks where you got to use this more than this. I'm here to have fun. And that's what I love about Hammers, fun. Everybody I go by on the trail, shakas. Everybody's having fun, everybody's thumbs up. It's just a great vibe. Why wouldn't you come?
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. Here we are, part of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. It's a great little piece from Cameron Steele, who we just saw making quick work of Chocolate Thunder. And we're watching the 75 car of Scott Foley head up into her problem. And in her inset screen is one of our stock class Broncos. Once again, there's Scott Foley. This will be coming down where he has to make that right-hand turn to get into Chocolate Thunder. We've seen Dan Fresh go through there and make quick work, come back into Hammertown. We just saw Cameron Steele go through there. Once again, we have 3 different classes racing today. The Brannick Motorsports 4800 Legends class, the Spider Tracks 4600 Stock class, and the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class. Dan Fresh came across the line in his Legends class car. We're pretty sure securing the win for himself. And so the story that's unfolding right now is who's going to finish out that podium.
Yeah, it is indeed. And that's Scott Foley making his way down towards the climb up that is Chocolate Thunder. He's got to stay in the rocks here when he turns right. In fact, he's already come past that section, so it's just a blaze round this part here.
Yeah, it's just this one little section of sand you see every year. They come around. You can see the cars struggle so hard with that one spot, and then it's right into Chocolate Thunder.
It's amazing how soft that sand is in that particular area. You come around there, you think, oh, wonderful, a bit of loose sand, and it just tramps on the axles. So Scott making his way out through now. Looks like he's probably stopped for a moment. I'm guessing that he's changing to low range. Or he's just trying to work out which line he's taking. Let's not forget that not everybody gets a chance to pre-run. So this could be the first time he's seen Chocolate Thunder this year. And if it is, he's going to be sitting there going, I don't remember any of this.
Well, it'll change from night to night here during King of the Hammers week. Everyone goes out and runs this. This is one of the trails that's so close to camp. A lot of people come out and run it all night long. You'll see lights up there. So you can see him backing up, taking another hit at that waterfall. Look at all those spectators out there watching the action in Chocolate Thunder. This is a great place to see the race. And our inside screen, I think we've got, is that 2 Broncos?
So we've got Brad Lovell and Bailey Cole racing absolutely tail to tail here. Or nose to tail, should I say.
Yeah, we just saw them in remote pit 2. The other Bronco has broken free. We've lost sight of it. With Vaughn Healy running that one. Vaughn Gittin Jr. going out, running the first lap. Lauren Healy jumping in for the rock lap. And based on what we're looking at on the tracker, it looks like he may be ahead of both Bailey and the Lovells.
Just looking here, Brad Lovell started in 102 and Bailey Cole started in 104th. So there is an adjusted time element to this. It is only around about a minute, possibly 2 minutes. As we watch Scott Foley making his way to the top of Chocolate Thunder.
And it's interesting to see the difference in the pace that they hit this versus our leader. Dan Fresh went through Chocolate Thunder like it was just another section of rocks. And this is Toby Stacy. This is our current second vehicle on course.
Yes, indeed. And Toby Stacy's been driving a great race today. Came from absolutely nowhere.
Just sort of popped up on our screens, literally.
He did. Yeah, literally. It's a great run here. So he's got to make his way down through Resolution. This is not an easy trial. Sort of a controlled crash landing as you make your way through.
And then he'll have to make that decision at the bottom. Does he go right and go down through the Method Race Wheels backdoor obstacle, or does he go left and go up over the sandhill?
Well, we're just about to find out. He is at that transition point now, so he's either got to go left. No, he's taking the sandhill.
No,
he's not.
You lied to everyone.
I lie.
Home. Yep.
He makes a liar of me.
He psyched you out.
Obviously the traffic never been a good poker player.
The traffic has been cleared out. We saw one rollover in there earlier. Obviously it's been cleaned up. You probably looked in there and saw, oh, I don't see a lot of cars. I think I'm going to go for it.
Absolutely. Right, okay, let's have a look here now. This is the big drop down at the Method Racing Wheels back door. And he cleans it. No problems at all there for Toby Stacy. And he is literally minutes from joining us here in Hammertown. And in the bottom of our screen there is Derek Summers picking his way through in what I believe is David Hartman's old car.
All right, there is Toby Stacy. Going to drop down through that one little bit of wash. He'll come out the other side, drop back onto our qualifying course, up to the Bronco Arch, and then he'll come back home to Hammertown.
Indeed, he's just coming round the bottom now, short bus, heading round to the bottom of Means Butte. And he's literally moments away from joining us in Hammertown. And you can see how choppy it is. The cars go forwards and backs as it takes over the whoops.
Huge ruts in that section. It just gets a lot of traffic during race day. Gets a lot of traffic year round. All right, now we can see him in our other camera shot as he comes back down to that one section, comes down to the bottom of that mountain. You'll see him come across. He'll drop onto, right there, drops onto the qualifying course. You can see how it's been basically watered down and manicured slightly.
One of my favorite things about this car, that huge 105 on the roof. A massive thank you to Toby Stacey for that, making our life much easier.
Yep, comes through the Bronco arch.
Now, as he comes down to the turn 19, we're going to throw it down to our man in the pits. It's Miles Hasselquist, and he's going to bring Toby Stacey across the line.
As Toby Stacey in that Trent Fab machine is bringing it in, he comes around turn 19 as we speak. The Can-Am Talladega, just a couple more turns to go, and Toby Stacey will be in here physically in second position. We'll see how it all shakes out as Toby Stacey hits the Yukon launch and is pushing all the way till the end. The VP Racing flag is flying, and Toby Stacey, unofficial second place for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. So the car still looks like it's in great shape. All four tires still in action. And the car itself looks like it's in an amazing shape. I believe this is Bailey Cole's old car, possibly, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see the sides of these things are pretty rock-rashed up. But all smiles from these two young guys. And again, this car is beaten, but still in great shape. All four Nitto tires holding up. As he yanks his helmet off, we'll have a quick chat. So you've been racing all day long and you're here. What's your first expression?
I wish I would have done more pre-running.
It was a tough course out there, but you're here unofficially in second position. We'll see how it all shakes out on adjusted time because Chase Caprara has a little mix-up going on, I'm sure.
He's fast. Yeah, he's a fast guy.
So you're new on my radar. How long is this your first race or not?
Yeah, first time in the car, first time in King of the Hammers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And like I said, you weren't on the radar, and all of a sudden your name just kept coming up. I'm like, this dude is on it. So your first time racing here, that is overly impressive. We've got a lot of top-notch names in this sport, and for your first time coming out here, good on you, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been wonderful. Just one flat, and Nitto's awesome. And
yeah,
they're not even on the side of my car, and they're impressive. So
not yet, but you never know. But like I said, just good job on you, man. I'm super stoked for you. We'll see how it all shakes out, and I'll just kind of just sit here and soak it all in.
Yeah, maybe I can pee finally.
Well, Toby Stacey is in here unofficially in that second place position. We'll see how this all turns out, so we'll send it up back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. You know, as we're sitting there listening to Miles talk to Toby down there in the pits, that reminds me of someone else who came out here one time and just laid down blistering fast times in a car, no one knew who he was. Little guy from Farmington, New Mexico, in this solid axle Jimmy's car, and now he's a pinnacle of sport, and that is Lauren Healy. Yeah.
Yep.
So to have Toby Stacey come out
of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, in a Trent Fab car, and go to work in the way that he has is incredible stuff. Oh, and we got action of Chocolate Thunder. That looks like car 53. Is that 53 or?
I think it's 55, possibly.
I think that might be 55.
Nope, I don't have 55. I'm going to go with 53. Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, it's Ryan Taylor. What he needed to do is put a nice big 53 on the bottom.
And all the sponsors.
So, you see Arms and co-drivers getting out of the car. Now, I don't know if there's a course car below him. And there, we're talking about it. And there is Vaughn Healy.
Coming into Chocolate Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder.
About to come up on
53.
A car on its side.
Yep.
This will be interesting to see.
I'm really intrigued with the way that this...
All right, while we watch this unfold, let's quickly throw it down to Miles in the pits.
So I'm down here in the four-wheel parts section down here. I got Sean McNamara. You guys been running all day long for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. And look at the side of this car. That's all them, isn't it?
All them.
So you're racing today. You're still going to go out for another lap, I assume, and then you're racing all day long tomorrow with Brent?
Correct. I'll be in the Ultra 4 race tomorrow, so we're going to hopefully get some pre-run in this car, but we'd like to catch some people right now. We've had a really rough first lap. We got stuck in a silt bed out past Cougar Buttes. It took 3 cars to pull us out. Then we separated the exhaust off the manifold. It cracked and broke. Yes, please. And it's running really lean because the oxygen sensor isn't getting right data, so we're eating all of our fuel. So we full fuel here and hopefully get some more fuel in the pits and keep running it.
Well, again, tough luck on that, but hopefully I can get you going. But good job today, and good luck tomorrow with Brent Gagabear.
Thank you.
So from the four-wheel parts hot pits, we'll throw it back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Great stuff there. Those guys are firm favourites here at King of the Hammers. And speaking of firm favourites, there is Vaughan Healy. So Vaughan getting his car, Lauren Healy driving.
Quickly making its way through her problem. We don't know how he pulled it off, but somehow he pulled off the ultimate pass, past both Bailey Cole and both the levels in the Bronco, put his Bronco in front of them.
Yeah, he's going to have to pop into the shop and get himself a new mirror.
As we're watching a little bit of action unfold down in Sledgehammer as well.
Oh, we got a proper sized traffic jam in Sledgehammer, and already you can see the shadows are starting to lengthen. Let's not forget, this race started at 8 a.m. this morning, over 6 hours ago.
Some of these guys will be going well into the night as they work their way through these hammer trails.
And car 53 there. Ryan Taylor is back on his wheels.
Yeah, and that's important because we just saw Vaughn, or Lauren, or Vaughan, or Vaughan Healy.
Vaughan Healy.
I like the Vaughan Healy. I like what you got going on there. We just saw Lauren and Vaughn Gitten's Bronco coming around the bottom of her problem. He'd be heading up into this section, so it's good to see that car back on its wheels.
Indeed. Right, well, we're waiting for more action here at the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I'm going to step out the booth and pass it to my good friend Ricky Johnson. And I'm going to go and watch this from the sidelines. Nice to see you, Ian.
Catch you soon, Jim. Yes. All right, while we make this transition, we'll take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley as we're watching the Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. I'm Ian Johnson. Joining me in the booth right now is Ricky Johnson back in with me. Ricky, we've had a great day of racing here. It's part of the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge.
And as I was out there spectating, because when I break for lunch, I become a fan. I like run through all the different places, check things out. I'm like, oh, I want to buy that buggy whip. I need to get that toe strap. I'm over there at Sector 55. How much is this and that? But I'm also listening to you guys. And as we said, I got to give you guys the credit. This is Lauren Von Healy as he works his way up Chocolate Thunder. And we've talked about yesterday how quick the UTVs went up Chocolate Thunder, but you can see how beat up it is and all the dirt and stuff that the bigger vehicles are having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Jim was talking about that this morning, as well as Ben. You know, when you get into these courses, get into some of these trails that have this loose sand, loose dirt, a couple hundred horsepower is going to dig some little holes. 35-inch tall tires is going to dig a little hole. When you get out there with these big, high horsepower cars, and you're going out there with 37-inch tall tires, 400, 500 horsepower, you're digging some big holes.
But Kyle Cheney, he paused for a tenth of a second. Like, he went up that, and I watched it. I was like, he came in here faster than I drove down the road, you know, from the highway. It's amazing.
Oh, in the bottom right, we're seeing Cameron Steele stopped on course in the middle of the lake bed.
So, and this is not good because he's right in the middle of the track. So something blew up violently for something in the vehicle for him to stop that, like, right in the middle of the track. So hopefully he's able to get that vehicle up and going. The good news is that people can see around both sides.
Oh, looks like he's going right now. Yep, good for him. All right, so Cameron Steele moving again. We were assuming something was wrong, but whatever was wrong, they obviously got it fixed.
Well, you know a lot about the LS packages and stuff like that when they go in. So explain when they go into limp mode, which could have happened.
It could be a limp mode issue. What happens is whenever the computer itself sees anything wrong in the engine, it'll basically shut down to protect itself. Pulls fuel back, pulls timing back, and basically shuts the engine down. Normally, it won't stop the vehicle. You'll end up with a small amount of speed still, but who knows what happened here? This could be a fuel issue.
Yes, well, we've seen that the people have misgauged how much fuel. We saw that yesterday with Brian Deegan and Terry Madden. Terry had to run out with 2 gallons of gas on a 10-gallon fuel can. But a lot of things are going into this factor. But we've seen people at the finish line. We're waiting for the next couple. Then we got to do some math.
Yeah, there's a lot of math to do because, like we said, this is a corrected time race. We also have to deal with there was a gap in that corrected starting time, and we also have 3 different classes out there racing.
So yeah, so we're gonna have the overall winner of the Everyman Challenge, and then we're gonna have individual class winners, then the podium. So we have a lot going on out there. But what's great to see as we're watching the different guys go up Wrecking Ball. There's been a lot of attrition. I mean, a lot. We've seen a lot of vehicles out and a lot of big spreads. So we saw so much, and we were talking about this earlier, that everybody gets so excited, so amped, and they got to do all this crazy stuff, and they take so many chances at the beginning because they feel they're losing time. But now you see the big gaps between everybody.
Yeah, we've got big gaps between everybody, but we're just watching Scott Foley go up through Wrecking Ball. And the big story all day today, honestly, has been what decision everyone makes at the bottom of Resolution. You can come down Resolution, and then you have a choice. You can go up the big sand hill, make your way around the top, or you can drop down in and take on the Method Race Wheels backdoor challenge. And that means you're basically driving down backdoor. We saw what we're going to call our unofficial winner, Dan Fresh. He basically dropped in that trail, dropped down that waterfall to basically sealing his first place finish.
Well, and we saw Eric Miller was in the other Jeep, stock Jeep. He took it. So only a couple people. And when Eric went down it, stopped on the nose, balanced, and it's like gave it, obviously he's a champion. He knows exactly how to do it. Creeped himself back out, was able to pull it off, and they're actually pre-running for tomorrow. So now he knows he's driven backdoor today.
Yeah, and we were just watching Cameron Steele in our main shot there. Back moving again, good to know. We saw him stopped on course, but there he is, obviously moving along quite well. I talked to him before the race. He said, yeah, it's a good car. It's brand new. It's got 3 miles on it.
Nice. You're not racing unless you finish it. That's why you got to tell yourself the race is 3 weeks before the race, so that you actually, because you can work and then get some rest before the race happens.
Yeah, and when we make that comment about how Cameron's been out here putting in the work, he really has. He has fallen in love with King of the Hammer style racing. He comes here, races every class he can.
Hang on to it.
And that looks to me like one of the stock class vehicles actually was able to make the climb up that big sand hill. Ben called it earlier. He said some of the stock class vehicles wouldn't have enough power to get up that sand hill, and they would have another choice but to go down and do the method race wheels backdoor waterfall.
Which, say, if you lose your front drive, that's kind of a scary situation because you need front drive to pull yourself from tipping over forward. So that's not a good option.
Well, it's just over there, that sand hill, honestly, it's just a power issue. That sand hill is so loose. The sand is not there's no traction there. When you go up there without a lot of power, you're just basically just churning away. And the stock class vehicles, a lot of them, they don't have a lot of power.
And you don't have the run to get the speed. So the momentum that you want to carry up the hill, you don't have it. As we're watching Cameron Steele, looks like everything is a go. Running, looks like it's full speed in my eyes.
Yeah, it certainly looks like whatever the problem was, maybe it solved itself. But he's certainly making quick work of that desert section. You can see him in there.
One of the things that's different with a lot of these vehicles, they have full hydraulic. And I'm kind of a fanatic about where 9 and 3 is on the steering wheel. When I first got in this, as the steering wheel kept sliding around and around and around and around, I had to completely change my driving style because I typically like to attach myself, knowing where those 2 points are, but it doesn't count.
Yeah, with full hydraulic steering, now since you've raced our full hydraulic steering, it has gotten a lot better. We used to have a little bit of air bleed in those cylinders sometimes, but now we don't have that. The steering is, sometimes you even get a little bit of response, a little bit of feedback through it. There's faster orbitals, slower orbitals. You're able to fine tune that full hydraulic steering. It's changed a lot, even in just the past 10 years.
Guys, we're watching Wrecking Ball. We got quite a race starting to happen, but as you can see, with all the rocks on the side, you get to the dust, you just have to sit back and then wait about 20 seconds back just at the tail, and then hope for them to make a mistake when you get to one of the rock sections, or when you get to the open desert when you have multiple trails, then make another run at them. But it really doesn't do a driver any good to just sit and push as much as he can in the dust, because bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, we even watched it unfold a few seconds ago over in Chocolate Thunder. Even though it was a rock trail, when Cameron jumped up in front of the car behind him, he created such a roost when he climbed the waterfall. He actually created a huge dust cloud, and they weren't able to see the trails in front of them.
Well, and we've seen that at Chocolate Thunder, that it's happened time and time again, is that guys are driving so hard, dropping that wheel, spreading dirt everywhere. It's making it worse and worse.
All right, well, Ricky, it was great hanging out with you for this short period of time, but I think Bob Bauer's coming in to spell off for me. Bob, I'm going to hand you the mic and let you guys finish out this race.
All righty, thank you, Ian. We're welcome to the tower. Bob Bauer, the man that's been here forever when it comes to off-road racing. His wealth of knowledge is just unbelievable. So, Bob, you've been out watching this. You're even though you're kind of new to this four-wheel stuff, but you've been around off-road racing forever. Give me your thoughts on Hammertown. We're going to be obviously talking about what's happening on the screen, but just give me your overall impression of this time here in King of the Hammers.
They call it a race. That's what they say. This is all racing. You know what this whole deal is? It's a festival. Absolutely a festival. And it's because people are having a good time while they watch the races. Then they get out in the afternoon and the evenings and they go out and they run the same stuff with their rigs. That's excellent. You know, Ricky, one of the things that really impresses me is here we are. We have, I don't know, folks, what do you think? We have 70,000 folks out in this dry lake, somewhere along those numbers. They're camping here, they're eating here, they're recreating here, they're buying stuff from all the vendors over there. You know, you don't see any candy wrappers, you don't see any trash on the ground, you don't see stuff that comes out of the other side of dogs on the ground. I tell you what, you guys are just doing amazing, good job of taking care of this 96,000 acres in Johnson Valley. Thank you. And folks at home,
don't be signing off
should know
yet,
about
Bob.
that.
All right, let's
Sorry,
make
got
quick,
all excited,
No,
Ricky.
you got going, but that's good. I love it. I love your enthusiasm. 4653 is Tom Bibble as he works his way up Spooners. This is one of the stock Toyotas. Not stock, stock-ish.
Stock-ish.
But it's a production vehicle. Here's another. This is Brad Lovell. And in her problem, as he starts to work his way up, these are one of the new Broncos. V6, unbelievable. So excited to have these production vehicles out here racing.
You know, one of the things that probably isn't really visible or apparent as you watch the screen is that the throttle control these guys have to exercise to be able to come up with, like, give me 25 RPM so I can just crawl up the rock.
Well, and then that's the thing. That's where we're talking about the three rules I was talking about. And the third one is that you have to use both feet. You cannot drive rocks with just your right foot. There's not enough delay. So a lot of times when I came out here and I was working with Dave Cole, and he was showing me kind of set your throttle and use that brake back and forth, because when that wheel goes up in the air, you don't want that wheel spinning, because when it comes down, that's how you brake axles, that's how you brake on CVs, and all different stuff. And Brad Lovell is one of the best in the world when it comes to this, because he's won this Everyman Challenge multiple times in his class, but now he's in that Ford Bronco. They are the second Bronco out on the course right now. But doing a phenomenal job, and it's so great. That is a brand new production vehicle. Obviously, it's got some mods on it for skid plates and stuff like that, but I'm so happy to see Ford back out here.
Well, and Brad is a guy who really knows the Johnson Valley. Even though he's a Colorado guy and all the family's up there, he spent a ton of time out here with Ford developing it. That's one of the things I believe that's making this Ford Bronco do so well, is that Ford did something that's amazing, and that is they said, let's talk to the guys who use it and then actually listen to them.
Well, and now they're coming out here racing. They went down and they ran the Baja 1000.
Yep.
Got superstars like Johnny Campbell, Cameron Steele, Kurt LeDuc. The list goes on and on. Brad Lovell. But then now coming here, I think this has got to be a bigger challenge for them than the Baja 1000. The Baja 1000 is long, but you have nothing like this. And when I always say, anybody that races off-road needs to come to one King of the Hammers race, and they'll never bitch about Matomi Wash or any rocks or anything else when it comes to racing here, because as we're watching Brad Lovell in the Ford Bronco heading up her problem, you watch, it looks like he's just driving along. And to him, he is. To you and me, it's survival.
It's and I guarantee you are right, Ricky. He's using both feet. You got to move that weight or hold the weight or change, not let the chassis change too much, because it can get freaky on you. And he's just so finesse. He also has what we've talked about earlier, flow. See how he isn't stopping and starting. He's just oozing along. It's a word we teach in our schools. Make the truck ooze along.
Wow, that sounds kind of gross.
I just don't know how to spell it.
Is it with a U or O?
Yeah.
Multiple O's. But watching that with a 35-inch tire, it is awesome what he's got. How he just finesses that vehicle down there.
That's amazing. According to his left side, looks like left side view mirror, he got close to a rock.
All right, now
he's got some stuff hanging.
Right at the bottom of her problem, he's going to turn right and head right into Chocolate Thunder, which we saw yesterday. Kyle Cheney flew up it in the side-by-side. No problems whatsoever, just rocked right through it. Now, with these 35-inch tires, 37-inch tires, and more horsepower, we're seeing a lot of guys throw a lot of sand back and forth, and it's become quite a problem. We just saw Lauren Vaughn Healy, who was driving in for Von Gittin Jr., was the first Bronco through, and he had to winch. So now let's see what Brad Lovell does as he turns right and heads into Chocolate Thunder.
Got quite a bit of bite already. You know, it's funny. It's kind of an interesting transition. He gets in the Rockies, he's easy. He's not doing anything. Gets in that sand, and man, it's flinging sand out of all four tires.
You got to make time where you can make time.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing about these guys, is that they know when to go slow and when to go fast and when to be precise. And right now, in my opinion, he's just trying to keep as much momentum as he can, because right up here is where Lauren Healy had to do some winching. So let's keep an eye on Brad Lovell and see what he does, and see if he gets there and says, you know what, he's going to look left, right, what am I going to do? Or is he going to send his co-driver out? He's sending his co-driver out to winch, because sometimes when they get so big and they get so rough like that, you're better off not to tear the vehicle up. You got to save it to get up there.
And who we see getting out right now is Brad's secret weapon, Roger.
That's right.
These two guys paired up in the truck together. actually, I mean, they have such a great synergy that happens. And Roger will absolutely do the very best he can to find a way to plant that
I'm
rope.
saying Roger, you got to explain that's his brother. So
Yeah.
I can imagine they've had a couple fistfights out on the trail and disagreements over the years as we're watching Chase Cabrera come down back door. So he's not far. He's just outside of town. Chase came from 100, I think, back. So he is physical third place, and he was at one point leading on corrected time. So he's done a phenomenal job, but he had something that held him back a little bit and lost a little bit of time. So we'll have to do the math when he crosses, because he started, I think, 95 positions in 95th place. So imagine
that's
92 cars that he passed.
Golly.
So now Chase just has a couple things as he's coming down the Method Race Wheels back door as he's coming around. And Bob, you know what it's like when you've worked so hard and the finish line, you can smell it.
Oh boy. Not only can you smell the finish line, you can hear your rig. You hear squeaks, you hear grinding, you hear thumping, you hear rattling, and you think, oh man, it's me. And you just hope you got that extra mile. Just give me one more mile, no trouble, I can make it.
Well, I'm really looking forward to see what Miles has to say. Chase Cabrera has 3 or 4 more turns. He's got to go past that turn 19. Where the Herps had a terrible time. So as he comes up and goes down through the arches, I'm going to pass it on to Miles so he can call the finish for Chase Cabrera. Miles?
So Chase Cabrera coming through the Bronco arch as he's coming in, just a couple more turns to go. He's been running strong all day long. He won this race last year, but it looks like he's going to have to settle with a podium. And if that's settling, this young man's doing it right. Around the Can-Am Talladega turn, just a couple more turns to go and he will be in here. So it's looking really good for the Bombers, first and third unofficially for now. Chase Cabrera hitting the Yukon launch as we see, and he is all over the throttle all the way to the finish line. The VP checkered flag is a-waving. Chase Cabrera unofficially in that third position. And I was really wondering if he was going to be able to steal that first place on the adjusted time, but it's not looking good. But a podium. I'm kind of checking over the car. It's looking pretty good. Everything's looking really solid on it. He'll be racing another Bomber tomorrow in Randy Slosson's last year winning Bomber. So you talk about pre-running at race pace and very similar cars. This guy is going to make a great showing tomorrow, I'm sure of it. So the car, all 4 corners look like they're holding up great. Tires are good, shocks are good. Very little rock damage. The front bumper, so the front axle has a bumper on it and it's completely cracked. So he definitely gave her some loving up there. Brian Cabrera's up here just saying, heck yeah, buddy, you did it. You brought it home. He's super proud of his son, and it is all smiles for the Cabreras as we speak. So we got father and son down here. Brian, how proud are you right now?
I know. I couldn't be more proud of Chase. He came back from the back of the pack, 90, 105th place, something like that, back of the pack. Incredible. Nice, smooth run, 1 flat tire, I think. Been watching him all day, did awesome.
So this is one way to pre-run to get on the podium. Unofficially, it's looking good for you, but you're going to be racing this same race tomorrow in this very similar car. You got to be stoked about it.
Yeah, this was mainly our pre-running. We only got to really do lap 1, so all the rocks we had to stop quite a few times to figure out which way, because I guess we have the 4400 GPS map loaded up, so we didn't want to make a wrong turn.
So yeah, you made it here. I mean, you just got to be stoked. Last year we won this race, and it's looking good for a podium.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
And then tomorrow you get to do it all over again.
Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that right now.
Well, I'm going to let you kind of calm down. Chase, I'm proud of you, buddy. Good job. But it sounds like we'll probably get ready to send some up to the stage.
Well, thank you, Miles. That was pretty, that's a happy man right there you just talked to, I tell you what.
Well, he had
So
to work.
let me give you, what do you think we give you a rundown? Official times. In first place, number 8, Dan Fresh. Second place, number 105, Toby Stacy, official second. Official third, Chase Caprera. And 1481, you guys are official. You're in.
So that's your podium. So Steele is working his way into the short course. Cameron Steele, he's worked his way back. So we're looking at that. So Cameron Steele had a problem. I'm looking to see, look, he's missing his back tire. So he obviously had a tire change somewhere along the way. I'm pretty sure he had it strapped in there, but it fell out. But right now, Cameron Steele, so I'm going to throw it down to Miles with Cameron Steele. He's going to be coming into the finish line. Miles?
What am I saying? So here comes Cameron Steele, number 16. He's been racing all day long, had a few issues from time to time, but he is in town. This guy has had some struggles this week, but he's doing great. He's here in town. The T1 he broke, the UTV he broke. This is a brand new car that he pre-ran for about 3 miles, and he brings it on into town. So I think unofficially that should put him in that roughly 4th position. But Cameron Steele's got to be stoked for that. And just like Chase, you can't get any more better pre-running than at race pace. This car has been beaten. There's some fluid on the front. Looks like the front ram has some leaks on it. But other than that, it is looking great. This Trent Fab machine takes a lot of beating, but going. It's got these amazing Brannick Motorsports trailing arms on it. He is missing his spare, so he had another flat tire at one point. But yeah, Cameron Steele ran strong all day long. That's Monster Athlete, gave it all he has, and he'll be ready to race one more time tomorrow. He had some transmission issues. He had some steering issues, and the steering wheel, it sounds like it popped off, but Cameron Steele is here unofficially in that 4th position, and you're here. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm a little pissed, to be honest, but stoked to be here. Thank you to everybody at Trent Fabrication for the effort. They built a beautiful car. This top shelf car is great, but I don't think it's very smart to come in and we had 4 miles on the car before we raced it, including the 2 miles of qualifying. So,
well, good luck tomorrow. You had a great day today, but hey, you here, you made it. Good luck tomorrow, buddy. It sounds like we got Pam up top with some interviews.
All right, we are here with Mr. Dan Fresh. Started 5th place today, came in this number 1 spot. And at one point I saw you stop for just a little bit, but how do you feel about the day so far?
Yeah, sorry about that.
It was an amazing day. Let me try get.
I was helping get the next car up to the leader.
All right, how do you feel about today?
It was an amazing day. You know what? I just couldn't be happier with the sponsors. I couldn't be happier with the course. It was such a brutal course. I've been racing this for the last 4 years, and I don't know. I always think it gets. I thought it got easier for a few years. This year, Dave threw something at us. I just couldn't believe. Every time you turned and you got into the next rock trail, it was just worse and worse. And it seems like somebody's up there just moving all these boulders around. We had to carry so much momentum with this car today to keep it going over the rocks. It was just mind-blowing.
Now, I was out at Remote Pit 1 today, and you came in physically 2nd after starting in 5th place. You came in, and I saw them do like a slight shock adjustment on you. Is that the only thing that you had to do to your car today?
That was it as far as like, adjustments to the vehicle. Yeah, the guys pulled in. We didn't have much time to tune the car, about 15 minutes. And so when we pulled in, they were like, just shut down those back valves. And they shut them down, and it came to life after that. At the first part, we weren't so happy with it, but once they shut those valves down, the car really came to life. We changed a couple of flats, well-deserved flat tires, no question about it. I mean, we bounced off some boulders out there. We bent up some wheels doing it, and that's when you get the flats. But otherwise, no, it was a clean day. Mike Johnson, my co-driver, just amazing. He's raced this race. I don't think he's won it. But I'll tell you what, he's won it now, And to have him in my car with me is a true honor, true pleasure. Consummate gentleman, and he works his ass off. He makes this car what it is, and without him, this wouldn't have happened.
Well, this was a well-deserved win for you. And who do you have to thank for being up here today?
Well, first off, I got to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe, because I'll tell you what, this is not the safest sport in the world. We all know that, but yeah, he's always watching over us. So Adventure Off-Road, Vision Wheels, BFG Tires, JE Reel Drive Shafts, Fox Shocks for really smoothing out that desert for us, JE Reel Drive Shafts, Sparco, the Stony Transmissions. Can you think of anybody else, Mike? Two Works differentials. That was a game changer for us. Those guys got us some new built aluminum high pinions for this thing. We were a little leery about running a high pinion, but not anymore.
Well, you definitely showed what your car could do today. Congratulations for being up here. It's time to celebrate. Give it up for Mr. Dan Fresh.
All righty, congratulations to Dan Fresh. An unbelievable race today. I think he had minimal problems, Bob, but he just showed, he's been a past winner in this event. It showed he's got that bomber chassis, did so well. Randy Slauson was out in front at the beginning, had some issues, but Dan Fresh brings it home once again.
His fast lap, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 59 seconds. That's smoking.
But what was that compared to his competitors?
Well, he was like a 210 to a 228.
There you go. So that's the kind of difference that we're looking for, and we're going to hear from the other guys on the podium. We got also in second place. We got Toby Stacy. Sorry, my bad. Hold on, number 105. And so he'll be in second. I'm curious to hear what he went through.
What we have on screen right now is an exercise in patience. This is why these competitive people have to work together. You have to be patient. There's no way to bull your way past all these folks, and that's got to set your own tension really high. It's hard to control yourself in the race car and control your anticipation of death and damage to the car, and waiting for somebody to get back in the car could drive you nuts.
Well, and if this is your first race, you don't know exactly, as we're watching some of the competitors come through Chocolate Thunder. We're going to get Toby Stacy up on the stage here in a little bit. That looks like that could be one of the Broncos. I can't quite tell from this angle. We did have no, that is not one of the Broncos. I take that back. We had Brad Lovell working his way up. Now this, I think I'm right. I think it is one of the Broncos, but I don't know which one it is.
It's short. All we can see is the flag. Yeah.
And
okay, I'm trying to find out what we have here.
Coming into Chocolate Thunder.
Oh yeah, look at there.
That is Kenneth Goodall as he works his way into Chocolate Thunder.
Ricky, this is what I like. I mean, I know we're supposed to look at the race car. Look at the people. Look at them all out there.
Well, and it's clear. The wind has come up a little bit, and so that the drivers are able to, the dust to get blown to the left or to the right. Sometimes when it's blowing towards you, it really gives you a hard time. But as we're watching Kenneth Goodall work his way up Chocolate Thunder, a lot of guys have had to winch. Let's see if he can clean it.
This is John Williams. Maybe Nate driving right now, winching himself up in Outer Limits. This is a Jeep that they put together like in 1 month and qualified it pretty well. He's also running an air system on there that's kind of unique. It's an active air system that allows you to change the inflation on any given tire. Generally with CTIS, you're going to get like if the tire goes dead, you're going to have it all blow the air into the one that's dead. Here you can take and add air to the left front, remove air from the right rear, all inside with a joystick.
Is that legal?
It is today, boys. It is today, boys.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of the military vehicles have that.
John was going to drive, but he had a horrible accident working on the car, big gash in his hand, and it's all wrapped up. And things like that. So he's out of the car by now, I would expect. Wow, what do we have here?
That's Lauren Healy, and right now we are with our second place finisher, Toby Stacy, number 105. Go ahead, Pam, take it away.
All right, up here on stage, second place in our 4800 Brannick Legends class. You started 26th today, and now you're up here in second position. What was your strategy today?
Go slow in the dust. That's all you could do.
Well, did you have any unexpected stops that you did, or was it just a smooth sailing day?
It was pretty smooth for the most part. Only one flat tire. Nitto really killed it this year, so thanks for that. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
So did you come out here do pre-running weeks in advance, or did you just come out here and just pre-run once? Or that laugh makes me think maybe you didn't pre-run.
We probably saw about 40% of this whole course, so it was pretty rough.
Do you think that was an advantage to not see the whole entire course?
I don't think that would ever be an advantage. Yeah, it was a lot of backtracking, going, hey, there's the course over there. Better get back to it.
Well, what was your least favorite part about the course then?
The dust, yeah, for sure.
No rock trails were your least favorite?
I love rocks.
Well, there you go. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here in this number 2 spot?
So, first off, team change order, Brett Harrell. He's the previous owner of this car, and he prepped it and offered pit support and offered all the support he could actually offer. So I really want to appreciate them and his whole crew. They're all out there. Woo! A little bit before the race, I had some U-joint issues in the axles, so I went down to Brian with Yukon and said, hey, you got any super joints for me? He said, heck yeah, here's some stickers too. So yeah.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on the number 2 spot. It's time to celebrate. Got your check, got your trophy, and congratulations to Toby Stacy.
All right, congratulations, Toby Stacy. Unbelievable run. That as we're watching Lauren Healy as he works his way up Clawhammer. We've been joking calling him Lauren Von Healy because that's what Von Gittin Jr. did the first lap, and Lauren is doing the second lap. They're splitting it. That mirror has seen better days, Bob.
Well, I think it has seen better days, but fortunately, it looks like you're going to be able to take it home. Seems to have a big wire attached.
And it does help when you turn your microphone on before you start talking. I've done that about 15 times today. That's 2 for you, so I'm still winning on that. But once again, the Ford Broncos, V6, production vehicle. Now, obviously, that mirror has been taking a beating, but I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on he's working his way to the finish. I mean, a lot of these, when this kind of race, a finish is huge, especially in a vehicle that is brand new. I mean, they have tested it. Obviously, they've done a lot of work on it.
Of course,
but it's still a brand new vehicle.
It is, and it's very much Ford factory stuff. This is not one of the bulletproof things that we can do if we figure out all the aftermarket stuff available. This one has to stick within some parameters, and look at how it's doing. I mean, it's negotiating things that you wouldn't expect a showroom stock thing to do.
No, and obviously with a driver like Lauren Healy and Von Gittin Jr. and also we've seen Bailey Cole as well as Doug Lovell.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some superstars out there in Broncos right now. And talking with Kurt LeDuc, who's obviously a superstar in many different things.
Yes.
He's working a lot with Ford on this Bronco. It's pretty cool to have them pulling in superstars like that.
And then they listen to them, Ricky. I mean, I keep making that point, but it's so good to see that Ford says, we will defer to you. We'll take your input. You guys know how it is in the extreme situation. And they build a better truck.
Well, and this is very physically taxing because now we look down there and we see the other two Broncos, and shortly we are going to have Chase Cabrera up on the stand here. But as we're watching the other Broncos as they're rolling through, that was Bailey Cole in 13 and Doug Lovell up there in the Amsoil Bronco as well.
Doug's brother Brad is going to drive it as fast as he can.
Oh, so Brad's in there now.
I think so, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass it.
Slipping those tires just real easy. Look how he spins them so slowly. It's easy, easy, easy.
Alrighty, as we're watching Bailey Cole work his way up Wrecking Ball, we are going to go to Pam with third place, Chase Cabrera. Come on, everybody, let's hear it for Pam and Chase Cabrera, number 1481.
Thanks, guys. Chase Cabrera. Let me rephrase that. I learned the correct pronunciation. You started, I believe, 96th today, and you are the third car to come in. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. We had to eat a lot of dust at the start of the race, but we got around some cars and hit the rocks, and now we're here.
So you're here, third place. What was your least favorite part about the course today?
Last year I said the desert was a decent part, and this year it kind of sucked. It was really rough.
Did you have a favorite rock venue that you went through?
I did not. Whatever the shortest one was.
There you go. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box today?
I've actually got a lot of people to thank. I want to start with my dad, Brian Caprara, my pit chief, Jimmy Johnson. Without those two guys, I wouldn't be here. And then I'd also like to thank the rest of my pit crew, my co-driver, Yokohama Tires. The tires, I got one flat today, and we hit some gnarly rocks, and they surprised the crap out of me. I'd like to thank Torco Fuel, let me see who else. Fox Shocks, Mastercraft Impact Racing, Spider Tracks, Trail Ready Wheels. Who else? I got Torco. Dynamic Motorsports, Johnny Rocha, and yeah, my co-driver.
Well, you guys did amazing out there. I mean, 96th roughly is where you started. To be up here in third place, I'm super impressed. I'm sure everybody else is super impressed. Did that impress you as well?
Yeah, kind of impressed me. I had no idea where I was the whole race. I thought I was still middle of the pack, but we were just patient the whole day and didn't really bump any cars or nothing. Just cruised by, and now we're here, so I'm happy.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your third place in the 4800 Brannick Legends class, Mr. Chase Caprara.
Alrighty, an unbelievable run from 95th to 3rd. Unreal for Chase Cabrera. You can see he's got that check from Dave Cole and 4-wheel parts. But right now I want to bring into the stage Miles. You've had a badass day down on the pits. You've called a lot of stuff. But now I'm going to hand you over with Bob Bauer, and you guys are going to finish this race. So take care of him, buddy.
Well, Ricky, always a pleasure. We'll see you in the morning, buddy. There's Brad Lovell coming down Wrecking Ball as we speak. It's been a wonderful day of racing for the 4-wheel parts Every Man's Challenge. This is his third race in that Bronco. He hasn't lost a race yet. We'll see if he can pull it off or not.
Well, he sure has his work cut out for him today, because he had a little trip up in the beginning.
Yeah, he had a turbo issue of some sort.
Yeah, you lose track position in something like this, and it's just not impossible, but it's tough to recover. I mean, look at our third place fitters. Yeah, it went from 90, what was it, Miles? 93rd to...
I heard 104th, I heard 95th, but right around 100, so 50 minutes behind the leader.
A bunch of time, yeah. And you can add whatever kind of a load you'd like to express that with. Yeah, look at that. Easing his way through. But, for those that are in our audience that don't really know exactly, you're not experienced racing, look at this way that he drives. See how he tries to keep constant movement forward. Like we were talking to Ricky, like he just needs to ooze it into the rock, ooze it over the rock, because if you stop oozing, you're stopped, you're parked.
Brad Lovell, he's been in the rocks for a very long time, so he's just smooth and consistent for sure as we watch him heading down Wrecking Ball. But last night we had an awesome thing going over with Optima Batteries. They raised a whole lot of money for the Warrior Foundation, and they did a fun little thing. They were doing a little drifting with Tanner Faust, so let's check it out.
We're out of King of Hammers 2022. This is Trailer Park Drifting at Night, brought to you by Optima Batteries. We are drifting. We've got some of the top drifters, top off-road racers, all battling it out for charity. Little Warrior Foundation, you can donate to the Little Warriors Foundation for studies on pediatric cancer by texting the word drift to 53555. Please do that. It's a great cause. It's a charity that I love working with, and these guys are risking their lives for you. So we're going to go ahead and get the show started.
Welcome back, world. That was a lot of fun. I was able to attend for just a little bit last night, and it was a lot of fun watching some of the big names in the sport. I mean, Tanner Faust was there. Ricky Johnson and Ian Johnson were announcing it. I saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. out there drifting. Chris Paul Vardy actually won that thing. It was a lot of fun. Optima Batteries did a really good thing for charity, so a huge shout-out to Optima Batteries. So it sounds like Pam is out on stage with Cameron Steele for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Take it away, Pam.
Thanks, Miles. I am here with Mr. Cameron Steele. He came in 4th place unofficially at this point, and your car has something coming out of the bottom of it. What's going on?
Well, I think if we tried to drive another mile, it'd be completely destroyed. We were just trying to make Chase, Chase, so to speak. We have the same name. His first name's Chase. My middle name's Chase. But, Derek Trent and the whole Trent Fabrication team built an amazing car for us. This car had 4 miles on it, including qualifying before we came out and raced it. So it was a little late, but it's such a great idea, and it works so well that I'm just flattered that I get the opportunity to have the opportunity to come out and rock race with it. Thanks to my navigator, Brian. Brian and I went through pure hell today. Transmission line came off. I'm holding this because I was tightening the steering wheel while we were driving. But those are just new car blues, We busted out of the box. I guarantee this Trent Fab car comes back just like this next year with a fresh prep, and no one can stop it. I wanted to congratulate Dan Fresh. He and I have been friends for 35 years. We used to race Supercross together, if you can believe that. That was a long time ago. But I wanted to congratulate him and his team for a great race.
Now, I saw you come through Remote Pit 1 earlier, and you were having issues with your steering rack. Did it have a crack in it, or what was going on with your steering? Because you definitely need power steering in this race.
Ask one of these guys. They don't tell me nothing. All I know is I put the steering wheel back on with this. Derek, what happened?
The steering ram came unscrewed.
So, yeah, it was just a cavalcade of, weird things happening. BF Goodrich, not one flat. Raceline, not one broken beadlock. Fox Shocks crushed it for us. I mean, we beat the living hell out of this car. You guys have no idea what it's like racing a single shot car after racing a trophy truck. It's a pretty good adventure. And we smashed in the rocks. We abused this car. I don't know how many people saw the pass in Chocolate Thunder. We just went bombing through the rocks and made a pass for 4th on the road. And the car is just amazing. I don't know. I'm blown away. I'm looking forward to tomorrow for the 4400 race because the Laser Nut car is like the unobtainium car. It's everything you could ever want. But this car right here is a battle wagon, and it smashes. And I'm so stoked to have that opportunity. I want to say I love you to my wife and kids who are actually at Laser Town and support me. I had 22 days of practice, and this is my 11th day consecutively on the lake bed. So that's a lot of days put in for this. I want to thank the entire Desert Assassins and all the Trent Fab guys. Thank you guys. I love you guys. I love the fans. So rad out there having people cheering for you and going for it. And I'm just an old pissed off race car driver that wants to come have fun every time I can. So 5 classes, hell yeah. And tomorrow we're looking at putting that thing on top of the box. I'm not claiming it, but I'm saying we came here to win. 2 years in a row, we just missed. We failed 25 miles from the finish line. tomorrow we're bringing a car that has had all those things re-engineered, all the ideas changed. Cody Wagner at Laser Nut and myself have been training for weeks. So we're coming here with our A game. Whatever happens, happens, but we're going to leave it all right out there in the rocks. And whatever happens comes up here. I'm telling you, I put my best effort in.
Well, good luck tomorrow. I hope to see you up here on the box with a 1, 2, or 3 finish, because you were saying you 2 years in a row 4th place for this, and you're not too happy about that.
It's like taking your sister to the prom or something, man. I'm not into it. But I had 2 sisters, but I never took one to the prom. Just saying. I want to take my wife to the dance with the trophy, damn it. Come on.
Well, maybe tomorrow will be your day.
No trophies for 4th place. There's no participation trophy at Hammers. You got to be a badass and you got to get it done. We didn't get it done. Tomorrow's another shot. Love you guys.
Congratulations, Cameron Steele, on your unofficial 4th place. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam, and congrats to Cameron Steele for a finish this week. It's been a wonderful week for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. And speaking about 4-wheel parts, I believe Dan Fresh gets that Boxo Tools toolbox given to him that they had wrapped in King of the Hammers apparel. And then also one of you fans will get one later on this week as well. So a huge shout out to 4-Wheel Parts.
4-Wheel Parts has been, to me, it's a heritage company.
It's been around a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been around, and we're all making jokes about it. And Ricky talks to me about the saber-toothed tigers I played with as a kid. But frankly, 4-Wheel Parts is a heritage name. They've been here for 4-wheelers for, I don't know how many years, probably 30 years.
Yeah, no, they've been around a very long time. They've got over $100,000 in inventory here on the lake bed, and if they don't have it here, they'll have it here for you tomorrow.
No extra charge?
No extra charge.
That's a pretty good deal. That's, when you've been saving to shop for something, you got to look for these opportunities to go ahead and do it now. Why? Because you'll probably never get it for less at a better situation. I tell you what.
I mean, stuff's expensive, so if you can save when you can, do it.
If you got some dead presidents in your pocket that you're looking to put to work, that might be a good way to do it.
As we're watching Brad Lovell in your top left and Joe Gatlin in your bottom right. Joe Gatlin, that's a 4570 of John Grounds last year. They completely rebuilt that car. They basically turned it, they cut the front end of it off of that car and turned it into a Miller chassis. So this has got a lot of good things going for it. The Proving Grounds team has a lot of good things going this season. So we'll see John racing tomorrow, but right now it's Joe Gatlin, bottom right. They've got Fly Off-Road with them.
Lovell Brothers and Clawhammer right now. Looks like that's out on, it's dark. I just realized there's shadows there. That makes for tough reading on the rocks. Find the line in the shadow, especially when you're coming out of the sun, I would think, Miles, because it's
going to start playing tricks on you too.
You bet. Yeah, I mean, you get that light in your eyes and then you go to the sun, and how do you keep a flow when you can't really see what you're doing while your eyes catch up to where you are?
You're guessing.
Yeah.
Bottom right is 4689 of Kendall Glines. In Outer Limits.
That's where you don't want to hear an extra noise, Miles.
Those extra pops are never a good sound.
Nothing bad happens slowly.
Again, please do your part with treadlightly.org. We've been working with them side by side all week long, doing some extra cleaning. So without those guys and gals, all the volunteers and all the fans can go out there and help us keep this place. It's almost 100,000 acres here in Johnson Valley, and we want to leave it cleaner than when we found it because we just absolutely love coming out here.
I was telling that to Ricky, and maybe it's just because I'm so impressed that we have all these people, all this stuff, and they are keeping this desert clean, not just at the end of the deal. They're keeping it clean every minute of every day.
I mean, yeah, this place is desolate, but on the weekends it's a lot of fun for a lot of people. Back on screen up in Aftershock is John Williams, number 4623. But yes, again, just back to the point is do your part, help everything, help everybody keep it clean. And lots of people are doing their part.
It sure shows. I mean, it is impressive to me. And for those of you at home, like mostly I was talking to my wife because she's always concerned about that we're doing things that are terrible to the desert. And they're not. They're not. I mean, frankly, because it's meant to do this. This is 96,000 acres?
Yeah, 96,000 acres here.
Designed specifically to allow this to happen. And we're making darn good use of it today.
Absolutely. As we're watching two 4600 Spider Track stock class cars on screen, we caught up with Justin Reese, last year's winner. See what he had to say.
I'm a wildland firefighter. So I was on a hotshot crew. Another crew lost 19 members, and I wanted to build another truck. So that's how we got the number 4619 to honor those 19 guys that died on Yarnell Hill. It might not look like it, but every nut and bolt comes off of that truck. Stuff gets replaced. I mean, it's dialed in, and it is a lot of work. We spent probably about 250, 300 hours prepping it for this race. It's still based off of an 85 Toyota truck. It's still leaf sprung, 14-inch shocks. It does have, bigger axles under it, but it's all still, everything's Toyota still on it. And it's a 22RE motor, 5-speed stick transmission that's probably got 300,000 miles on it. I think patience is a big thing in 4600, and then teamwork, because you're fighting from the back of the pack in the most limited vehicles out here. So, I mean, you got to be patient, and then when you run into a bottleneck or problems, you got to get out and solve those problems, and it doesn't matter if it's your problem or somebody else that's stuck in front of you. You make their problem your problem, you get them out of the way. Even during the race, I mean, you see the fans, people cheering you on in the canyons, like, wow, that's really cool that they appreciate a little beat-up Toyota out here running the toughest one-day off-road race in the world.
Well, thank you, Justin. And talk about the Everyman Challenge. He is one of the average Joes out there. As we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr., driven by Lauren Healy, he may be our next vehicle in here into Hammertown. And if he can beat all of these in a stock Bronco, that is absolutely impressive with Ford Performance.
Boy, they have to be happy about this. We were talking after qualifying, saying, man, maybe they ought to get their press releases out now, before the flag drops, because at least you get a little bit out of it. But absolutely, they are doing a magnificent job, these Broncos.
And speaking about Bronco, there's Bailey Cole and Clawhammer, another Ford Performance factory driver. Great to see all the Broncos running strong today for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. started the race, and now Lauren Healy will end it. Remember, you do have to driver record either has to start or finish the race, unless there's a medical issue of some sort or whatnot. But
which makes sense.
It's looking good. Scott Foley and Andrew Gorman coming down back door, or resolution area, it looks like. See if they choose the Method Race Wheels back door or not. Bailey Cole still pushing strong, number 13. As we switch back to Vaughn and Lauren, Team Funhaver. These Broncos have really came out in a huge way. They debuted these last year here at King of the Hammers, and to see them racing and doing well, it's absolutely amazing. We are racing today for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, but tomorrow is the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
It's interesting. He's hesitating for some reason. What do you suppose, Miles? Trying to figure out the right line.
Yeah, lots of lines to choose out here.
It could be. I can see how it could be really confusing, because in the desert you're used to following the burned-in line. Well, here we are in Johnson Valley. Everything's burned in, and the sun's
with
getting
all the
low.
pre-running going on as well, too.
Oh yeah, and so I don't fault the guy for saying, wait a second, I thought I'd go hard left here. No, but there's two lines. Well, what do we do?
That's where pre-running really comes into it.
Homework,
and having
homework.
And having a good navigator. I haven't played with these the low rants and all that too much. I've definitely seen them, but you really need to learn it.
Yes, you do.
Right seat.
Yes, you do. And Miles, once you get it down, understand how to operate the tool, it can do a lot for you. Just in information ahead, it tells you what's next. What's next.
It looks like this is Brent Harrell, and I believe that's a brand new Horschel built machine that didn't show up till this week.
Wow.
And I heard Paul Horschel showed up yesterday, so I'm going to have to go down and check that out this evening, and he'll be starting from the back of a pack with a brand new car tomorrow for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Miles, how wide do you suppose that front end is? I mean, that puppy looks like it's well over 95 inches.
It's very stable, that's for sure.
Yeah. Big ones. You know, going to the rocks, I don't know what I would want is a narrower car or a wider car. What are the trade-offs or something like that?
Well, I mean, being quick and nimble or being stable. I mean, it's advantages. Obviously, yesterday they were a lot skinnier in the Can-Am UTV race, and they did great. But on some of the bigger obstacles, it's just not as stable.
Got it. Because I was thinking maybe the wide would also help me get, I could stick it over here and hook it on a rock.
They definitely have pros and cons for sure. It's Kevin Condon on the bottom right.
Into turn 19 for, who do we have here?
I believe that is Andrew Gorman coming around the Can-Am Talladega. Again, a huge shout out to him and his whole team. They've helped us do a lot of branding throughout the last couple of weeks, and he's been printing stuff left and right for us. So a huge shout out to Andrew Gorman as he comes over the Yukon launch and grabbing the checkered flag. This should be unofficially 5th position for Andrew Gorman.
Think he's glad it's over?
I think he had a great time.
Yeah.
I know when you're racing, you're having fun, but when you can see the finish line, there's probably a sigh of relief for sure.
Well, you know what the relief is, Miles? All those noises I was hearing, all that clacking and clicking and squealing and things like that were not a problem, apparently.
Yeah, well, you just heard Cameron Steele say that same thing. He didn't know if this car would have made it another couple miles.
Yeah.
It was definitely beat.
I was told that the idea is to come into the finish line 3 feet past the line. It's supposed to fall totally apart. That's how you use up a whole race car. I think it's a little radical in my mind.
That was Alex McNeil, number 4675 in Aftershock. And your bottom right in Chocolate Thunder is Brent Harrell. We'll see his dad, Brett Harrell, racing tomorrow in a 2-seat Horschel-built machine. They've Team Obstacle. They've all teamed up together. Brent Harrell making quick work up Chocolate Thunder. And on our top left in Claw, that I believe is John Matthews in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And Josh Atterbury, bottom right. So still lots of cars out on course. We started with roughly 140 cars, and the attrition has definitely set in.
And I'm looking we had that 2-car shot right there. And I'm trying to think what it's like to be in the second car. And I'm trying as hard as I can. I'm all the way up to 15 miles an hour. Yet I can't seem to pull in on this guy because he's doing 15 and a half.
Yeah, so I went pre-running with Jaron Gunter over Thanksgiving. It was an amazing experience. And we're cruising through some of these hard rock trails. I'm like, so how far off race pace is this? He's like, this is very close. And I was kind of surprised by that. I figured you really have to bomb through there. But it's so technical. If you bomb through there, you're going to break something.
Yeah. There's a lot of resistance. Physics is a hard thing to overcome.
And exactly what you just said. It was like, he said, you can see somebody up there that's a few hundred yards away, but you can't let that get in your head because a few hundred yards can mean 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's maybe where a co-driver really comes in to get his driver back in the game, because it's got to be tempting, Miles, to look up there ahead and say, I want to get this guy, like dust is an aphrodisiac. Well, if you can't make time on him, you can't make time on him, but it's got to go crazy. If you're looking too much way up ahead, you're going to hit something. That's where a co-driver says, hey, let's get our eyes back on what's in front of us.
And it looks like Spooners is starting to get a little bit of traffic in it as everybody's hooting and hollering here at the stage for Andrew Gorman as he pulls up. So we'll get Pam up there here in just a moment. All right, Pam, let's see what Andrew Gorman has to say.
All right, I'm up here on stage with Mr. Andrew Gorman. He is unofficially 5th in the 4800 Brannick Legends class. You started 19th today. Now you're up here unofficially 5th. How was your day?
Long, painful, but a lot of fun.
Did you have any issues out there, or was everything pretty much smooth sailing?
No, it was horrible and everything was rough and we broke a lot of stuff and I'm leaking things. And I think I got a rib and a pinky that are broken, but
Well, that's not good.
No, well, I'll feel it tomorrow.
There you go. So what was your favorite part about the race course today?
Standing right here.
The finish line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and you have your fans out here, your family, your team. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on this unofficially 5th place?
Well, absolutely, Chris Corbett, Nitto Tire. Not one flat today. Everything was fantastic. Race line wheels, no bent wheels, no broken wheels. We were fantastic. I want to thank my company, Lithographics, for giving us the support. I want to thank this guy right here, John Duckworth, my co-driver, former King right there, UTV driver. Jesse Lee, wherever he is, for prepping the car. That guy. He put that together for us over the last few months. I don't think he's seen his wife or kids since he started, but maybe you'll get to party with him tonight. Who we got? We got a whole bunch of pit crew guys. We got Dean, we got Bubba over there, we got Brad, we got Brent. I'm so stoked I can't remember everybody's name, but I'm going to buy them all a beer next week.
Well, congratulations, unofficially 5th up here at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Congratulations, and it's time to celebrate.
It certainly is. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam, and congrats, Andrew Gorman, for making another finish here at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. He's in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and that's the 4817. Of Jason Fish, but I think I heard Mike Childress is actually driving that car.
Mikey Childress knows his way around the desert.
And there's Team Funhaver bombing through the desert. We'll have our first Bronco through here in just a little bit. Mikey Childress, I know he's got a lot of desert background. I don't think he has a lot of rock background, so this is going to be an eye-opening experience for him for sure.
And I bet his eyes are wide open right now.
Dustin Sexton, I believe, coming to screen in Chocolate Thunder.
Well, they're close, but it'd be interesting to see how long it takes the guy behind to catch this guy in front. I can't see numbers, so I don't have a clue who they are.
And I believe Scott Foley and Derek Summers have also crossed the finish line. They are all part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class thus far. We'll see who can cross next for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class or the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. Kevin Condon bottom right, Dustin Sexton top left.
I like what we see on the sidewall of Sexton's tires. That shows you where those rocks are kissing those sidewalls, and I'd call that a hard kiss, bud.
These tires have came a long way, and they take a really good beating.
It's really hard for a rubber company to build a tire that does everything in every part of the country.
Yeah, I mean, because they got to go fast through the desert.
Yeah.
And these are DOT tires, so you can put these on your tow rig also.
Oh, exactly right. And in a race like this, air pressure is really part of the deal. Some guys go higher air pressure so that they're better off at the speed sections, like in the desert. Other guys want to go lower pressure for the rocks, and the trouble is you can't go too low.
There's a happy medium there. And
sweet
what
spot.
Is it?
And anything outside the sweet spot ain't sweet.
Yeah, because then you can pitch a sidewall or whatnot. And that's Garrett Martin top left, and it sounds like Pam's got another one. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Derek Summers. You are unofficially in the 6th position in the 4800 Brannick Legends class. We have quite the crowd out here cheering you on. So today, how was your day today?
Actually, the day was pretty flawless with this guy with me. Jason DeAngelis pretty much drugged this car through all the rock trails and everywhere. We had a little bit of problem on the plaque line. He was telling me to stop. I didn't know what was going on. Had a wrench rope, ripped the front brake line out, so we had kind of pretty much only rear brakes the rest of the time. We really want to thank Yokohama Tires. We didn't get out and change one tire all day long, so it was absolutely amazing. Pit crew put new tires on at one of the remote pits. I saw them changing it, not sure why, but we never had to get out and do a tire, so thank you very much, Yokohama. It was freaking amazing.
Well, awesome. What was your favorite part about the course today?
I think Jason just sitting there talking to me, telling me stories. It was fun. I'd start getting all jacked up, and he'd start talking about licorice or whatever, and we just started having fun and a blast. Once we got to the rock trails, it was just kind of like a weekend. We just kind of started play wheeling and picking our way through the rocks, and it was cool. The guys definitely checked out on me on the desert. I need more experience in the high-speed stuff for sure. They were smoking out there.
Well, you did amazing. You had a great day. You're up here. You finished this race, the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Congratulations. Time to go have some fun tonight, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we're going to get in the buggies and go hit some shit, I think.
There you go. Do you have anybody else to thank besides Yokohama Tires?
Yeah, I'd love to thank my wife and all my friends that came out and helped me. I had a huge crew. Johnny Webster, Tina Burns, all the Burns family. Thank you guys very, very much for coming out and helping me and supporting me.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations to Derek Summers. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam, and congrats Derek Summers. And I believe he just bought that car from Dave Hartman not too long ago. So to finish in the top 10, that's very impressive. And here's our first 4600 Spider Track stock class. This is right around the Resolution area. Team Funhaver may be bringing it in for a Ford Performance Bronco win.
This is great, Miles. We're surrounded by a whole bunch of really happy people.
The 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge is a huge crowd favorite for a lot of people for a lot of reasons as well. And I just love the crowd out here. There's so many friends and family out here, and they are just enjoying every second of it just like we are here in the booth.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's got to be thrilling. And, a family, they've been working to this for a whole year. And or even longer, because some of them are saying this is the first time I ever had the car, or we don't know what we're doing, but we're going to have fun. I talked to a fellow who said, I asked him this simple question. So what are your chances? This is before the race. He said, the chances of finishing? Maybe. Chances of a good time? Absolutely.
And that's, like I said, normally there's only about the top 15 to 20 that actually have a real shot. There's still a few that could make it in there, but most of these people, it's just a bucket list item thing, and they just want to bring it home and bring it a win. Looks like that's Kyle and Jade Wickham bottom right. And here comes Team Funhaver towards the back door area. Is he going to take the bypass or drop down back door? Does he have the horsepower? It's got that twin turbo 2.7, so it's possible he can make that sand climb. We saw a lot of the 4600 Spider Track stock class struggled with the sand climb, so they had to come down back door, the Method Race Wheels back door.
It may be cliche to say, but gnarly is the word.
Absolutely.
No question. Gnarly.
Vaughn getting started the race this morning, and then Lauren Healy's in the driver's seat right now. They're both Team Funhaver teammates, and they've really teamed up for this Ford Bronco. And they will both be running tomorrow.
Lauren doesn't seem to be sending it quite like he did in qualifying the other day.
Well, it's a completely different car, that's for sure. Yeah, Lauren Healy's a two-time king here at the King of the Hammers, and he's got a legit shot, obviously, right now and tomorrow.
Yes. Miles, how many miles is back door from the finish line?
Just about, I'm going to say a mile and a half, or maybe even less than a mile.
So if he doesn't botch it, he's got it.
Yeah, so he's taking the bypass like we assumed.
Yep.
Now he just got to power up there, put that Ford Performance to work. He's up and over, so we'll have him here in town in just about 2 minutes. Got that. This is on the backside of back door, so it's that sandy wash zigzag area. Not too much. If you're going too fast, you can catch a side, but there's nothing too much in the way of dangers as long as you play it smart.
No boulders, rocks, or anything in the roadway?
They're there,
yeah.
But as long as you play it smart, he'll be just fine. And there's the top of the back door section. Tonight, that'll be a party.
Play it smart? For race drivers?
With a helmet on, you never know.
Yeah, I know.
But Lauren Healy is a true professional, so I'm sure he'll be bringing it in here very, very shortly.
Yeah. It's really great to see also, Miles, all the crowds in the different places. And what you have to credit Ultra 4 for is in our shot now, we've got great crowds towards the finish, yet we also have a whole bunch of porta potties, so we take care of the desert.
Yep, that we do our part to help everything run smooth. And speaking about doing your part, we need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive, King Shocks, Nitto, Holley EFI, LaserNut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators. So please support who supports the sport. We would not be racing here today without all of those amazing partners. As Team Funhaver, Lauren Healy driving for Vaughn Gittin Jr., will be coming around the corner in just a moment. He'll be going up and through the Bronco arch here very shortly, and we'll bring him on into town. He'll be the unofficial first winner in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and this is a brand new Bronco. They just finished it just a month or so ago, did some testing and tuning, but this is the first race for that Ford Bronco.
That's amazing when you think about it, because generally there's learning curve. You know, there's teething problems and things like that.
Yeah, the new car blues is what I call it.
Yeah, yeah.
Lauren Healy with Team Funner brings the Bronco through the Bronco arch. He'll have him here in Hammertown in just a moment. He's got to be super stoked. The whole team has to.
About to be very happy.
Coming into turn 19, he'll take it a little easy through here, and that Ford Bronco will be in the infield as we speak. Heading around the Can-Am Talladega. See the four-wheel parts arch as our drone takes a little dirt nap.
Oopsie.
Lauren Healy's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch, and the VP Racing Fuel flag will be flying high, and it's all smiles from Lauren Healy right now for unofficially winning the 4600 Spider Track stock class in that beautiful Ford Bronco.
Dearborn is happy.
What a great, great effort by everybody in Ford Performance.
You know, something that they know and we all kind of deal with. You can't fool the finish line.
Absolutely.
It's not marquee anymore.
And what's more important than that, they put that Bronco ahead of they're in the top 10.
Really?
I mean, that is just overly impressive with a stock vehicle. I don't know if that's ever happened in the four-wheel parts Everman Challenge.
Top 10, my gracious.
And on adjusted time, he may be top 5 because he started in the back of the pack. So if I'm reading my screen, unofficially top 5 for Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy with Team Funhaver. Sledgehammer's turning into a little bit of a parking lot. It looks like I see George Schooley, Evan Sherman. Benjamin Miller.
This is awesome. This stuff, Miles, this is stuff, because I'm a desert guy, I've never seen.
The stock class was able to bypass Sledge, so they had a little bit of advantage there, but still regardless. Taking a 35-inch DOT tire through all these hammer trails, absolutely amazing.
And viewers, take a look at that right rear tire. You look at the black part and the white part.
It
the
shows
white
you
part
how much
hasn't been
side
scuffed.
bite has been getting, yep.
Yeah, they used the whole tire to get through the rocks.
Benjamin Miller using that Jimmy's chassis. You can see how steep that actually was as Lauren Healy's bringing that Ford Bronco. We'll have him up on stage here very soon. And I love the number 2567 because Vaughn Gittin is number 25, Lauren Healy's number 67. So you merge them together, 2567.
Way cool.
As Lauren Healy, look, one of the biggest smiles in our sport, and he is super pumped to be here. And he is definitely a fan favorite, so I assume the crowd's going to love pulling that Ford Bronco up on the stage. As we see another Ford Bronco.
Is that Bailey?
That is Brad Lovell.
Lovell?
In the hero shot, so he's probably roughly 20-25 minutes away from Hammertown, so we'll have our second Ford Bronco in here in just a little bit. And where is Bailey Cole? Can it be a 1-2-3 for Ford Performance?
Well,
time will tell. So Pam, it sounds like you have somebody up on stage, so take it away.
Yes, I do. We have Mr. Scott Foley up here.
Hello.
Sitting here chatting for a few minutes. You had a good day. Any issues?
Yeah, we lost the reservoir on the shock in the rear at, I don't know, mile or right before, by the buttes. And their car rode like shit all day. It started banging, and the front went away. We just got beat up. So, can only go so fast, but we made it back here.
Well, having issues with a shock out there in these rock sections and everything would not be fun, but who do you have to thank for getting up here today?
All these people right here that are screaming and yelling, our family, our pit crews, my co-driver, Randy, who builds these cars, King, Laser Nut, Warren, Odyssey battery, my my wife, yeah, my daughter, my son, who's probably in the motorhome, and just Dave Cole for doing all this for us. This is awesome.
Now, you were saying you've been here for how many years now racing? 10 years?
Yeah, this is our 10th year racing.
So what do you think about this course this year? Because a lot of people are saying this course is one of the roughest ones they've raced on. People that have been here multiple years like you.
Ask him that question.
Yeah, it's the roughest by a lot, and they actually put some pretty hard rocks in it this year. We haven't had good rocks in a while in this class. Coming down Sledge was no joke. Going up Jack without winching, that was pretty hard too. But he did it. You know, we only had to tug a winch one little time. Other than that, Scott drove everything perfectly. It was pretty good.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on officially finishing this race, because finishing this race is a win in itself. So you guys go have some good drinks and good dinners, and congratulations, Scott Foley.
Thank you, guys.
Well, congratulations to Scott Foley. Thank you, Pam, as we see Anthony Areola in bomber number 1 heading towards the Chocolate Thunder area. So we'll get Vaughn and Lauren up on stage here shortly. Looks like Anthony Areola has a couple left flat tires. The front looks flat for sure, and maybe the left rear as well.
Left rear looks okay, but that front is not going to do him any favors.
So while we wait for Vaughn and Lauren, Team Thunderhammer, to come to stage, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air System. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. IMPI, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Eric Weichel and Sean Rance Sr. They're in the Chocolate Thunder Trail. And it's starting to get a little chewed up there. As you can see, Eric Weichel getting a little crossed up. Sean Rance Sr. in the OG Ford Bronco. Looks like Eric Weichel is hopping out of the car out of Helena, Montana. Is that Albert Contreras possibly up over at Emerson? So I got the opportunity to go up there and check out Emerson. That overlooks the entire valley. That's where we steal the internet from and beam it all over the place. It is a sight to see. So when you're in that race car, you can see the entire valley. I mean, I know you can't see it from here, but that's where it is, way up there, and it overlooks the entire valley.
So you're looking down the whole bowl.
It is absolutely a gorgeous view.
Because we're about, I was looking at the altitude at the highway, which isn't the top of the mountains, but it's about 3,200 feet up there, and we're sitting down here at like about 24, I think. So that's quite a drop.
Yeah, the elevation change here in Johnson Valley is absolutely amazing, and I love how it's got the fast, wide-open desert, and then the huge just mountains with all the canyons in it.
And the wind.
The wind can be good, it can be bad, it can be a little bit of everything. As we see Ryan Webb having some issues on Sledgehammer. Looks like he's got a wheel that may not be turning.
Soft, steep, sun in the eyes.
Yeah, it's been a long day for these ladies and dudes out there running hard all day. As we see Sean and Brian McNamara on the bottom right in Spooners. Speaking about 4-Wheel Parts, that's their main sponsor for the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. And then Sean's going to finish this race and hop in with Brent Gagabert tomorrow and race the 4,400 Nitto Race of Kings. Looks like, is that Bailey Cole possibly?
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on. Moving a little bit slow, but hopefully he can pick his way through this section. They started at 8 a.m. this morning, so they've been racing for almost 8 hours. That's a long time to be sitting in a race car, and hopefully they didn't have to get out too much, but man, that's a long, excellent day.
Well, and it's a rigorous day. You know, climbing these rocks uses a lot of calories, a lot of energy, a lot of muscle. Plus, you got to be tense, and just even using the throttle to get your 25 RPM. A lot of times you have to tense your muscle so you can just get a little bit of throttle, because if you get too much, it's too much.
Yeah, it's just as physical it is, it's a mental game as well. So it's a complete drain on these race car drivers. And lots of them will be, or not lots of them, but quite a few of them will be racing tomorrow as well. So they are definitely some athletes. So that is Bailey Cole coming down back door. He'll be heading up and over Resolution. So I'm hoping to see Bailey here in town in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10,
and get all 3 Broncos across the finish line for a 4600 Spider Tracks class sweep.
Gosh.
That's a huge feat.
You can't make it up.
Yeah.
I'm sure aside from the teams and everybody else that are here on the lake bed with us, they're all hoping, let's do this. I hope it works this way. I hope it works this way. There's guys in Dearborn that are hoping the same thing, and I guarantee you they're listening to us right now to find out, how does it turn out? How's it turn out? Does he make it? Does he make it? What can we say on Monday morning when we go to work?
Yeah, and so far so good. It's looking great. Bailey Cole with his co-driver, 3-time king, Jason Shear.
Just has to be an awful lot of very, very proud Ford people, because they've been working on this project a long time. And that cliche is a cliche, but you can't fool a finish line.
Absolutely. And speaking about Ford, we've been using the Ford Trimmers, the Ford Raptors, the 350, the 450. We built Hammertown with Fords.
With Fords.
Absolutely.
Shadows, Miles. Shadows.
Yeah, they're going to start playing some games with people for sure.
Golly.
So unofficially, John Matthews is here in town, sitting in that top 11th spot, but first in class unofficially for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. As we're watching Bailey Cole work his way down, he'll be taking a hard left here, up and over Resolution, and be in town here in about 3 to 4 minutes.
That shows you how steep it is, Miles.
And loose.
Yeah.
But putting the 2.7 twin turbo machine to work.
And it's got some bottom end grunt.
And look at that view.
Boy, oh boy.
And like you said, the shadows, that's really going to start playing its toll on these competitors trying to come in.
Yeah. I can imagine doing this as a night race. Is that a crazy thought?
That would be insane. Just think how cold it could be, too.
That's part of the crazy.
So I'll kind of give us a quick rundown on the top 10 once again.
All right.
Dan Fresh, Toby Stacy, Chase Caprara, Cameron Steele, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Andrew Gorman, Scott Foley, Derek Summers, Brad Lovell, Ryan Taylor, John Matthews. And up next should be Mr. Bailey Cole. And on adjusted time, it's going to mix up a little bit, I assume. That was just the overall. We'll break it down by class later, because we are racing 3 separate classes, technically 4 separate classes today. The 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then the Holly EFI Dana Spicer Electric Vehicle class. And I haven't heard much from Kyle Segling, so I think he's had some struggles today. Tough break. But the EV is the wave of the future for sure. We've got a lot of exciting news here at Ultra 4 and the electrical vehicle wheel world altogether.
When we talk about throttle control, and we talk about a gasoline engine, where you got to get 25 RPM. When we get to electric motors, I can just see kind of like the future. There could be a motor per wheel.
Yeah, and that's absolutely going to happen. I just Texas Jesus gave me a little update. Boston Kyle did break the coupler between the motor and the transmission, so he is out for the day. So tough break for Kyle Segling. As Bailey Cole is coming around, we'll have him through the Bronco Arch here very shortly. So for looks like it's going to be a clean sweep for Ford Bronco, as Bailey Cole through the Bronco Arch coming into town unofficially in that third position behind his 2 teammates, Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Brad Lovell. So Bailey Cole, number 13, coming through as the FPV Believe Cam is riding him smooth.
Into turn 19 where there's
turn
no
19.
embarrassment ever happened there.
A 4-wheel parts sponsored machine. And here at the 4-wheel parts Every Man Challenge. So Bailey Cole around the Can-Am Talladega. This is very exciting for the sport for sure. He will be hitting the Yukon launch momentarily and then grabbing the VP checkered flag. Again, unofficial third place goes to Bailey Cole. A huge congratulations to him and his whole entire team. Bailey Cole brings her on for a hopeful podium spot.
Man,
and
when it's
Dave
official.
Cole's the first one to give him a huge congratulations. You know he's one proud father right now.
Oh, he has to be, absolutely. And look at the Bronco, Miles. It looks clean and tidy, really.
All three of them look like they're in great shape.
Yeah, just one trying to get rid of his mirror, but that's, they're plastic.
That'll buff out.
Yeah, it'll buff out.
So look at that shot.
Isn't
1,
this a
2,
nice
3. An unofficial class sweep for the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the Ford Bronco with Ford Performance.
So what are they talking about as they talk to each other? Because, they've been looking at
They're
each other all day.
telling stories. They're super excited. They're giving high fives. They're doing all of that. And there's the Tribe 16 fire pit right in front of us here on stage. It's a great place to watch. As Kenneth Goodall's coming. Looks like he's got a right rear flat. And that Jimmy's chassis, he's had a long day. I saw him in the pits. We saw him high center today. He's done a lot of winching, but he is trying to make a finish. They're in claw hammer.
We're looking at a right rear, no air in it. Thank goodness for beadlocks. And look at the tire is not being shredded and chewed and flinging apart and, coming off in chunks. It's still attached. I can't say it's doing much right now, but it's spinning. But, it could be just a wheel. He could be down to throwing the thing off,
Absolutely.
and all you got left is a wheel.
That. We've seen Shannon Campbell finish this race on 3 wheels.
Oh, boy. That's a Shannon deal.
Oh, yeah. He still has a spare tire on the back.
But is it, I wonder how alive it is because, well.
I believe that's Don Stein, the 4807, and they're in Sledgehammer. Kenneth Goodall a little high diffed out again.
God, it's just, that just has to be frustrating, Miles. When I look at these guys,
but there he gets going.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the you want it to be hard. You want it to just push yourself mentally and physically.
Well, you said mental, and you can see right there is a perfect example of if you let your anxious feel take you out too far, you're toast. If you think it through, ease it up, you'll get yourself right up that race course. Yep.
So Don Stein still making his way through Sledgehammer as we're following Kenneth Goodall in Clawhammer. Still lots of action yet to come. There's the 4890 of Chris Borowick, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class in Chocolate Thunder. Looks like that's an old trailer rig. It looks like it used to be a 4-seater possibly. But out here racing with us here at Ultra 4 for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. Today is the 4-wheel parts Every Man Challenge.
And this Every Man Challenge, these folks are building these cars their way. It's just so many philosophies as I got to talking to folks trying to learn.
There's a set of rules for sure, but it's your interpretation and build what you want as long as it falls in that category.
Right.
And this is a builder's. I mean, most of these drivers build these in their garage,
That's
or buy
perfect.
them and refix them and whatnot.
Yeah. Some guys. I was looking at the width of some of these cars as I walk down the line, Miles. I can see, geez, this thing looks like a tall skinny, and here's a low wide, and here's the thing looks more like a big chunk with tires. you know, and it's like everybody's got their idea of this is going to work for me.
Yep. And everybody wants to build their own stuff. Or there's a few people that just buy them and just keep them running, which is fine. But
Fair enough.
It's great to see the evolution of the sport, and they are really building what they want to do.
And so innovative.
Absolutely.
You know, I
and
saw
they keep
things,
pushing the limits right now.
Well, it takes a while for me to look at, okay, so where does this bar go? And it goes up to here and must go down here. So when this moves, then that moves, and okay.
I'm constantly looking at all these cars and checking them out. And one of my favorite cars I want to go see that showed up yesterday, I heard, is Paul Horschel's got a brand new car that he'll be debuting tomorrow. The new car blues makes me a little nervous for him, but they built an amazing machine, so I can't wait to go check it out.
Well,
and
Miles,
see how he does
is it a
tomorrow.
wide low? Is it a tall high?
I haven't seen it, but it's got a lot of horsepower. And it sounds like Pam has John Matthews on the stage, so let's see what's going on.
Thank you, Miles. John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle class.
That's awesome.
So your day went well, obviously. You're up here number 1 on the box. How do you feel about that?
There's nothing to describe this feeling. It's our first time up here on the very top. So this is awesome. We had an awesome day out there. Jeremy had to get out winch once or twice. We didn't have to get out and change a single mile star tire all day long. Everything went great. It was a great day out there.
That's awesome. Now, what was your favorite part about the course today?
Right here.
You're the second person to say that. Okay, so what was your least favorite part?
Here's my favorite part. Oh, we turned it off.
His favorite part was on his Lowrance.
121 miles an hour on the lake bed.
Wow, that's awesome. Who do you have to thank to get you up here to this number 1 spot?
You know, all of this couldn't be done at all without Yukon. They do a lot for us out here. Yukon Gear and Axle hooks us up with the pit stall out here. Everybody's lined up right up front. Milestar tires, trail-ready beadlock wheels, Imagecraft sign and graphics. They keep this thing looking beautiful out here. Who else we got here? Master Pull recovery gear. We were out there a little bit with it. Redhead steering gears. Comp cams and HP tuners keep this thing running just screaming out there today. It was really good out there. 121 miles an hour at 7,200 RPMs.
So you set out on the lake bed, and there's obviously no whoops out in that area, no rocks. Even if there was, I mean, you obviously went right over them. But congratulations on this number 1 spot in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle class. Time to celebrate. We have a check, a trophy, and some champagne. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to John Matthews for overall win there in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Miles, I heard him say 7,200 RPM.
And it's a big motor, too.
My gosh. You know, in desert, we're now seeing Joe Gibbs motors.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm saying, okay, tick-tock. When are we going to see him on Means Dry Lake?
It's going to be sooner than you think, I believe. I know Horschel and Shear and Healy both have Ford Performance machines, so it's going to be good to see.
Boy.
It's coming.
That's the thing about racing, you know, is we always go bigger, faster, harder. Always, always, always.
And
I love that. Oh.
And look at that, the 45-17 of Jesse Oliver getting a little
jiggy up there.
Little crossed up there in Chocolate Thunder.
Testing his torsional stability.
And he's won quite a bit in the regional races. We'll hopefully he can have a good finish here for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. But I think it's going to be Joe Gatlin, the next one coming in for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Jesse Oliver struggling a little bit on that left side. And you heard Jim say you used to come up here, go right, and then kind of go around a pivot rock, but it's completely changed. They've been out here playing a lot, and these courses really get swapped up quite a bit.
You know, I was noticing that I went up to Backdoor the other night after the shootout, and something happened I'd never really thought about it. I see his results. His tires will you know, like blow a big old boulder from where it used to was to where it now is. And
they'll do
it's in
that
the
every
way.
night, so it changes constantly for sure.
Yeah, it's not just that little wall. I mean, it's everything else.
And is why we wait for Joe Gatlin to come to town. If you have the premium package, we'll give you this action picture-in-picture, but we'll be right back after this.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Away we go! What are the judges gonna do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was just made!
Welcome back to the Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. That is Joe Gatlin, part of Proving Grounds Racing. He'll be coming into town here very soon. Unofficially second position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And I've had a great time in the booth with my friend Bob Bauer. I appreciate you coming in.
I'm tickled to death to be here, actually, but I got to go now. Turn it over to Ben DePierre. I got to get on to my next mistake. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Bob. Thanks again. So Joe Gatlin will be coming around the mountain here in just a second. So Joe Gatlin with Proving Grounds Racing will be coming around here in just a second. There he comes in the screen as we speak, as I'm joined again in the booth with my other buddy, Ben Napier. How's it going, buddy?
Going great, Miles. Haven't we had a great afternoon here?
We've had a great week, but today's been exceptional for sure.
Absolutely. These guys have battled through the rock trails all afternoon, fixed their issues, overcome everything that's happened in front of them, and they're coming in for a finish.
Joe Gatlin coming through the Bronco Arch as we speak. He's been racing for over 8 hours, and he should be landing in that unofficial second position. This is his first full season he's going to be racing with us. He traded driving duties last year with John Grounds, but he will be the driver of record this year, and he's got to be stoked with that rebuilt machine.
What a way to start the season with second place. Unofficial at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, they cut this car in half over the winter and put a Miller Pro Chassis front stub on it, and they are just absolutely in love with it. He's coming around that last corner, hitting the Yukon launch. Joe Gatlin's coming to town.
This is a half Miller.
Half a Miller, yep, absolutely.
A Miller Light.
So Joe Gatlin coming through. The checkered flag is flying. Unofficial second place for Joe Gatlin in Proving Grounds racing with Fly Off-Road. So he's got to be super stoked for his first full season and getting unofficial second. Great effort by the whole Proving Grounds team. And you can see the front of that does. As we switch back to Outer Limits, that's Chance Holloman in the back and 4622, I believe, of Twitchy McGee. And then we go back to Spooners.
So these guys in Spooners and Outer Limits, they've had a long day to be...
That was Daryl Crowder, number 4542.
To be still in these early rock trails. It's getting dark already.
And there's your old bomber right there, there, Ben, that's bomber number 1. But it sounds like Pam is up on stage with some very special guests.
Thanks, Miles. I'm up here with Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. He is officially first place in the Spider Tracks 4600 class. Amazing day.
Well, Lauren and I are officially first place. This race would not get won without him. Our entire team, my co-driver Eric, his co-driver Jesse, and the entire team that's been a part of this Bronco program. It's been an amazing couple years of work, and the goal of coming out here and proving out the durability and credibility of the Bronco, and developing for the future of people that want to start racing Broncos. And it's amazing to earn this result together. We were all last night at our meeting, like, it would just be things the dreams are made of to come in 1, 2, 3. And we had a great strategy. We stuck to it. My job today was to bring Lauren a clean truck to get into the rocks and carry good pace through the desert. And we were able to do that. And he's just amazing, this guy.
So your strategy was, Lauren, you do the rocks, you do the desert. Is it because you like the faster speeds and you're better at the rocks? Or what was the strategy behind that?
So originally the plan was for me to co-drive with Vaughn and Vaughn to co-drive with me in the rocks. But we both realized really quick that neither one of us liked the passenger seat. So immediately we started looking for another game plan, and I think we had the perfect strategy. That Vaughn, like he said, brought me a perfect truck. We were fresh and ready to go, not beat up at all from a desert lap, and got to run just a perfect clean lap. We literally didn't do a single thing but put VP fuel in this truck today. The crews did amazing, but we had a perfect truck, and our team absolutely killed it on the prep. I couldn't be more proud and grateful for our team. It's been a tough road for the last month to get here with, team getting sick and part availability and stuff like that. So I just want to thank you, each and every one of you guys that have made it here. Yeah. All our partners. We just have an amazing team, and a huge thank you to everybody over at Ford Performance who made this dream happen. I mean, we know 2 years ago when we started talking about this, it's unreal. So thank you so much to everybody.
Well, dreams do come true for you guys. Now, what was your favorite part about the course today? I'll start with you, Lauren.
I think when we got into Spooners and started passing 4800 cars like they were nothing, it was unreal what this Bronco did all day long. We were trying to stay patient, but there was a race going on, and we took some lines. Like, we actually climbed the lap 3 waterfall on Wrecking Ball because there was a broken 4800 car in there. So this Bronco is unreal. We called her Bucky all day long. Bucky the Bronco, and it did amazing. So we got into Spooners, got ahead of a couple cars there, and just never looked back.
All right, so that was your favorite part. I'm going to ask you, what was your least favorite part about the course today?
My least favorite part, that's tough. Having to, the dust was that too. I would say the dust for sure, and then just some of the sections, like forcing myself to be patient because I knew we were good and I didn't need to push beyond. This thing just wants to go, so it was like, the patience for sure, and also he ran the rocks because he's way better than me in the rocks. So let's stop being so humble here.
Well, you guys all came up here with a smile on your face. Reason why you guys probably have that Team Fun Haver name. Now, who do you have to thank for getting you guys up here in this #1 spot?
Yeah, well, obviously, Ford Performance, Nitto Tire, Optima Battery, great partner of ours, power all of our vehicles. Fox, we were looking, one of the Fox team members came over. We didn't even get the shocks like hot. It's crazy. Shell Rotella Oil, and Mala, all of our, we work with them on a lot of engine stuff. And just everybody, our team, these guys and girls kill themselves to get us here. I mean, that kind of goes, this is a gnarly sport, and it's won and lost in the shop, bottom line. And so really they're the ones that honestly should be standing up here. But just really grateful. We got an amazing group, and we have a lot of fun doing it together.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Time to celebrate and do it all again tomorrow. Congratulations to Von Gittin Jr. and the Fun Haver team.
Another great effort from Team Fun Haver. A huge shout out to them for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Now, Pam said celebrate. I'm sure they'll have a very quick celebration
because they got a full day tomorrow.
Have a big day tomorrow. So they'll be straight back into it, getting their 4400 cars ready to go, and we'll be seeing them out there tomorrow again.
And as the crowd starts to build, don't forget, we have cruising cones out there. We have Dang Brothers Pizza. There's lots of great food here on site. Go check out all of those. We have King. We have PCI, on BFG On Trail, 4-wheel parts. We got a long list of vendors here. We got over 150 vendors here in Vendor Row, so go check all those out. As we see Jade and Kyle Wickham on screen. They raced yesterday, raced today, and they're racing again tomorrow.
And this is the plaque line on Sledgehammer. It's a very tricky spot. We're going down it this year. And
you've raced on this quite a few times. I've only seen it one time.
Yeah, it's a really tricky part of the course. Where they are actually is harder than the actual plaque line. Just getting through those couple of boulders above the main line, they'll be able to just drop off the plaque line. That's straight in front of them with all little rocks at the bottom. But getting through this little bit is really tricky going downhill in a solid axle car. And they've got to get it to flex right without falling over and then get it in a good shape to drop off the rock below them.
Yeah, right here, gravity's definitely their friend, so it'll help. But if they get a little off camera, that can definitely give them some issues. There's Eric Weichel on screen. Hear a little champagne shower outside the booth.
Yeah, there's definitely a party going on out there. Bucky the Bronco. Hasn't that type of car and the 3 Broncos we've seen out here today, haven't they revolutionized that stock class?
It's really absolutely amazing. The Ford performance has really stepped up for sure. So Eric Weichel raced with us for a couple seasons now.
Just negotiating that top area of Clawhammer. Kyle's still trying to get up that plaque line or down the plaque line.
They've been racing with us for quite a few years now. Their dad and crew chief is always here having a great time.
We saw Kyle and his wife racing the side-by-side class yesterday.
Yeah, I was calling it Jade and Kyle Wickham, and then they got to the finish line. I was like, hey. So he's like, yeah, that's my wife. I'm like, that's awesome.
There he goes. Nailed it. Nice and safely through. There's one more little gatekeeper on Sledge that he's got to get through, but the rest of the trail is pretty straightforward for him to get to the bottom. Then he'll turn around and head up Jackhammer. So all of our Legends and modified cars do down Sledgehammer and up Jackhammer. Our stock vehicles, like the Broncos that have just finished, they got to do a bypass across the Sledge mailbox line.
And that was the only bypass they had. I believe.
We've got a competitor coming down Resolution.
So we'll have another finisher. I believe we have 12 across the line thus far.
What's amazed me today is how many lines they've been developed into Resolution. It used to be a very single line trail, follow the leader. We saw Dan Fresh just carve a whole new line in when he came down earlier, and now it looks like a highway. So tomorrow we're going to have some great racing down there. Okay, and on the stage we've got Pam with another finisher. Come in, Pam.
Miles is amazing. All right, Mr. Brad Lovell, second place in the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class. Pretty good day, huh?
Yeah, boy, we really wanted to get up there with Vaughn and Lauren. Listen to me, Vaughn and Lauren. God, I do that all the time. We had a turbo line develop a hole right off the start, so we were really down on power. Got into pit one, and the team just knocked it out. They killed it fixing that, so huge thanks to the team. But it put us down on time a little bit, so we were on a mission to get back up there with the front with the Broncos running all day. And we finally caught Bailey around outer limits. And, boy, Bailey and Jason, they're great competitors, great team. We ran with those guys through all the rocks, helping each other out. So finally, around Wrecking Ball, I think we put a little bit of time on them. And from there, it's pretty smooth sailing back around. But we knew we got enough info when we were coming down Jack North. We saw Lauren going up Wrecking Ball, and we figured, you know what? I don't know that we can catch him. But so we did what we could to put pressure on him. But overall, great day for Ford Bronco, Team AMSOIL.
Yeah, right now you're 1 and 2, and I believe our third place is official as well. So besides the turbo line, were there any other issues?
You know, we did get one flat out there, and then we had just a couple little nagging things that we screwed around with on the trail. But no, it's a solid day for the Bronco. We've done a lot of testing with it out here, and for me, it really validates what Bronco is about. I mean, we're up here, Bronco 1, 2, 3 in the stock class. That's the message Ford wants to send out, and that's what Bronco's about. It's authentic, it's back, and it's a fighter.
You guys had an amazing pit crew out there at Remote Pit 1 getting you back on track. I was watching it all go down. I came over and spoke with you. I kind of left you alone a little bit because I could tell you were just, race focused. But I want to ask you, who all do you have to thank to get you up here on the box today?
Well, we've had a great team with our Level Racing team, a lot of friends and family coming out. And Darren came out. He was the guy right in the middle there putting the turbo line on there. Darren's a Roush mechanic. Darren's a mechanic on Bronco when we come out here and test stuff, and he's out here because he's an enthusiast, because he loves racing. So that's the team behind Bronco, a lot of the same people that are out here loving off-roading in Johnson Valley. But huge hats off to my family, to Shannon Booth, who's been helping our team for the last 16 or so years. He says he's retiring. He might mean it this time, but he's been talking about it plenty. So a lot of people to thank. Oh, and Ryan Babroff has been running our team in the background, worrying about all the logistics so we don't have to. Spencer and Dave, I mean, we got so many great mechanics. Richard and Corey fueling for us. Adam, my whole family. My wife is out here, which is really special for me. First King of the Hammer she's come to in about 10 years. Yeah.
You really have put it to where the reason why there's no I in team. It takes a team to get you up here, and it's amazing for you guys to be up here in second place today. Congratulations.
Thank you. And you're very right about that. Our team was back working on the truck and worrying about things so Roger and I could get out pre-running all week. Every moment we had, we were out in the desert. I've now done that desert loop 8 times, I think, so I'm done with it for a little bit. But thanks to the team, thanks to our sponsors, AMSOIL, BFG. These tires were great out here today. I put a punishment on them. Method race wheels, we were bashing off those all day. And of course, Ford Performance for putting this whole thing together.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. It's time to celebrate. And I know your other teammates are ready to celebrate as well. So give it up for our second place Spider Tracks 4600 stock class, Brad Lovell.
Another great effort by Brad Lovell. He's won a lot of things all over off-road, and here's another podium finish for Brad Lovell.
He's made the Everyman Challenge his own the last 6 years, 7 years.
Longer than
Probably
that, I believe.
9, yeah. With several wins and mostly in the Legends class, but now in the stock class with his second place. And phenomenal to see those guys out with a really cool program. They've been here all week racing in the Toyo Desert Challenge as well. And really phenomenal effort they've put together this week.
And while we were talking with Pam and Brad, it looks like Tony Howard crossed the line, the number 4805 in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, unofficially in 14th position overall.
That was the 4887, I believe.
That's Paul Tyler.
Running up the
Justin
top of
Hall.
Thunder.
We have somebody rolled over. Is that Ryan Webb, possibly? Looks like it.
Nice
yep,
little
that's
difficult
Kryptonite
spot
Customs.
on,
Ryan Webb upside down that Jimmy's car.
Wrecking Ball.
So Jesse Oliver and Justin Hall, both in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, trying to get around Ryan Webb. It's kind of a bad spot to be tipped over in.
Looks like our recovery crews are getting on it, so hopefully they can get him righted and out of the track.
Here comes Kimberly and Hunter Sparrow. They'll be racing today and tomorrow. They'll switch cars and switch seats. Kimberly drives today, and Hunter will drive tomorrow. I love seeing the husband and wife teams team up. If you can get through a race, you can get through anything.
Absolutely.
Relationship building 101 at its finest. Looks like that's Rick Lavezzo up front and Clawhammer.
The Sparrows have cleared that rolled car.
Cody Young, he started up front this morning next to Randy Slauson. Haven't seen him in a while. Great to see him back moving. He had a great qualifying run, had a great start to the morning, but hey, this is racing. Anything can happen.
And that's the thing with racing at King of the Hammers. Something can happen in the morning, but you don't give up. You're there to get your finish no matter what, to fight for it for you, your team, your sponsors.
I mean, yeah, you've prepped all year, all season long to get here.
Absolutely.
So you don't want to just give up.
So making that finish line, that's his priority. He's fighting on. Hopefully we see him back in Hammertown in a bit over an hour from Wrecking Ball.
We saw Casey Gilbert in the pits earlier. He had a lot of broken stuff, broken transmission, broken drive shafts, and they worked on it for about an hour, got him back out there, but it was short-lived. He broke once again. It's a tough break for him.
Yeah, that was a transfer case with Casey.
Yep. He was definitely one of my picks to do well today, but hey, that's racing.
So where this car is that's actually rolled is after the waterfall on Wrecking Ball. The waterfall's down where the car in the middle of the shot is.
And it sounds like Pam Hall has another special guest up on stage.
All right, up here with Mr. Bailey Cole. He is officially third place in the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class. What do you think of this Bronco today?
Oh, man, the Bronco was absolutely amazing. I mean, Ford Performance and Bronco put together an amazing vehicle. Ran smooth all day, just great. Can't really say much more than that.
Did you have any issues at all, any flats, or was it just a smooth sailing day?
I don't even think we turned a wrench on it, did we? No flats, no wrenching. Splash fuel one time. I mean, yeah, you had to run up a few trails, but nice, easy day for me.
Okay, so you had Jason Shearer in the passenger seat today. How was it being in the co-dog seat?
It was super fun. I had a great day out there. Got to see all the trails one more time before we race tomorrow, and just stoked for Bailey, man. He did a great job. Never missed a line. You know, we had a couple of really interesting things go on throughout the race, like everybody. They were making good campfire stories. But, you know, we winched 4 different times, and we only had 2 planned. So it was an eventful race. But, you know, the execution level, and I think that's the key of this, everybody comes to the Hammers with a plan. Everyone's going to do something, right? They're going to finish, they're going to win, they're going to top 10, whatever. To get all 3 Broncos up on the podium, 1, 2, 3, is a heck of an effort from everybody that's part of the team. And stoked for them, and I'm honored to be part of it.
Well, that's awesome. Who else do you guys have to thank for getting you up here?
Oh, man, the list is so long. Obviously, Sean was up till 5 in the morning last night just making sure everything was good. and then pitted all day today. Couldn't do it without him. All the amazing crew, family, and my dad, obviously. Jason for getting me through the trails, and then all the amazing partners. There's so many of them. 4WP, Yukon, Fox, VP, Warren, Spider Tracks. They all make it happen. Vision Wheels, BFG didn't get a flat. It was really a great day. 74 weld, some awesome things on the front of this car. It's been, really awesome.
Well, congratulations again to Mr. Bailey Cole and team on your third place finish. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to Bailey Cole. We are still racing for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We go back to Clawheimer, and that is Justin Hall and Jesse Oliver making their way through.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 4 cars nose to tail in this trail. Just trying to push their way through as it gets darker out there.
And yeah, I was just going to say that. Look at the shadows. They're going to really start playing their toll. And it was cold this morning. It got nice this afternoon, but it's going to get cold once again.
As soon as that sun goes down below the mountaintops here, it just gets completely chilly and freezing. And, you want to be back in town by that time, so these guys are going to have to keep moving. Try and find some cool lines around those cars that are stuck.
I believe that's the rock crawler Jeremy Purick machine driven by Eric Miller.
Absolutely, coming up to Sledgehammer. So he will bypass Sledgehammer, being a 4600 car. So he's running the dunes that go into the top of Sledgehammer Trail.
He's had a great run today thus far, and it's not ending yet. And he has a big day tomorrow. So it's a great way for him to see the course.
There's no better way to pre-run for a race than to race.
Absolutely.
As a driver, it gives you such a huge advantage. And I know Eric wasn't scheduled to drive that car. Jeremy had a bit of a pre-running incident with his arm, but Eric jumped the opportunity in the car, and he's getting the best view of the course ready for tomorrow.
But speaking about a great view of the course, how amazing is the Hammer King production crew to bring you this live coverage from the middle of nowhere. We shoot internet probably 20 miles out here and put it all together, and then look at that fencing. The whole crew has done an amazing job. We put over 15, I didn't do a whole lot of the fencing, but there's over 15 miles of fencing put up. We've brought in electricity, 1.3 megawatts of generator power. It's amazing what they have done to build this city. It was really humbling to kind of watch, because usually I just kind of came in for the race and left, but I've been out here for 3 weeks now helping do a little bit of everything. I mean, there's over 60 staffed campers. We got a parking level and all that, and it's really impressive what they do to bring it all together. Great shot of the crew out there at Chocolate Thunder with that tread lightly flag in the background. They'll be helping clean that up later on this evening.
We've got several jumbotrons out here, so the crowds that come on site, they can watch the race from all over the course. And we try and bring the show to everyone, but both at home and in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, and a little bit of both. You can be here live and watch it on your phone. But again, it sounds like Pam has another guest.
Thanks, Miles. I do. I have Mr. Joe Gatlin. He is second place in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class. Last year, you were co-driving for Mr. John Grounds, and he handed the reins off to you. How was it?
Oh, it was great. I appreciate John having the faith in me to do it, and giving me the opportunity last year and then again this year, and it's been a great ride so far.
So what was your favorite part about the course today?
Oh, the whole thing was fun. I mean, the desert section was rough, like we all expected, but the whole thing was fun. Even the rocks was a good selection, and we had fun everywhere.
What do you think about the course this year compared to last year's course?
I didn't get to run it last year, so this is actually my first Hammers racing driving ever. I've pitted and everything before, but yeah.
Well, I did not know that part. Sorry about that. No, but congratulations. Who do you have to thank to get you up here on this podium today?
My wife, my daughter, Proving Grounds Racing, John and Triple J, Dave Baldoff here and his family, Summit, BF Goodrich, Travel Your Own Road, Fox, Holly. There's a bunch there. I can't remember them all.
Just have to thank all of the ones that are on the side of the car.
Yes.
But congratulations again on your second place in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class. Let's have some celebration time, trophy, check, and some champagne. Congratulations to Mr. Joe Gatlin.
Congratulations to Joe Gatlin for second place in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class for Proving Grounds Racing. They'll be turning around tomorrow and driving with John Grounds. We'll see how he can shake things up, see if he can back up his teammates' win. As you can see, the sun is starting to set. It's going to be a beautiful evening here in Hammertown. For the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. Today is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. We're starting to wind down for the evening. We're not done yet, but we're starting to wind it down, and we're getting geared up for tomorrow. The Nitto Race of Kings, the 4400 Unlimited class. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait. It's been building all week long. It just keeps getting better and better, and tomorrow is the big day. So we see Jason Fish driven by Mike Childress.
Miles, I'm so excited for tomorrow. We've got 4,400 cars rolling through contingency at the moment through town here. Big engines, big exhaust noises, amazing race cars, huge suspension travel. We're going to break some record times in these laps tomorrow.
Yeah, we see all the Gomez cars parked in front of the King booth. Pretty cool to see. Lots of horsepower there.
Yeah, if you're listening to us in town, come on down, check it out. Looks like Recovery have almost got this guy back on his wheels.
It's Ryan Webb there in Wrecking Ball.
So we were saying before, this is above the waterfall in Wrecking Ball. And if you drive the waterfall, you come up the ledge just to the very right of the screen, and you actually have quite a nice little approach up to where the car is. But if you drive that Shaley climb on the right of the waterfall and bypass the waterfall, you've got to come across and drop off this dirty ledge like we saw some of those cars doing earlier.
And it's a loose ledge.
It's very loose and it's unsighted. You really can't see what you're dropping into. The way it drops, you can barely see the tops of those huge rocks over near the recovery crew, and it makes it very difficult as a driver to spot your line down there. And it drops off in a weird way that if you drop your left tire off too quickly, you're going to roll down on your side.
As we see Eric Miller passing Dawson Allington there in her problems, we're going to throw it back to Pam.
All right, thanks, Miles. I'm up here on the stage with Mr. Tony Howard. You said you're hungry. You got quite the crowd. You guys are super stoked on finishing. You said it's way better than a DNF, obviously.
That's what we came here to do.
So how do you feel about the day then?
The course was absolutely chewed up, but, you know, it's what we came here to expect. The hardest race has to be the hardest race for a reason. So just overbuild the car and just keep plugging away, nothing too aggressive, and just made it through the rocks.
Did you come out here and do some pre-running before, or did you just come out like a week beforehand and run the trails, or what was your strategy?
Came out during Thanksgiving to pre-run, first test run on the car and all that, and tried to do as much during the week as possible, but you pre-run as much as you want, and come race day from the whole week, it's absolutely different every single time. So pre-running helps, but for the most part, you just point and shoot and go around the traffic.
There you go. Now, who do you have to thank to get you up here on the box today?
Definitely co-driver Mike. Him and Safecraft helped me out a lot. Jason Shear and John Webb helped me with so much knowledge and parts, used parts and all that. Voodoo Ropes to get me unstuck a couple times. CD Power for some money and all that. Warren Industries got me off a couple good rocks, and you know, just kept plugging away. It's absolutely awesome. Friends, family, everybody, and it's just more than I could even expect to happen. Power Tank has got me hooked up for the air lockers and all that, and it's just been great.
Well, you're 9th unofficial and 14th overall. Congratulations on finishing King of the Hammers.
Thank you very much. Mo power, baby.
Give it up for Tony Howard.
And the crowd absolutely loved that one. Great to hear that. As we see Dossing Allington on screen, broken. Tough break for him.
He was the one that
Howell's old car.
He was the one that we saw with that massive roll on the finish line in qualifying.
First
Those guys
thing on.
worked their butts off to get the car to the start line. Devastation, he's broken on her problem at the moment.
And there goes Jeremy Jones with Dan Young riding shotgun as they make it around him on her problems.
He was one of our favorites for this race. Obviously, he's had a bit of a struggle today.
Yeah, he's got multiple podiums during the season.
We saw a couple of Trent Fab cars on the top finishes in the Legends class. It was a Bomber Trent Fab sort of split.
Yeah, Trent Fab makes an amazing machine. That is absolutely fact. Jeremy Jones is heavily involved with Wyotech. There's the 4675. I believe that's Alex McNeil. I believe he's from up in Canada as he a little steep there. Rear end gets a little light.
And he's following a vehicle that's a lot more capable than his. The stock cars, you've got to be careful not to try and follow some of these Legends through the lines that the Legends drive. They've got much bigger tyres and much more travel than a stock vehicle has. He's just looking at this sandhill, trying to work out where he's going. And as we watch that car clear her problem, I'm going to step aside for a couple of minutes. Miles is going to bring a very special guest, very entertaining guest, into the booth and get a bit of an update on their preparation for tomorrow's race.
So I've got some of the fan favorites in here, the Gomez brothers. Marcos, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, we're just ready. We're excited. All week long, all year long for this race. The fans are just out of control here. It's so packed. Everyone is so excited. I'm trying to keep the nerves a little calm here, but I got my two brothers here. Look for my little nephew. I just got to smoke them tomorrow. That's all that matters. At the end of the day.
And that's what I love. You guys are always here.
I just have to smoke them. And I told them I'm starting right behind them. When they see me, they already lost, so they could just give up, pull over.
Hey, Raul, you got that brand new car. I checked out the other day. That thing is absolutely beautiful. Joe Thompson builds one heck of a machine.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Haven't really drove that car much, but we're definitely ready to go and see what it does tomorrow. Got about an hour of time on it, and I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I feel super confident starting up front with the big boys up there, so I'm ready. A little nervous, but excited.
So I get asked all the time, who's going to win this race? And I say, any king could absolutely do it, but there's a handful of others, and the Gomez brothers always come up. So you guys have a great chance at doing this. You've been racing with us for quite a while. You help support us a lot, and we just love having you guys out here racing. Like I said, fan favorite. You guys have some of the biggest laughs, some of the biggest smiles in the sport, and then you talk smack to each other. I absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, just with JP and I, second and third last year, we definitely we have something to prove this year again. So just hoping for that top spot on the top of the box here, a little P1 position tomorrow.
Well, speaking of JP, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing good. Excited.
Yeah, I just saw all your cars lined up in front of the King booth, getting a little photo op and helping out the sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, they make the cars go super fast. I mean, so we went around today and took pictures with them, signed fan photos and everything. So it's fun to be out here. I mean, it's 9 days in the desert. It's a long time, but I'm super excited to hit that green flag tomorrow.
Absolutely. We've been building all week long to make this happen, and it's almost here. And again, I can't wait to see you three battle out. And I love how much smack talk you talk to each other. I love it.
I just want everyone to remember, when you see that black 86, just root it on. That's all that matters. All that matters, we're going to be there at the end. This race starts on the third lap, halfway through the third lap when this race really starts, and we just got to be there at the end, and the real battle begins. So root on the black 86, everyone. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we've had all three of you Gomez on the podium from time to time. It's your time to shine. Let's see if you can make it happen.
Oh, that's going to definitely happen tomorrow, Miles. So keep the cameras on us tomorrow. We'll show you guys the show tomorrow.
Well, perfect. Thanks again to the Gomez brothers, and we're going to step away, and we'll be right back after this.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Away we go. What are the judges going to do? Holy mackerel! 97 3/4! The best ever! History was...
Welcome back, world of the four-wheel parts every man challenge. We're watching the 4887 of Paul Tyler up on Clawhammer. It's been a wonderful day of racing, and the sun is starting to set, so it's going to be getting trickier and trickier for these competitors to get on here into Hammertown. An aerial view of Eric Miller in Wrecking Ball.
Miles, I've just stepped back into the booth. I cannot believe you managed to interview 3 Gomez brothers without us having to kill the feed. That was a phenomenal interview and lots of fun. Those guys are a hoot.
They're a great time, and I told them when they walked in, I said PG, and they listened every once in a while. But when the adrenaline's flowing, you never know.
I hear their race radio channel is well worth listening to on race day.
Absolutely. And so I was trying to razz them a little bit, but I've heard them say that they'll call out fake mile markers to each other just to mess with them.
So we've got a bit of action in Clawhammer. A couple of stuck cars. I believe at the back that's Brent in the new obstacle car.
Yeah, yep, that's Brent Harrell.
And then
they just finished that a few days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Brett, his father, was telling me this a couple of days ago that they were just getting the shocks onto it and going testing, and that was finishing it up on the lake bed. We've got Jason Fish at the front in the 4817.
Driven by Mikey Childress.
Looks like he's pretty stationary there, and the others are trying to work their way around him. Now, if you had the premium feed, you would have seen in the commercial that there's quite a lineup in Sledgehammer. We've got a number of vehicles lined up there. They're actually helping winch this car back. So this is a good tactic as a racer. If there's someone stuck in front of you, move them so you can get up there rather than just making it even worse.
Yeah, help them help yourself.
And that's Eric Miller?
Yep, Eric Miller heading up Sledgehammer.
He's actually running up onto the Jack North ridge there. So this is where the bypass joins the racecourse. The racecourse would come up from the left from the top of Jackhammer. He will come up that little escape and onto the top ridge and go right up the top there. And right up there, it's a phenomenal view. It's a really cool place to be. One of the highest spots in the hammers that we race.
Just an amazing view from up there. Look at all the different dust trails off in the distance.
How cool is that?
There's nothing quite like Johnson Valley here at the Hammers. For the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. Today is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. We're getting ready to wrap it up here in just a little while, and then tomorrow, the big day, the pinnacle, the Nitto Race of Kings for the 4400 Unlimited class.
So we're seeing Brent Harrell pass 2 cars, taking an alternate line in Clawhammer. See if he can make it work. The other 2 are still trying to get themselves freed up, trying to pull that vehicle back. And Brent's made that pass cleanly. I'm going to have to go take a closer look at this car a bit later this evening. Really cool bit of work out of the Horschel factory. There's some really cool cars, and this is probably his first limited car that he's built, I believe.
It is his first 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car he's built, and he kind of just, followed the rules and built it, and they've been working hard. I've been talking to Mitchell Sweat, their lead mechanic, quite a bit off and on, just trying to keep in contact, and he texted me, it was either yesterday or the day before, that they were finally on the road. They knew they missed qualifying, so they'll take that rear start and use it to their advantage. Play that adjusted time game, but they will be here racing tomorrow morning, Paul Horschel and company.
And we saw Chase Cabrera use that to his advantage in a huge way for a long time today. He was right up there until he had a couple mechanicals later in the race.
Yeah, when Dan Fresh came across the finish line earlier today, I kind of warned him. I said, hey, you've got it, but you've got it for now, but Chase Caprara on adjusted time is going to be close. And then he had an issue there towards the end, but he still got on the podium. So huge shout out to everybody.
That is the very nervous wait as a racer. And Dan had to sit there for, I believe, 32 minutes, 33 minutes.
Yeah, a long time after you've been bombing through the desert for such a long time. That's a lot of nerves going on for sure. I believe that's Evan Sherman with Aaron Zindler riding shotgun. She helps with we raced with them up in Montana last year, and we'll do it again, and that is an awesome race. That was my first time going up to Montana, and they don't call it Big Sky Country for nothing. It is absolutely beautiful, so put that on your radar. Is the Montana Ultra 4 race.
I think I'm going to have to put that on my schedule sometime soon. The only thing that Australians really know about that is the really popular Yellowstone Ranch TV show that we've all been watching. So I think a lot of us would love to go check it out. And to see an Ultra 4 race, even better. This is Anthony Areola coming into the short course.
And your old car?
This is my old car. This is Bomber 1, the original Bomber. Probably the oldest race car we have out here that's still competitively racing. I'm not sure there's many original components left on this car.
And don't forget, if you need any work, Alltech, Fab School, and Rust Stuff are on site offering services to anybody. You know, if you need a MIG, a plasma, a TIG welder, tube bender, all that stuff, they're here to help. As Anthony Ariel grabs the checkered flag as another unofficial finisher.
Well done, Anthony. I know he's had a couple of rough races in the last couple of years, so getting that finish, he'll be stoked.
So there's the 717 of Ryan Webb. Kryptonite Customs got him back. You saw him rolled over for quite some time. Great to see him back in action.
Looks like a Jimmy chassis.
He started racing with us at Ultra 4 last season. They own Kryptonite Customs, those USD sticky tires. You see a lot in the rock bouncers side of things.
It was interesting to watch a couple of these guys qualifying with these rock bouncer style tires. I'm not sure how much traction and lateral steering ability they have, but man, they throw some rocks.
Yeah, that was Kevin Taylor and company with .1 off-road and that 911 Porsche themed kind of a rock bouncer Ultra 4 machine. Those TSL tires.
There are the Wickhams entering into Chocolate Thunder. So we've still got a lot of teams out on course.
Yeah, we started with just over, almost 140 competitors this morning, I believe, and the attrition has definitely set in.
I think this is almost our biggest field, or is our biggest field.
Yeah, we've got
in the whole week.
We've got 16 across the line, so talk about attrition, that's less than 10%.
Well, they wanted to set a difficult race course, and Dave said that the drivers would need to drive in the rocks really well this year to get their finish, and it's proving very true.
I guess my rough math, or quick math was wrong. That's just over 10% has finished. But it's definitely a tough course. That's what everybody keeps talking about.
We don't actually have a tractor in here, I'm sorry. Yep. He just finished. He's on the finish line.
And here comes the 4465 of Garrett Martin.
Another finisher in our Legends class coming in across the Yukon launch.
Another Jimmy's car. We've got a lot of great manufacturers out here.
Taking it a bit gingerly there, not sure if he's kind of limping it in. The last thing you want to do is roll in the last corner coming into the checkered flag, so taking it easy and making sure he gets all the way in.
Back to Jade and Kyle Wickham. So I'll give you a quick rundown of the overall top finishers. It is Dan Fresh, Toby Stacy, Chase Caprara, Cameron Steele, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Andrew Gorman, Scott Foley, Derek Summers, Brad Lovell. Rounding out the top 10 is Bailey Cole, then Ryan Taylor, John Matthews, Joe Gatlin, Tony Howard, Garrett Martin, Kenneth Goodall, Anthony Areola. So we have 17 across the line. As Jade and Kyle Wickham make their way through Chocolate Thunder, we will get to see them again tomorrow in a TMR IFS chassis.
So they've made the lower part of Chocolate Thunder look quite easy. This is the hardest ledge that we were watching people have a bit of an issue on earlier in the afternoon. Let's see if they can get their line on this and pop it up.
If you're just tuning in, this is the 2022 Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. They gave away a Boxo tool to Mr. Dan Fresh, a 54-inch completely stuffed with Boxo tools toolbox. So again, thanks to Four Wheel Parts for presenting today's race and giving some awesome prizes away to people. And also they're going to give one away to a spectator. If you bought a spectator ticket, you have a chance to win a Boxo tools toolbox from Four Wheel Parts. So we flip back to Evan Sherman.
That's a pretty cool prize for a spectator to just get that whole tool set. I was checking them out earlier in the week.
And it's wrapped in King of the Hammers.
Very cool. Put that straight in your shop. Coming up Wrecking Ball, up to the waterfall.
You can just see how much that car is leaning. It is super off camber at this situation. And speaking of Paul Horschel, I see that brand new car pulling through. They've built this car in less than 2 months, and it is an absolute work of art.
Independent front, independent rear.
Yes,
Very
it
cool
is.
car.
I didn't know that. IFS IRS machine. It's a 2-seat.
That might even have rear steer on it, Miles.
Paul Horschel builds some of the nicest cars in our sport. This guy is an absolute genius, but you throw a helmet on it, he turns to an animal. So having him push from the back of a pack in a brand new car, it's going to be exciting to see.
He hasn't had a huge amount of luck out at King of the Hammers yet.
He's won a lot of races, but not here at King of the Hammers.
As we watch Evan Sherman make easy work of that climb. We're back in Clawhammer here. Got a couple of vehicles up ahead of this one as well, so a little bit of traffic in Clawhammer running up this hill.
Look how burned in that path is. They have been beating these with pre-running and racing.
Absolutely, it's getting to become a highway, isn't it?
Definitely wouldn't call it a highway. It's still pretty tough, but it's just crazy to see you can actually see the 2-track. Evan Sherman, bottom right.
He's cleared the Wrecking Ball obstacle.
That's why I have a little bit of break in the action. If you have our premium, you'll get it picture in picture. Otherwise, we'll be right back after this.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Come on into town, but it sounds like Jim has another special guest.
Thank you, Mars. We're back here in Hammertown, and we've seen people crossing the line all day. And here with me right now, we've got Kenneth Goodall. We've seen him out on those tracks, battling those trials all day. Kenneth, how good does it feel to be back here in Hammertown?
It can't feel any better. It was pretty brutal out there. Pretty dusty for that first whole lap. We couldn't see anything, but we just had to keep pushing forward, and it was great.
Fantastic. Now, we've seen you having some proper battles out there, and there was some stuff going on with the winch. What was that all about?
A couple times I don't think we've replaced the winch on this, or the winch cable on this thing for probably the whole time we've had it. So we had some problems with the winch cable snapping every time we'd go to pull on it. So we kept having to improvise and kept trying for it, and we got it to work.
Well, that's what it's all about on these trails, isn't it? If it doesn't work first time, keep trying and trying again.
That's right, and all the racers out there that are out there helping us too. We help them, they help us. That's what it's all about for us racers.
Absolutely. Let's have a quick word with your co-dog over there. How are we doing, sir?
Doing well, long day.
Yeah, you've got a big smile on your face, and that's what we like to see.
We love being up here on the podium. We got a lot of sponsors to thank. Dirty Life Wheels this year came on with us. Warren winches we used all day long. PCI Race Radios, Baja Designs lights, Go Racing AZ, Good Old Off-Road Motorsports, Scavengers Off-Road, all our families at home, our kids that let us come out here for 10 days and get dirty and have a great time.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, I've got some great news for you guys. You are officially a 16th place finisher here at the King of the Hammers at 4 Wheel Parts EMC, but more importantly than that, you are the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 official 3rd place finisher. Woo!
Well, I definitely like to thank all my guys right down here. Without these guys helping me at night, on race nights every night, there's no way that we could make this possible. My wife at home that's probably watching right now. My daughter that was out here and raced the desert race, and she was watching the awards come up here. She actually took 1st place in UTV NA. And she said, "Dad, it'd be pretty cool if you could get up there and get one of them big checks, wouldn't it?" I'm like, it'd be a hell of a good thing. So that's what I was thinking the whole time is I got to do this for my daughter.
Well, let's get you out of the car because we have got a comedy-sized check for you and a rather beautiful trophy.
Awesome.
Here we go. So our 3rd place in 4,500, it is Kenneth Goodall. Give it up for him, everyone. As he sprays the fizzy brake fluid, the celebrations start. And that is the first and only shower they've had since arriving at King of the Hammers. So our official 16th place finisher here in the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and 3rd overall in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 class, it is Kenneth Goodall. But there's still action going on out in track, so we're going to fly back to the booth with Miles and Ben for more action.
Thank you, Jim, and a huge shout out to everybody that took home all those amazing Laser Nut trophies. A huge shout out to Laser Nut and Cody Wagner and company. As we're watching number 36, Kim Matson, struggling a little bit up on there at Clawhammer.
This top section of Clawhammer usually doesn't cause too many troubles, but we're really seeing some cars struggle here with how loose it is. This is the line we just saw Brent Harrell drive and come around the side.
You can just see how loose it is up on top of Clawhammer up there. They've been racing since 8 a.m. this morning, so just over 9 hours sitting in that driver's seat, just battling through the hammer trails. It's a long day.
Yeah, these guys who are coming in and jumping up on our stage and we're celebrating with them, they look beat. But you know what? Tomorrow, we've got another whole lap.
They're going to do it again. Tomorrow's a 3-lap, yeah. So it'll be the same 86-mile loop out in the desert first, and it'll be a 70-mile loop in the rocks like they did today, and then they'll add in a 3rd rock lap with a few more rock trails as well, as Rick Levezzo is coming into town. Great to see him. He's been racing with us for quite some time. His brother Chad Levezzo usually rides shotgun with him as he makes it around the Can-Am Talladega with R-Squared Racing.
Really cool looking livery on that car. Really stands out.
So as we watch Rick Levezzo come through, he'll be grabbing the checkered flag here in just a second as that VP Racing flag flies in the through the sky. Rick Levezzo, an unofficial finisher. Jim, back to you, buddy.
Okay, now I'm joined on stage by the car 4861, Anthony Ararola, and his co-driver there. Guys, how good does it feel to be back here in Hammertown?
Fantastic. I was so tired of sitting in this car all day.
It's been a long day at the office. We've been watching you all day working hard on those trials, and it looks very tough. We saw you had a couple of breakages. What was going on out there?
Did you guys see me run around with my shirt off earlier?
I was trying to avoid that.
We just popped an airline on the locker, so I didn't want to finish all the rock trails. I did spooners around limits and aftershock with the
no front air locker. So I was like, let's just fix it before we finish the rest of the trails. So that's why we were out.
Fantastic. Well, your official finisher here, you're 17th overall and 11th in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 class. How does that make you feel?
That's fantastic. Third finish. I love it. I love it.
I tell you, I'm so pleased to see this car up here. I was chatting to Ben Napier, who's just stood over there, and he took me for a wheeling in this car on the Fordyce Trail. I think it was back in 2015. And to see this on the trails, still kicking butt and still doing great things is awesome. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. This is the oldest Ultra 4 car still racing today, and we're still kicking ass with it.
It's fantastic. Now, let's just have a word with that big man next to you. Ted, how's it going?
Awesome.
Fantastic. That's a one-word answer. I believe some beverages might be drunk tonight.
Just a few.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get off there, but say it's an official 17th place finish and 11th in class for Anthony Ararola. Congratulations.
Thank you much, man. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks to all my team. You guys, I really appreciate it. Could never do it without you guys. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Fantastic. Right, now it's back to the booth with Ben and Miles.
Thank you, Jim, as we just saw Cody Young come through. He'll be hitting the Yukon launch as we see. He started on the next to Randy Slauson this morning. Obviously had a little bit of a rough day, but glad to see him making it back into Hammertown.
Yeah,
Bottom right is Evan Sherman.
Cody has had a real battle today, hasn't he? We saw him lead out so strongly next to Randy, and then he's had issue after issue by the sound of it, so he'll be stoked to just get across that finish line.
And look at Hammertown. It is still growing by the day. There is so many people here enjoying the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. If you're just joining us, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. We see a little the little Ford Bronco that could making it up there, doing a little spectating.
It has been the day of the Bronco. And now we're looking back across the valley, back to Hammertown. What an amazing playground we have here.
So it looks like we have another... As we see John Hall coming through, we'll have another finisher coming through. Oh my God, it's Justin Hall coming through the Bronco Arch. So it sounds like Jim has another guest up on stage.
Thank you very much, Miles, and I'm joined up here at the moment by Garrett Martin. Man, how are you feeling?
Beat up.
There's some tough old trails out there, aren't there? You've been out on that course now for over 8 hours. You must be very pleased to be back home.
Yeah, I'm ready for a crown.
That's fantastic. Now, tell us about your day. What's been happening out there?
Well, just trying to keep the car on the ground, trying to stay on course. The whoops out there, I mean, they are dug out way worse than pre-running. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, you could tell we flipped, we landed our lid, got it back over, and, made it back in. We got motor oil all over us.
Wow, that's quite impressive. Now, you're an official 18th place finisher in the race and 12th in the Yukon Gear and in the Brannick Motorsports 4800 class. How does that make you feel?
Feels good. This was our first time racing and, off to a good start.
That's very cool indeed. Let's speak to this big guy over here. How was your day?
It was good. Yeah, glad to be back.
Fantastic. Have you got any people that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank our team, Nortex. We had a good group of friends who came together to make this happen. I mean, all I did was drive, but, us as a group, that's what made this happen.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your 18th place and 12th in class. Time to go and get yourself cleaned up and have a few beverages.
Thank you.
Back to Miles and Ben in the booth.
Thank you, Jim, and congrats to Garrett Martin to another finish in that 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Looks like that's the...
number 36.
36 of Kim Matson, one of our female competitors. Kim Matson making her way through Clawhammer, and Jim's going to keep busy on the stage. So Jim has Eric Weichel up on stage out of Helena, Montana. Jim, what do we got?
Okay, joining me on stage now, I've got Eric Weichel, who looks incredibly happy to be here. How are we doing, sir?
Fantastic. We had a great day today.
Well, we've been watching you racing out there, sir, and you've been giving it large.
We've been trying to keep it together. Only got 2 flats, and they're totally my fault. My Falcons did excellent for me today. And I got to really thank Queen City Fabrication in Helena, Montana. They just helped me with this car all year this year. So I'm pretty excited.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic to see you back here. And it looks all in one piece, looks really solid. But let's talk to this big guy next to you. How you been getting on today?
Oh, I had a blast today. I think probably my favorite part was us catching a drone on the hood of the car, and it actually rode around on the hood of the car for a while. So hopefully they got some good footage of that.
Yeah, we saw that. At King of the Hammers, we like to get in tight with the action. And I don't think you can get any closer than that. As Ian was saying, we had inverted action. But it's fantastic to see you back in here. You are an 18th place official finisher and 12th in the Brannick 4800 Legends class. Yeah. Time to get off this stage and celebrate. Before you go, is there anybody else you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank everybody that came down and supported me at this race, especially my wife. She's taken really good care of us, and all my teammates. Thank you.
Fantastic. Eric Weichel, everybody. He's off to celebrate. An 18th place across the line and 12th in class. Hey, guys.
Isn't it?
It's
a
really
great
cool
class.
That one.
It's a great class for the older 4400 cars to go and retire, but there's a lot of new cars that are being built for it as well. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. But stay tuned in all evening long, because here in just a little while we will have Ralph Shaheen and Speed Sport doing an end of the day recap. He's done a couple of them already, and they've been great. So I'm going to send Jim back up on the stage and talk to Rick Lavezzo.
Hey, check this guy out. I got Rick Lavezzo with me. How we doing, Rick?
I'm doing good, man. It was a brutal day. The dust was just, oh my God, it was horrible. I mean, we made so many mistakes, and yet I don't know how we did it. I mean, it just all happened. I mean, the King shocks were friggin' amazing. The tires were great. My pit crew was awesome. Even a couple racers helped us get out of some places that we shouldn't have been in. But man, it's the best thing that could ever happen, man. It's freaking awesome.
It is. It's because it's the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge at King of the Hammers. How do you get better than that?
Yeah, and we were told officially we got 4th in class, 19th overall. That's pretty badass.
You're taking my job, but we love you for it.
Thank you for all you do, man.
Thank you very much. Have a word with this big guy over here. How are we doing?
Oh, we did good, man. It's just brutal out there. It was a traffic jam, I think, at Sledgehammer's. Holy crap, there was like 12 cars. But it was good. We made her, the pit crew. My brother did a great job driving, so this is my first King of the Hammer, so as a co-driver, so I'm pretty stoked that we finished. Can't thank everybody enough, but appreciate everybody. My wife back at home. Thanks, Angela. Love you. All right.
I got to thank my wife, Angela. Thing 1 and thing 2. Thanks my wife, my family, Yokohama Tires, King Shocks, Warren Winch, Raceline Wheels, ARB, Willwood Brakes, Tube Works for just a killer differential. I mean, the list goes on and on. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody in Hammertown. Thank all the fans. Thank all the course workers. It's friggin' amazing. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Well, it's great to see you guys on stage, and you epitomise what this race is all about. You come on here after 8 hours of racing with the biggest smiles, absolutely shattered, and we love you for it. So Rick Lavezzo, 19th overall and 4th in the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Woo!
Yeah!
And still more people are coming up on stage. We're going to throw it back.
Well, thank you, Jim, and congrats, Rick Lavezzo, for another finish here at the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers for the 4-Wheel Parts Every Man Challenge. I am Miles Hasquist. Alongside me is my good friend Ben Napier. I think we're going to sign out and let Jim take it on for the rest of the evening.
Miles, it's been a pleasure. Sounds like Rick likes to party. I think I'm going to go have a beer with his crew. And guys, we're going to leave you with Jim. He's going to keep interviewing some of these finishers. We're going to keep bringing them up here. Have a great night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
We'll see you in the morning. Jim, it's your show, buddy.
Thank you very much, Miles. Now, this is a guy that we saw starting earlier today on the front row of the grid, so we're going to expect to see some stories here. Cody, how are we doing?
Oh, glad to be on the stage, man. It's been a long day.
Now, talk to us. You were the first off the line this morning. We're lining up side by side with Randy Slauson. Talk to us what happened. You seem to have problems right before Turkey Claw.
Yeah, we killed the tire the first couple miles on course, so that really hurt us. We probably 15, 20 guys got around us, and then we made it back to, I think, physically 5th on course, and then we ended up putting on its lid. Well, actually, we rolled over, landed on wheels, but right on the backside of Resolution, blew a power steering line. So my co-pilot actually got out of the car and ran back to pits and grabbed us a new line and ran back up, and we changed it and continued on, and it's where we are, man.
Well, it's great to see you back in town. As I say, we kept looking for you on the tracker. We'd lose you 1 minute, you'd be back with us the next. But tell us a little bit about the car.
It's a Miller car. I bought it from Jeff Brown a couple years ago. It was a 4400 car. I converted over to 48. And yeah, Jeff Ginter built engine, maximum off-road transmission, Atlas transfer case, and tube work stiffs. We're rolling.
Fantastic. Let's talk to this guy next to you. Sounds like you've had a tough day in the office, my friend.
Yeah, I decided to go for about a 4-mile hike here and back to the pits. So, whatever it takes to win, though. But, yeah, it felt good. It was a long day.
Fantastic. So there must be a list of people you'd like to say thank you to.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I got to start it off with my wife. She supports me in all this stuff. My mom and dad, the co-pilot guy, Hollywood Miller, pit crew, David, Clay, Ryan, and Russ, sponsors and all the partners, Maximum Off-Road Transmissions, Ryan AccuTune Off-Road, Jeff Ginter Racing Engines, Dynamic Motorsports, Vision Wheels, Renegade Race Fuel, Competition LED, Beckman Alternators, Rugged Radios, CarTech Off-Road, and I want to thank all the guys at the Rock Rage Camp for helping me out, and my trainer Max back at home from Brick House Gym. Thank you, guys.
Fantastic stuff. Cody Young there. I'm just waiting for an official finish for you of what's placing you around about 20th and around about 13th in class, which is pretty cool considering the day that you've been having. So tell me one thing. You coming back next year?
Oh, definitely, if the wife lets me.
Fantastic stuff. Put it together for Cody Young. Okay, joining us on stage now, it's none other than Justin Hall. Justin, how are we doing, my friend?
I had a rough day, man. Rough day. I'm hurting. Yeah, the course was insane. It was. I can't say enough of how hard this race really is. If you guys want to try it, I say let's go for it and come on out and see what we do. It's insane. This car took a beating. The Falcon tires, these are the same tires that I started the race on, not a single flat. Dirty Life wheels held up great. I was putting them through a beating. All my rough stuff rod ends held up great. South Bay drive lines, I ended up killing a U-joint, but that was my fault. I got diffed out and just kind of let her eat for a bit, try to get out from it, and U-joint wasn't happy. Josh West with proper tuning. I know this motor's hurt right now, but it's got 4 seasons on it, and it still came across the line. 2 cylinders are down. I leaked it down. I think just right after qualifying, and number 1 cylinder's at 65% loss. Number 2's at 75% loss when all the other ones are at 10 to 15. So the motor's definitely a little tired. Was using oil pressure gauge quit working, so I don't even know what oil pressure I've been running the motor at. Phil, Liberty Mountain Fab, had the shocks dialed. Yeah, I just can't say enough of like how awesome this race is. And I think they said I'm either 5th unofficial or 6th unofficial, but 21st in, I think 21st unofficial overall too, so.
Yeah, 22nd position overall and 6th in class, which is incredible. Now, Justin Hall, for those who can't see here, is one of these rare breeds that is an Ironman. He does this on his own. That's pretty special. Now, this car is a firm crowd favourite when we see it out there, and we've been seeing you out there having a whole load of fun. You must have a load of people that you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I got to thank all my sponsors, all my crew. I have like 30 of the best people out there. People from... Sorry.
It's okay, dude. We know how much this means. This is King of the Hammers. You don't do this every day.
No, you don't. You can't do it without the pit support of people that you have. And I couldn't cross the finish line without all of them.
Absolutely. We hear you. So, Justin Hall, you're 22nd overall and 6th in class. Time for you to go and celebrate.
Thank you very much, guys.
Give it up for Justin Hall. And sorry, what's the positions? 20th, 13th, 13th. Okay. I've got Chris Borwick joining me on stage now. Chris, how are we doing?
Good, doing great.
So, that is the calmest I've heard anyone so far on stage. Tell me about your day.
It was good. We're on the same 4 tires we started with, no flats. Co-driver only had to get out once to winch. And great way to stay in shape.
I like this. It sounds like you've just been cruising around the Hammer Trails, just having a great time.
Well, I have a 4-cylinder, so that's about all I could do. But, it was a great time. We just kept plugging away.
Now, talk to us about this car, because that's really unusual to see a 4-cylinder engine out here. So what do you got under the hood?
It's got a 2.4-liter Ecotec. Mike Johnson built the car originally, so it's got a couple hammers under its belt, and I got to give him a lot of credit. He did a good job on this car, and it works amazing. So I'm a steering wheel holder at that point.
Fantastic. Let's talk to this guy next to you. How was your day, sir?
It was great, man. We didn't really have any issues this year. I only got out once, so it was a lot better than previous Hammers runs. And Chris ran a hell of a race, man. I couldn't be more proud of him. Car held together awesome, and I'm glad we're across the finish line in time.
It's absolutely fantastic. Well, I can tell you that you are official finishers of this year's race. Officially 20th overall and 13th in class. How does that make you feel?
Sounds pretty good to me.
It does indeed. Right, have you got anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Dirty Life Wheels, BFG Tires, Line-to-Line Coatings, my wife for putting up with this stupid hobby we do. This nice fellow over here to go and get in the car with me because I can't drive, but other than that.
Fantastic. Well, Chris Borwick, I think it's time that you went and celebrated. Thank you very much, and congratulations on being an official finisher of the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge 2022.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There had to be one. I'll take the burnouts. Okay, as the shadows lengthen here in Hammertown, the sun has finally set on the 2022 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. And still we have heroes crossing the line. Next up on stage is going to be Jesse Oliver. Over 140 cars started first thing this morning. As we just wait for Jesse there to get sorted. Okay, let's find out what Jesse's been up to today. Hey Jesse, how we doing?
Awesome. Just been banging around the desert.
That's a great thing to be doing. Tell us about what those rock trails, are they as bad as they say?
Yes. we had a nice long back up in Sledgehammer and Jackhammer, which everybody expected. Turkey Claw was awesome. Skated through there, no problem. No problem with the notches. So, good time.
Fantastic. How did you find those real hard trails? Spooners, outer limits?
No problem. Cruised them.
Now, that's a confident man indeed. Now, we love watching you racing out there, doing real good things. But let's have a quick word with that man sat next to you. How was your day, sir?
Not too bad. The plan was just for me to stay in the car, and I had to get out once, change the tire. Super smooth, super silky. This guy can pick through the rocks probably better than anybody in town. So, awesome day.
Fantastic. Well, I can tell you that you're our 20th overall and 7th in class. How does that make you feel?
I'll take it. I did hear I bumped Justin. I think I'm 5th, though.
Okay, well, I'll get confirmation of that. Yeah.
So we'll see.
We'll see. It'll all work out in the wash, as all these things do. But I'm sure you've got a load of people you would like to thank.
Oh, yeah. Sponsors, of course, partnerships, Ironman Off-Road, they're out here with me today. Brannick Motorsports, they're here. Their stuff held up awesome. Magnitude Suspension, obviously. Factory Mast Engines. Edmunds Transmissions. Who else am I thinking of?
There's a whole bunch of people from Michigan.
Off-Road Anonymous. I've got 10 or 15 guys from Michigan here helping. I got Falcon Tires that held up awesome all day. Raceline Wheels. No wheel failures. I don't know. I need a cheat sheet. Obviously, my wife and kids for letting me do all this junk. My co-driver and his family. There's the rest of my crew right there.
Well, they're looking pretty stoked, so I think it's time you got off this stage and went and celebrated. Jesse Oliver. Okay, next on stage, we've got somebody very special. We've got Kimberly Sparrow. The A72 car. Hi, Kimberly, how are you?
I am fabulous. So fabulous.
Fantastic. Tell us about your day out there in the Hammer Trails.
Honestly, it was probably the best time we've ever had. We didn't have a single flat. We didn't have a single problem. We got stuck in a little traffic, but otherwise, everything, the car ran, everything worked. It was amazing.
Fantastic stuff. Let's have a word with your co-driver there. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing really good. It's a pleasure to be up here with my wife, co-driving for her again. This is our first official finish, and this is probably the 6th finish for this car. Its first race was 2012, so it's 10-year anniversary for it, so pretty proud about that.
It's an amazing thing. Now, Hunter, we normally see you out there racing, so how come you swapped over this year?
Well, I'll be racing tomorrow as well.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that. In the same car?
No, I'll have my 4400 car.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to that. Now, Kimberly, is there anybody you would like to thank?
For sure, we want to thank all of our amazing partners. Yokohama, like I said, not a single flat all day. Yukon, Warren. The only time I used the Warren winch was to pull somebody else backwards. It worked great. So, Be Cool, Barnes, Redline Oil, Raceline Wheel, and of course our amazing pit crew, our crew chief, everybody who is out here and came all the way from Colorado to help us and support us, and everybody back home.
Fantastic. Well, just get confirmation that you're 23rd position overall and 6th in class. How does that make you feel?
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. So,
well, congratulations on being an official finisher of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge 2022. Go celebrate.
Yes, thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. Kimberly Sparrow, everyone. Okay, I'm joined on stage now by Brent Harrell. Brent, how we doing?
Glad to be finished.
Looked like you were having a tough day in the office out there.
Yeah, we had a couple issues. I lost my co-pilot. He jumped out at the first main pit we hit, and we were stuck on wrecking ball for about an hour with overheating issues, and dude, it's just been a go-around the whole time. So
talk to me about that. You lost your co-driver. Does that just normally happen?
we haven't had any shock tuning done this year, so it's beating the crap out of us, and his back couldn't take it, so he hopped out, and Mitch Sweat jumped in with me, so I'm glad he got to finish the race with me and Jason got to start it.
Fantastic. Now, I've broken a few co-drivers in my time, so I know how that feels. So let's speak to this guy next to you. How are we doing?
Doing good. Yeah, it was fun today. It's a brand new car. We just built it. We just built it a couple months, or in the last, I guess me and Paul built the car in 75 days, two of them, Paul's car and this car. So we've just been working like crazy, and we're glad to make it to the finish.
Fantastic. So let me get that right. You've built two cars in 75 days.
Yep.
Wow, I think you need a round of applause for that alone. Check that out. Now, I believe your dad's racing tomorrow as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's racing in Paul's old two-seat car.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. But today is all about you. So how are you feeling?
Man, I could use a nap right about now.
Have you got some people you would like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank God, my family, all the pit crew that's come out here to support, Max Tie Downs, Tube Works, Fox Shocks, just surrounded with great people that make it all happen, and I couldn't be happier.
Superb. Well, I'm very happy to tell you that you are officially 21st position and 5th overall in your class.
Great.
That's got to feel good. I'm actually been told I got that wrong because I can't count. You're 14th overall. How good's that?
Perfect. Even better.
Fantastic. Right, off you go. Go and celebrate and enjoy yourselves, and we look forward to seeing your dad on course tomorrow.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, now coming on stage, it's a young man that most of us know very well. It's Cody Sinclair. Cody, how we doing?
I am tired and ready for a shower.
Only a shower?
And a beer.
I was going to say there had to be a beverage sneaking in there somewhere. Now, Cody, talk to me. How's today been out on those trails?
It was definitely rougher than last year, but we played a smart game. I wouldn't say perfect race, but it was close.
I don't think anybody ever runs that perfect race, do they, here in Hammers?
No, not at all.
Fantastic. Right, let's have a word with your co-driver there. How was your day, sir?
Fantastic. I didn't have to get out of the car, didn't pull a winch once, kept all four tires on it the whole trip. That's what every co-driver wants.
Well, this sounds like this guy here is a serious driver. Cody, that's amazing. Tell us how you were doing it.
Well, I was saying if I don't break, I can finish. And basically chose the most beaten path, and it seemed to work out.
Fantastic. You must have a list of people you would like to thank.
First off, Cooper Tires. Didn't have a single flat this entire race. Raceline Wheels, Torco. I don't think the trans got above 210 through the whole race. And Tyler here is his first King of the Hammers, and I'm glad he got to finish it.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I can tell you that overall you're a 25th overall and 7th in class. How does that make you feel?
Same as 2 years ago, but it still feels just as good.
Fantastic. Well, it's been great to have you up here, Cody. Go and get yourself some beers, go and get yourself a shower, and go and celebrate, most importantly.
Thank you. I will.
Cody Sinclair, our official 25th place finisher here at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge 2022. Okay, now this is something I'm quite used to because he's sitting on the right side of the vehicle, as we like to use them in the UK. So let's wander around here and see Paul Tyler. Paul, how are we doing?
How you doing, Jim? I actually said to him, I got to get back here to see you. So, well, I'm glad you guys came out. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, mate, it's an absolute pleasure. How can we miss the greatest show on earth that is King of the Hammers?
It was awesome. Lots of lines, you know. That's not my co-driver, by the way, so if anyone's wondering. We had a good time, and I shouldn't say it's fun. You know what I mean. You were a big racer in England, and it's not fun. It's just you're focused all day long. Now it's going to be fun because you can reflect on what happened. But going down Sledgehammer, I always thought was going to be a mistake. It kind of was. Going up Turkey Claw wasn't that bad. I just want to say thanks to my pit crew. I hope they're down here somewhere. Ruben at Ventura 4x4, Greg at Weapons Grade Fabrication, Brad Garcia, my son Zach. I want to shout out to, I told him I'd promised him I'd mention him because I knew I was going to be up here to see you, is my buddy Mickey and his wife, who they always come out and pre-run with me, and we've been coming out several times a month the last couple months, and I remembered everything that we did. So I want to thank Warren. If you guys don't, and I know you know what this is, and if you guys don't know who Jim is, he owns Giggle Pin, some of the most amazing winches, but the original competition winch, right, is the Warren 8274. And if you guys don't know what that is, you better Google it because this thing is ridiculous. And I just want to say thank you to Warren. It's the best winch I've ever used. I want to say thank you to Jazz. If you need a fuel cell, that's where you go. Raceline Wheels, off-road design. I want to shout out to Kim, to Kara, and I want to especially thank Carlos, and I want you to get his thoughts just for 10 seconds if you don't mind. He drove all the way out from Houston to be here for our third finish in a row, so thank you.
Fantastic, Paul. Now, I've got to ask one quick question because it's going to be getting to everyone back home. How come the wheel is on this side of the car?
Because you know as well as I do, real drivers do it on the right-hand side, right?
I couldn't have said it better myself, but there we go, sir. Right, Paul Tyler, let's wander around here because we've got a very interesting character sat next to him. I'm a little bit scared, so I'm going to stand a bit far away. How are we doing, sir?
We're doing fantastic. I'm getting used to this now. It's our third time we finish, and I just want to thanks to these awesome tires that we have. 3 finishes, 1 flat in 3 years in a row.
Oh, that's quite impressive. Well, I'm very pleased to tell you that you're officially a 26th position finisher and 16th in class. So congratulations, Paul. Congratulations, Carlos. Go and celebrate.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Paul Tyler and Carlos. I'm going to have to get me a mask like that. Okay, next coming up now, it's not an official finisher, but that's not what this race is all about. This race is about being out and experiencing everything. So this is Sydney Stevenson making her way onto stage. That'll do you beautifully. Now, Sydney, it's a real pleasure to see you here. Tell us about your day.
It's a pleasure to be here, man. We had a hell of a day, and I can't believe we made it across the stage. I can't believe we made it all the way here.
Fantastic. Now talk to us. You're obviously running a stock class vehicle, so, I mean, she looks like literally like you could take her down the shops tomorrow.
You know, she's about as stock as you can get out here. I don't think I've seen anything else out here that is quite as low level as we are, and I think maybe that's our change for next year. I think we might need to do a little more to it.
I love the fact that you say it's our change for next year. So you're already planning your attack for next season.
Oh, you know, we got about halfway through it today, and we said, hey, you know, next year, we just kept talking about, we knew we weren't going to make it quite across the finish line tonight, but we knew that next year we're coming back better, man. We're already excited.
Fantastic. Let's have a word with your co-driver there. How was your day, sir?
Doing good. Thank you very much. No, it was good. It was rough, but we got there. We only had to pull winch one time, and that was it. Other than that, she drove through everything. So it was awesome.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about this car. I mean, obviously I can see it's a Jeep. Obviously I can see it's fairly standard. We got any little gadgets and any little cool bits on there?
I think the biggest thing for me for this entire week and for today was that it's a 5-speed. It is not an automatic, and that we're not sure about that next year. It was a hell of a trail like that. But it wasn't too bad. We actually, I kind of surprised myself. I'm not gonna lie. I don't drive it as a daily, so it was amazing to be able to get through as much as I got through, and to know that I did it in the 5-speed.
That's incredible. There's not many people out here who are actually running a manual gearbox. I'm very impressed, young lady.
Well, they're probably doing that by design, so I don't know. It's pretty good. It was a good day, though. We did pretty good.
Fantastic. Have you got anybody that you would like to thank?
Oh my God, my entire team. I have Bent Motorsports is out there somewhere. They pretty much built this car in 2.5 weeks. We gave it to them 3/4 of the way done, and then they changed about half of what we'd already done, and they did an insane job. And it really, we did not break down once today, and I think it's all due to that team. And my Rock Jock has been an incredible sponsor of us. They were the first ones to jump on when we first said we were going to do it. So every single person on the side of this Jeep, they have been incredible to us and their family.
Absolutely superb. Well, I think it's time that you guys celebrate. And I've got to say, Sydney Stevenson, we very much look forward to seeing you and your father coming back to race with us next year. And I hope that next year we can get you across the line to be an official finisher at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. Thank you very much, Sydney. Ain't that cute? As still more and more cars are crossing the line as Sydney makes her way off stage. Now, next joining us on the stage is the 4817. Driver of record is Jason Fish, but this isn't Jason Fish in this car, I don't think. I think this is somebody else behind the wheel, but we'll find out in a minute. Good afternoon, sir. Now, on my book, it says to me here that you're Jason Fish, but you're not Jason Fish at all, are you? Tell the world who you are.
I'm Mike Childress, and I just finished King of the Hammers on my very first try. I'm super excited. Thank you, everybody. It's been great.
I'll tell you what, Mike, I'm going to pass you over because I've got a man here, a good friend of mine, who's incredibly excited to see you. So here's Ricky.
So, Mike, you were out there watching you, and I see you being patient, which is not normally your style. From motorcycles to desert racing, you're the hammer. You like to go. But we were talking the day before the race. You've never even been out here.
No, I got a chance to go out and do outer limits and spooners, and that's the only rocks I've ever driven. So today was a very, very tough learning experience, but we made it through. We didn't have any problems. You know, I never had a flat, never had a problem. We were just stuck in traffic all day. But we're here, and I'm super excited. Like I said, this is my very first try at it, and everybody's telling me how crazy hard it was, and they weren't lying.
So, obviously, your heart goes out to Jason Fish, who had lost his father and stuff. We talked about that on the broadcast, and he had to be watching, and his dad had to be smiling down because you brought the car back. Like you said, first time, it's got to be awesome.
Yeah, just so everybody kind of knows what happened was Jason rides with me in the trophy truck, and he owns this car, and he asked me to come do the desert section for him, and so I focused my time over there in the desert. And then Tuesday, he got a phone call that his dad wasn't doing too good, and he flew home to Denver, and 30 minutes after he got home and he got to the hospital, his dad passed. So I didn't even think we were going to race, but he told me to just do it solo. So here we are.
No, I'm so stoked for you. I had the pleasure to run this race before, and when you get to some of those hills, you think, there's no way. This has got to be bullshit. There's no way we're going up that hill. And for you being a desert racer and stuff like that, it had to blow your mind where you went today.
I've always been taught to stay away from that shit. And I had to go right through it today. So we learned a lot, and I definitely will be coming back. I'm super excited and had a great time. And I got to give a huge shout-out to the team. I got to give a shout-out to my co-driver, Sick Boy. He got out of the car a couple times today and helped everybody get out of the holes and then got it all cleared out so we could make our way through. My family, my wife, my kids, Rhonda, she made us some great food all weekend. The boys. Thank you guys. Those guys right there. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, well, I only got to give you one more piece of information. First time out there, he goes from 29th to 19th. Jason Fish and Mikey Childress. Good job, buddy. So proud of you, man.
Thank you, How cool is that? We love stories like this. Our best wishes go to Jason and his family. But isn't that wonderful? He passed over his drive to his best bud. That takes a lot of love to do this. So while we wait for some more cars to come into town, we're going to throw to a short commercial break, and we'll be back here for more action in the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge 2022. We'll see you very soon.
Racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Away
really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Okay, and welcome back to the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and we're here live on stage in Hammertown, and we got guys keep coming up on stage and joining us. And joining us now is Gary Henderson. How are we doing?
I'm doing all right. It was a long day. Right from go, it was computer problems all day long, but we fought through it and made the machine go as quick as it could, which was not quick, but we got here. So here we are.
Now, computer problems, I'm guessing you're not talking about the controller on your Game Boy. So what are we talking about here?
Well, the ABS system was just throwing codes and tricking out the transmission all day long. At some point, when I got off on the start, literally my right front brake locked up and I could barely get off the start line. So right from go, it was problems. Then out on the course, I couldn't get it above 40 miles an hour. It was in limp mode probably half the day. And just you know, the machine needs work, and we're gonna get it taken care of. But huge shout out! I got so many friends and fans that made this possible. My family, first of course, my pit crew did awesome all day long, all week long, and you know that we came all the way from the Northwest, representing the Northwest Jeepcast. It's a podcast all about Jeeps, so go check it out.
Fantastic stuff. But let's have a word with that guy who sat next to you. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good now that we're done. It was fun, but I'm done.
Yeah, you look about ready for some beverages and a hard-earned rest.
I hear there's a Stella in my future, so yes, I'm ready for my beverage.
Belgian beer at its finest, of course. Now tell us a little bit about this car and tell us about the people you'd like to thank.
Absolutely. So this is a 2010 JKU. It's a trail rig. I've been building it up for 11 years as a trail rig, and I finally got the itch to come and make it a race car. Did all the things to make it a race car, but she's a big girl. We call her full-figured girl. And we love the chicken on top. It's Speed Chicken, hashtag Speed Chicken, hashtag no doors, more roars.
Fantastic stuff. We used to have a chicken called Safari Bob. Thankfully, we lost him. He was a curse to us all, so I hope yours is not.
Yeah, I hope this wasn't the curse. It's been a friend along with the ride for many years. And of course, like I said, big thanks to my family. I couldn't have done this without my wife. Couldn't have done it without my pit crew and my partner on the podcast. We've been building this together and making plans. We're going across the country here in the summer, so this will be all the way over in Bantam here in just a few months from now when they're doing the Bantam Festival. So we're driving across the country, folks. You got to come check it out. NW Jeepcast, Northwest Jeepcast, everywhere podcasts are found.
Fantastic. Well, unofficially, you've crossed the line in 28th position and 8th in class. We're not certain that is an official finish at this time. Obviously, we think you've timed out, but we're hoping that you're going to come back next year.
We agree. We'll call that unofficial.
Absolutely. But answer me this. Are you coming back next year?
Hey, we're going to do everything we can to get back next year. And thanks to everybody here at King of the Hammers for putting on a great show. Hey, everybody, give it up for King of the Hammers. Let's go.
That's what it's all about. Gary Henderson, go and party hard, get yourself cleaned up, and grab yourself one of those Belgium Stellas.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. Gary Henderson. Over 140 cars left the line this morning, and still they're trickling across the line. 3 classes, Brannick 4800, Spider Tracks 4600, and of course the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500. We've seen real drama, Dan Fresh winning for the first time in 4800 in a dominating fashion. But coming up on stage now, it's the 4658. Okay, joining us on stage now, we've got Martin Lange. Martin, how are we doing?
Martin Lang. Martin Lang.
Martin Lang, I do apologise.
No problem.
Tell us about your day.
Yeah, the first lap actually was going good, the first half. We were doing good speed. And then we ran into problems and we had to take a shock out again, like we did last year. A bracket broke. And so we were driving on 3 shocks, and we made it up to, what is it? That's Spooners, right? Spooners. And we got up there, we got down there, and he got sick, and we had to stop, and we were sitting there, and then we decided to get out. But the lady back there, she said, go on the podium. you made it back, yeah, so I think it's cool.
Absolutely. We love this. You've got a whole load of friends down there. Very excited to see you and celebrate. Let's just have a quick word to your co-driver. How are you feeling now, sir?
Pretty good. Still a little bit of pain, but I'm proud that we made it across the finish line.
Well, it's great to see you both back in Hammer Time. There must be a load of people that you would like to thank.
Yeah, especially my wife, Sabine. She's at home. She couldn't come. Then Rock Jock. Yeah! John Curry and the whole crew. Yeah. Then One Winch, they helped us today really good, yeah. And then Nitto Tires, yeah. And Wayne, he does the shock tuning on the Jeep, yeah. I guess that's it. So.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Martin Lang, go and enjoy yourself.
And there are a lot of Germans watching, yeah. Hello, guys. Hey, it was super.
Yeah, you're not. I don't know if you know, but there is actually another German team racing here this weekend. Yeah, Bernd Schaffer and as well. Fantastic to see them here.
That's where I go now. To Bernd, maybe drinking a beer.
Maybe the odd one or two. I think there may be some beverages consumed. Right, Martin, have a fantastic time. Unofficially, you're our 28th finisher here today at the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's why we love it here in Hammertown. Everybody totally enthused to be here back in Hammertown on the stage, telling us their stories. So we've got another car waiting in the wings there, just having its transponders removed. All of these cars are fitted with transponders and trackers, so we can make sure that they're on the correct course. And if you're a racer out there at the moment that's just crossed the line, please make sure you do hand in your trackers. We need them for the main race tomorrow. And let's not forget, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, it's the big dance, the 4400 class. That's coming on stage now. It's Evan Sherman. Hey Evan, how we doing?
Oh, I'm running to the ground.
But it sounds like you've had a very tough day at the office. Tell us what's been going on.
Well, we made a wrong turn, took about 2 hours, got off course, found our way back to course, had to run jack twice, sledge once. It was a rough time.
So let me get this right. You've had to run the trails an extra amount of time just for fun.
Something like that. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun at all.
Those trails are tough out there this year, are they not?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're brutal. We only wrecked 2 tires, though. I'm very, very surprised. Weldon fuel pumps held up great. Carlton Custom Motorsports helps us prep the car. Overall, though, car ran great. We didn't stop for anything besides getting lost.
Oh, wow. Fantastic, fantastic. Let's have a quick word with your co-driver there. How are you?
I'm good. I'm kind of tired, actually. And I want a beer. And I don't want to pull a winch line anymore.
These all things sound very, very reasonable indeed. But, so, have you got any family or friends that you'd like to thank?
Oh, yeah. My parents are here, and some friends of mine from Montana. They came to help us, and everybody from, like, and all of my... I mean, I have a ton of friends that are here that race with us, so everybody's been super helpful and cool. It's good.
Fantastic stuff. You got any pit crew out there? Do you want to give a shout?
It's okay. We're burnt.
Okay, you said you are absolutely shattered. I can see that look in your eyes. Look, go back, go and celebrate, get yourselves all sorted, but promise me this, come back next year, do it all again, and show us that you can get here.
I do want to say thank you to Brianna, my girlfriend, for helping out, making all this possible, for Grizz, her boyfriend, making everything possible, and all of the Fly Off-Road team that helped us out in the pits, and all the Carlton Custom Motorsports team that helped us out in the pits. We got in and out real quick, and the first lap we were doing phenomenal. But thank you, everybody, for all the help.
Thank you very much. Go and enjoy yourselves. Go and have a shower and go and have a few beverages. As another driver leaves the stage, one of the crowd favourites joins us, another Bronco. Dare I say, one of the original Broncos that started here racing so many years ago is Sean Rance joining us on stage right now. Good evening, Sean. How you doing?
We're doing great. It was a rough day.
Is there ever a smooth day at Hammers?
Well, you know, I'm hoping someday that there will be, but today was not one of them, and we've had others just like it.
Absolutely. Now, talk to us a little bit about the race out there today. What's it been like?
It's been, you know, the desert's rough. I think that's been real dry, so everything just beats you to pieces. And then the trails have gotten way worse. We got stuck up there in the trails, 2 or 3 different trails for an hour at a time, and there was just no going anywhere. It was good.
I love that. We were stuck in there. We weren't going anywhere. It was good. That's the kind of thing we like. Let's have a quick word with your co-driver there. How you doing, sir?
Still breathing, and you?
I'm still breathing as well. That makes us both good.
I'm pretty wore out. Right before the last time through pit 2, we had a rear link come apart, broke all 4 rear shocks, rear drive line. Everybody helped us get it back together and back out on the trail so that we could finish this. So just thanks for everybody for all the help. Couldn't have done it without them.
That's incredible. So you lost all your rear shocks?
Yeah, the link came undone, the rear end rolled down, pulled the driveline out, and ripped all 4 rear shocks off, and a few other things. But yeah, we got it patched up enough to get to pits. We were right before pit 2, and our crew, they had everything ready because we had parts out there just in case, which you hope you never use. But then we put it together and limped it back to here with 1 headlight.
That's what I love about hammers. There's always a story. There's always something, and that's an incredible story.
Yes, and I thank everybody and Dave and Ultra 4 and everyone for putting all this on. Milestar tires, rough stuff, builder parts. My engine builder, our Richardson's Performance Marine, is here helping us keep it running, helping everything. So we're good.
Fantastic. Well, I'm so pleased to see here at the line. Officially, you're coming across the line in 29th position. It's an unofficial finish fit at this stage, as you know. But I'm sure we're going to see you back here next year.
Yes, we will be here.
Well, we very much look forward to it. Sean Rance, everyone. This car is one of the icons of the Everyman Challenge. It's so good to see it back here. I still can't believe they ripped off every shock and still managed to get it fixed and back across the line. Incredible. We have a lull in the action now, but we'll be bringing home all of these guys and girls. But you can still, if your team hasn't made it back across the line yet, you can still go to Ultra 4 Racing Live. Check out the trackers, check out the live scoring, all the information. It's a very dusty day. All the information that you need is on there. Check it out and see if you can find out where your friends and family are if they're racing out here this evening. I wish this breeze had been here earlier today. Doing it from there tonight. I was hoping you were going to take the stage so I could go home. How are you doing? Good, how are you? Yeah, that's good. I'm good. Jim? I'm good, Chris. Nice to see you. Good. Everyone? Yeah, I'm sweating. Yes, thanks. Oh, man.
I just said that as well.
Okay, joining us on stage now, we've got car 42, George Schooley. Let's get him up here. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well indeed. I've got a feeling we might have the driver of record wrong here. What's your name?
Cameron.
Cameron. What's your surname, Cameron?
Schoolie.
Cameron Scully. We've got your dad down as the driver of record for this car.
He's right back there somewhere.
And who was driving today?
We split it.
Oh, fantastic. Now,
So we had me and my dad, father-daughter team, and then we had
come on, George. You're not running away. Get in here. You're not escaping. Or are you just looking at the damage been done to the car by this young lady? So we're just going to get Cameron out the car now. I want to have a chat to her and George.
Yeah, we ran the desert loop.
Oh, it's all good. Come on down.
covered in oil.
So how are we guys doing?
We're doing great. I mean, can't believe it. We're here. We did it. Yeah, we finished it. So we finished the main race a couple years ago. Now we finished this race, and couldn't have done it with the whole, without the whole group here. Me and my daughter, and Mike and his son Jordan. We started out on a mission today, and I kind of messed this up in the desert loop. I got stuck in sand. So once we got out, we brought the car back, handed it over to Mike and Jordan, and they finished this lap.
Fantastic. So, right, let's start right back at the start here. So, you started off the line first thing this morning, yeah?
Yes.
Fantastic. And were you driving, or was this young lady?
I was driving. Yep.
So, you've been in the co-driver's seat for the first lap?
Yes.
Fantastic. How did that feel?
Pretty good, other than when we had to get out and figure out the sand situation. That was bad.
So, how did you manage to get brake free in the end?
What number? Do you know the number? The Turo. Car 44 helped us originally. They couldn't get us unstuck, so we let them go. And then a Turo or Adaro tires, they pulled us out in the end, and we got going.
Oh, that's fantastic news. Let's cut back to these. So, you guys did first lap, and then these guys did second lap.
Yes.
Our timing is terrible. Right, let's watch over here. Gentlemen, what are your names?
Mike, this is Jordan from Maryland as well. So yeah, this is second time out here racing this one. It was a lot of fun. Had a traffic jam there in Sledgehammer. A little bit of traffic jam going up Jackhammer. Had a couple little issues. Broke a sway bar end link. Overheating a little bit. Ran hot. Definitely had to top off resolution, top off the fluid in it. But car's pretty much good. I mean, can't really argue with it too much.
Fantastic. How are you doing, sir?
A lot better.
Those trails are tough.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this for 13 years.
Superb. So is this your first time on the Hammer Trails?
First time in Hammer Town.
Oh, wow. Welcome. It's a bit special, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. I'm coming back.
That's what we'd like to hear. Well, guys and girls, it's absolutely fantastic to see you on stage. Unofficially, you're a 30th place finisher today. So I'm going to ask you this question, and you're going to all answer once for me. Are you coming back?
Yeah!
Fantastic stuff. So George, Cameron Schooley, and I've got here
Mike and Jordan.
Mike and Jordan. Thank you very much, guys. Go celebrate. Well done, gentlemen. Well done, ladies. There's a substantial amount of fluid.
This car on the stage making right.
Yep, out to the left one.
It was Miller's car. Yeah, he won it in 2016. 2016 with this car. Yeah, I remember now. You know, I'm looking at it thinking this isn't just another Miller frame. This is something special. Yeah, this is the one. I'll tell you what.
He was building me a car. We can get it ready for 2017.
They're an amazing piece of technology, aren't they?
And we didn't finish at 15, we didn't finish at 16. Long as at 17, I finished.
Not good.
The big race.
That's all you need to know, isn't it?
Yep.
Not good to go.
You're good to go.
Go and enjoy yourself. but do you know what? It's kind of cool when you're doing the 4400 because there's so many stories. You've been watching the track all day and you know who the. I don't this in a disrespectful way. You really do know who all of these guys are, and you know all their backstories. You know. Oh, there's another car. And coming up on stage now, we have Jade and Carl Wickham. Come forward, come on, come on. So, how are we doing, guys?
Doing great. I mean, we finished, so that's the best thing we can wish for here.
Now, you guys are gluttons for punishment. You race every single race seemingly out here. You were out in the UTVs yesterday, although I believe you were out with your wife yesterday.
Yep, I was. My wife co-drove for me yesterday, and she did a great job. And Jade co-drove with me today, and I worked his tail off today. We broke a stub shaft out right off the bat in Turkey Claw, and he had to run back to pits here, grab a stub shaft. I got everything taken apart, got back out there. We were in last place, and we're like, oh my God, this isn't going good.
No, that's not the best way to start your 4800 race, that's for sure. But how did the rest of the day plan out? I mean, we've been watching you on the screen there, and it looks like it's been going pretty smooth.
Yeah, I mean, the rock, I think Jade got out twice to winch, and everywhere else, we did pretty good. I mean, we just cruised through all the rock canyons, and the car did exceptionally well. I just wish, if we didn't have that broken stub shaft, we probably would have been an hour and a half earlier.
Yeah, but it's the little things that make big differences out on this course. Did you get caught in any traffic in any of the trails today?
What ones did we get caught in?
We got caught up in some stock. Oh, there were some stock cars we got behind, and we were able to get around them. Those guys are pretty cool with letting us get by and stuff.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that there are 3 different classes out there on track, and everyone is very respectful of everybody else racing.
Yeah, we had some more traffic in Wrecking Ball, and then going down Sledge and going down Jack, we were clear air there, and then there were a couple more. I can't remember all of them that we'd get behind, but.
I got to say, Carl, I've known you for some years. I don't know if I've ever seen you look this tired.
I know when I was just telling Jade that after yesterday's UTV race, when we parked, I could sit in the UTV and I felt comfy, and none of my, I wasn't aching or anything. And just when we pulled up there, my ass is hurting, my legs are hurting, arms are about dead.
Well, I got some good news for you. You got all day tomorrow as well.
Right. Yep. So my brother, he's running the 4400 tomorrow, and we're gonna see about co-driving. We got a co-driver for him. I get sick in the car, so in the desert sections, we're gonna have another co-driver jump in with him, and then in the rock sections, once he gets back to the pit, I'm gonna jump in there, and hopefully I don't throw up.
Fantastic. That's I know that's like, it can be a bit rough out there in the desert. Now, I know you've got a huge amount of family and friends out here. Is there lots of people you'd like to thank?
Yeah, so I'd like to thank my parents, my grandparents for letting us, come down here, and they're the ones that got this car for us, and we wouldn't be able to do it without them. And my dad for, they help countless hours, and he supplies us with stuff to haul all this shit down here with. And I'd like to thank my wife for being so supportive in this, because she's been, racing ain't easy on everybody, and then I'd like to thank my brother for, he ran his ass off today, and he puts me in focus and tells me what, take it easy, go fast, don't let the little things bother you. So I'm thankful for him, and I'm thankful for my friends and family that have come all this way. I mean, we got our friends from Wyoming here, and our Utah, and I mean, they drove all the way down here just to watch us go around this crazy gnarly track.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Let's just have a quick word over there with Jade. How are we doing?
No, I'm doing great, man. I mean, I did work hard today, but it was awesome, being able to get out and run winch line, and I helped out some others as well. I helped Eric Miller out up there. He was getting through the rocks as well. No, No, and just that run back to camp, like that was tough running back here, but I made it. So.
Yeah, there's no such thing as easy running, and then when you add a race suit into that, and then actually having to run back in the desert, it's hard work.
Oh yeah, running in the sand and stuff. I think I maybe ran a third of it or jogged a third of it, and I walked the rest of the way. I mean, it was tough.
We'll tell everyone you ran. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's always great to see you, Carl and Jade. Unofficially, you're our 31st place finisher here in the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. I know you want to get back. Go and have a beer and get yourselves ready for tomorrow.
Awesome, yeah. And I also thank Falcon Tires and Factor 55, TMR Customs, Bigfoot winch ropes, VisionX lights, Trail Ready beadlocks. I mean, OF Racing. You know, this car has had a lot of help, so I'm probably forgetting more.
I would like to thank my wife and kids. You know, they're back at home. They let me get away for like 10, 12 days to come down here, so I appreciate that.
That's very cool indeed. It's always a family affair, and it's wonderful to see you here, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Carl and Jade Wickham, everybody. What time do you want me in tomorrow?
Hold on, let me see.
Lovely.
Race mile 131, going 5.6 miles per hour.
Are we officially going now?
Yeah.
Unofficially, the course is closed, but we're still going to have people coming across the line, and this beautiful young lady here is going to be bringing them home. Nice. Okay.
She always does a great job.
She does. All our guys and girls do a wonderful job.
Okay, so you said what mile marker? 131, going 5.6 miles per hour.
131, so he's got like... But don't forget, these trackers are real slow updating, so he could be already at sort of like 140.
Yeah.
Okay, it's really hard work this year.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I can't get the tracker to come up right now.
We have it up, but it's very slow to update.
Yeah, I'm like...
My service, I've had perfect service, and all of a sudden my service is gone.
Yeah, I got no signal.
Yep, that's exactly what's going on with me.
This is for you.
So, are we talking right now?
Apparently, we're basically dead.
Okay.
Apparently, you might be wanting to bring some people across the line, if anyone turns up.
Just for that show.
Yeah, just for that show. Okay. But I mean, officially, we're done.
Okay.
But that works. Normally we have closeout, wrap, and we haven't done any of that. It was really weird. I don't like it.
Well, who does that? Makes that call?
Well, normally we get a finish time, and the finish time is
There it is. Add on the adjusted time to time. Yeah, love you. And add on the adjusted time, and then once you do that, then that gives you your finish time, and then we'll have a drop back. Tomorrow night, I mean, that would be 10 o'clock plus adjusted time. So that takes us to around about.
Why don't we take all of that bit around?
About 10:40. That someone can potentially finish it. But the trouble that I'm struggling with at the moment, this racetrack's tracker is crap.
Yep.
And I can't. Yellow brick was bad enough. I'd have a 5-minute delay on it. This seems to have like a 15-minute delay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you can't
Okay.
freeze it.
Freeze it. Yeah.
There's a big glowy thing over there that will warm you up.
Yeah,
So that's the problem I'm struggling with at the moment. Is that just like you can't get the info that you need. Because normally I'd be in the boot. I'd just be walking in and out, looking at the tracker, working out, talk to the crowd. We have got 3 cars working their way in. Looking about 20 minutes out. Please be patient. We'll get your heroes home. Can't do that because the tracker's just not giving us enough info.
Yeah. Yeah, racing tracks is hard. It's usually what I found, like even using racing tracks when I raced, it was a good anywhere between 2 to 5 mile delay.
Wow, that's huge.
That is huge.
Yes.
12 minutes away from live.
Thank you.
I don't know.
I think it's 10, isn't it?
It was 10. I thought it was 10 hours, but I can't officially tell you that. I missed you last year. Someone missed you last year. Oh, does it really?
How many hours have they got to finish?
We're not sure. 10.
Oh, Ben's down there now. 10 from the last start.
Yeah, 10 from the last start. Mate, look at Thunder.
Wow. I'm going to see if I can get a picture of that.
What you want to do? What you want to do is get out the back door.
What's up, guys?
Hey, guys.
I have a quick question on a low street. Can you guys throw the tracker up by chance?
Say again, sir?
The tracker?
Can't throw it up on there if that's what you're asking.
Where do you want to, you're trying to give the tracker back?
Yeah.
You need to take it to race off, sir.
Okay.
Okay. No worries. Thank you very much for doing that.
Oh, look at my picture. I'm so excited.
Chris has got my phone still.
Oh, he has.
Yeah, that's very cool. Oh, thank you so much. Should we go and get some dinner? Are you okay?
I am just going to be here because I don't know what's going on.
Right, we'll leave you there.
Yeah,
Because we'll be able to get some more.
I really feel like the direction's not here this year. I don't know. You've been doing this way longer than me.
We've got no direction at all. But normally we would have a team. And this year we've got a Dan normally doesn't do anything. Dan's in the background doing shit. And this year we've got a tin and this year we've got we've got a Dan. Dan's wonderful, but Dan's not a producer. The problem is that we need to be mic'd. So if we're on stage, I need to be mic'd and I need to be able to see what's going on and then work it.
I think someone has pizza for you. Pam, let me get you on headset. Okay, what am I on headset? What's even going on? I don't know what's going on. We're gonna throw to you if. And how long are we doing that for? Until the show is over and then we'll be done. The Speed Sport show? Yep. And they're starting at 7? Yep. Yeah, sorry, just getting Pam set up with headset. You're all set, you're on channel D. So the mic is set up to that. Yeah. Hi. I'm warming my soles of my shoes up so my feet will warm up.
Boys are like, where's my heater? I'm like, it's in the duct blind.
I'll
get it back to you when it's over. I bought it. Well, we have no propane in like 4 of our heaters and 4 of our trailers.
Gotcha.
I'm like, sorry, there are no more heaters in Yucca Valley.
Can I ask you another question? Yes. I'm a pain in your ass, sorry. No, you're not. Can you tell me if you can track 4689? I know you guys have a track. My phone just doesn't work. I can give you what this is telling me, and it's not super quick. Oh, that's fine. That's an update. 4689 for Kindle. Yes. Race mile 130, going 2.5 miles per hour. At 2.5 miles per hour. That was at 18:49, which is 6:49. 3 minutes ago.
Someone else just come in.
No, they're cheering because they're on this camera.
Oh, they see this.
Look at that guy. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. But it's not live right now, right? Or is it live?
It's not on the live show. I don't know if anymore.
I'm supposed to just interview people that are coming across.
Oh, you're not doing speech tonight?
Not tonight. I was going to, but when we got moved down, and then they were like, do you think you could do both? I'm like, yeah, we totally do both. But we don't have cars.
Hello,
coming in.
hello.
That's what the idea was throw to me to the cars. But I don't think anybody's going to be coming in.
No, I'm leaving. It's all good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is this your beer too?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Awesome.
Oh,
I'm going
there's
to take a
brownie?
piece of the chocolate cake. Sounds good.
I'm actually surprised how cozy the duck line stays.
Yeah, I like this heater.
We just need a window to keep the plebs out.
No what out?
The plebs. Plebs? I don't know what a good word for that is. Like
Riffraff?
peasants.
Riffraff?
Riffraff, yeah. Riffraff, that's a good one.
That girl is just over there just kissing her dog.
Yeah, right.
It's on, but not like live.
Can we go live with the lady Chris kissing her dog?
Huh? Somebody's coming over? Yeah. Well, who's that gonna be? Nope.
There's a beer for you, Pam.
Oh, thank you. I had some moonshine earlier.
Hell yeah.
Didn't even taste like it.
Sorry, I was just grabbing it. I was 2/3 the way through dinner. Oh.
Huh? I have a whole bag of them that I've been using.
Camera guys are just like, yeah, warmers in the morning.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Hammertown. Ralph Shaheen with you live with Speed Sport. And we are enjoying the finish here of the Everyman Challenge. This event started this morning about 8 a.m. Here it is about 12 hours later, and there's still roughly 100 competitors somewhere out in the desert darkness. But we are right off the finishing podium where the finishers are coming across, and one has just made it to the finish line here. We're going to take you now right over to the podium where my colleague Pam Hall is standing by to find out how the race went for our most recent finisher here at the Everyman Challenge. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Ralph. I am here with Dustin Broughton. He just endured the King of the Hammers 4,500 Yukon gear and axle race. What do you think about today's race?
It was a brutal course out there. Long day. We missed a turn, ended up doing lap 1 twice, ran turkey call twice. It was a long day, but Dave, awesome course.
That's what everybody keeps saying is it was an awesome course out there. What was your favorite part about the race course today?
I'm a rock guy, so I love dropping sledge, going up jack. It all was a blast.
And your co-driver, did you have to get out and do any winching, or was it a fairly easy race for you today?
We had 2 spots where we had to winch, and that was it. The rest of him, just him driving.
Awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here finishing King of the Hammers?
Huge thank you to Winton and Marine Jondal, car owners. Winton and I built this car with a select group of people over the course of 4 years. It paid off today. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy birthday, Dad. Justin, co-dog the Morning Desert. Doug drove it. Awesome. Nick and I just did the rocks. It was a team effort the whole way through. We got Yukon, who supports us. ADS Shocks rode awesome all day. We just got some new Mickey Thompson tires, 0 flats. Warren Winch pulled.
Well, awesome. He has one more to thank here.
Flying Apple.
Well, congratulations on your finish of the 2022 King of the Hammers. And back to you, Ralph.
All right, Pam, thank you, and congratulations to those guys on finishing the Everyman Challenge. You know, in order to finish here, not just win, but you got to have a suspension that's capable of going extremely fast across the desert floor while at the same time crawling over boulders as big as a house. Not a very easy thing to do. But our Dave Arnold earlier today went into Hammertown to find out how the suspensions in the modern day race trucks are put together.
Hey guys, when it comes to racing, there's several key ingredients to make the race car handle. And that has to do with tires, of course. But when it comes to shocks, well, if you ain't going around a track the right way without the shocks tuned properly. I'm standing over here with Albert Sarabia. Albert, you're one of the tuners here at King Shocks, and boy, setting these things up is really important, especially when you guys set them up for desert. Well, you throw some rocks in, you got a whole nother setup, spring rate, compression, rebound, all kinds of neat stuff.
Yes, in the beginning, King of the Hammers, it was all about rocks. So everybody kind of set up the shock the same way. But now, with the desert being thrown in the mix, it changes the whole game.
Now, what goes into setting these shocks? We see these beautiful King shocks right behind us. I see reservoirs. I see all kinds of adjustments on there. What do you do to these things to make them correctly perform between the desert and the rocks?
Okay, one of the best thing to do it is to get bigger shocks. But now, sometimes you're limited how big of a shock you can put in the car, right? And also, you would need to be concerned about the weight that is going to increase to the car. So at that point, what we got to do is just go as small as you can, but you need to set up and just try different things, valving, pressures, all that stuff comes into the mix, yeah.
And what kind of travel do we look at? How far do these wheels drop out and recompress back into the fenders?
Yeah, most of them, they run like a 16-inch travel in the rear and then a 14-inch travel in the front. That's just the shock, it increases, so it's probably more than that, but that's just in the shocks.
Well, you heard it from the man that sets all these things up to make all these great racers perform out on the racetrack. And when you're a king of the hammers, you got to go to the Kings, King Shocks. Back to you guys.
Just incredible what the suspensions have to be able to do to get you to the win here at the King of the Hammers. And I'm joined now by the legend himself, Ricky Johnson. RJ, you've had so much success in two wheels in motocross and supercross, and in four wheels in stock car racing and in off-road trucks. What's your experience been like here at King of the Hammers?
Well, fortunately for me, Dave Cole put me in one of the spec trucks a few years back. We came out, we did Chocolate Thunder, my son Luke Johnson, and we thought, okay, we've done Chocolate Thunder, no problem. Really, no pre-running, went out, and we were in the Everyman Challenge. And what I found out was I was not even prepared. I had no idea of the craziness that was about to ensue. And when I got to some of the sections, because I was a little bit further back, I'm like, there's no way. This can't be part of the course. I must have taken it the wrong way. But through the winching, I broke my winch line a few times. I had Brian Trotter, a Navy SEAL, in with me, who was in and out of the car so many times. He was so mad at me. But we ended up finishing second in the spec class to my son, Luke Johnson. And when you sit at the finish line, it is like a bar crazy fist fight for 8 to 10 hours, and when you get there, you're like, what did I just experience? And now you watch the level of commitment and the level of material and the things that these guys are driving. The intensity is so high now that it's not the same race as it was when I ran it.
And here we are tonight. This race started at 8 a.m. this morning, and now here we are 12 hours later, and they're still out there, 100 competitors or so, trying to make it here, and some of them won't get here.
No, but they have to clear the course by tomorrow because we have the 4,400 race, the main race, starting tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of people, the course workers, are out there trying to winch them out because we saw in the race many times guys losing front wheel drive. We've seen drive shafts broke, and then or the motor blown or the transmission blown. Now you have to winch those vehicles out of these canyons, and a lot of times, some of these guys are going to stay the night out there. So you have to have your survival kit. You need to make sure that you can light a fire, stay warm, because it is going to drop down to freezing tonight. So we got to make sure those guys are safe.
I can tell you already it's below that. It's not quite as chilly tonight as it was earlier in the week, but it's cool. We are in the middle of the Mojave Desert, so it's going to be cold out there tonight. You mentioned the Race of Kings tomorrow. That's the big one. What do you expect?
Well, every year I'm surprised. You got the Lauren Healy's, which everyone's been watching his clip on Instagram and all that stuff, where he just launches it off of there. And I talked to Lauren, I'm like, was that lucky or did you try for it? He goes, no, I've been pre-running that and checking it out. So if you're a Supercross fan, which I know you are, you announced it for a lot of times, it's basically a wheel tap in an all-wheel drive truck.
This is remarkable. Explain to the viewers what he's trying to do and how he executes.
So as you come down the hill, if you jump too fast, you clear the lip, and then you end up hitting it with the back and going over. So he comes down, bounces the front, he's got all-wheel drive, so he blurps the throttle. As it shoots out, he lets off, so the back wheels will hit, and then he shoots himself off and landed flat, and he did it masterfully in qualifying. I mean, everybody all around the world, there's millions of views on it. But can a car handle that all day long?
Yeah, and if he doesn't do it right, then he's cartwheeling through the desert.
Exactly. So if you miss it just a little bit, just like a wheel tap on a motorcycle, if you bog or if you miss the RPMs or something, it's going to hit and clip and throw you over the handlebars or through the windshield in the case of an Ultra 4.
Yeah, and he's in that brand new Ford Bronco, which is just incredible. What a vehicle that has turned out to be. What do you think of the direction, the technology of the Ultra 4 4400 category, which is the top class here, where it's headed?
Well, it's completely open. We talked about this earlier, that people say, you look at a dragster, it's built for one thing, to go straight down the line. Now you bring in NASCAR and IndyCar with the ovals, they got to make sure they got tire stagger, or sprint cars, they got stagger, they're set to go around left. And then you put in road course, then you got off-road cars like trophy trucks that are doing all this different stuff. Now the key is making it climb through the rocks and also go over 100 miles an hour over bumps that are in some cases 2 and 3 to 4 feet tall. So this vehicle is the most dynamic, and it's open. We have single seaters. We have the Gomez brothers that are running portals in the front and independent front and rear suspension. I-beams. Randy Slauson, our last year's champion, he's kind of old school, got the front beam, and so they feel that gives you a little bit more droop travel. It helps you through the rocks. So a lot of different philosophies, but an unbelievable show.
And it's not cheap either. I was talking to the Gomez brothers earlier today, and they were telling me that one of their single seat vehicles, you're looking at roughly $300,000 invested just into the build, not racing it, just building it, parking it in your garage.
Well, and now they're running up to 900 to 1,000 horsepower. Some are running big block, some are running supercharged, turbocharged, anything that you want. We saw electric vehicle today. It's not quite running in the speed of the 4400s, but anything goes, and that's the thing. The 4400 class, whatever size tire you want to run, you can run it. The typical, the size that everyone's going for is 40s. They find that handles the best in the desert and also works in the rocks. A little bit smaller, like they ran today, the 37s. It actually, Randy Slauson qualified quicker in his smaller vehicle, but it doesn't help you in the rocks to bridge that gap. But if you go too big, 42s, it seems a little cumbersome in the desert, a little bit too much unsprung weight. So everyone's got a philosophy. There's a lot of great tire manufacturers out here. There's motor manufacturers. And also we got Ford back, which is awesome at the new Bronco.
And that's one of the things that's so interesting. If you come here to King of the Hammers or follow along on their live stream coverage, the creativity is so wide open. You know, in a lot of forms of motorsports these days, the rules, I don't want to say are completely spec, but they've closed it down quite a bit, choked it down quite a bit. Here, it is wide open, almost a run what you brung.
Well, and that's the thing. Does somebody feel that a straight axle in the front is going to help? Randy Slauson has ran that for years, but you see a lot of the independent. Now we're seeing independent front and rear. Everyone's trying something a little bit different, but with the rocks and the change in the dust, there's so many different things. Something works a little better one place. Randy Slauson, I'm going to say his vehicle's built for the rocks, but it doesn't handle quite as well in the desert, but he's got that figured out as he is the defending champion.
You got to get through the desert, you got to get over those boulders, and you got to make it survive. RJ, you're going to stick around with me for the show, right?
Absolutely. I'm here for the long haul.
Okay. Stay with us, folks. We're coming back to Hammertown in just a few minutes. A lot more to go as we get set for the Race of Kings, and we'll also find if anybody else crosses the finish here, the Everyman Challenge.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Well, we are back here in Hammertown. Welcome in to Speed Sport Live here at King of the Hammers. The Everyman Challenge started about 8 a.m. this morning. Another competitor just made their way out of the desert. Let's go right to Pam Hall to meet him.
Thank you, Ralph. I am here with Greg Neff. He is in the Racer Coffee Company vehicle. Racer has been keeping us all fueled this whole week. How was your race today?
It was a long day. We had a great first lap. We were moving right along. We went in and went into a bump too hard. We blew part of the steering ram out. We had to stop, put it all back together. Then we lost a rear drive shaft. We had to stop, change that out. And then we brought it home. But it was certainly a long day, a lot of wrenches turned. But thanks to everybody that helped us get here. Racer Coffee for sponsoring the car, and wife and kids at home, mom and dad at home. Yeah. Co-driver, awesome job. Lots of winching today, unfortunately, with those damaged parts. But it was a great day. Happy to be here.
So what was your favorite part about the race course today?
Favorite part about the course has got to be the back lake bed. We were up to 110 across the lake bed, just screaming at each other the whole time, and there's just no feeling like that in the world.
That's awesome. Who else do you have to thank besides Racer Coffee Company to get you up here?
Raceline Wheels, Rough Stuff Specialties, Warren Winch, TJM Pro Locker. Everything was flawless all day. I mean, no flats, thankfully. Nitto for keeping us moving forward. So, yeah, otherwise a flawless day except for those two things. But
well, congratulations on being up here, finishing the 2022 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. And you can now go relax and have a good time. Back to you, Ralph.
All right, Pam, thank you. And one of the things that's so cool about here at King of the Hammers is it's not just the winner or the top 3 that get to go across the podium here, Ricky. It's everybody. If you make it to the finish, you get your moment in the sun or the darkness, as the case may be, as a king and or a queen of the Hammers.
Well, the thing is, and Brian Deegan said it best. It was awesome to see him out here. He won the challenge in the grudge match at the UTV event. As he said, these are enthusiasts. If you're out here in the Hammers, I don't care if you got tires on your Toyota, whatever it might be. If you drive out there, you're an enthusiast. And if you're putting up with this dust and all these people, it's not just fans, but enthusiasts. And that's what's awesome. And that's what drives our sport.
Every competitor here at King of the Hammers is celebrated, and rightly so. And you know what? They don't just race during the day here. They race at night. They're always finding something to do. And we found some racing last night called the Crazy Carts.
We're here at the Tanner Fowles Trailer Park Drift. Lots of fun action. We've had concerts all week long. Now they're racing crazy carts on the track. Such an awesome time out here. Well, Christopher Pavardi, the big winner tonight. And boy, Optima Batteries really bringing this event to the next level. All kinds of craziness happening at the King of the Hammers. You gotta be here and check it out. We're here with the winner from the Tanner Fowles Trailer Park Drift, hanging out in the Optima Batteries driver, well, Christopher Pavardi. Well, you got to win on Sunday in the T2. Well, now you just won the crazy car race.
I know, it was a big deal tonight. It's super fun. You know, there was a lot of big names, and it was pretty fun to go out here drift with. In the beginning of the night, I was asking what are the rules of drifting, and by the end of the night, we were having a fun time, door to door with Tanner Fowles, Chris Forsberg. It was definitely an event that I'll look forward to next year.
Well, it's just so cool. All the things that go on at King of the Hammers. And you guys, got together with Tanner, Optima Batteries. Thought you're going to have a little fun out here. Well, it turned into a little bit of a race.
Yeah, it all starts for charity here, but as soon as bragging rights get involved, it gets serious, and we put the helmets on, and it was a lot of fun. These guys put up one heck of a race, and it blew my expectations. I knew it was going to be fun, but I didn't think it was going to be this fun.
Well, I understand all the money raised tonight for this was for a charity. Want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so all the money raised tonight will go to the Little Warrior Foundation. Super awesome charity. They're in pediatric cancer, and I was lucky enough, since I won, I get a $500 donation for them in my name. Last year, I had the opportunity to meet everyone at Little Warrior Foundation, even Lucy, who the foundation was started for, and they're amazing. And now Lucy's on her way to recovery. They raised over $1 million, and I hope we were able to help a little tonight while also having a bunch of fun.
Well, lots of fun to be had here at King of the Hammers, hanging out in the Optima Batteries pit and giving back. That's what it's all about here. All about fun, family, and taking care of other people. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave. And boy, they are racing something everywhere here at King of the Hammers.
Well, I was there last night. You had world-class drifters. You had some newbies coming out. And Christopher Pavardi did exactly what he did in the T2 race. He went out and put everybody down. It was unbelievable. It was a great show. Tanner Fowles put that on for everybody for the Young Warrior Project. They raised some great money. It's all fun. And, of course, that's what's happening out here at King of the Hammers.
One vehicle everybody's going to be chasing tomorrow is the brand new Ford Bronco. And joining us on set to talk about this new vehicle and how strong it's performing is a man in charge of all things globally racing-wise for Ford, Mark Rushbrook. Mark, great to see you. Welcome to the set. Boy, you guys have knocked it out of the park with the Bronco.
Yeah, we are so happy to be here. We love coming to King of Hammers, and the Everyman Challenge gives us the opportunity to show what the Ford Bronco is all about.
And this is just one platform for the Bronco in off-road racing. You have a lot of things happening with it.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of Broncos on the street with a Bronco Sport, the Bronco Raptor that we just unveiled last week. But in racing, we started with a Bronco R at the Baja 1000 2 years ago. Gives us the opportunity to prove out some of our architecture and platform and powertrain. And now we're also offering the Bronco DR that we're going to sell to customers. We showed that a couple months ago. We'll start selling those. People can buy it turnkey and go racing and off-road racing. But this is important to us to be here at King of the Hammers. So we worked with some great partners to develop the Bronco 4600, and it's just such a great place to show the capability of the product in front of some really passionate fans that really relate to Ford. And we can just show everything that Ford is about. And then tomorrow with the Bronco 4400 is another opportunity for that.
Well, Mark, I got to say, as a racer and as a fan, I got to race with and against the Rough Riders back in the 90s. And to see the kind of effort that Ford is coming back with everybody, you got stars like Lauren Healy, you work with Kurt LeDuc, obviously Bailey Cole, the list goes on and on, Von Gittin Jr., and also Lauren Healy. And that's just some of them. It's really awesome to see the manufacturer getting back into the sport because trucks are what it's all about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So when the company took the decision to bring the Bronco back to the street to sell it, we knew that to prove the credibility of that product, the roots are in off-road racing. Part of the fabric of Ford Motor Company is motorsports in all different disciplines around the world. But off-road racing is somewhere we needed to get back into, and you can't do that just starting it up from scratch inside the company. So we found some great partners outside the company, and we worked with them to develop components, to develop the vehicles, all those names you mentioned with RTR, Von Gittin, Brad Lovell and his team,
Yep.
his family, Bailey Cole and Jason Shear, Lauren Healy, everybody. Just a great family effort to work together.
Well, and it says a lot about the significance of the King of the Hammers if the head of Ford globally, when it comes to racing, is taking the time out of his schedule to get here, be here, and to mingle with the fans. And
I love
Ford
it here.
has a massive presence here.
But Ralph, they didn't dabble. They tackled the Baja 1000 and the King of the Hammer. So they basically said, what are the two most brutal off-road races in America, or in North America, I should say, and you brought those vehicles out. So kudos to Ford to having that kind of moxie to step right into the main event. So what was the strategy there? I mean, because you're like, didn't dabble, oh, let's do the 250, the 500, let's do that. You guys jumped right in with both feet.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time about 3 years ago researching what is off-road motorsports today. We had a lot of history, like you said, with Rod Hall and the Baja 1000 and with the Rough Riders. Such great success with that. So we did a lot of research. What is it today? And a lot of it is score racing and the Baja 1000. But this is new. This wasn't around in the past. And what Dave Cole has created with this, the passionate people that are here, the number of spectators, and they're real off-roaders themselves. So we came in here, we immersed ourselves, we got to know the people and found some great partners, and we're so happy with the team effort that we had out on the course today.
Congratulations.
Mark, you've seen racing worldwide. You've been to all the major events. I've been talking about it all week, comparing it to things I've seen. For you to make a decision to come here to be a King of the Hammers, can you put it on a global scale for Ford as to how important having a presence here at King of the Hammers is compared to, I don't want to say bigger or better than some of the other things Ford is doing, but just on the level of importance?
Yeah, I mean, comparing to other motorsport series, right? It's, for us, sports car racing, 24 Hours of Le Mans was a big one. This is just like that. The Daytona 500, a big one. Indianapolis 500, our history there in the past. Those are all big races, but this is a big race, and this is where we wanted to be. So we've invested with our engineers, with our marketing team, and we're here with a commitment.
Well, as a driver, I got to ask you. You got from Bailey Cole to Kurt LeDuc. I'm gonna bookend them. You got the legend Kurt LeDuc, and you got the youngster Bailey Cole. How much input are all of these drivers giving you on that, or is it more the engineers and then they're just kind of fine tuning it? How much do you work with the driver?
No, absolutely. The drivers know what's going on with the car, so they give us a lot of input. They know what it needs to do in all these different situations. But we also have a lot of data. We have a lot of engineers. So I think you saw a good group of engineers from our team here, whether it's powertrain or calibration or suspension. We had a great effort from those engineers, but we couldn't do it without these real off-road racers to help guide us with what it takes to be successful.
Well, as a fan, I can tell you we're all thrilled and excited to see Ford bring the Bronco back and your commitment to off-road racing. You talked about the new vehicles you've already unveiled with the Bronco. What's coming down the road that you can tell us? I mean, just a little bit. We're just a live TV audience.
I can't tell you any of that.
Nothing. You give us a little hint.
Well, I think you can see that we're committed to the brands that we have, right? As Ford as a total company, with Mustang as a street car, with Bronco, those are really important brands for us, F-Series and trucks. So we're placing a lot of emphasis there. We know that off-road is a big growing market, so that's why we're here with a Bronco and other derivatives that you'll see from that.
Well, it's obvious they're not just here for a little bit. They're here for a big play. We're going to see the Bronco and Ford here for a long time. Thank you for coming and being on the show and for being here. King of the Hammers.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We love being here.
And best of luck. I know you got a big one on Sundays too. Okay, we're coming right back to Hammertown. Stay with us. A lot more for you with Speed Sport Live.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power. In case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Riders, let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome back to Speed Sport. I'm Ricky Johnson. You know, in Supercross, in motocross, short course, it doesn't matter. There was never a winch involved. But so I decided to grab Ralph and send him off to get the most important piece of equipment if you need it. So Ralph is looking for some winches.
As incredible as tires are in off-road racing these days, and the amazing ability of the suspensions, sometimes you just can't get over the obstacle. That is when you turn to the winch. Okay, Shannon Campbell, when do you make the decision it's time to get out and utilize the winch?
That changes all the time. It depends if you're stuck and you just absolutely need the winch, and sometimes it's for strategy to make sure you don't break the car to use the winch. Sometimes we use the winch to get over an obstacle. Sometimes we use the winch to repair the car. Sometimes we have an obstacle that we go up back door and we have to go out on a full loop, and you don't want to break your car before that loop because you can't come back here and repair it. So we'll just initially go right there, hook up and winch up just for strategy. But sometimes, you get out there and you're just beating on the car and you don't want to break an axle or break something, or sometimes you just can't get the car up, and that's last resort. You have to use the winch.
You're in a single-seater vehicle, so how difficult is it for you to get out and use the winch?
It's a pain in the butt to unbuckle and get out and hook yourself up and then get back in and winch, and it's a pain in the butt. But for the most part, I have all my controls in my dash where I can just reach up, and once it's hooked up, I just run the control, and everything works good.
It's basically just a toggle switch?
Yeah, we got a air actuated, actually, that you flip the air valve and it full spool or free spools it so that you don't have the drag of the motor, and it will drag out freely, and then you lock that back up, and then you have a toggle switch that runs your in and out. And then I have a 24-volt switch. This winch has been highly modified with gearing and stuff, and the 24-volt winch just makes it where it really moves. So like when you're in a hurry, you can flip it up to 24, and this thing, it's like you can ski behind it almost.
Obviously, racers are always thinking about weight. How much does that winch weigh? And
this winch that's 75 to 80 pounds. It's pretty heavy, but it's a necessity. When we go short course racing or something, we'll take the winch out of the car just to get the weight off the nose. But out here, anything where there's winching involved, trees or obstacles we might not be able to make, that winch is in there.
Safe to say, if you're going to win here at King of the Hammers, quite possibly the #1 component you have to have on your vehicle is a really good winch.
You know, if this main host thing doesn't work out for Ralph, I kind of like sending him out to find out some information. So excellent job on your feature on the winches.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to need it tomorrow if you want to win the Race of Kings. There's no way around it. And joining us now is a man who has won it 3 times, and he's the reigning champion here at the Race of Kings, Randy Slauson. Some video of you on your way to victory just a year ago here, the King of the Hammers. What's it going to take, Randy, to get another victory tomorrow?
A lot of luck.
Well, I disagree with that, okay? You're a very humble guy. Last year you started in the mid-20s. You were invisible for most of the race, but doing work as you do. This is your race. This is the one that you focus on. You don't do all the Ultra 4 series. he was invisible. Then all of a sudden, he's in the mix. He's catching guys. And we're like, wait a minute. We start doing the math. Corrected time. He's winning the race, and sure enough, comes across the line and wins it again. Third or fourth? Three times in defending champions. So obviously, you don't mind starting. The dust doesn't bother you that much, but you seem to eat people up in the rocks.
Yeah, I live for the rocks. I love rock crawling, and my car's really set up great for that. It's a lot lighter and a lot more nimble than a lot of these other cars, and my solid axle just really does work in the big rocks.
And that's what we're talking about with the solid axle. It leans a little bit more, gives you a little bit more traction. Do you feel it's just a tougher when it comes to you can lean harder on one tire or the other when you're climbing the rocks?
It just makes really good ground pressure, keeps pressure on the tires and keeps making traction. Has good ground clearance, and we've got our suspension super dialed where we can just really carry a nice clip through the rocks and keep a lot of momentum going. I rock crawl more than I'd like to think any of the other competitors on the regular, out every weekend playing, and it's my game, it's my jam, it's what I love doing. So tearing these guys up in the rocks is my happy place.
When you look at the layout of the circuit here, would you say it's about 80% desert and 20% rock crawling?
Man, I haven't broke it down like that. You spend more time probably in the rocks, but mileage-wise, yeah, it's probably something like that.
So there's a mindset to rock crawling and getting through the rocks here fast. Explain to the viewers what kind of mindset you have to be good in the rocks.
Well, it's just really important to be in touch with your vehicle. It's really important to be able to read the rocks and understand what's going on, and to have the bump. The bump is so important, being able to roll into it with just enough energy to carry you through and not get stuck, not have to back up.
Well, that's one of the things. Look at him. Very cool, very calm. I know that when I was in there, I was having a hard time focusing, like, oh my God, I can't believe what I'm doing. But he's so comfortable in the rocks. And as he said, it's the momentum. It's not blast of speed. Sometimes you have to throw all that horsepower in to jump up and over stuff. But I'm going to say 90% of the time, Randy, you keep it flowing. You try to stop as minimal as possible. Is that true?
Yeah, it's just being steady and consistent for sure.
How far ahead do you look? Are you looking at the rock right in front of you, or are you looking 3-4 rocks ahead?
You can't see the rock directly in front of you. You need to be, it's a chess game. You got to plan several moves ahead and make sure you're setting yourself up for success.
Well, I got to say, I was a couple years ago when I did the spec truck, I was looking at getting into 4400, and I was always eyeballing your chassis because I watched it in slow-mo, and yours for a straight axle front, between you and Eric Miller, I'd say you guys are the two top guys. You guys have obviously done very, very well with that, but I like the way that yours flows. You've gotten yours to where it runs really proud, and I think your top speed is a little higher than other straight axle cars through the bumps. How much work did you do to perfect the desert side of your truck?
I'm sponsored by King Shocks. I work with Aribe a lot. He claims that he's worked on my car more than anybody else's rock crawler. I don't know if that's true or not, but we've worked on them a lot. Every time I build a new one, we kind of start over a little bit. We learned from the last one, but we like to bring some new things to the table. This new car that I just finished and I'm racing tomorrow has 3.5 bypass shocks on it, where I've been running a 3.0. And so far, it's pretty amazing. We've been messing around with it. I was just over off Soggy, running up through some quad bumps and running 90 mile an hour in the bumps. It's pretty exciting.
So a couple things. I'm going to ask you a two-part question. One is, you qualified on the pole. That's not normal for you, but tell us about the difference.
EMC.
But still, you went faster in your Everyman Challenge car. You didn't.
That is incorrect.
That is not true. Okay?
It was a
Jim Marsden
212
lied to me.
in EMC and a 209, I believe, in my 4400 car. So.
And part two is, you have to be so proud of the different guys. Dan Fresh won today in one of your cars. Yeah. So many Bomber chassis were out there rocking and rolling today.
Caprera, he came in third, and he won last year. So that was 2 out of 3 in the top in Bomber cars this go-around. I was pretty stoked on that.
Randy, obviously you come in as one of the top favorites, the defending champion, 3-time winner of the event. size up the rest of the competition, the guys that you're going to be keeping an eye on or wanting to know where they are.
Well, the other Kings obviously are serious threats. You know, Eric and Jason and Lauren. You know, there's a lot of guys out there that you got to keep your eye on. There's a number of other guys that haven't quite got it all together. Horschel is super fast. Trying to think of some other names. There's a lot of talent out there, and there's going to be some new faces at some point.
You going to sleep good tonight, or are you going to be up?
Man, I hope I sleep good.
I hope you do too. Best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Well, we are going to wrap things up here at the King of the Hammers. Stay with us here for a little bit more from Speed Sport, live from Hammertown.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
And we are back with Speed Sport live from here in Hammertown. And Ricky, I believe the long course is some 80 plus miles around here, right?
Yep, 70 plus and 80 plus.
Yeah. So there's hundreds of volunteers needed to work this event. And we couldn't do it without them, as Dave Arnold found out.
Hey guys, we've moved down the course just a little bit, and I ran into Mark, a good friend of mine now, and Mark, you're one of the volunteers. What's going on here? Why do you come out here? Why do you volunteer? I mean, how many sandwiches do they pay you? You know, they give you free water bottles. What brings you to this point?
Just, you know, it's a great event, and it's nice to be able to help out.
The racing. Are you a big fan of racing, or you just love the desert?
Fan of racing. You know, I started off driving drag cars when I was a kid, and then as I've gotten older, I've gravitated towards the four-wheel drive stuff.
So what exactly is your job out here?
Just basically manning this point, making sure people stay off the racetrack.
Thanks, Mark, for doing that. Hey, man, a volunteer life, not bad. Couple sandwiches, you get to watch a race for free. I'm in. You're not seeing devil. They're friends, not sisters. Parents weren't cruel. Didn't name them both Kylie. Ladies, why do you do this?
I do this because this is my hometown. This is something to do out here. I love keeping the people safe, and I've always been off-roading. I've been watching this since I was a little girl, and I just always loved the event. I have a big heart for out here.
Well, I won't have to step far to the other Kylie. Kylie, what brings you here also?
She offered me a trip out here, and I took it. It's something kind of new. I used to come out here as a little kid with my mom.
Plus, you get to watch a really cool racing action.
Definitely. Seeing people coming down the back door and almost flipping.
Well, did you guys request? I want the rock section. I want to see some action, or don't put me out in the desert. I want to see some cool stuff, right?
I've always been put out to the desert and the straightaways. That's always a cool spot, but right here is a really cool spot. Met some really cool people, and everyone out here is really cool and nice to talk to. We're actually camped out here in our trailer, so.
Well, awesome. I didn't involve though, but guys, you got a little bit of taste of what it takes here to put on King of the Hammers, the volunteers, such a big part. Back to you, Ralph and Pam.
Racing can't take place anywhere in the world without the volunteers.
Absolutely.
And it's so great to have so many of them here at King of the Hammers. Dan Fresh won his 4th Everyman Challenge earlier today. Congratulations, you did it again. Tell us a little bit about the experience this afternoon.
You know what, being it's a 4th time, a lot of pressure this time.
moved to a different class. I've been in 4500, which is a EMC class as well. It's called a modified vehicle. This is a Legends vehicle. It's most of the older 45 or 4400 vehicles that have been modified for the class. And yeah, there was a lot of pressure today to try to get it up front, and the guys did just an amazing job. Couldn't do it without them, obviously, but yeah, it was a great feat.
Well, watching the race, Randy Slauson, also the builder of your bomber chassis that you raced and won in today, was on the pole and out in front and not running away, but you guys had a very good pace going. How much communication are you getting from your pit? Because you're down in those canyons, unless you have a satellite radio, you're not going to hear what's going on. You're running your own race.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So when we're out there, it's very difficult, especially our tracker wasn't working very good today. So getting updates, what we heard like 30 miles from the finish line is we were 1:09 down on corrected time. Chase Caprera was back there coming after us. And so we laid it down the last 30 miles and really overdrove the equipment. I don't like doing that. I'm more of one of the guys that likes to finish. And we really overdrove it towards the end there. But yeah, it's difficult to get updates out here. Obviously, with all these mountains and canyons, you mentioned satellite. I do have satellite on my vehicle. That didn't work either. So no, it was crazy to think that we were going to actually win it again. And then when you do roll across the finish line, they give you the timer and you're watching. You know, you've got to wait 25 minutes to see if you actually won. Yeah, huge relief.
Well, don't leave us just yet. We have had another finisher just come up onto the podium here, so we want to go celebrate them and their efforts here this afternoon and evening. Let's go up onto the podium. Here's Pam Hall once again.
I am here with the 4689 of Braxton Glimes. How are you this evening?
We are glad to be here. Tired, and what a heck of a week.
It's definitely been a week for you. You've been out there pre-running and doing your homework?
We have. Not near enough, but the little bit that we got to do paid off.
So you and your dad, you guys share driving duties, correct?
We do. Yep, he drove the first lap, and then me and Mike here, the co-driver, got in and did the second lap.
Did you guys have any issues today, or was it pretty smooth and having fun, or what was going on out there for you?
We had one flat tire, and at one point the engine temp said it was about 260, but we backed off of it and took it easy and cooled off, and no issues other than that.
Well, that was awesome that you actually came up here and finished the 2022 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. How do you feel about that?
What an experience. It is, yeah, hardest race that we've done, and this is the first race I've driven, so what an experience. We'd like to thank our sponsors: Lone Peak Collision, Impulse Off Road, Terraflex, RST Brands, MRT Tires has been a super great help. These tires were unbelievable. The one flat that I got, I don't know if Kendall got a flat or not. It sounds like he's got one flat. I got one flat. That couldn't ask for any better. We've got Nemesis Industries and PCI Radios and Light Nights out of Las Vegas, and Optima. Optima has been a super huge help, and they sponsor help get us all out here every year. So we're glad to have their sticker on our car.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Time to party. And we are now going to hand it back down to Mr. Ralph Shaheen. And congratulations.
And we got to thank this guy, motherfucking Chance Lee!
Back to you, Ralph.
Thank you, Pam. Dan, we're just watching these guys finish here, and we were talking about how cool it is that all the competitors, if they make it to the finish, get their moment in the lights up on the stage.
Yeah, that's incredible. In so many sports, you only get the podium guys. Your top three is all you get to see. And here we get to share this with our friends and our families and our sponsors and actually get our moment. Whether you're first place or 100th position, like you said, how many cars are out there today? It's overwhelming that we get to do this in front of so many great fans.
So Dan, the magnitude of this race, how many years have you been racing? We talked about this off stage. How many years have you been racing? You're racing the Baja 1000 this year in a spec truck, but so many years there, but everybody knows you from the King of the Hammers.
I know, it's kind of a strange thing, Ricky. So, I've been racing for over 20 years of off-road. Got started racing motocross, as did you. And now, since 2018, I won my first King of the Hammers, and now everyone knows who you are from that. And so they don't ever ask me, hey, you're a desert guy. No, they don't even think of my desert career, and even though that's really my heart and soul where it's at. But no, it's all about the rocks.
So when they see you down in the desert, like, you know what, you're not that bad for a rock racer.
That's a good one. Yeah, no kidding. I'm not half, you know what, when I'm out there in my heart and I'm doing the rocks, I'm like, I'm not that good at these rocks, but I'm really good out there at the desert. And that helps me on that lap one.
Listen, Mother Nature comes out here and moves things around each and every year. The course is never quite the same, right? How gnarly was this year's layout compared to what you've seen in the past?
This was by far the hardest King of the Hammers I've done. It's like the rocks were just, nothing makes sense right now. And I can't explain why. There's just nuisance rocks everywhere. And they're not small. There's half the size of a tire. So when you're trying to roll through them and you're hitting your front axle and everything on them, it's very, very difficult. And to be able to dodge through all those things and not get stuck, it's almost impossible. So we do winch. No, we don't want to winch because that takes a lot of time to get a guy out of the car and get winching. So we had to winch a couple times today, not to mention a few flat tires that we accidentally got that I well deserved, by the way. But no, it was super brutal course, over the top compared to normal.
So you hit that one rock, and you got a flat. Being totally sarcastic. Now, as you said, with this race, and as he says, Mother Nature plays a big thing, when the rains come and move everything down. But right now, it's the other vehicles, all the pre-running, all the racing and stuff like that. As they're coming through, the drivers are pushing back and forth. That's 10,000 pounds of vehicles moving these rocks around that weigh a couple tons. So tomorrow, how do you think that's going to play out? Because this track has been driven a lot. When we saw you go through Chocolate Thunder, you zipped right through, not a problem. Everybody after that, they were spreading dirt all over the rocks and getting stuck. So how bad is this track beat up, and how tough is it going to be for the 4400s?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough on the 4400s tomorrow. For one thing, we're doing 3 laps tomorrow. We're not doing 2. And that third lap, they throw a bunch of stuff at us that we don't normally do. So I think it's going to be a lot tougher tomorrow. The only good thing I can say is today we all ran 37-inch tall tires. That's the biggest we're allowed to run. So we're kind of combing the rocks with those straight axles that we run and kind of knocking that stuff down. So tomorrow when everybody gets out there on 40s and 42s and even bigger, we're going to be able to miss some of those things. So I think there's going to be a pro and a con, but we did mess the desert up out there today with a lot of sharp edge bumps. You get that many cars running over a desert lap like that, the whoops are bigger. A lot more square edge. It's going to be a tough day. Not expecting to see anybody back here before dark tomorrow, quite honestly.
Dan, they call it the Everyman Challenge, which means anybody can maybe put something together and come out and compete in this event. If somebody at home is thinking, boy, I'd love to try that, how would you say they should get started?
I was really fortunate that I ran into a great sponsor that wanted to help me out in this program. To get started, you know what? I would call a guy like Randy Slauson. Quite honestly, I'm running a bomber car. They're not that expensive compared to a lot of the other racing that I do. You get a Randy chassis, and if you and your buddies want to start trying to put something together, it's not that difficult. They're very simple vehicles compared to a lot of like the trophy trucks and things like that.
Well, but I would like to also recommend, if you've never done any kind of rock car or anything like that, go out and buy an XJ. I got 2 of them. I use them for schools. It teaches you how to use your left feet, how to do some climbing. I would not recommend jumping right into doing King of the Hammers. Go out and do some four-wheeling. Make sure you get a good winch. Make sure you have friends. Make sure you're safe. Make sure you wear a helmet, something to protect yourself, because all it takes is a little slap on the roll cage. So think about your safety first, but get out and do some wheeling. That's one thing about you and Randy Slauson. You guys are out here, just go playing. It's not always race. It's about the whole environment and the whole attitude of everybody. So if you want to go out and you want to start doing some wheeling, go find yourself a cheap Jeep, call Rusty, have him put some parts on that thing, and get out there.
Yeah, you're going to learn every time you're in it, right?
Absolutely.
Every time. Well, Dan, thank you so much for coming by. Congratulations on number 4. And if you think this was pressure packed, wait till next year. Now you're going to go after 5. Everybody's going to be looking for you. Well, the big race is tomorrow. So here's a look ahead as to what you can expect to see from here at Hammertown and the King of the Hammers as they go for the Race of Kings tomorrow, brought to you by Nitto, presented by Optima Batteries. It kicks off at 8 a.m. And then Pennywise wraps everything up here tomorrow night, 10:45. I know where I'm going to be. Where are you going to be, RJ?
I'll be heading home to my wife. I've been out here for almost 2 weeks, and I love Hammertown, and I would love to see Pennywise, but it's time to get home to Stephanie.
Okay, sounds great. It's going to be a lot of fun out here tomorrow. Stay with us at Speed Sport through all of our social media pages and everything as we bring you all the coverage of the Race of Kings. I'm Ralph Shaheen for Ricky Johnson and Dan Fresh. Thanks for joining us here tonight, live with Speed Sport from Hammertown at King of the Hammers 2022. Good night, everybody. Thanks, pal. Appreciate it.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, you too as well.